Shrouding the Heavens Chapter 752 to Chapter 795. In the northern Dipper Star region, Pang Bo's hair was disheveled and his body was covered in blood. His wounds flickered with a terrifying black light and were actually difficult to heal. Stars twinkled in the sky, the moonlight was cold, and wild beasts howled in the wilderness. He looked up at the starry sky and said, "Yizi, have you returned home? Did you take care of my parents in my place? It's not that I don't want to go back, but I'm afraid of losing all hope. One of us has to survive. As long as one of us survives, there will be people to take care of our parents. I plan to cross the void in the future. If we split up, there will be more hope. But now, it seems that I won't make it." He began to cough up blood, but there was no red at all. It was all black and shrouded in black light. It was unknown what kind of injury he had suffered, but a mysterious power had corroded him. In the northern domain, in the barren mountains, the monkey's black iron rod swept through the army. He was incomparably brave, but injuries still appeared on his body. Streams of battle saint blood flew out. Even the sacred ape race's powerful physique couldn't block it. Around him, there were 7 or 8 ancient creatures flying here and there. All of them had boundless magic power and were attacking. Dao marks appeared, turning this place into a different world. "That ingrate, the heavenly prince, told you to attack me, right?" The monkey sneered. "Sacred prince, you can only blame yourself for this. It's said that the victorious Buddha of the Western Desert has been destroyed. It's not certain if he's the sacred emperor's younger brother. And now, you become enemies with the son of a god. This is equivalent to going against the will of a god. You won't have a good ending." "God my ass. Isn't he just an ingrate? You can't kill me. One day, I'll personally take his head and smack him to death with my rod." The monkey was unruly. His fiery eyes shot out 2 beams of light that shot into the sky. "Sacred prince, you're too confident. The heavenly prince is the descendant of a god. His talent is unparalleled even in the past and future. In the future, he'll definitely be the second undying heavenly emperor. No one will be able to stop him. Invincible my ass. If he has the guts, let him jump in front of me. I'll crush that ingrate with one hand. As long as he dares to appear." In the southern domain, Xianxia stood in front of an ancient cave, his body drenched in blood. He stood in front of a Ji clan chief elder, facing him calmly. "Haoyue, right now, the world is very chaotic and terrifying. It's better for us to avoid trouble. The various ancient lands are also trying to protect themselves, not wanting to participate in any chaos. They are all trying to protect themselves. The family hopes that you can control yourself." The Ji family's senior elder sighed. He couldn't say too much to avoid the Ji family's future successor's disgust. "Don't worry, second granduncle. I know what to do. Nothing will happen. No one will know," said Xianxia. "The world is very chaotic now, and it will be even more terrifying in the future. Perhaps one day, what we need to focus on is not prosperity, but survival." This senior elder's voice was overcast. His white hair was sparse, and his eyes were filled with worry. "You have the divine monarch body, and there will be a day when you will reach greater success. This is only a matter of time. However, who knows what will happen in the future? After all, the 10,000 ancient races have ancient kings. Only when you become a saint will our family be at ease. At that time, with the void mirror in hand, even if the ancient kings and saints come out, we won't fear them. You can kill them all. Don't worry, second granduncle. In the future, I will let the family stand tall. Even if the ancient kings come out, they won't dare to harm us. Actually, as long as you and Ziyue can cultivate smoothly and grow up, we won't be too worried. Go out less in the future and let us be at ease." The Ji family's senior elder turned around and left. Everything quietened down. The ancient cave was where Xianxia cultivated. Li Heishui's weak voice rang out, "Brother Haoyue, I have caused trouble for you. Just let me live and die on my own. Don't say such things in the future." Xianxia entered the cave and said solemnly, "Just rest and recover. You will be fine." Ziyue sat cross-legged in the air. Rays of light shot out from her body to help him heal his injuries. Don't waste your energy, my life is about to end. Li Heishui's injuries were terrifying and couldn't be healed at all. There was a mysterious power destroying his life force that couldn't be stopped. I will go to Fallen Eagle Cliff to take a look. Maybe the barbarian didn't die and survived. Ji Haoyue said. Brother Haoyue, don't take the risk. Not knowing if you are dead or alive might be the best news. Don't go, I don't want to see blood. Li Heishui said, many years ago, I saw the scene of that dog dying. I saw Wu Zhongtian, Lu Kou, and Jiang Huiran leave me, making my life worse than death. My best friend was covered in blood. Every time I would wake up from nightmares. This is the greatest pain in the world. The people you mentioned might not be dead. That dog might still be alive. There is no need to feel despair, maybe it will reappear in the world in the near future. Li Heishui smiled bitterly. Tears fell from his eyes and wounds appeared on his body. Blood splashed out. I have passed the age where I like to fantasize. The real world is really cruel, brother Heishui, rest well. I believe everything will get better. Maybe, one day, Yizi will return and all of us will be reunited. Ji Ziyue comforted. Ziwei Ancient Star Region, Outer Realm Space. Baiying Palace circled around and caught up to the small heavenly palace in front. It was actually going to connect with another palace. Boom. Finally, the Eight Visions Palace collided with a palace up ahead, enshrouded in purple mist and flickering with multicolored light. Although it was shaking violently, nothing was damaged. There was a mysterious power circulating between the two. The few of them revealed strange expressions. They stood in the Baiying Palace and didn't act rashly. Everything seemed very mysterious. It was as if Baiying Palace was specially built to send people here. The so-called weightlessness in outer space was not a problem for cultivators. The few of them hesitated for a moment. Yi Fan walked forward first. Of course, he took out the two ancient holy weapons to prevent accidents. The exit of Baiying Palace was connected to the main hall of the Heavenly Palace. They could walk in smoothly. This was a palace that had existed for who knew how many years. The few of them walked inside. It was as if they had traveled through history and returned to the ancient times. They had arrived at a place where the gods were resting. That old man on the bull and that young man, don't tell me they passed away here? Li Tian murmured. Say something auspicious. If that person who calls himself Angel Ox comes out, you won't be able to bear the consequences, Yan Yishi warned in a low voice. Li Tian shrunk his neck and felt a chill run down his spine. He thought of the unparalleled strength of that green bull. If it really squeezed him like a little chick, that scene made his hair stand on end. After passing through this palace, Yi Fan saw a long scroll. An ancient city stood tall. An old man on a bull was heading west, and a middle-aged man was respectfully welcoming him. Purple chi came from the east, spanning 30,000 miles, spreading over the mountains and rivers. Then, the old man entered the city and left behind a scripture before continuing west. Later on, Yi Fan was shocked. He finally understood the true meaning of leaving Hanggu Pass. Heading west and opening the western gate of Hanggu Pass, there was a bright starry sky. How can this be? Where was that ancient city built? Why is there a starry sky after opening the gate? Yi Fan was truly dumbstruck. He knew that the middle-aged man in the painting had to be Yishi, who was guarding the Hanggu Pass in history. But now, it seemed that there were too many secrets. There were many jaw-dropping regions in ancient China that no one could understand. There was a person named Yishi in ancient history who did kneel to welcome Laozi. Now it seemed that the Hanggu Pass he guarded had a special meaning. It was connected to the starry sky and was a very mysterious city in ancient China. According to the legends, there were many stories about Laozi's journey to the west, but those people and places could not be found in ancient China because it was too mystical. It turned out that everything happened in the star field. With this truth, all the so-called events of Laozi's journey to the west could be connected. Yishi guarded an ancient city that was connected to the starry sky. Such an important place close to the gods, how could he be immortal? Countless thoughts emerged in Yi Fan's mind. Did many places or special cities in ancient China have extraordinary meaning and value? The five-colored altar. Yi Qinggu exclaimed. Right in front of them, there was a spacious hall. There were no traces of time and it was extremely tranquil. There was a very large five-colored altar built in the center. It was not small and could definitely cross the star field. Yi Fan immediately made this judgment and was extremely excited. Ha ha ha. Li Tian laughed and said, "Here I come to the Big Dipper star field. Tremble, primordial girls, divine child Li Tian is about to descend. Junior brother, you must not be arrogant. According to Brother Yi, there are tens of thousands of races in the Big Dipper star field and they are all very powerful. The primordial race's goddess can most likely slap you to death," Xianxia said. "Do you think my goddess furnace is a pushover? I don't care if they are goddesses, fairies, mystical fairies, or saintesses. I will suppress them all." Yi Fan climbed up the five-colored altar. He was very excited. This was a kind of hope. There was a way to return. However, no matter how hard he tried, the five-colored altar did not react at all. It did not flash with the five-colored divine light. How can this be? Yi Fan felt uneasy. He was afraid that he would not be able to activate it. However, the reality was very cruel. All their efforts were useless. They could not activate the ancient array platform and could not open the starry ancient path. The divine energy of these five-colored crystals has been used up. We need to replenish them before we can move forward, Yi Qinggu said. Yi Fan also knew this. He took out everything he had and only found a few five-colored crystals. They were obtained from the ancient planet where the Sun Saint Emperor's corpse was buried. He arranged these crystals on the altar. The five-colored altar only flashed a trace of divine light before dimming again. This was because the crystals he took out were insignificant. What should I do? In the end, Yi Fan took out almost all the treasures he had and tried one by one. He wanted to activate the five-colored altar and open the starry ancient path. What kind of creature is this? Yi Qinggu was surprised. She stared at the dragon-headed primordial king that was sealed in the divine source. This guy's head is like a dragon. Will those things on his body have the same effect? Li Tian shouted. Buzz. Suddenly, the void trembled. A pitch-black hole appeared out of nowhere and sucked the primordial king sealed in the divine source. You want to escape? Leave behind the dragon whip. This is the foundation for my human desires Tao to flourish. Li Tian shouted. However, there was a huge pulling force in the black hole that pulled him in. Junior brother. Xianxia shouted. He stretched out his hand and pulled Li Tian. In the end, he was also pulled in. Yi Fan hurriedly acted. However, he was also pulled in as if he was being summoned. This is the aura of the Eastern Barren North region. At this moment, he was shocked. He was extremely shocked because he was too familiar with this aura. Could this passage be connected to the Big Dipper star region? His heart was filled with puzzlement and he could not calm down. You should stay on this ancient star to prove your Tao. The road ahead is uncertain and unpredictable, so don't follow me. I hope I can see you when I cross the star region in the future, Yi Fan said to Yi Qinggu. Yi Qinggu stood there without moving. She naturally did not want to leave. If Yi Fan left this ancient star, she would regain her freedom unless he came back again. On the land of the Ziwei ancient star region, a young man riding a bull to the west sensed the Eight Visions temple rising into the sky. He looked up and let out an angry roar. He held half a page of the Divine Spirit ancient scripture in his hand and said to himself, I will understand it. I will kill my way to that ancient star and kill all of you. Outside the Ziwei ancient star region, in the celestial palace, the black hole on the five-colored sacrificial altar was slowly closing. Yi Fan, Li Tian, and Xianxia were about to disappear. They took one last look at the outside world. Yi Qinggu's figure was tall and slender. Her peerless beauty was flawless, and there was not a trace of emotion on her jade-like oval face. Her eyes that were like black gemstones were unblinking, and the red mole between her eyebrows was dazzling, blooming with endless divine beauty. She watched them leave and used her primordial spirit to cut off the image of Yi Fan in her heart. She would forget about it and walk on the path of proving Tao. One day, I will become a saintess and walk on the path of the great emperor. I will go to the Beidou star region to end all karma. This was her conviction. I will wait for you. As if he had seen through her thoughts, Yi Fan smiled brightly, revealing his snow-white teeth. Yi Qinggu retreated quickly. The severed imprint in her heart reappeared, and it was even clearer than before. It was permanently engraved in her heart. This caused her celestial body to tremble and her primordial spirit to be controlled. As expected, she couldn't cut it off. The black hole finally disappeared. Li Tian's last howl came from inside. Damn it, I'm finally gone. I will no longer be notorious. I want to be the purest son of God. Little girl Yi, the most beautiful woman in the world. If Yi Fan doesn't miss you, I will think of him occasionally. Take care of your fetus. If you give birth to a little Yi, I will consider taking him as my disciple when I return. I will teach him to be the most lecherous man in the world. The path of human desire in the Ziwei ancient star region can't be lost. I will hand over the great responsibility of restoring the orthodoxy to him. Finally, the void passage disappeared. The three of them left the ancient star forever. Their divine thoughts echoed in the celestial palace. Yi Qingwu's clothes were whiter than snow, and she was peerlessly beautiful and breathtaking. At this moment, she was angered to the point her entire body trembled while her skin was crystalline and trembling. She wished for nothing more than to toss out the moon tower in her hand and smash the space before slapping them out once more. There was endless darkness and eternal desolation. There was a terrifying aura coming from the other end of the passage. It belonged to a vast life planet. What path is this? Brother Yi, are you sure that we're returning to the Big Dipper star region? Xianxia asked. Yes, that's the aura of the land I'm familiar with. However, there seems to be an endless unknown and danger at the exit. We have to be careful. Yi Fan's expression was solemn. Why is it so strange? Can he still cross the star domain without stepping onto the five-colored altar? Li Tian wasn't blindly optimistic. He didn't always think about his primordial goddess. Xianxi's complexion was like jade, and he indeed had the foundation to be a romantic saint son of his generation. Having read many ancient books, he thought of some records. The five-colored altar isn't the only way to traverse the starry sky. There are other methods, but they don't seem to belong to the human race. When he spoke these words, Yi Fan's expression became even more serious, because he long had a premonition, guessing at something. He stared at the archaic king sealed within the divine source. Hide all of your aura and don't reveal anything. There will definitely be a matchless expert at the exit. If we don't handle it properly, we might all die. What, it's that serious? Li Tian was horrified. He immediately retracted his smile and became serious. Then what should we do? Xianxia also felt that the situation was extremely serious. They could cross to the northern Dipper star domain, but they might not survive. There might be an incomparably terrifying existence guarding the exit. Senior brother, what do the records you've read say? Can you be more detailed? Li Tian said. His mind worked quickly. This was a person who didn't want to suffer losses, and he definitely wouldn't do something that would send him to his death. An incomparably powerful existence. Comparable to an archaic emperor. It condensed its entire life's essence energy to carve out a type of divine altar that can summon its blood kin and have them return. The three of them stared at the archaic king sealed within the divine source, and their expressions all changed. It wasn't hard to imagine what was at the other end of the star domain. A race with a dragon head and a human body. There's no doubt that it's a powerful race, Xianxia said. We're in big trouble now. Li Tian nodded in agreement. There was no longer any trace of evil, but instead, there was a hidden worry. The road ahead was simply a dead end. Yi Fan finally set foot on his way back. He saw hope, but he immediately smelled the scent of death. Anyone's heart would feel heavy. None of the archaic races were good people, not to mention that there might be a group of kings waiting at the exit. Damn it, they're going to summon the copper warship that's carrying dozens of ancient kings and 3 great sage. Even Yi Fan wanted to curse. He knew that things had gotten out of hand this time. A ship full of half-dead ancient kings and 3 great sage immemorial might have been killed by the crazy Ol in the outer realm. If he was summoned back this time, the eastern wasteland's 10,000 archaic races would definitely go crazy. This was an unbearable result. this debt would definitely be placed on his head. After all, it was all because of him. Otherwise, the crazy owl wouldn't have known that a ship full of ancient saints had arrived in the Ziwei star domain. The result would definitely be horrifying. Flaying him alive would be considered a light punishment, and lighting him into a sky lantern would be considered a gentle punishment. If he fell into the hands of the archaic races, he wouldn't have a good ending. Brother Yi, why is your face green? What's the big deal? Isn't it just death at most? Li Tian said. A ship full of ancient kings. I can't die even if I wanted to, Yi Fan said. After understanding the reason, Li Tian gritted his teeth. He felt a toothache for Yi Fan. How about I give you a quick death so you don't have to suffer? Go hang where the wind is cold. Is there no other way? Yan Yishi asked. It's not that there isn't, but it's no different from suicide, Yi Fan said. What way? Li Tian asked. Make this ancient corpse disappear, Yi Fan said. Without another word, Li Tian took out the goddess cauldron and prepared to destroy the corpse. Wait. Yi Fan stopped him. There's still time to act now. I'm opening a path of escape. If we destroy this corpse, we won't be able to summon those on the other side of the starry sky. If we destroy it now, the void passage will immediately close, and we'll be sealed here forever, exiled to eternal darkness. We'll die all the same, Yi Fan said. That's still better than being slapped to death by a coward. My life's creed doesn't include dying in battle. That's not my style, Li Tian muttered. The fist-sized goddess furnace in his hand was sparkling and translucent. Traveling on the ancient path of the starry sky, if it's suddenly interrupted, it'll be extremely terrifying. It might even lead to immediate annihilation, Yan Yishi warned. The instant the ancient path was interrupted, they might be exiled to eternal darkness, or they might immediately shatter the vacuum and return everything to its original state, resulting in a great destruction. The hearts of the three were shrouded in a layer of shadow. This was simply a path of death. If this continued, they would die before long. The ancient royalty waiting for them at the exit would definitely be ruthless. To think that I, divine child Li Tian, crossed millions and millions of miles from the Ziwei ancient star region to the Big Dipper star region. Was it just to make a dazzling appearance and then be slapped to death by someone? No matter how you look at it, I'm just stupid. Am I so unwelcome by the heavens that I'm rushing to my death? Damn your grandpa. Li Tian's resentment soared to the heavens. He scratched his head and thought hard. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something and said, Senior brother, those bastard ancestors of ours seem to have left behind a book that seemed to elaborate on the great Tao of space. Even though it's a mess, it might be related to our life and death. They cleaned out the cave dwelling of human desire path. It could be considered a relocation of the entire sect. The two of them rummaged through the various collections and took out the pupil along with a pile of ancient books. The little fellow's face was full of hidden bitterness. He didn't have time to say anything before he was thrown back. He wrinkled his nose in anger. Found it. The three of them huddled together and studied a yellowed ancient book. They sank into silence and carefully analyzed it. This is the way of the saints. We can't comprehend it completely, but the most obvious part is to find a spatial node. We can forcefully open a path to escape from the starry ancient path. This was also dangerous. They might float in the dark depths of the universe forever with no path forward and no way back. However, this was the only feasible way for them. Otherwise, they would die without a doubt. With the ancient divine weapon in hand, it shouldn't be a problem to break through a spatial node. However, there's not much time left. We must quickly find a few. In the following time, they repeatedly calculated and concentrated their spirit. They stared at the ancient path and finally found a few nodes. Calm down, don't attack. Wait until we get close to the Big Dipper star region before we break through. Otherwise, we will be exiled in the depths of the universe. There's no village ahead or shop behind, and we'll forever miss out on ancient planets with life. Yi Fan warned. He had floated alone in the dark for 7 years and was deeply afraid of that feeling. Finally, after another unbearable period, Yi Fan was shaken. I can feel the aura of the eastern wasteland. It's the Big Dipper star region without a doubt. Yes, I can also sense a planet with life. Xianxia nodded. Li Tian held the goddess cauldron and shook it at the dried corpse. A weak beam of divine light flew out and entered the ancient divine weapon, sucking away the last of its vitality. The spatial node has appeared. Now is the time. They were simply like stowaways. At this time, they began to forcefully jump off the ship. The three of them activated the fist-sized transparent divine furnace together. With a boom, they pierced through a spatial node and broke out. In the northern domain, many ancient race experts were gathered in the Valley of Gods. There was even an ancient ancestor present. At this time, they were all startled. What happened? There was a fluctuation in the ancient emperor's divine altar. However, they didn't think too much about it because they were very excited. They were about to witness the return of a legend from the past and understand many truths. In the outer domain, Yi Fan and the others broke through and entered the cold and dark universe. They could clearly feel the aura of an ancient planet with life in front of them. Great, it's not that far. We can use the ancient divine weapon to break through space and travel there. Yi Fan was very restless. He had tried his best and narrowly escaped death to return to his hometown. He didn't expect to return to this ancient planet with life after wandering for 12 years. Divine Son Li Tian has arrived. Everyone, tremble! Li Tian shouted excitedly. We have finally controlled our fate and broken through the situation of certain death. Xianxia wiped off his cold sweat. The time they had just experienced was not long, but it was extremely dangerous. It could be said that they had walked step by step towards death. At the last moment, they finally broke free from the shackles of fate. Now, they all breathed a sigh of relief. I'm back. Yi Fan looked at the ancient planet with life in front of him. He thought of the scenes from the past. The faces of his old friends, the scenes of battle, the passion of blood, the sorrow of parting. The figures of Pang Bo, Li Heishui, Ji Ziyue, Little Nan Nan, the big black dog, and the others appeared one by one. I'm back again. Ah, in the Ziwei ancient galaxy, Yin Tianda roared into the sky. His black hair danced wildly as if he was possessed. His eyes were as sharp as lightning, piercing through the sky for dozens of miles. On this day, the purple aura spread for thousands of miles and covered the desolate mountains. Many powerful beasts were frightened and all knelt on the ground. The phoenix blood crimson gold scripture in Yin Tianda's hand gushed out multicolored mist, dyeing the sky red. Even his skin was scarlet red. He silently gazed at the sky, and in the end, he resolutely spat out these sonorous words, the ancient stars that even the great ancient emperors want to go to, I will naturally descend and slaughter all of you to prove my Tao. In outer space, there was a deathly stillness. Looking at the Big Dipper from the sky, it was a magnificent celestial body. In the middle, a great life star was right in front of them. It was filled with an awe-inspiring aura as if an ancient god was slumbering. Yi Fan was in the eternal outer space. He could feel the desolation and atmosphere. At this moment, they were being pulled by the gravitational force of this great star and were moving around it. It's really majestic. What a big star. It's too vast. Li Tian was shocked. At this moment, it wasn't that they couldn't reach the ground by using the ancient holy weapon. However, they felt that it would take a long time because this ancient life star was too big. The time needed to reach the ground would be unbearable. It would be best if we could build a teleportation formation. In a while, we'll flip through the ancient books left behind by those bastards and see if there are any related records. The human desires Tao had more than one saint. Some of them had traveled through the star systems and studied teleportation formations. Naturally, they had left behind some valuable works. What's that? Xianxi's expression changed. He stared at the darkness in the distance, revealing a suspicious expression. They weren't in a hurry to descend to the ground. Instead, they floated around freely. Compared to the giant ancient life star, they were like specks of dust orbiting the ground. In front of them, a mountain-like shadow towered majestically. It was extremely horrifying, as if there was a celestial body lying there. Strands of strange aura transmitted over. When they were dozens of li away, a cold metallic luster seeped out. This was an iron peak that was 1,000 meters tall. It was like a meteor, heavy and oppressive. What is this? Why is there such a big iron chunk? Li Tian was quite surprised. This iron chunk seemed to be extraordinary. It seemed to be a type of divine iron, but it lacked the corresponding essence energy. He couldn't sense the fluctuation of divine power. After a dozen li or so, even though the void was very dark, he could see the potholes on the surface. It was full of blade marks and sword holes. There were even many terrifying cracks as if it had been shattered by life. Moreover, there were dark bloodstains on the surface. Although they had long dried up, they still emitted a dreadful desolation as if they had experienced an unimaginable and incomparable battle. This is indeed a type of divine metal, a precious material that even sect master level figures can only encounter and not seek. How could there be such a large piece? This is too exaggerated, Xianxia said with a sigh. Normally, if one could obtain a piece of the size of a fist and refine it into a weapon, it would become a precious weapon that sect master level figures would be unable to contain their joy. However, there was a 1,000-meter tall piece of divine metal here. However, they also felt that something was off. This piece of precious iron had lost all of its spiritual essence and no longer possessed the corresponding divine might. They didn't know just how long it had floated here for this to happen. If I'm not mistaken, this should be a shattered primordial sacred weapon. Even if it's 1,000 meters tall, it's only a small piece of it, said Ji Fan. The ancient saints all possessed great power, and the scene of them refining weapons was unimaginable. If they were able to find a divine material, a fist-sized chunk might be enough, and it could be used to forge a sacred weapon. If the materials were not good enough, it might exhaust the endless mountains and rivers to gather spiritual energy to forge a weapon. In the ancient times, the 1-inch mountain and river small seal in the hands of some saints looked sparkling and translucent, exquisite and small, but in reality, it was formed from 10,000 li of rivers and mountains. When it was truly enlarged, it would be boundless. There's another piece over there. Sure enough, not long after, they saw another 1,000-meter-long piece of divine metal. It was cold and eerie, and it was covered in dried bloodstains. They were even more sure that it was undoubtedly a destroyed primordial sacred weapon. Moreover, they also saw a broken ancient bow that was several dozen meters long. Then, they saw a purple-golden hammer that was almost out of shape, and a broken bell. They all seem to be left by saints, but they're all destroyed beyond recognition. Not only have the spiritual essence of the materials been exhausted, but the Tao patterns engraved inside have also been obliterated. All of the ruined ancient weapons were circling around the earth, eternally floating in the boundless outer space, recording the tragic and stirring events of the past. I know. This is the so-called alien battlefield, Yi Fan said. A long time ago, he had heard people say that the saints in the ancient times could easily destroy heaven and earth when they fought. As long as they fought, endless mountains and rivers would collapse, and people would be plunged into misery and suffering. Therefore, they all went to the alien battlefield. At this moment, it didn't take much to know that this boundless outer space was the place where the ancient saints fought in the past. This kind of battlefield hadn't been used for tens of thousands of years, because it was too difficult to find a saint nowadays, let alone to engage in a life-and-death battle. Not long after, everything confirmed their guess. They circled around the earth, sped up, and entered an ancient battlefield. This place was very messy, with many pieces hanging in the air. It was mainly caused by a few super-large sacred weapons that had been broken and scattered, like a pile of rocks. Moreover, there were collapsed ancient watchtowers, abandoned battleships, and huge pieces of bones that had long been rotten beyond recognition in this area. These remains are so huge. What kind of creatures do they belong to? Even a toe bone is 10 zhang long. Xianxia was surprised. There were many pieces of bones here, which belonged to different creatures. Some were completely black, some were light blue, and some were silvery white. They were all different. Creatures comparable to saints. Every drop of their blood can kill an almighty, and their bones are even more precious. Li Tian rubbed his hands, his eyes very bright. At this moment, they had entered the depths of the alien battlefield. Battle suits, bronze ships, ancient weapons, and all kinds of broken things could be seen from time to time. Don't even think about it. These remains are at least hundreds of thousands of years old, or even from the primeval age. Their essence has long been drained, and they don't have the power they once had. They were almost rotten during the great battle, Yifan said. What a pity. It's a waste that we can't use them properly. Li Tian was regretful. Suddenly, he screamed strangely. He jumped up high, turned around quickly, and touched his buttocks. It was as if he had been abused by a devil. He screamed with all his might, and his face was snow white. He jumped up and down in terror. There were some bloodstains on his palm, and there was a bloody broken hand on his buttocks. It made one's scalp go cold and their hair stand on end. Li Tian said with a sobbing tone, I'm just joking. I didn't mean to blaspheme the saints. Ancestors, please rest in peace. Don't lower yourself to my level. Yifan and Xianxia also felt strange. This ancient battlefield was very strange. How did that hand fly over? They actually didn't sense it at all. F*ck, a drop of a saint's blood can kill a cult master. I touched a hand of blood. How many times do I have to die? Li Tian screamed, and the broken hand on his buttocks trembled. This is a broken hand from several tens of thousands of years ago. The saint's essence energy has long since flowed out, so it won't hurt you. Don't scare yourself, said Xianxia. Li Tian spent a great deal of effort to remove the broken hand. He placed it in the void as if he was worshipping a god. He was indeed a bit scared. His powerful divine sense was extremely sharp, but just now, he didn't sense anything at all before his buttocks were grabbed. When they were about to leave this region, they saw a rotten wooden chest in the ruins. He couldn't sense anything, but Yifan still opened it. Wang, divine radiance flew out in all directions. It was eternally brilliant, and there was a head-sized divine source floating inside. It was actually isolated by the rotten wooden chest. Too beautiful. Li Tian sighed in admiration. In the head-sized divine source, there was a fist-sized flower bud that was about to bloom. It was sparkling and glistening, dazzling and enchanting. It seemed to possess a type of demonic nature, forcefully placing one's mind on it. They wanted nothing more than to immediately enter and be unable to free themselves, making them want to fall forever. The three of them had never seen such a beautiful and flawless flower bud. Even though it hadn't bloomed, it was the most beautiful. There were red, orange, yellow, green, azure, blue, purple, and many other types of sparkling brilliance. Why can't I control myself? I want to offer my primordial spirit to it and enter deep inside. My entire body feels comfortable, and I want to forever fall and sink into the flower bud. Hurry, stop looking. This is a demonic flower. In the end, they forcefully severed their connection with it with great willpower. They then used the rotten wooden chest to seal it, and their bodies emitted a wave of cold air. After an unknown amount of time, Li Tian seemed to have thought of something and said, I've seen a record in an ancient book. There is a type of divine flower that only the great ancient emperors can admire. It is said to be the most beautiful thing in the world. The instant it blooms, even the ancient saints will be greatly injured. When others see it, their primordial spirit will turn into ashes, leaving behind only an empty shell, turning them into walking corpses. Yifan and Xianxia immediately broke out in cold sweat. This was a strange and terrifying flower. It wasn't something mortals could see at all, which was why it was called the divine flower. Li Tian continued, legend has it that it was left behind from the immortal world. Once it withers, it will turn into a seed that will tear through the sky and be reborn in another world. Yifan said, we are going to descend on the ancient star with life below. If the ancient races and ancient kings appear in great numbers, this divine flower might be of great use in the future. It can also be considered a divine flower bestowed by the heavens. The great earth below shouldn't have really undergone a great change and need to use this kind of thing, right? Xianxia said. They continued forward and unexpectedly discovered an ancient formation platform. After pondering it for a long time, they discovered that it could still be used. It was actually connected to the great earth. The heavens are really helping us. We can immediately descend. The three of them climbed onto the ancient formation platform and filled in the origin blocks. They were ready to descend on the great star below. But at this time, their eyes froze. In the cold starry sky, there was a very small ancient ship flying in their direction. It wasn't very fast, but its direction didn't change. It was very clear as it gradually approached the ancient star with life. The second and third cosmic speeds were useless against it. With a mysterious force, it continued to move at a constant speed. It flew over from the depths of the cosmos. The three of their hearts jumped as they watched it appear in the outer realm battlefield. Then, it began to circle around like them. There must be some secret to the ancient star where even the great ancient emperors descended. It can't be that some giant has come, right? Li Tian was bewildered. The ancient ship was very small, only about 3 meters long. At most, there would be 2 or 3 people inside. They tried to probe and found 2 extremely weak auras, as if they were about to reach the end of their lives. There really is a living creature. This is not good. Existences that dare to come like this can't be ordinary. Ordinary people definitely can't afford to provoke them. They came for the Big Dipper ancient star field. Are they chasing the footsteps of the great ancient emperors, or do they have other intentions? Let's go. Don't provoke them. Although their life force has almost been severed, there might still be great danger. They didn't want to cause trouble. The identity of the guests from the outer realms was unknown. There weren't many ancient stars with life in the vast universe. The owner of such an ancient ship that could cross the star field must be extremely mysterious and powerful. They didn't want to cause trouble. This was especially true after Yi Fan experienced the misfortune of a ship full of ancient kings. He was even more afraid of these things. It was more important to return to the ground. If he provoked a saint-level existence, he definitely wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. With a flash of light, the ancient formation was activated. They disappeared from the outer realm battlefield and appeared on the vast earth in the next moment. I'm back. After stepping on the thick earth, Yi Fan couldn't help but roar towards the sky. Yi Fan had experienced 9 deaths and 1 life, yet he was unable to return to his homeland. He had wandered for 12 whole years and finally returned to this land. He really wanted to see his old friends from the past. Under the setting sun, the earth was dyed in the color of blood. Ahead, the terrain was vast and boundless like a plateau. It was extremely barren with scarlet rocks everywhere. There weren't many plants. There were a few dilapidated Taoist temples in the distance. They were all short and quite far from each other. Under the afterglow of the setting sun, they were gilded in a faint golden color, giving them a type of divine aura. Barren, dilapidated, faint golden radiance, and divine aura interweaved together, giving people a strange feeling. This was a scene worthy of being stared at, as if it had been accumulated over the years. Yi Fan stood there as if he wanted to see through the entire earth. His gaze seemed to have penetrated 12 years, searching for old friends from the past. Divine child Li Tian has descended. Archaic girls, tremble. Li Tian exhaled and let out a long howl towards the sky, startling countless birds. The birds flapped their wings in the setting sun, cutting through the faint golden heaven and earth. They disturbed the tranquility and auspiciousness, but they also added a bit of liveliness to the evening scene. These old Taoist temples are quite particular. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to descend from outer space, said Xianxia. In the distance, there were a few dilapidated Taoist temples on the verge of collapse. They were natural and tranquil, dyed in a faint golden radiance, suppressing the power of heaven and earth here. At first glance, they didn't feel anything, but the more they looked, the more they felt it to be mysterious and extraordinary. It almost made them infatuated, as if there was a type of aura of the great Tao. Yes, we returned from outer space. That is the battlefield of the ancient saints. The one who participated in the battle from here was definitely a saint, said Yi Fan. Then what are we waiting for? Let's quickly plunder. Even a pedicure blade left behind by an ancient saint could be a divine artifact. Li Tian was quite exaggerated. Unfortunately, apart from birds, there was nothing else in these small Taoist temples. This place had become their habitat, and it was very peaceful under the setting sun. In the end, they left this desolate plateau. Ahead was an endless mountain ridge with dense forests. Wild beasts ran amok and strange birds soared in the sky. This place is too primitive. Why haven't we seen a single person after flying for so many days? Half a month later, Li Tian nagged non-stop. Another 2 days passed, and they finally saw an apothecary. He was picking herbs in a ravine on a high mountain. Upon asking, they found out that this was the southern mountains. Middle ground, eastern wilderness, northern plains, western desert, and southern mountains were the 5 major regions of the Baie d'Eau Star region. This was the first time Yifan had set foot on the land of this region. Fortunately, they did not enter the most primitive area of the southern mountains. Otherwise, they might not be able to get out even after flying for a few months. I've been gone for 12 years. I wonder what has happened. When will I be able to meet Peng Bo, Ziyu, Nan Nan, and Li Heishui? Yifan muttered to himself. They flew out of the mountains and saw an ancient city. Li Tian couldn't help but say, in this world, can I sweep through the younger generation alone? It shouldn't be a problem for me to become an extraordinary divine child, right? He had a disdainful look on his face, as if he was the #1 expert in the world, looking down on the world. Yifan smiled but didn't say anything else. He didn't know how strong his old friends were, so he had to experience everything himself. Junior brother, you must be careful. Don't get killed here. There must be many secrets and oddities in this ancient planet where the ancient emperors descended. After being away for so long, Yifan urgently wanted to know everything about this world. The 3 of them soon entered the ancient city and arrived at a bustling area. Not long after entering the city, Yifan began to ask people about the situation. Before he could say much, people shook their heads at the mention of the eastern wilderness. They all said that it was terrifying. Primordial creatures and powerful cultivators have all kinds of disputes. Sooner or later, there will be a dark upheaval. Yifan's heart sank. He had returned at the right time. As expected, primordial creatures were awakening one after another. There would most likely be chaos in the future. There will be a spirit medicine conference in the ancient Yuantian mountain range. You guys can go there to learn more. There will be cultivators from various regions. The people of the southern mountains didn't know much about the other regions. After all, this ancient planet was too big, and the distance between regions was tens of millions of li. Let's go to the spirit medicine conference to take a look. Yifan immediately made this decision. The southern mountains was just like its name. There were many towering mountains and ancient veins everywhere. Naturally, there were many spirit herbs and even legends of immortal divine medicines. The ancient Yuantian mountain range was once an immortal divine medicine that soared through the sky and left, turning this place into a famous place in the southern mountains. The annual Spirit Medicine Conference of the Southern Mountains was held here every year. All kinds of ancient medicines could be seen. Of course, the so-called conference could also be called an auction. The purpose of the spirit medicines being displayed was to sell them for a sky-high price. Otherwise, who would come here to buy treasures? The ancient vein's spiritual energy was very dense. It occupied a vast area and the mountain range was endless. During these days, it was incomparably lively with cultivators from all over. The arrival of Yifan's group didn't attract many people's attention because they didn't have any spirit medicines on hand. The purpose of those who came was very clear, they only recognized ancient medicines. In the distance, there was a commotion. The medicinal fragrance assailed the nostrils and almost made a group of people drunk. The nearby cultivators all flocked over, creating a clamor. A 35,000-year-old ancient medicine is really too rare. This kind of precious medicine can only be discovered and not sought. The southern mountains is indeed a spiritual land that gathers the spiritual energy of the world. Only like this can such a precious medicine grow. The group of people were all sighing in admiration. Their eyes were burning with passion as they looked at the old medicine. They wanted nothing more than to immediately take it for themselves. I wonder if that dog came or not. This kind of distinguished meeting can't do without it. Once it sees something good, it can't leave. Yifan muttered to himself. A 50,000-year-old medicine has appeared. Someone picked a legendary medicine king. In the distance, there was an uproar. The place was surrounded so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. That was a medicinal field. It was immediately filled with a sea of people. There were people everywhere, and many cultivators wanted nothing more than to start a fight. This ancient medicine had 7 leaves, and each leaf had a different color. It was sparkling and translucent, and its fragrance was intoxicating. Everyone was intoxicated. Li Tian was immediately subdued and said, "A 50,000-year-old ancient medicine is known as a medicine king. It can be used to refine all types of peerless precious pills. My human desire Dao has a wondrous recipe that requires a main medicine of this age." Yi Fan had even seen an undying divine medicine before, so he naturally wasn't as excited as them. He faced it calmly and searched through the crowd. He wanted to find an old friend, regardless of whether it was someone he was familiar with or an enemy. However, he was disappointed. "Let's go and take a look over there. There seems to be a place where experts are discussing the Tao." He walked forward with large steps. "Don't be in such a hurry to leave. There is a legendary medicine king here. Aren't you shocked?" Li Tian wasn't willing to leave. There was a stone platform on the other side. Anyone could go there, and many cultivators were gathered there. The youngsters were the majority, and they were discussing the Tao and the experts of the 5 regions. Yi Fan walked over and sat on a tall platform. He listened attentively. Li Tian and Yan Yishi also sat down. "Who is the number 1 expert of the younger generation?" Someone asked this question. "That's hard to say. The Central Emperor, Southern Monster, and the others were already people who could fight against peak divine masters more than 10 years ago. Who can see through them now? In the current world, I believe that the Yaoguang Saint Child has finally achieved great success in his cultivation. He has begun to truly walk the world and is invincible. No one is his opponent. I personally believe that it is Hua Yunfei. He has been chased after by the cultivators of the world for more than 10 years, and now, is there still anyone who dares to touch him? He has already cultivated the heaven-devouring demonic art and is invincible in his generation. Now, only he can kill others. Xiao Jiuyo has cultivated the tribulation-crossing immortal song. He is probably lonely and invincible now." "You're wrong. You've all overlooked one person, and that is the Purple Mansion's Saintess. She is an innate Tao embryo, and it is rumored that as long as she reaches the Divine Lord realm, she will merge with the Tao. No one in the same generation can be her opponent. More than 10 years have passed, and with her physique, I don't believe that she hasn't reached this realm." "Sai, you guys are only talking about a small portion. You've forgotten about an even more terrifying group of people. Zitiandu, Huangshu Dao, Divine Silkworm Daoist, and many other terrifying existences. The younger generation of the archaic creatures are truly terrifying." When this person's words were spoken, everyone immediately became silent. The Fire Qilin, the Heavenly Prince, Huangshu Dao, Yuan Gu, and Divine Silkworm Daoist were all stunning since ancient times. They suppressed the human race to the point where they couldn't even breathe. They were incomparably terrifying. This is truly a great world not only in name but also in reality. All kinds of physiques have appeared, and even the most powerful inheritors of the 10,000 ancient races have appeared. Who can be number 1 under the heavens? It's impossible to say. Everyone knew that one thing was certain. In this great world, anyone who could defeat all the kings and suppress the inheritors of the 10,000 ancient races would definitely be able to prove themselves. In this great world, there were far too many enemies to face, and they were also far more terrifying. If one were to survive until the end and defeat everyone, the trials they would have to go through would be unimaginable. If one were to prove themselves using this, they would definitely become one of the most powerful great emperors throughout history. This was because this blood-stained emperor's road would surpass the past and become the most terrifying. Say, if the sacred body of the ancients hadn't left so decisively 12 years ago, how terrifying would he be now? Would he be able to suppress Huangshu Dao, Yuan Gu, the Heavenly Prince, and the Divine Silkworm Daoist of the ancient races? I'm afraid there's no hope. Which one of them isn't a living miracle? Even the sacred prince's fate is unknown. It's said that it's because he doesn't get along with the Heavenly Prince. Once the sacred body is accomplished, it would be able to fight against the great emperors of ancient times. I believe that if that genius with the surname Yi were still alive, he would definitely be on par with them, even if there were ancient emperors among the ancestors of those races. I'm afraid there's not much of a chance. He only has a sacred body. He might be able to fight against an ancient inheritor, but there are so many amazing legends out there. There are bound to be a few who are able to suppress him. No one can say for sure without a real battle. There are no ifs in this world. He's already left, so there's still some suspense. At least there's someone among the human race who can't be defeated. Li Tian glanced at Yi Fan and chuckled, but he also felt a sense of pressure. He could tell that there seemed to be many powerful people in this world. It was no wonder that the great emperors of ancient times had come here one after another. At that moment, someone said, "He's not a sacred body. Anyone of Huangshu Dao, Yuan Gu, or the divine silkworm Taoist could kill him with one hand if they were to step forward. So it's one of the major human lineages that have a close relationship with the ancient races," someone said in a low voice. That's right. If the sacred body didn't leave, he wouldn't even be able to get past the experts of the human race. Someone would definitely kill him. How many of his friends are left now? They're all dead. When he heard those words, Yi Fan's mind went blank. His eyes shot out electricity as he looked forward and stared at those people. He wanted to know what had happened. Yi Fan's mind exploded. What had happened in the past 12 years? His old friends were all defeated and killed. These words shook the blood in his body and made it rumble like thunder. Even his primordial spirit was shaken violently. At this moment, his eyes were very frightening. His eyes were like comets that lit up the sky. He urgently wanted to understand the hidden story. His black hair covered his face and fluttered in the wind. He sat cross-legged like a demon god. "Brother Yi, control yourself," Yan Ishi said. Li Tian also patted his shoulder. Yi Fan didn't say anything. He sat there like a rock. His eyes seemed to have passed through 12 years of time and returned to the past. He stood with those old friends and relived those unforgettable times. The bloody battle in the southern region, the battle of the origin technique in the divine city, the narrow escape, the Saint Physique's curse, the absolute beginning forbidden area, the undying mountain, the nest of 10,000 dragons, the unhindered central plains, the celestial pond and the dragon cave in the Qinling mountains. During this period, there were people who risked their lives to save others. There were desperate battles. There were sad songs. There were touching scenes of people supporting each other. They walked together and experienced together. Those people and those things were incomparably clear as if they were still in front of him. Jizue smiled and shed tears. Li Heishui howled at the silver moon. Pang Bushing ate coffin planks. Tu Fei couldn't change his big mouth. Little Nan Nan was obedient and pitiful. The big black dog was greedy and insatiable. Day after day, these scenes were warm, heroic, tearful, joyful, and unforgettable. Kill all over the world, these were the 4 words rumbling in Yi Fan's heart. If these people were really no longer in this world and met with misfortune, he would kill all over the world and kill all his enemies. However, even if he did this, he couldn't change anything. His eyes became cold. He sat cross-legged on the stone platform and listened to these people's discussions. It's been more than a decade. These people are really tough to survive until now. They finally quieted down not long ago. I think they're all dead. It's a miracle that they could survive until now under the pursuit of such experts. When the people present talked about these things, they all sighed. This group of strong people was very powerful, but in the end, they couldn't hold on anymore. Li Xiaoman, Yi Fan's eyes widened. He had heard her name from the crowd. She had actually chased after Li Heishui, Wu Zhongtian, and Jiang Huiran. According to the crowd, she was extremely terrifying. At this moment, his blood qi surged. This woman was truly heartless. She didn't even spare Peng Bo. They came from the same homeland, yet she acted together with Hua Yunfei and other experts, dyeing the eastern wasteland with their blood. Yi Fan didn't say a word. His knuckles were white from clenching, and his expression was even colder. He looked into the distance and really wanted to immediately slaughter his way over and behead those people. Hua Yunfei had become a great person. 12 years ago, he became the common enemy of the world, and he was chased for 8 whole years. He experienced hundreds of death tribulations, but in the end, he still managed to cultivate a ruthless heavenly art. In the current world, there was no longer anyone who wanted to kill him, and many people were in danger. This celestial-like man had an otherworldly temperament. Back then, he was very patient. Yi Fan was very afraid of him, and he knew that he would definitely grow up. Now, it was not surprising that there would be an end between them sooner or later. That woman called Xiaoman also cultivates the heaven-devouring demonic art. Apart from that, she also has a secret art that can summon deities. Her power is boundlessly terrifying, and she is most likely not inferior to Hua Yunfei. Back then, just how stunning was that Pang Bo? He had overtaken all the saints and suppressed his peers. However, his body had almost been snatched away by that demonic god that had been summoned. His vitality had dried up, and his vitality had been greatly damaged. He had almost died. It was also because of that battle that he began to walk the path of defeat. Otherwise, his potential would be boundless. Li Xiaoman. These 3 words came out of Yi Fan's mouth. His tightly clenched knuckles had already turned from white to green, and his expression was very cold. His heart was filled with anger. He knew that Hua Yunfei would be ruthless and attack him once he achieved great success. However, he didn't expect Li Xiaoman to be even more extreme. She even attacked Pang Bo and wanted to kill an old friend who came from the same place. This was a stone platform, and there were many people sitting cross-legged here. They were talking about the powerful people in the world. Originally, this topic was about to be passed over, and it was impossible to talk about it in detail. However, Yan Yishi and Li Tian knew that Yi Fan urgently wanted to understand the situation of his old friend. The 2 of them spoke cleverly, and this topic was brought back. Yi Fan was silent. He quietly sat behind the stone platform and listened to everyone talk about all kinds of things. North Emperor Tingwei died. This news was not a small blow to Yi Fan. It caused a ripple to appear on his ice-cold face. It was indeed somewhat out of his expectations. Is this person very strong? Li Tian saw his expression change, and couldn't help but ask in a low voice. 12 years ago, he could suppress all the sect masters, and the masters of the land of the great sage were extremely afraid of him. He was called the North Emperor, and at that time, he definitely had a place in the top 5 of the young generation. He was already so strong 12 years ago? Li Tian was shocked. Yi Fan nodded. Back then, he purely relied on the black gourd to burn Wang Ting alive, and he didn't use his own strength to kill him. In that battle, North Emperor was extremely sullen. He had the strength to look down on the world, but he couldn't use it. He looked down on the world, but he was finally crushed to death by the copper coffin and the black gourd. If it was a real battle, even back then, including the older generation, not many people could suppress him. That was a great regret in his life. In the world today, if there is anyone who wants the saint physique to return, it would be Wang Ting. After that battle, he used the ancient emperor's war chariot to revive, and he has been brooding over it for 12 years. In that battle, North Emperor was indeed extremely sullen. Otherwise, with his true strength, who in the world could suppress him? Shu, lower your voice. Now, whoever dares to mention him as North Emperor will be killed. Yi Fan was silent as he listened to their narration. North Emperor's providence didn't decrease, and it was even more prosperous. Back then, he actually obtained another kind of inheritance from the ancient palace that Ji Clan's Void the Arch personally built. Ancient Chaos inheritance, and what was suspected to be the Void Thearch's inheritance. One person cultivated the scriptures of 2 ancient Thearchs. This was really rare. Yi Fan clearly understood that when he killed Wang Ting that day, it wasn't because of his true strength. In that distant prairie in the north, there was a terrifying enemy that looked down on the world waiting for his return. There would definitely be an earth-shattering battle. Li Tian listened and gritted his teeth. Yan Yishi continued to raise the topic so that Yi Fan could understand more about his old friend. The North Plains Wang clan had a close relationship with the primordial race. When they were chasing Li Heishui and company, they colluded with the primordial race to attack. Someone personally saw Zi Tian of the Valley of Gods kill Wu Zhongtian off Eagle Cliff, and his blood stained the stone walls. Wang clan. I will make a trip to the North Plains. Yi Fan muttered to himself. At the mention of the primordial imperial race, someone talked about the legends, Huang Shudao, Heavenly Prince, Yuan Gu, Fire Qilin, Divine Silkworm Daoist, and others. Yuan Gu had once chased after Pang Bo, wanting to obtain the demon the Arch 9 Slashes. If not for the monkey, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Because of this, the monkey was also involved and didn't get along well with Undying Heavenly Prince and Yuan Gu. There were many disasters that befell him, and it was unknown whether he was still alive or not. Yi Fan also unexpectedly learned that Pang Bo had taken control of the body and killed the possessor. Most of the demons had complicated attitudes toward him. The important figures didn't take action because of old friendships, and they didn't take back the ancient scriptures. However, they didn't protect him anymore. Red Dragon Daoist and Peacock King remembered old friendships and saved his life many times, but they couldn't change anything. Who else is going to take action? Li Tian asked on behalf of Yi Fan. He felt that the enemies Yi Fan had to face were incomparably terrifying, and there were many of them. Central Continent's great sect, Yin Yang sect, had a long inheritance and had once produced the unrivaled great sage of the human race who had killed foreign deities. They had taken action before. In addition, there was a mysterious woman in clothes whiter than snow. Her style was peerless, and her face couldn't be seen. She was also an old friend of Yi Fan's who had chased after him. Who was this woman? Yi Fan was startled. He thought for a long time, but he couldn't think of anyone who had offended such a woman. Moreover, he unexpectedly learned that this woman was too mysterious and strange. She even wanted to kill Li Xiaoman. They had fought before, but the result was unknown. Have you ever abandoned someone after using them? Li Tian kindly reminded him, but no matter how he looked at it, it was asking for a beating. Go where the wind is cold. Then, he thought of Li Heishui, Wu Zhongtian, Lu Kou, and the others. Their grandfathers were one of the 13 great bandits of the northern region. Did they not appear to protect him? With the appearance of two great ancient killer dynasties, not even the 13 great bandits of the northern region can do anything. The two great ancient killer dynasties of the underworld and the human world no longer concealed themselves. They finally appeared in this chaotic world. Their divine sons and goddesses were known to be able to kill all kings. Their ancient palaces were built from the skulls of various kings and their carpets were made from the skins of ancient saints. In this world and the underworld, the divine sons and goddesses terrified all sections. They carried out the will of their ancestors and wanted to prove their Tao through slaughter. If one were to talk about the number one figures of the younger generation, they would certainly be counted among them. However, not many cultivators here dared to mention them. One could imagine just how scared they were. Li Heishui's grandfather, the 8th great bandit Li Heng, died in battle on a barren mountain in the northern region. He was nailed to the cliff by an old assassin of the underworld's killer dynasty. Lu Kou's grandfather, the 6th great bandit Lu Feng, dyed the divine city red with blood. He was pierced through the crown of his head by an old assassin of the human world. When Yi Fan heard this, he gritted his teeth and clenched his fists tightly. Even one of the 13 great bandits had fallen. No wonder their descendants could not keep their lives. The most important thing is that the number one of the 13 great bandits, the most mysterious old man, is suspected to have passed away. Some people say that he is in seclusion, trying to break through to a realm unimaginable to ordinary people. He buried himself alive, and I'm afraid it will be difficult for him to come out in 100 years. He is missing a powerful deterrent. Is there anyone else? Yan Yishi asked, helping Yi Fan understand everything. With so many enemies, he thought that there should be no one else. However, the reality was unexpected. There really was someone else, and they were incomparably powerful. This was a group of mysterious people who had never revealed their identity. They had once gone to the southern region's supreme mystery sect to kill an unknown person, Zhang Wenchang. Later, people found out that he was a person closely related to the divine body. At first, the Supreme Mystery Sect thought that a great enemy had arrived, and many experts had died. It was not until Li Ruoyu of the Humble Peak made a move that the strong enemy was scared away. I really didn't expect that Li Ruoyu of the Humble Peak would be so terrifying. He is comparable to the great sages of the ancient times. He is only a mortal body, but he is so amazing. After sitting for hundreds of years, he had mediocre talent, and finally soared into the sky. Li Ruoyu was a cultivator with great wisdom and perseverance. When Yi Fan heard this, he let out a long breath. Zhang Wenchang was unharmed, but he soon became vigilant again. That group of mysterious people had also ambushed Lu Yi when she came out of the jade pool. Although they did not succeed, it seriously explained the problem. Who is it? Who are these people? Are they former classmates? It shouldn't be like this. There is no reason for them to turn against each other. They shouldn't have killed these two people. Yi Fan had doubts in his heart. All the enemies looked around, and one cold gaze after another. Yi Fan seemed to have already felt it. He knew that there would be a great battle. He would walk on a bloody path of a warrior, and there would be endless blood and bones along the way. Did you know that this time, one of the barbarian tribes in the southern mountains will be in great trouble? The experts of the Wan family of the northern plains are going to wipe them out, someone said. Dongfang Yi, the barbarian, had a good relationship with Pang Bo and the others. In the past 10 years, they had experienced many deaths together, and the small tribe he was in was implicated. I heard some people say it. Is it true? It can't be fake. I heard that the Wan family has already moved, and they have most likely already made their move. Didn't you see that there are not as many people coming to the spirit medicine conference today as there were a few days ago? Those who are well informed have all gone to watch the show. Let's go and kill. Yi Fan immediately stood up, his expression was incomparably cold. This news made his blood boil with anger. He heard that Dongfang Yi might have died in battle, and now, his clansmen were being bullied. How could he not be angry? Are they going to start a massacre in the southern mountains? Li Tian said. Wherever I am, that is the battlefield. Yi Fan's killing intent pierced through the 9 heavens. Yi Fan stood up and left the stone platform in large strides. Many people raised their eyebrows and looked suspiciously at his back, feeling that he looked familiar. Who is this person? What a powerful blood chi. It's as if there's a horned dragon coiling around his body, someone said in fear. Yi Fan walked away with majestic steps, giving people a very handsome back. No one would have thought that he had returned. The world was too big, and not many people had seen him before. Let's go and take a look. The Wang clan is really powerful. They have a close relationship with the ancient race and dare to come to the southern mountains to wipe out a clan. How domineering. Alright, let's go and take a look. The ancient mountains are covered with battle clouds. There will definitely be a life and death battle. The battle blood in Yi Fan's heart surged. He wanted nothing more than to kill his way to the front. He wanted to enter the northern plains and uproot the Wang clan. That clan really thinks they can cover the sky with one hand. As long as I, Divine Sun Li Tian, am here, they can forget about being supreme in the world. My human desire orthodoxy will flourish here. Li Tian said. He treated this battle as the battle that would make him famous on this ancient star. The murderous intent in Yi Fan's heart was like the sea. His gaze seemed to penetrate this land. The southern mountains was also a battlefield and would become a path of no return for the invaders. No matter how many came, they would die. Is there a teleportation formation here? He asked around, but he was afraid that he wouldn't make it in time. If he was late, he would be letting down Dongfang Ye's clansmen. An old apothecary over 60 years old said, there is a formation platform in front, but it's very shabby. It's often troublesome to pass through space. However, many people are borrowing it, saying that they are going to some wild mountain range too. Watch the battle. Yi Fan rushed over with large strides. Li Tian and Yan Yishi followed closely behind. Like 3 bolts of lightning, they surpassed everyone and appeared on an ancient platform. This divine formation was indeed shabby. It was obvious that it had existed for tens of thousands of years and was barely usable. When the 3 of them released their powerful auras, no one dared to compete with them. So what if the North Arch is alive? This time, we will give them a cold corpse and destroy their primordial spirits. We will make him a true dead man with no hope of survival. After Li Tian stood on the platform, he said these words, scaring the people around him into retreating. They trembled with fear as they watched their figures disappear. The southern mountain range was filled with towering mountains and precipitous ridges. There were earth veins everywhere, and strange beasts and birds roamed the land. There were many ancient lands, and the mountains were filled with miasma. There were also many primitive tribes. Dongfang Ye's clansmen were within an ancient mountain range. Right now, a great enemy was right in front of them with endless killing intent. Large amounts of experts arrived and surrounded this place. In the sky, dark clouds roiled, war drums shook the heavens, banners fluttered, and ancient war chariots rumbled, crushing the heavens. Cold light shone on iron clothes. It was unknown just how many experts had arrived. This was an extremely small tribe that lived in seclusion within a primitive mountain range. They originally stood aloof from worldly affairs, but today, a great disaster descended upon them. An old man flew up from the mountains and arrived in midair. He was very thin and withered, and his clothes were patched up. He was very plain, and his white hair was messy. "Who are you people? Why did you come to attack my tribe?" "Nothing more than a group of uncivilized primitive people. I can't be bothered to talk to you guys. Today, not a single one of you will be left alive. I will exterminate your entire tribe. Not a single one of you will be able to leave alive." In the sky, an enormous silver warship flickered with a cold metallic luster. It emitted a wave of intimidating aura, and on top of it was a cold and arrogant middle-aged man. After he finished speaking, he smashed his fist down. It was boundlessly tyrannical, and at the same time, his battle prowess was also incomparably astonishing. Divine radiance pierced through the sun, and it was as if a great mountain was pressing down. The mountain forest collapsed, and a fist appeared. It directly smashed onto that old man's body, and he didn't even have time to dodge. His body was broken on the spot, and his blood dyed the sky red as he fell into the ancient village below. Only a corner of his patched old clothes was left. It was stained with blood as it slowly floated down from the sky. No one could bear to see this. A simple and honest old man was broken just like that. Sixth uncle. Sorrowful cries came from within the ancient village. A group of people were incomparably angry. Old 17's temper is too great. Why didn't he ask anything before attacking so heavily? Maybe we can obtain some harvest after interrogating him. At that time, it won't be too late to wash this place with blood. On another golden warship, a slightly older middle-aged man spoke. My clan has been too sullen in the past few years. So many of our people were killed by an unknown divine physique. Even Tenger had to bear a grudge. Old 17 has always been in isolation, and after coming out, he has a belly full of anger. Someone beside him said. Where are you evil thieves from? Coming here to commit murder. A man in his 20s flew into the sky. His upper body was bare, and his muscles were bulging. His skin was bronze in color, and he carried a large axe in his hand. You don't know the difference between life and death. Even a grain of rice can emit light. Just a group of civilized people. On the silver warship, the middle-aged man, old 17, was incomparably cold. He pointed with his finger, and a divine radiance flew out, piercing through that young man in an instant. Pooh! A flower of blood blossomed. Half of his body was instantly shattered, and only the blood-stained axe remained intact. It fell from the sky together with him, and it was incomparably tragic. Brother Quan! Brotherly Quan! Cries sounded from the village below. Few children even more so let out heart-wrenching cries as they surrounded the dying man. I'll leave you with your life. I like to appreciate death. That is a type of enticing taste. Wang family's old 17 laughed coldly. Enticing my ass. A large man in the village roared. He was about to rush into the sky with a large iron rod in his hand. Come back. Right at this time, a low shout sounded from the village. An old man with a walking stick walked out. He wore hemp clothes, and he was as thin as a match. His hair was sparse, and he looked extremely old. Fifth grandfather. Many people surrounded him, and their voices were sobbing. Inside the ancient village, one old and one young had their bodies shattered. Their vitality was about to end, and they were bleeding to the point of death. Everyone was extremely sad and angry. Sound the alarm, have old 7 and old 9 come out of isolation. The old man said with a heavy voice. Then, he rose into the sky. I've long heard that some primitive tribes had unmatched experts. It seems like the rumors weren't false. A small village like yours actually has a great expert like you, and there seem to be 2 others who are in isolation. It seems like you all obtained an ancient inheritance, and it is extremely powerful. It should be an ancient scripture of the saints. That means to say, after massacring your village, there will be great rewards. Wang family's old 17 sneered. Old 17, let's leave this person to 13th brother. I haven't fought for many years. Another middle-aged man flew out from the warship. Aren't there 2 more who are going to come out? Let's compete and see who can kill more people. The faster we kill, the better. Old 17 laughed cruelly. You have to change your temperament. Back then, the old ancestor said that you are too bloodthirsty. Even after so many years of isolation, you still haven't gotten rid of it. Another middle-aged man shook his head and said, Everyone, we have always stood aloof from worldly affairs and have never offended outsiders. We have always lived in the wilderness without any grievances or hatred. Why are you all killing my clansmen and destroying my home? The village's 5th grandfather spoke. If my Northern Plains Wang family wants to kill people, do we need to give you a reason? Wang family's old 17 sneered. His hands were behind his back, and his black hair fluttered about. He was calm and callous. The old man sighed and said, My clansmen have always been simple and honest. They have never schemed against each other, nor have they ever killed and robbed others. You all came here and want to massacre the village. This is too much. So what if we bully you all? Old 17 said indifferently. He didn't care at all. Wang family's old 13 said, Forget it, I'll let you all know the truth. Dongfang Yi came from your village, right? He provoked someone he shouldn't have provoked. He walked together with the divine physique and became our clan's enemy. Your entire village will use blood to atone for his sins. Even if Yi became your enemy, you shouldn't vent your anger on our village. There are too many innocent people. Those few years old children, what do they know? Could it be that you all want to kill them all? The village's 5th grandfather said. Hand over your scriptures and I'll leave your corpses intact. Otherwise, there won't be any corpses left. You all will suffer endless torture. In the sky, a cold and eerie voice came from the largest warship. A small tribe like ours that stands aloof from worldly affairs, living in the desolate forest all year round, actually encountered such a disaster. It seems like the world has truly become chaotic. The village's 5th grandfather sighed. Then, his eyes became fierce as he said, Everyone will die one day. My clan will use blood to prove our will. There are no cowards. At worst, we'll all die in battle. Fight. Even if we all die in battle, we'll stake it all against them. Below, in the ancient village, regardless of whether they were men or women, they all roared loudly. Even the 3-year-old children brandished their small wooden clubs. Their eyes were full of unyielding determination. Well said. Our clan has never had a coward. At worst, we'll all die in battle and stake it all against them. In the distance, between the cliffs, 2 elders rushed into the sky and quickly flew over. Barren mountains and unruly rivers have many unruly people. It really is like this. Only in this type of uncivilized place would the people be so valiant. Wang family's old 13 sneered. It really isn't simple. A small village produced 3 great experts. It really is terrifying. Fortunately, we made sufficient preparations. Otherwise, we might have suffered a bit. Let's do it, don't leave a single one alive. Kill them all and massacre this village. As for the saints' ancient scriptures, it's enough to leave behind an old fart's primordial spirit. Finally, Wang family's people were going to take action. Thunder rumbled in the skies. Apart from the 7 warships, there were also several dozen war chariots, all of them filled with cultivators. Meanwhile, in those empty spaces, there were many experts floating in midair. The skies were densely packed, human figures everywhere. Dark clouds roiled, war drums deafening. This sky dome was about to split apart. Banners fluttered, savage beasts roared, iron clothes flickered about, as if 100,000 heavenly soldiers descended. A type of boundless aura surged, killing intent engulfing all directions like a sea, drowning out the entire ancient mountain range. In the distance, there were cultivators watching the battle. They were all shocked. Northern Plains Wang family actually brought out such a great force. They truly came to wipe out the entire clan, not wishing to let a single person go. 7 warships. This signified that Northern Plains Wang family had 7 individuals with terrifyingly high statuses who came here. At the very least, they were extremely powerful great experts. To muster up such a large force, move out so many war chariots and experts, all for the sake of wiping out a small tribe, this was a rarely seen action in recent years. Inside the ancient village, 5th grandfather's blood dyed the skies. After being attacked by the 2 warships for a long time, he coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. His patched hemp clothes turned into ashes, and he fell down. 5th grandfather. Many people in the village cried out in grief. Even the 2 or 3-year-old children clenched their fists, their eyes filled with tears. Peng, the 9th grandfather in the village, also suffered serious injuries, struck down by the 2 warships, his body almost penetrated. Not only were there 2 terrifying great figures' divine techniques, there were also the attacks of the 2 warships' terrifying formation patterns. Blood dyed the skies. This grizzled-haired elder also coughed out blood and fell down. They indeed had powerful fighting strength, but what could they do? The sky was sealed, becoming a cage. Moreover, there were many experts here, so the 3 elders weren't their opponents. Only the 7th grandfather was still holding on. He suffered several heavy attacks, but there was a divine jade clothes on his body that was extremely sturdy, able to block attacks, preventing him from being penetrated. Stake it all against them. The entire ancient village, men, women, young and old, all shouted loudly. All of their expressions were furious as they supported the 2 elders who fell into pools of blood. Those who could fly carried them out of the encirclement. Even the little children who were carried on the backs of adults were crying and shouting, "Stake it all against them, get revenge for our ancestors. Woo-woo, we're going to stake it all against them." A few little girls were like this as well. They held weapons in their hands, crying and shouting on their parents' bodies. In this ancient village, no one feared death. They revealed unwavering expressions, wishing to perish together with the others. They rushed into the sky together. Everyone was of one mind, viewing death as a return home. They were all fearless and incomparably tragic. Even if the entire village died in battle, not a single one of them would surrender and beg for forgiveness. A group of uncivilized primitive people, truly not knowing the difference between life and death. Since you all want to die, then I'll help you all out. Wang family's old 17 laughed coldly again and again. At this moment, he already had his hands free. A hand pressed downwards, about to shatter everyone. Peng, the 7th grandfather in the ancient village, released an angry roar. He flew over, risking a strike on his back to exchange a palm with him. Hong, however, 3 warships immediately suppressed down. This wasn't only the attacks of 3 terrifying great figures, but also the divine might of the ancient ships, their power superimposing. 7th grandfather was also bleeding in the end, seriously injured and on the verge of death. He fell from the sky, his hair and beard all standing on end, full of grief and indignation. Grandfather! Ancestor! The people in the ancient village all cried out in grief. Those who could fly, men, women, old, and young, all flew towards the sky like moths flying into a flame. Northern Plains Wang family's people were cold and emotionless. Several great figures, as well as the cultivators on the war chariots, as well as the experts in the sky, all of them took action, suppressing downwards together. They were going to massacre the ancient village, wipe out everyone. 5th grandfather, 7th grandfather, and 9th grandfather roared towards the sky, blood flowing out from the corners of their eyes. They passed over their clansmen, using their injured bodies to forcefully rush up. They produced a barrier of light, blocking the destructive attacks. A remote and desolate place produces barbarians. You group of savages truly don't fear death. I'll help you all out. Today, we will purge everything with blood. From now on, not even a blade of grass will grow here. Northern Plains Wang family's old 17 said cruelly. Wang, in the sky, 8 warships, dozens of war chariots, as well as the iron clothes of Wang family's experts that covered the sky flickered with cold light, suppressing downwards. The barrier of light the 3 elders in the ancient village raised by burning their lifespans couldn't stop this power at all, on the verge of shattering. Men, women, old, and young, everyone's eyes were filled with tears, but they were all full of unyielding will. All of you should just die. Wang family's people sneered. The people below were all in despair, carrying unwillingness and unyielding will. They really wanted to drag a few enemies down with them, but they couldn't do it. They were full of resentment. Big brother Dongfeng will get revenge for us. Several little children cried and shouted. Northern Plains Wang family's people, die for me. Suddenly, a sky-shocking thunderclap sounded from the distance. This great roar shattered a mountain range. A human figure carried sky-covering golden blood energy as he threw himself over, fast to the extreme. In the distance, all of the spectators were horrified. They immediately backed up, running as far as they could, fleeing for their lives. It was because the one who came was too terrifying. His entire body's golden blood energy was like a sea, drowning out the entire mountain range, surging over like a sea. Ah, a long roar sounded, arriving in the blink of an eye. The incoming person's speed made people's hair stand on end. Hong, in the sky, a large golden foot immediately crushed Wang family's old 17th warship. Then, a large golden hand reached down, and like grabbing a little chick, it grabbed his neck single-handedly and lifted him high into the sky. Wang family's people, all of you should just die for me. The incoming person roared. It was unknown how many Wang family's experts in the sky were directly crushed by the roar. Bloody mists appeared one after another. A single roar shattered mountains and rivers. Pa! Yifan didn't kill Wang family's old 17th on the spot. Instead, he gave him a big slap on the face, directly sending his lower jaw flying. It left his body and shattered in the sky. Yifan was infuriated. Golden blood energy surged around his body and arrived in an instant. Looking from afar, it was as if the entire place was drowned by the sea. Who are you? Old 17th's jaw was sent flying by Yifan's slap and shattered in the air. At this moment, he couldn't bear the pain and asked angrily with his divine sense. Yifan hated this group of people to the core. If he was one step late, this village would no longer exist. Be it the old or the young, even the crying babies, they would all be massacred. His heart was burning with anger. Pow! He did not say anything else and swung his palm again. This time, the upper jaw of Northern Plains Wang tribe's old 17th was also smashed. The intense pain caused him to scream on non-stop, like a wounded beast. This time, it was old 17th's turn to be embarrassed. Just like how he didn't care about the people of the ancient village, the newcomer also didn't care about him and slapped his face. Although his jaw was slapped away, his throat was still there. He screamed in pain with a twisted expression. He had been in closed-door training for more than 10 years and had never seen Yifan before. He didn't expect to be humiliated like this. Old 17th. In the distance, Lord 13 of the Wang clan shouted in fear. He rode a mountain-like battleship and rushed over. Dao patterns interweaved and pressed down on Yifan like a heavenly net. Divine light shot out from the battleship as if it could topple the mountains and overturn the seas. Yifan grabbed old 17th's neck with one hand as if he was grabbing a puppy. He took a step forward and took the initiative to fight back. His entire body was covered in golden blood energy. Then, he swung his other golden hand and smashed it down like a world millstone. Crack! In the sky, the sound of something shattering could be heard. Covering the sky with one hand, it was as if a 10,000-year-old ancient demon had escaped from the wilderness. His murderous aura filled the sky. That giant palm heavily slammed on the battleship, causing the fragments of the hull to scatter in all directions. It wasn't that the warship wasn't sturdy enough, and it wasn't that the divine patterns carved on it weren't profound enough. Rather, it was that the gigantic hand was too terrifying. It was like the palm of a deity that descended from the heavens, possessing an undying radiance that could shatter everything in this world. Northern Plains Wang tribe's 13th lord resisted with all his might. He spat out an inch-tall exquisite pagoda made from purple copper essence. It expanded with the wind and became hundreds of feet tall as it pressed forward. Bang, it was still unstoppable. Yifan's palm fell, and the purple copper pagoda was as vulnerable as the sand castle. It was turned into rotten copper and fell from the sky. Northern Plains Wang clan's 13th lord roared and took out 36 weapons in succession. There were Heaven Luo umbrella, sunlight mirror, flying sword, soul-capturing bell, and so on. Every single one of them had powerful divine might, but they were all useless. In the face of that huge golden hand, these weapons were no different from paper and were destroyed one by one. Northern Plains Wang clan's 13th lord was terrified. He no longer had the high-spirited attitude he had when he faced the ancient village. Right now, he was as anxious as a stray dog. When Yi Fan's giant hand grabbed him, he struck out 108 palm strikes in succession. Every strike caused the boy to collapse, but in the end, both of his arms were broken. Bang! Yi Fan's giant hand closed and grabbed him in the center of his palm. His bones were broken on the spot, and blood flowed out from the gaps between his giant fingers. Northern Plains Wang clan's 13th lord screamed miserably. Everyone's hair stood on end as a layer of goosebumps appeared on their bodies. This was a supreme existence, but he was almost crushed to death by someone just like that. Yi Fan grabbed two major characters from Northern Plains Wang clan with one hand and didn't even treat them as a big deal. It was as if he was grabbing a cat or a dog, and he almost strangled them to death. Northern Plains Wang clan's people felt their hair stand on end. This type of demon king suddenly slaughtered his way over, making them all shiver from head to toe. It was as if he had entered an uninhabited land. Two great characters were turned into dead dogs in his hands. Below, the eyes of the ancient village's men, women, old, and young were filled with tears. They were all incredibly moved. Today, they encountered a great disaster and were humiliated. Now, someone took action and helped them resolve their predicament, venting out their resentment. On another warship, there were people who stared at Yi Fan and revealed expressions of shock. They recognized him and simply didn't dare believe their own eyes. Not everyone was like Wang family's 17th and 13th lord who cultivated in isolation for many years. 12 years ago, there were people who personally participated in the battle to kill Yi Fan. This was especially the case during Ji family's final battle. Wang Ting died miserably and the family suffered a great defeat. There were people who were there at the scene. Even if Yi Fan turned into ashes, they still wouldn't forget him. To be able to recognize him, it could be said to be carved into their bones and hearts. It's him, it really is him. Those who participated in the battle back then were indescribably shocked. They couldn't believe everything, their bodies going cold. It's him, he actually returned. How did he do it? Even a major character from the Northern Plains Wang family had shock written all over his face. He involuntarily staggered backwards. Quickly retreat, everyone retreat. Immediately break out of the encirclement and rush out to tell the clansmen that the Saint Physique has returned. On a golden warship, a supreme expert gave a death order. He could sense how powerful Yi Fan was. He was definitely a character from the 8th minor step of the second layer of Immortal Foundation. This was enough to make people tremble, because, once the Saint Physique reached this realm, no matter what kind of supreme expert or sect master it was, they would have no way to defend against it. Only those shocking geniuses with 7 or 8 limits might be able to barely put up a fight. However, when this supreme expert from the Wang family gave the order, Yi Fan also released a shout, completely suppressing the other party's voice. Tai. It was like the first heavenly sound of the universe's creation, piercing through heaven and earth, illuminating the origin of all beginnings, tearing apart the past, present, and future. A fiend god appeared behind him, standing there, exactly the same as him, exuding a pressure that shook the heavens and earth. In the past, when Yi Fan was trapped in the sea, he tried to cultivate all the arts in the world. He had seen the 6-syllable incantation of Buddhism before, so he naturally wouldn't let it go. Behind him, that fiend god stood alone, chanting together with him. It was like a Tao sound transmitted from the ancient times. One could clearly see the golden sound waves sweeping out in all directions. Not manifesting a Buddha, only having oneself as supreme in one's heart. This was the conviction of those who wanted to prove their Tao, unshakable. The ancient 6-syllable incantation of Buddhism had the power to split the heavens and earth. It contained boundless profundities, containing the great power, wisdom, and benevolence of the universe. Those who cultivated it to the highest level would be able to subdue deities in the heavens. Everywhere the sound waves passed, the densely packed figures in the sky were like dumplings thrown into boiling water. Crackling sounds rang out as they fell from the sky. Every single person's entire body cracked apart, primordial spirits shattered, their bodies and souls destroyed by Yi Fan's chanting. This was the incantation power Yi Fan derived from the 9 Secrets fighting character art, granting it a brand new divine might. This strand of divine sound was incomparably grand, the entire sky dome resonating with it. It was as if they arrived at the beginning of heaven and earth, everything possessing immeasurable mysteries. Several dozen ancient war chariots split apart one after another, great banners shattering one after another. Countless figures, the densely packed cultivators turned into dust, no longer existing. This was the power of a single roar from Yi Fan. The entire mountain range collapsed, only a single ancient village remaining unharmed. Everything else was being destroyed. In the distant horizon, all of the spectators had long withdrawn over 100 li in horror, not a single person daring to get close out of fear of being caught up in this. Hurry and retreat, the divine body has returned. Wang family's powerful figure roared out with everything he had, wishing to spread the news. However, under the two sound, it was like the soft cry of a mosquito, suppressed to the point where it couldn't be heard. Yi Fan's roar could shatter mountains and rivers. When everything calmed down, the sky was in complete disorder. There weren't many great banners, war chariots, and experts left. All of them had been blasted into pieces. Not long ago, dark clouds surged, war drums split the sky, and banners fluttered in the wind. It was as if 100,000 heavenly generals had descended, but now, it was completely silent. The invaders were like wheat being reaped, killed in large swathes. There weren't many people left, and even a few warships had large cracks on them. Northern Plains Wang family's people's faces were deathly pale. All of this was done by a single person, especially when they saw Old 17 and Grandpa 13 who were like dead dogs in his hands. They were filled with a sense of defeat, all of them trembling with fear. At this moment, they couldn't escape even if they wanted to. All directions were sealed off by divine source blocks, and the heavenly origin divine formation had turned this place into a cage. Pooh! At this moment, Yi Fan did something that made everyone from Wang family tremble with fear. He threw Old 17 and Grandpa 13 into midair, and then stomped them to death with 1 foot each, turning them into 2 lumps of bloody paste. These two great figures thought highly of themselves. Just now, they were pointing out the mountains and rivers, looking down on everyone. They didn't even spare the ancient village a glance, viewing them as primitive people who hadn't been civilized. Yet now, they died in such a useless manner, crushed into meat paste by someone's foot. Moreover, Yi Fan didn't care at all. It was as if he had just stepped on 2 weeds, not taking them to heart at all. The Wang family's people's anger surged into the heavens. These were 2 powerful figures, yet they were looked down on like this, dying without the slightest bit of dignity. Just now, they had also treated the people of the ancient village like this, looking down on them with disdain. Who would have thought that in just a short period of time, everything would happen to them? The faces of the Wang family's people all turned pale. Many youngsters were trembling. After knowing what kind of character this was, they were all incomparably terrified. Even though many years had passed, Yi Fan's achievements back then wouldn't be forgotten by anyone. He fought a bloody battle in the eastern wasteland, swept through the central continent, killed saint children, slayed saintesses, killed powerful experts, fought sect masters, entered the ancient forbidden land alone to prolong his life, and even resisted an extreme Tao Emperor weapon. After so many years had passed, just how powerful was this devil king-like existence? This made the younger generation of the Wang family tremble. On the 5 tattered warships, there was a great character standing. They were the ones with true authority in the Wang family, all of them powerful characters. However, right now, they were extremely uneasy and wanted nothing more than to immediately flee. Brother Yi, you really aren't kind. How come you've already cleaned them up? I even said that this would be the battle to make my name famous, to let the man desire orthodoxy's name shake the world, yet you stole the limelight. Leave the rest to us. Li Tian had an evil expression on his face. The Wang family's people were sullen. Who dared to look down on them like this? Yet today, they were humiliated again and again, causing everyone to tremble. The only thing we can do today is to kill them all. Yi Fan said calmly. Cha, he took action again, descending from the sky. A foot crushed an enormous warship, and a fist rushed out. Ancient treasures, flying swords, and other things shattered one after another. Countless people turned into bloody mist, all of them killed. What a pity, I won't miss the battle to make my name famous next time. Li Tian took action. Yan Yixi white clothes fluttered about, walking like an exiled immortal. However, with each strike, large amounts of blood blossomed. This was a sky dyed in blood. An hour later, everything calmed down. The mountain ridge was in a state of desolation, bloodstains everywhere, broken branches and withered leaves everywhere. The Wang family's invaders were all killed. Many thanks, little brother. The 5th, 7th, and 9th grandfathers of the village came up to express their thanks. The other villagers also surrounded him, expressing their thanks endlessly. The people here were all simple and honest. A few children even tugged on Yifan's sleeves, looking at him curiously. Dongfangyi is an old friend of mine. Yifan didn't hide anything. The elders in the village were immediately dumbfounded, and then they sighed. They had already heard the news of Dongfangye's massacre in the eastern wasteland. I don't believe Yi is already dead. His talents are extraordinary, and his divine strength oppresses the world. He grew up eating wild dragons and tigers, and his life is extremely tough. He is definitely still alive. An elder said. Without his corpse, we can't be sure that he is dead. I will find him and bring him back. Yifan said. Had the divine physique returned, on this day, a piece of news spread throughout the southern mountains. After 12 years, Yifan had reappeared. Some people said that they had personally witnessed the scene of the divine physique's battle. Although they didn't dare to approach, that scene was undoubtedly him. However, not many people believed this. A person who had crossed the star domain and left for 12 years, it was impossible for him to appear again. The Wang family has gone too far. Since their master is in the southern mountains and is a guest of the Demon Imperial Palace, there's no need for him to return. This time, if we want to fight, then let's turn the world upside down. Yifan stood in the mountain forest and gazed into the distance. In the depths of the forest, a sturdy young man with a bare right arm and shoulder, wearing a beast skin battle robe and holding a wolf fang club, roared like a wounded beast and rushed towards the ancient village. Who dares to invade my village? He carried a wild dragon that was more than 10 feet long and stepped on the rocky cliffs as if he was walking on flat ground. He quickly arrived in front of the village. Yifan was startled. In a trance, he seemed to have seen the barbarian of the past. Looking from afar, this person was very similar to Dongfangyi from 10 years ago. They were both wild and strong. Li Tian was strolling outside the village. Before he could figure out what was going on, this young man had already arrived in front of him. He stepped on the desolate ground and swung the wolf fang club with one hand while the other slapped forward. Just at this moment, Li Tian grimaced in pain. His entire arm was almost broken, and streaks of blood could be seen. Fortunately, he retreated quickly and dodged the attack without taking it head-on. Otherwise, half of his body would have been smashed to pieces. Manner, don't be rude. This is our benefactor. The 5th and 7th granduncle of the village quickly rushed over. Dongfang Man looked like he was in his 20s. The muscles on his naked upper body bulged like a horned dragon. His skin was bronze in color, and he looked strong and powerful. His thick black hair fell to his waist, giving him a kind of wild masculine beauty. Is this Dongfangye's younger brother? Yifan also came forward and looked at the young man in front of him. He was really too similar to an old friend. He looks like an ancient beast that has taken human form. Li Tian bared his teeth. His strength was extraordinary and could look down on all the Saint Lords. However, in a battle of flesh, he was completely defeated by this barbarian. This was naturally a misunderstanding. Dongfang Man went out to hunt and heard that something happened in the village. He came back with red eyes and met Li Tian, mistaking him for an enemy. In the ancient village, Dongfangyi and Dongfang Man were a pair of different people. They had the extremely rare primordial battle blood and had the strength to pull out mountains. Their flesh was far beyond that of ordinary people. Other than the Saint Lords, no one could compare to them. The two brothers cultivated the same cultivation technique and grew up in the same environment. Usually, they would wander deep in the mountains and forests. Once they would walk for 10 days to half a month, devouring wild dragons and fierce tigers. Eventually, they managed to cultivate the barbarian martial divine technique. A red mist flashed in Yifan's hand, and a battle spear made of polished blood diamond appeared. 9 lifelike dragons coiled around the spear's shaft. The 9 dragon heads gathered at the front, and together, they spat out a sharp and crystal-clear spearhead. Dongfang Man was very embarrassed. He scratched his head and went forward to apologize. Then, he received this precious gift with great fondness. The elders in the village all cried out in alarm. They were all knowledgeable people. This gift was too heavy. This weapon was forged from the blood diamond of the 9 heavens divine jade, and it was the first choice for forging a king's weapon. It could grow into a saint's weapon, and it was sturdy and indestructible. Yifan had taken it from the 9-headed dragon king in the Ziwei segmentum. I will avenge my elder brother and kill that Zitiandu. Dongfang Man swore with disheveled hair. I believe that Yi won't die. In the village, the 7th granduncle had a trace of sadness in his eyes. This barbarian was personally trained by him. We can't stay here any longer. Perhaps it's time to return to the clan, the 5th granduncle said. In the depths of this mountain range, there was an ancient clan. They were the descendants of a few ancient saints. The clansmen were all very powerful and valiant. They cultivated the ancient barbaric martial scripture, and it was a terrifying clan that was unknown to the world. This small village was originally a part of this clan, but because of a dispute several generations ago, they separated from the clan. The large clan had invited them back many times. A long roar came from afar, and even the mountains were trembling. 7 or 8 old men with messy hair, and their upper bodies were bare. They wore beast skin clothes, and they were either carrying wolf-tooth clubs or waving big axes. They roared and rushed over like a group of demonic gods. The entire mountain range was about to collapse. Motherf asterisk Kerr, where did these bastards come from to bully our clansmen? Come out and die for me. Where are all of you? We're here, hurry up and come out. You dare to bully our clansmen? We'll pull off your heads and kick them around like balls. This was a group of extremely valiant old men. They were even more vigorous than young men, and it was as if a 1,000,000-strong army was slaughtering their way over. This was clearly a group of barbarians. Judging from their attire, they were similar to the villagers here, but they were even more unrestrained. Each and every one of them blew their beards and glared as they cried out strangely. Just now, they were still talking about that ancient tribe. Who would have thought that they would rush over at this time? Each and every one of them had disheveled hair, and they looked incomparably wild. This made Li Tian and Xianxia dumbstruck. This group of old men were too valiant. They waved their clubs and shouted strangely like ancient war gods. Where are all of you? Where are those bastards? We're here to kill people. Where the hell did they all go? The group of old men shouted and screamed. The people in the ancient village were all very moved. Even the eyes of the 5th granduncle, 7th granduncle, and the other elders were red. They were determined to return to the clan. Little 5, little 7, little 9, it's not that I want to criticize you guys, but can our clan be bullied to this extent? Those bastards dared to come and kill us. They're purely tired of living. This matter isn't over yet. Even if it's the Central Continent's divine dynasty, we'll still overturn them this time. Right, kill them, beat them until even the yolk in their balls comes out. The 7 or 8 old men that rushed over were all wild, scaring the younger generation into a daze. All of them were incomparably bold and unrestrained. We've received news that our butts are on fire. There's still a large group of people behind us. Tell us, which group of blind bastards did this? Today, we'll rush over and kill them all. We won't leave a single one alive. Not to mention the people of the ancient village, even Yifan, Xianxia, and Li Tian felt very warm in their hearts. Their blood was boiling. Although this group of old men was very wild, they were truly sincere and there was no barrier between them. Kill, where are the bastards? Don't let a single one go, kill. All of a sudden, the mountains and plains were filled with people. It was as if there were groups of great demons that could summon the wind and summon the rain, plucking the stars and capturing the moon. The universe was shaken. Countless barbarian cultivators, dressed in animal skins and holding large clubs, rushed over from all directions. The sky was filled with them, and their powerful aura caused the mountains to tremble. It was incomparably frightening. Seeing this scene, even Yi Fan's scalp went numb. This was a group of barbarian warriors that had survived from ancient times. When they gathered together, it was too terrifying. That kind of battle spirit shot straight into the sky, shattering the clouds in all directions. Any expert who saw it would tremble in fear. Li Tian's scalp went numb, and goosebumps appeared all over his body. He felt extremely guilty. He poked Yi Fan and whispered, "I say, the people of the Northern Dipper Galaxy are too abnormal. If a primitive tribe is so powerful, how can I live in the world? How can I spread my teachings? I might as well stay in the Ziwei segmentum. These people are really a group of living ancestors." What primitive tribe? In ancient times, the entire southern mountains was the world of our barbarian race. If it wasn't for our ancestors' order to live in seclusion in the mountains, who would we be afraid of? An old man with messy hair said with his eyes wide open. The muscles on his body bulged like wild dragons as he held a large club. It was unknown how many people had killed their way here. The people of the ancient village couldn't help but tear up. This was because blood was thicker than water. It was inevitable for them to return to the tribe. After so many years, the tribe finally had two treasures with ancient battle blood. They are both in your village. They should have returned to the tribe long ago. An old man began to scold the fifth and seventh uncles of the village. He almost spat out a mouthful of dog blood. However, his eyes were passionate as he held Dongfang Man's hand. That kind of love and care made people's hair stand on end. The barbarian's younger brother felt very uncomfortable. "Where's your brother?" a group of old men asked Dongfang Man. "My brother might have died in battle a few months ago," Dongfang Man whispered. "Mother Ker, who did it? Is it that group of bastards just now? Gather your men and go *CK them up. We lived in seclusion in the mountains, isolated from the outside world and stood aloof from worldly affairs, yet we were bullied to this extent. Beat them to death, *CK them up." The group of old men immediately became anxious. They waved their big sticks and almost pierced through the sky. "How many generations has it been? We finally had two treasures with ancient battle blood. Such a rare physique, yet one of them died. *CK their ancestors. Valiant, wild, domineering, unrestrained, this group of old men were like the reincarnation of ancient battle gods. The people of the ancient village were originally estranged from the primitive tribe. However, at this moment, the estrangement was gone with the wind and they were going to become one again. We have lived in seclusion for too long and were completely isolated from the outside world. We didn't even know such a big thing had happened. We have let down our ancestors." The barbarian old men beat their chests and stamped their feet in indignation. After knowing that it was done by the Wang tribe, they immediately made a decision to kill their way over. *CK them to death. Dig 3 feet into the ground, even a little mouse that didn't open its eyes was trampled to death. They actually dared to bully our clansmen. *CK them, immediately take action. Gather all the experts of the tribe and exterminate them. Even the egg yolk is gone. What dogs at Wang tribe? What immortal inheritance? Overturn and kill them all." Li Tian was speechless, a group of fierce people. "Mother Ker, even my blood is boiling. I really want to kill my way over. These old men are too ferocious. Since the old men want to take action and send troops to the northern plains, I am willing to go through fire and water to kill at the very front." Yi Fan expressed his stance. Then, he brought up his own opinion. Since they really wanted to deal with the Wang tribe, they had to make ample preparations. After all, this was a desolate ancient family that had produced the human race's great sage. They had an ancient inheritance and were incomparably terrifying. This little brother is right. If we want to kill, then we should kill them all. Didn't they want to massacre our clansmen? This time, we should take our time to think about it. We will completely exterminate this bastard clan. An old man said. Although they were bold and unrestrained, they were not reckless. After living for so many years, most of their eyelashes were empty, so what could they not understand? Right, we should plan well and kill them all in one battle. Another old man waved his stone axe and said. Yi Fan said, Old men, your tribes are isolated from the world. Now is the best time to prepare. I will go to the outside world to attract their attention. When everything is ready, we will kill our way into the northern plains like a divine general and exterminate the Wang tribe. Little brother, what are you going to do? An old man asked. Yi Fan said, the Wang tribe leader came to the southern mountains and is a guest in the demonic imperial palace. I am going to kill him. What? This bastard leader is in our southern mountains? The demonic imperial palace is a very scary place. Immediately gather people to chop him alive. These people immediately shouted and couldn't sit still anymore. It's just a mere Wang tribe leader. There is no need for all the seniors to make a move. I alone will be enough to take his head. Yi Fan said resolutely and forcefully. Good, heroes come from the young. Old men, just gather your men and prepare to enter the northern plains to exterminate the Wang tribe. I will go take the head of the Wang tribe leader. Yi Fan left after he finished speaking and went to the demonic imperial palace alone. Damn it, my battle blood is also boiling. This time, it's finally my turn to go on the stage. I will also fight my way into the northern plains. However, first, I have to follow Brat Yi to the demonic imperial palace to kill people. Li Tian shouted. In the southern mountains, there were groups of high mountains and ridges. As far as the eye could see, there was a vast expanse of mountains and ridges everywhere. On this boundless land, there were almost no plains. This special terrain had been like this since ancient times. This was also the reason why there were many miasma, wild beasts, and strange birds roaming about. The demons of the southern mountains far surpassed the other 4 regions of the central plains and the eastern wasteland. This was something everyone knew. That was why the southern demons often called the cultivators of the south. Yi Fan's group left the barbarian tribe and flew for several days before finding an ancient transportation matrix on a mountain. They crossed a long distance and entered a relatively densely populated area. That girl is so pretty. Along the way, Li Tian constantly commented and stopped when he saw a beautiful girl. They heard many rumors as soon as they arrived at a populated area. Many people were talking about the reappearance of the Saint Physique. The Wang family of the northern plains came to conquer an ancient village but was completely annihilated. This caused a great commotion and people were discussing it. Many people found it unbelievable. Did you guys see wrongly? How could it be the Saint Physique from 12 years ago? He has already stepped onto the ancient path of the stars. It's impossible for him to appear in this world. That battle was too terrifying. The golden blood chi drowned the mountain ridges and shattered the mountains and rivers with one roar. I think that person has really returned and is far stronger than before. If it's really him, the world will be in chaos and the flames of war will reach the sky. He won't give up so easily. An inaccurate rumor caused a great uproar. Even the cultivators of some small towns were discussing it. This made Li Tian secretly speechless. Brat Yi, you're quite popular on this ancient planet. You've been gone for 12 years and people are still talking about you. Yi Fan said, let's find a famous city and learn more about the current situation. Then, we'll go to the demonic king's palace. It was impossible to have a flat plain in the southern mountains. The cities were all built along the mountains, and there were even mountains in the cities. It was very strange because there was no flat land. Phoenix City was a super city in the southern mountains. A city that dared to have such a name was definitely an important city. It was impossible for it to be built according to rules. It was separated by mountains and ridges, and the city walls extended continuously like a phoenix's nest. It looked quite strange, and there was even a small mountain in the city that looked like a coiled phoenix. Phoenix City's streets were packed with endless streams of horses and carriages, streams of people coming and going without end. It was incomparably bustling, the sounds of buying and selling rose and fell in succession. Mortals, cultivators, and demons mixed together, becoming a common sight. In this city, people wouldn't be surprised even if they saw a strange creature with a dog's head, a human's body, and a pair of wings on its back because there were too many members of the Southridge demon clan. That seductress is truly enchanting. She is a nine-tailed celestial fox. Her waist is too slender, and her eyes are so charming that it makes one want to be intoxicated. As soon as he arrived at Phoenix City, Li Tian began to look around. The Fiend Imperial Palace wasn't too far from this place. It was located in an ancient vein, an immortal land that made countless cultivators feel reverence. Yi Fan wanted to understand the situation and then immediately rush over to kill the leader of Northern Plains Yuan tribe, Yuan Qingkuan. If he succeeded, it would definitely be a great shock. Although the world was in chaos now, if the leader of a clan of the ancients were to die, it would still be enough to shock the world. This old brat is truly afraid of death. He brought so many people with him, yet he's so careful in the Southridge, Li Tian said. They had learned a lot of valuable information in Phoenix City. Wang Qingkuan went to the Fiend Imperial Palace as a guest in order to rope in a great demon and form an alliance with them. There's the shadow of the ancient race behind him. This is a very bad sign. No wonder the Yuan tribe is so domineering and fearless. Yi Fan frowned. This time, many people from the Yuan tribe came to the Southridge to participate in a sacrificial ceremony of the demon clan. It was rumored that there might be the shadow of a certain ancient race hidden in the shadows. Is it that race from the Valley of Gods? I wonder if their young master has come. If he is, then I'll kill him as well. Yi Fan's eyes were sharp. He had already learned that Dong Fengyi had been chased by Zitian Du and had fallen from the Eagle Cliff with hatred. His blood dyed the stone walls red, and the outsiders only heard his last unwilling roar. In Phoenix City, the most discussed topic was the bloody battle at the barbarian tribe. Many people were discussing it incessantly. The Yuan tribe had crossed over from the northern plains to the Southridge. Such a domineering move against a small village aroused the dissatisfaction of many people. Crossing regions to exterminate a clan was truly tyrannical. After learning that they had suffered a great defeat and that not a single person had escaped, the people were even more shocked. That day, many people were watching the battle, but no one dared to approach. They were shocked by Yi Fan's might and could only watch from 100 miles away. They couldn't see his true appearance. And it was precisely because of this that people couldn't be sure whether it was him or not. Crossing star domains and leaving this world, it's destined to be difficult for him to appear again. What a pity, the divine physique has left in the end. Otherwise, with his current cultivation realm, he might be able to run amok. In the end, the conclusion of the people's discussion was that it shouldn't be Yi Fan. Rather, someone had purposely impersonated him to confuse the people. A few great sects speculated that someone wanted to stir up the situation, thus allowing the divine physique to come into being again. They had ulterior motives. After all, crossing star domains was a method that only the ancient great emperors and the ancient great sage could do. Yi Fan didn't have such an ability, so it was impossible for him to return after leaving unless there was a miracle. But because of this, people recalled Yi Fan's past. Many people sighed with regret. If he was still here, just what kind of might would he have? Perhaps he could compete with Fire Qilin, Phoenix Void Dao, Yuan Gu, the Heavenly Prince, and the Divine Silkworm Daoist. It's good that he left. At least someone from our human race hasn't been defeated yet, leaving behind a bit of dignity. Yan Yishi found it hard to calm down as he listened to the discussions of the people in Phoenix City. Were the many young experts of the ancient races really so terrifying? Li Tian said, why do I feel more and more strange the more I hear? With so many ruthless people, will there still be a day when I, divine child Li Tian, will rule the world? How will my human desire orthodoxy flourish? The demonic imperial palace was an extremely ancient place. It was difficult to verify how long it had existed. The people of the world only knew that it had experienced an extremely long period of time and remained immortal. It was the sacred palace in the hearts of the Southern Mountains demonic race. It was a place of reverence and divinity. According to the incomplete records of demonic texts, it might have been personally built by a demonic race saint emperor. Towering mountains, giant trees, and old trees propped up the sky. This was a verdant and precipitous mountain range. In the depths of this ancient mountain range was the sacred land of the demonic race. Under normal circumstances, those who dared to trespass would be killed without question. No one dared to take a single step inside. Only when some ancient sacrificial ceremonies were being held or when there were some important celebrations would it be open to allow the various demonic clans to enter. Of course, the esteemed guests among the human cultivators could also take advantage of this opportunity to see its true appearance and understand this mysterious ancient land. Yi Fan's group of 3 used a large divine source to exchange for an invitation in private. They entered this mountain range with the identity of esteemed guests. The mountain range was very peaceful. It was unknown how many years these giant trees had grown for. They were even taller than the mountain peaks and were covered in green. There were even more ancient vines that were terrifyingly thick. They were like horned dragons that crawled all over the mountain range. One couldn't fly in this place and could only ascend on foot. The various demonic clans in particular needed to advance with the mentality of a pilgrimage. It was very cool under the shade of the trees. The stone steps were ancient, and as they advanced step by step, one could feel the sedimentation of time and the accumulation of time. They finally arrived at the deepest part of the mountain range. Ancient pines accompanied them and palaces stretched across the land. Before they even got close, a wave of boundless demonic energy covered the sky and earth as if it had arrived from the ancient era. This was a wave of indescribable might. This palace wasn't that vast, but it was as if it was suspended high up in the 9 heavens. Strand after strand of world-splitting aura descended, suppressing the entire great world. Yi Fan sighed. The legendary demonic emperor was definitely real and not a made-up character. Unless it was an ancient great emperor, there was no way he could leave behind a palace like this. When they arrived here, the number of people immediately increased. There were great demons that had come on a pilgrimage, as well as human sect masters. However, there weren't many who spoke in fear of disturbing the tranquility and holiness of this place. The arrival of Yi Fan and the others didn't cause much of a commotion. This ancient star was truly too big, and there weren't that many people who had seen it in the past. There was a demon child serving them and leading them into an ancient palace. The demonic race wouldn't offend them, and their etiquette was very good. The ancient palace at the center was the most special. It was submerged in terrifying demonic energy and couldn't be seen in its entirety. There was the aura of an ancient demonic emperor, and it was as if there was someone sleeping inside. Everyone had to stop. Apart from a few members of the demonic race, no one else was allowed to enter. The astonishing aura seemed to be able to cut through the 3,000 great worlds, and it made people immediately associate it with the legendary demonic imperial palace. It was majestic and grand, just like the legendary ancient heaven. Yi Fan and the others entered a palace that wasn't far from the demonic imperial palace. It was incomparably majestic and enormous, and it had no problem accommodating over 10,000 people. It was very obvious that it was branded with the laws of space. Experts were sitting cross-legged behind white jade tables. Fruits and immortal brews had long since been placed on the table. There were many people in the palace, and they all had their own seats. They were all great demons of an area, and there were even some shockingly old ancient demons. Of course, there was no lack of human sect master-level characters. The cultivators that could enter this place were all people with monstrous authority. Every one of them was a sovereign of an area. Sect masters, elders, demon lords, terrifying unaffiliated people, imperial lords, and holy monks all possessed great authority. Many people were discussing. Some were exchanging pointers on their cultivation experiences, some were talking about ancient secrets, and there were also some who were talking about current affairs. Yi Fan and the others chose a corner to sit down. They didn't say anything, and all of them were listening attentively. At the same time, they were searching for the clan master of the Northern Plains' ancient aristocratic families, Wang Qingkuan. And today, the Southern Mountains demon tribe is flourishing day by day. It's truly worthy of celebration. Especially the younger generation, there are even more experts emerging. It's truly enviable. A human sect master said respectfully. That's right. If we're talking about the number one of the younger generation, I'm afraid it's none other than the Southern Demon. Another living fossil said. The human race is the true main character of this world. Stunning characters are appearing one after another. How can our demon race compare? An ancient demon said humbly. The human race is indeed full of experts. Let's not talk about the ancient and dazzling Central Emperor, everyone knows about it. There are even more people rising up one after another, making people sigh in admiration. That's right. The Yaoguang saint child who rose up later truly has a proud bearing. Who can resist him? One day, he will definitely be unparalleled under the heavens. There's also Hua Yunfei. Now, even we have to avoid him. He has cultivated the heaven-devouring demonic art, and no one dares to provoke him anymore. It really makes one sigh helplessly. That's right. We can list out a few such people. Xia Jiuyo, who has cultivated the tribulation transcendence immortal song, the eastern wastelands divine king physique Ji Haoyue, and that mysterious woman with the Kane Dao fetus. Sai, the ancient race is also very terrifying. Huang Shudao, Yuan Gu, divine silkworm Daoist, and the others truly make my generation tremble. Right at this moment, someone spoke up. Brother Wang, your son North deity has been reborn from destruction. He should have the qualifications to become number one in the world, right? Everyone looked towards a black-haired middle-aged man. He twirled his beard and said, my son has been reborn from destruction. He can indeed look down on the world, but he is filled with regret. He wants to kill that Saint Physique, but there's no way. He can only hate that he escaped from this world. My son is wanting. In the past, Pang Bo had teased him because of these words. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 years passed. His old friend was no longer here, yet he heard their grievous news. Right now, Yi Fan saw Wang family lord again, and when he heard these words, he sneered inwardly. Brother Wang raised a good son, not only obtaining the inheritance of the ancient Chaos Great Emperor, he also obtained the unmatched Void Secret, rarely seen since ancient times. I've never heard of someone cultivating two types of perfect scriptures at the same time. When Wang Qingquan heard this type of praise, his face was naturally full of smiles. What he was most proud of was his eldest son. Despite his young age, his cultivation already allowed him to look down on the world, possessing rare great luck. Back then, when he competed for the position of clan lord, he didn't have the slightest advantage. Everything was because his son was already outstanding when he was young, and in the end, the clan's old ancestor chose him. Speaking of which, the divine body's departure truly is a type of regret. Wang family's worthy nephew wouldn't have left behind any thoughts, right? If he couldn't verify the Tao because of this, then that would truly be regretful. An old monster said. Wang Qingquan said, what a pity, he fled this world, or else his blood would have definitely splashed over my son's battle robes, his head separated from his body. Everyone knows that worthy nephew Wang Ting's heaven warping aptitude is unparalleled. This old one and the others are all going to withdraw. The current world belongs to them. In the battle back then, Wang Ting's death wasn't because his strength was lacking, this was something everyone knew. Right now, in front of the Wang family, no one said anything unpleasant, all of them saying some flattering words. This old fellow really is thick-skinned, really treating his son as a future emperor. A defeat is a defeat, there's no need to cover it up. Li Tian said with disdain. Yi Fan didn't say anything. This was the demon race's sacred land, they couldn't take action here, or else they would offend all of the demon clans in the southern mountains range. Brother Wang, there are quite a few rumors outside, saying that your clan attacked an ancient village and was completely wiped out. I wonder if this is true. Finally, someone brought up this issue. This was something many people wanted to know. Nothing could be seen from Wang Qingquan's face, but his eyes carried a bit of malice. Some clansmen were harmed by thieves, but it isn't worth worrying about. In the future, my clan will flatten that mountain ridge, not even a blade of grass will grow there. Where there were people, there would be Jianghu. Where there was Jianghu, there would be gratitude and grudges. Life was inevitable. Naturally, there were also many big shots who didn't like the Wang family. Someone secretly ridiculed, I heard that the divine physique has appeared again. The battle in the mountains was all done by him alone. He single-handedly killed everyone in the Wang family. I wonder if it's true or not. Although it wasn't overly sarcastic, it was still very piercing to the ears. Wang Qingquan's expression immediately froze, and he said, my clan was actually looking forward to the return of that surname Ji. We wanted to kill him and take his divine blood to refine medicine, but unfortunately, that coward ran away. The battle in the deep mountains was just someone impersonating him to mess up the situation. Their intentions are sinister. Li Tian nudged Yi Fan and said, "This old brat is really not a good thing. Even a wild boar can't bite through his thick skin. No matter what, his son was defeated in the past, so why is he always slandering you?" Many cultivators came to the ancient watchtower, and most of them were big shots of the demon race. There were also many human sect masters, and they all had their own opinions about the battle of the barbarian tribes. There were all kinds of opinions, but most of them didn't think that Yi Fan could return. In this place, apart from the big shots, there were also their descendants. They were all the most stunning inheritors, or else they wouldn't be able to step foot in this place. These young and handsome men and beautiful women were brought here. One reason was to broaden their horizons, and the second was to compete with each other. What did I see? A demoness that can turn all living things upside down, so beautiful that it makes one suffocate. I really wonder if she's Yi Qingwu's sister. How can she be so beautiful? Li Tian's saliva almost flowed out, and he gulped down a large cup of wine. The young men and women were also discussing spiritedly, discussing the Tao, and comparing notes. There were even some who were secretly competing with each other. Among them, there was a woman who was especially eye-catching, like a divine pearl in the sea, dazzling. It was Qi Huashui. Many years had passed, and Nanyao's younger sister had become even more beautiful. Her skin was snow-white and delicate, and her black hair was as shiny as silk. She was graceful and moving, and she was not far away. Qi Huashui was very sensitive to this kind of gaze. She turned around and glared at Li Tian, but then she was stunned again, and the jade cup in her hand almost fell to the ground. She almost didn't dare to believe her own eyes. A person who had disappeared for 12 years had appeared again. She immediately thought of the rumors that the saint physique of the barbarian tribes in the wilderness was not fake, but real. The saint physique has returned. Qi Huashui knew that there would be great chaos today. Since Yi Fan dared to appear here, he definitely wouldn't be kind. He had definitely come to kill. This kind of beauty who could bring about the downfall of a country had a different kind of moving charm when she was temporarily absent-minded, and many people were stunned. It could be seen that Wang Qingkuan hated Yi Fan to the bone. Whenever he was mentioned, he would either step on or mock him, as if he couldn't even compare to one of his son's toes. This old brat, it's a fact that his son lost to you back then. It's fine if he tries to cover it up, but what's there to show off? Let's leave the demon imperial palace in a while and fight to the death, Li Tian said. From the beginning to the end, Yi Fan didn't say a single word. He was as steady as Mount Tai. Not long after, he even stood up and left the ancient watchtower, walking out. That was because Li Tian had walked over and provoked the royal family in a very ostentatious manner. He announced that he was the sect master of the path of carnal desires. It could be assumed that after he left the demon imperial palace, the people of the Wang family would definitely intercept and kill him. Yi Fan followed the ancient bluestone path and walked out of the depths of the mountain step by step. No one could fly here, so he admired the scenery along the way, which amazed many disciples of the demonic race. He was one with heaven and earth, one with the mountains and rivers. Every step he took was very rhythmic, and there was a kind of Tao that would never change circulating around him. It was indescribably transcendent. Yi Fan stood outside the mountain and gazed into the distance. He didn't move for a long time, and even the birds regarded him as a piece of vine wood and landed on his shoulder. The red sun moved towards the west. A bell sound rang through the air, and many cultivators descended the mountain one after another. When they saw him, they didn't pay him any attention. After a period of time, Northern Plains Wang family appeared. These people all had profound magical force, and they were all powerful beings. They stood side by side, and there were actually 8 of them. They were prepared to intercept and kill Li Tian here. Everyone stopped, all of them shocked. Northern Plains Wang family was terrifying after all. Including the 7 powerful beings that died in the barbarian tribes, a total of 15 great figures came to the southern mountains range. How many powerful beings could a single family send out? So many of them came at once. It truly didn't make sense. There are a few archaic creatures among them in disguise. There were ancient fiends and human race sect masters who cultivated the heavenly eye and saw through the mysteries within. They spoke like this. Wang family's people had long become impatient. They wanted to get rid of Li Tian as soon as possible, but they never expected that this bastard wouldn't even move after seeing the beauties. He didn't come out at all, making them feel annoyed. Suddenly, Wang Qingquan and the others were shocked. They felt a wave of undisguised killing intent. A middle-aged male with disheveled hair was currently walking over step by step. He actually became one with the pulse of heaven and earth, pressing towards all of them. Who are you? What do you want to do? A Wang family's elder shouted. I'm the one who will kill you. Yi Fan's black hair wasn't messy, but it covered half of his face. There was also a layer of mist curling around it. At this moment, his voice was cold and emotionless. Which great power wants to attack my Wang family? Wang Qingquan's expression was very cold. He swept his gaze over the crowd. He felt that something was wrong. No great power. I'll kill all of you alone. Yi Fan pressed forward step by step. Kill all of us alone. The Wang family's people wanted to laugh, but they couldn't. They only felt that their bodies were somewhat cold. Everyone present was stunned. Who was this person? He dared to block the demon imperial palace alone and kill the 8 powerful beings of the Northern Plains' ancient families. How much courage and strength did he have to do this? Where did this ignorant brat come from? How dare he speak such nonsense here? Wang Qingquan's expression was gloomy. The few elders beside him also sneered. They attacked on the spot and humiliated Yi Fan to the extreme. They slapped toward Yi Fan's cheek. Yi Fan let out a cold snort and extended his right arm. A large golden hand went up to meet the slap and smashed that slap into pieces on the spot. That elder let out a heart-wrenching shriek. But at the next moment, his voice came to a screeching halt. The large golden hand was too fast. It drew a trajectory in the air and was simply unavoidable. It slapped his face. Pa, his entire face shattered on the spot and flew out like a porcelain shard. The large golden hand transformed into a slap, and it was incomparably resounding. This elder's face was distorted beyond recognition. Cracks appeared on his entire head, and his postnatal spiritual crown was blown off with a bang and flew out. Pfff, with a final strange sound, his head was smashed like a broken gourd. He died on the spot. Everyone's expression changed. This was a supreme expert. He failed to humiliate others and was slapped to death by this young man in front of them. It was simply too shocking. In the distance, Qi Huishui had been paying attention the whole time. When she saw this scene, her small mouth formed an O shape. Beside her, the southern demon appeared. Mountains and rivers flowed in his eyes, and ancient moons descended. His cultivation was becoming increasingly profound as he stared at Chu Feng without blinking. Who are you? Wang Qingquan was astonished. This kind of cultivation was too terrifying. A senior elder was slapped to death just like that. Who am I? You've always been thinking about me. Today, I've returned to kill you, Yi Fan calmly said. It's you. Wang Qingquan's expression immediately changed, and his body trembled. The other members of the Wang clan quickly blocked in front and protected Wang Qingquan behind him. All of them acted as if they were facing a great enemy. If their clan leader was killed, it would truly be a ruthless slap to the face of their clan. If I want to kill someone, it's useless even if you hide in the cloudy palace hall. Yi Fan walked forward. His black hair danced chaotically as he forced back 7 supreme experts by himself. This kind of scene caused everyone to be stunned. Who exactly is he? Many people were asking this question. The people of this region were all scared. Could it be that he really returned? Some people were astonished. How is this possible? He has returned. How did he do it? Many people retreated in shock. Yi Fan made his move. Golden blood qi blossomed from his entire body, drowning out this place. He said, "Today, I'll kill Wang Ting's old man first. Next time, I'll go to the Northern Plains and directly kill him." Boom, heaven overflowing divine might erupted. It was as if an ancient demonic god had revived and reappeared in this world. Yi Fan's fist blasted out. He didn't hide his strength at all and immediately used the 6 paths of reincarnation fist. Although the two people at the very front attacked with all their might, they couldn't block this ocean-like fist power at all. A pair of golden fists swept through everything in their path, smashing the two people into pieces on the spot. Blood paste, broken bones, and hair flew in all directions. It's the Saint Physique, it's really him. He really came back. I've seen him before. This is too inconceivable. Everyone was shocked. The Saint Physique that had disappeared for 12 years and left this world had actually reappeared in this world and appeared again. Yi Fan roared loudly. It was as if the primal chaos thunder of the 9 heavens descended upon this world. Endless mountain ranges collapsed, and the supreme experts at the front all coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. Their bodies cracked as they staggered backwards. Peng, Yi Fan reached out a large golden hand and grabbed Wang Qingquan with a single motion, lifting him up. This scene shocked everyone. No one dared to believe what they were seeing. This was a supreme expert. His Saint Physique was truly too powerful. Release him. An elder's entire body was covered in scales as he shouted, "Do you know who we are and where we came from? Isn't it just an archaic creature? Scram." Yi Fan sneered in disdain. He slapped down with his palm, breaking his bones and tendons on the spot. The demonic imperial palace was hidden in the depths of the mountains. There was a power that could sever 3,000 worlds. The place was shrouded in a dense demonic aura and was incomparably mysterious. A quiet bluestone path led to the depths of this ancient mountain range. Old trees towered into the sky, as tall as the mountains. Giant vines were dozens of feet thick, covering the entire mountain ridge. Outside the mountain, Yi Fan alone was suppressing the group of enemies. Facing the 8 great experts of Northern Plains Wang clan, he attacked with full force, suppressing everyone. He carried Wang Qingquan like he was carrying a dead goose. With every step he took, the big shots in front of him would take 3 steps back. This scene was astonishing. 8 almighties! What kind of frightening battle prowess was this? Yet they were intimidated by a single person, forcing them to retreat step by step like a flock of sheep facing a tiger king. Wang Qingquan growled. As the leader of a clan, being dragged like a dead dog like this was a great humiliation that made his lungs want to explode. Slap! Yi Fan raised his hand and gave him a slap, causing his teeth to fly out and blood to flow from the corner of his mouth. He did not take his life immediately, otherwise, this slap would have turned his head into a rotten watermelon. In the surroundings, everyone was in a daze, feeling a chill all over their bodies. This was the clan leader of a Northern Plains desolate clan, yet he was lifted up and slapped. What was the difference between this and a fantasy story? Even if Wang Qingquan's cultivation was not good and he was only an ordinary great expert, his status was there. The leader of an eternal clan held great authority, looking down on Northern Plains and the world. His status was extremely noble and inviolable. He represented a desolate clan, and being slapped like this was the same as slapping the face of everyone in the clan. This was a humiliation to an eternal clan. Wang Qingquan was stupefied, then he roared like a wild beast. He did everything he could to destroy this young man that he had hated for more than 10 years. Slap, however, facing all of this, Yi Fan only responded with a slap, a solid slap on his face. Another tooth fell out. Wang Qingquan almost went crazy. This was a great humiliation. He knew he was finished. Even if he could survive, he could no longer be the leader of a clan. Yi Fan slapped him again, causing his roar to stop abruptly. He stood there like a demonic god, incomparably domineering. Everyone was stupefied. How many years had it been since something like this had happened? The owner of an undying inheritance had his mouth slapped by another. This feeling was too unreal. In the past, it was only possible if they broke through a holy land and were destroyed. That was a great humiliation that would be remembered for all eternity. I'm not seeing things, right? The divine physique has returned and is slapping the Wang family's head in the face? Is it him? His face is shrouded in mist, and even the heavens I can't see through it. However, the golden blood energy is definitely him. It's really him, the person who disappeared for 12 years has appeared again, suppressing 8 great experts of Northern Plains Wang tribe by himself. In the surroundings, everyone felt their hair stand on end. The scene before their eyes was too impactful. Xiaoxui's skin was like fine jade. Her lips were red and moist, and her eyelashes were very long. Her eyes were filled with shock. She had never thought that when they met again, Yi Fan's battle prowess would be so terrifying. On the side, the southern demon's black hair draped over his shoulders. His expression was solemn as he quietly watched the battle. His eyes were incomparably deep, and there were stars, moon, and stars faintly discernible within. The great demons of southern mountains, the human race's sect masters, and the inheritors they brought were all experiencing great waves of emotions, finding it hard to calm down. They were astonished by Yi Fan's battle prowess and wanted to know how he had returned. Yi Fan held Wang Qingquan upside down as he strode forward. The remaining 4 senior elders all had unsightly expressions. Crackling sounds came from their bodies as they shed a layer of human skin to be replaced by thick scales. These 4 were all archaic creatures, and not a single one of them was human. It was clear that they had ulterior motives for coming to Southern Mountain's demon imperial palace like this. This caused the faces of the various big shots of the demon race to become somewhat cold. An ancient creature with a head full of purple hair and antlers on his head spoke. Green scales flickered all over his body. "We are not people from Northern Plains Wang family, isn't it the same? Didn't you all stop me from attacking just now?" Yi Fan didn't stop at all and continued to walk forward. Golden blood energy surged all over his body as he pressed forward. Pung, this archaic creature suffered a heavy pressure. His entire body felt as if it had been struck by lightning. Streaks of bloody markings appeared on his body. There was a weight of millions of caddies in front of him that he couldn't block at all. "Stop. Do you know where we came from? What are our identities?" this ancient creature shouted. Pung, Yi Fan took a step forward and waved his hand, slapping his face. Immediately, half of his face was missing. His face was like a bloody gourd, distorted beyond recognition. His entire body flew out. "Do you want to become enemies with my race? We come from the Valley of Gods, a great royal race among the myriad races. Our orders are in the ancient times, and no one dares to disobey. You." Another ancient creature berated loudly. "This isn't the ancient times. If you want to command the world, I'll send you back." Yi Fan took a step forward. With a light shout, a stream of golden blood energy rushed out from his mouth, causing the ancient creature in front to scream miserably. He used all sorts of ancient treasures to block it, but they were all shattered. He reared his head back and coughed out blood. He was sent flying and fell into the dust. You don't know the difference between life and death. The various races of the ancient times are about to emerge. Those who can adapt to the situation will make a wise choice, yet you chose to become enemies with us. A third ancient creature shouted. It seems like you are the one who doesn't know the difference between life and death. A golden sacred domain appeared outside Yi Fan's body, preventing all techniques from touching him. He calmly took a step forward. The attacks in front of him were all ineffective. He slapped out with his palm. Pooh! The ancient life form only had time to let out a scream before it was sent flying by the slap. Then, it exploded in midair, turning into a pile of broken bones and bloody pulp. In the distance, all the spectators held their breaths. These were powerful ancient creatures, yet they were killed just like that. There wasn't the slightest bit of hesitation at all. This caused everyone's hearts to tremble. Now, the various races of the ancient times were reviving one after another. An incomparably terrifying chaotic era was about to arrive. All the major powers of the world were seeking to protect themselves, fearing that they would be drawn into the dark chaos. They weren't willing to offend the ancient creatures, especially those from the king races. Yet Yi Fan didn't care about them at all. He killed them on the spot, even if they were from the Valley of Gods. It didn't matter at all. The remaining 3 ancient creatures felt their hearts pounding. After roaming the world, there hadn't been a single human who didn't treat them like anything. This person killed them as if they were chickens or ducks. My Valley of Gods, you guys aren't qualified to talk to me. Yi Fan interrupted their words and then pressed forward. Once the golden sacred domain appeared, it was useless no matter how the 3 ancient creatures attacked. You have to understand the consequences of choosing to become enemies with my race. At this moment, they were clearly putting on a brave front. Your race. I will go kill Zitiandu. Yi Fan sneered. After the young master of the Valley of Gods led people to force Dong Fengyi to climb the Fallen Eagle Cliff and stain the stone walls with his blood, Yi Fan had already sworn to kill Zitiandu with his own hands. You want to kill the young master of my race? What kind of place do you think the Valley of Gods is? Back in the day, we looked down on the world, and no one dared to disobey us. Bang. Yi Fan took a step forward, and a powerful aura erupted. It soared up to the 9 heavens and down to the 9 hells. He was like a demonic god, and his ocean-like power surged. The pressure caused the ancient creature in front of him to tremble and kneel on the ground. He didn't want to maintain this humiliating posture, but he couldn't move at all. Moreover, his body was trembling, and even his teeth were chattering. Zitiandu, Yuan Gu, I will kill both of them. Yi Fan snorted coldly. His golden sacred domain expanded, and he was like a god shrouded in a divine halo. Yuan Gu. Hearing this name, not only the 3 ancient creatures, but also many of the giants of the human race were shocked. This was an unrivaled young ancient race expert in the modern era. You will never be able to defeat them. That is the bloodline of the ancient kings, and within them flows the invincible imperial blood, said one of the ancient creatures. Yi Fan didn't attack again. Instead, he calmly and powerfully strode forward, pulsing with the mountains, rivers, and all living things. There was a terrifying rhythm to his steps, and a Tao was circulating. Each step was like the sound of a heavenly drum. Pft. The terrifying rhythm caused the 3 ancient creatures to vomit blood with each step. This was an incomparably frightening scene. Bang! Bang! The other 2 ancient creatures couldn't control themselves and also knelt on the ground. They tried their best to raise their heads, but they couldn't. Their veins were throbbing, and they couldn't get up no matter how hard they tried. Pfft! Golden divine light surged. His footsteps slowly and powerfully descended. They coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. Yi Fan was surrounded by a divine ring. He was like a deity walking in the world of mortals. When Yi Fan reached the 5th step, a sword cry sounded. The sound of his footsteps was actually like this, making everyone turn pale. When his 8th step descended, it was like a heavenly sword returning to its scabbard. With a chong sound, the 3 ancient creatures kneeling on the ground all shattered, turning into a pool of blood. This scene left everyone horrified. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines from head to toe, producing waves of cold air. Why did the battle end again? Did I come too late? Li Tian ran over from the depths of the mountains. Behind him was a demoness that was bewitching to the point of seduction. Bang! Yi Fan smashed Wang Qinkuan onto the ground. All of the bones in his body fractured on the spot, taking away half his life. The sect master of the carnal desires path has arrived. Li Tian rushed over and descended from the sky. He stepped on Wang Qinkuan's chest and said, "Didn't you want to kill me, you old turtle? Why couldn't you wait a bit longer? You really can't take a beating." Pooh! Wang Qinkuan spat out blood. Half of it was due to anger, and the other half was due to injury. Today, he suffered a great humiliation. His reputation was completely ruined. Even if a miracle happened and he could survive, this position of family master would also come to an end. The clansmen definitely wouldn't allow him to continue. Li Tian wanted to search his primordial spirit, but with a pu sound, the Wang family master's sea of consciousness collapsed. It turned into destructive light and rushed out, almost injuring him. Yi Fan shivered inwardly. Even a sect master level figure's sea of consciousness had a forbidden technique set up. It truly was a bit terrifying. Even the undying inheritances were extremely mysterious. Everyone was stupefied. A family master of the Huanggu family had died. This was definitely a great matter that would shake the world. The 5 regions would definitely be thrown into chaos and news would spread to every corner of the world. Wang Qingkuan's cultivation might not be enough to shock the world, but his status was too high, incomparably noble. It was impossible for the world not to be shaken even if he didn't want to die like this. The ancient vein that the demonic imperial palace was located in was extremely vast. All of the demonic races that could cultivate here all had great backgrounds. Over 100 li away was the southern demonic's cultivation ground. In this place, the ancient trees were even taller than the mountains. The bluestone path was incomparably deep and serene, leading to a peaceful land. Yi Fan, the southern demonic, Xianxia, and Li Tian sat on the ground, listening to the zither. There was a kind of ethereal and almost Dao realm atmosphere. The southern demonic personally boiled water. All kinds of tea utensils were placed on the ancient wooden table. Then, she displayed a kind of tea ceremony that could purify one's soul. They tasted the fragrant tea and listened to the zither music. For a moment, they entered an indescribable state of emptiness. Not far away, Qi Huashui was personally playing the zither. It was beautiful and pleasant to listen to, cleansing one's soul. The silver plate hung high in the sky as the bright moonlight shone down. The ancient pine trees stood tall on the mountain as clear spring water flowed from their roots. This was a tranquil and peaceful scene. They sat cross-legged under the moonlight. There was not the slightest noise, tranquil and tranquil. There was an otherworldly aura that was tranquil and natural. Not long ago, Yi Fan's blood was still boiling as he slashed 8 great existences. He was like a god of war looking down on the world, oppressing people to the point of suffocation. But now, he was like a banished immortal, motionless and transcendent as if he was going to ride the wind. He was like an azure god of death, but he was as calm as a snow orchid in the valley. One was moving and the other was quiet. They were 2 completely different temperaments. The sound of the zither was ethereal and spirited. It was as if divine talismans were jumping about and flowing out from her slender fingers, sketching out a peaceful scene. The moonlight shone down, making her white skin glow. Her fingers danced like a fairy, as if she was carved out of warm jade. No one spoke and did not disturb this Tao state. They quietly admired it. The water boiled again. The southern demon stood up and displayed his superb tea ceremony. Every movement of his had a strange power that calmed one's heart, calmed one's mind, and purified one's thoughts. It allowed one's self to be at peace and tranquility. This was a true tea ceremony that could purify one's soul. It allowed Yi Fan's anxiety over the death of his friend to dissolve. He slowly calmed down. After a long time, the southern demon said, "Zi Tiandu is in the southern mountains." Zi Tiandu was a young ancient race member who traveled together with Wang Ting 12 years ago. His strength was so powerful that it made people shiver. He was the young master of the Valley of Gods. How strong is he? Li Tian woke up from his tranquility and asked while sipping his tea. At the same time, he was absent-mindedly looking at Qi Huashan. He is much stronger than Wang Ting 12 years ago. The southern demon said. His thick black hair draped over his shoulders. Mountains and rivers appeared in his eyes along with the ancient moon. He was unfathomable. You want to tell us that he is very strong. Moreover, the current Wang Ting is not the same as before. He is even more terrifying, far surpassing the past. Xianxia said. The pine trees could not hide the moonlight. The clear spring flowed above the rocks. This place became quiet again. No one spoke as they quietly sipped their tea. The fragrance lingered, causing one's soul to sublimate. This was the world's most precious tea, originating from the Tao Comprehension tea tree. The leaves that flew out of Undying Mountain and landed in the outside world were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Nanyao used it to entertain guests. He didn't say anything, but the few of them could tell that he was using his heart to comprehend his own Tao. This place became increasingly quiet. How strong is Yuan Gu? Yi Fan asked. He had long decided that he was going to kill this person to understand his Tao heart and avenge his old friend. I was 10 li away from him. When I turned around, I saw his silhouette. He was an unrivaled expert and was extremely powerful. The southern monster didn't speak much, but his words carried a lot of weight. He did not exaggerate, nor did he describe in detail. He spoke calmly and truthfully, but it made people feel a great pressure. The southern demon had once entered the eastern wilderness alone, wanting to witness the terrifying young experts of the ancient race one by one. However, in the end, he had only brushed past Yuan Gu. He had not seen Huang Shudao, the heavenly prince, the divine silkworm Daoist, or the fire Qilin. Today's battle will shake the entire 5 regions. Do you want to save your old friends from danger? Do you think they are still alive? The southern demon calmly gazed over. Yifan put down his teacup and gazed into the distance. I hope there are still people alive. Let all the enemies come to kill me. I'll take them all on. Are you not afraid that the enemies are endless? Can you block them all? Qi Huishui had skin of ice and bones of jade, but when she smiled, there was a charming and flirtatious charm. If they come, I'll just kill them all, said Yifan. In the distance, the expressions of the old demons couldn't help but become sluggish. Then, they nodded. Come, I, divine child Li Tian, have descended here. There will definitely be a world-shaking battle to raise the sacred might of our carnal desires' orthodoxy. Li Tian was impassioned. Qi Huishui curled her lips. She didn't have a good impression of him. Beauty, don't look down on me. I'm the sect master of the carnal desires' orthodoxy. My sect will flourish in the Big Dipper star region. In the future, I will rule over the world. Isn't he just a rapist? Qi Huishui said valiantly. He put on a look of disdain and said, even if I haven't killed 1,000, I've killed at least 800. Don't compare me with those tasteless fellows. I'm a young sect master with ideals, morals, background, iron rules, and ambition. The night was quiet, and the fragrance of flowers permeated the air. The pine forest became quiet again. After a long time, Yifan asked the southern demon about the situation in the eastern wasteland. The information he obtained was similar to what he had heard before. When I entered the eastern wasteland, I killed a few experts from the ancient races. They were all from the same race as the primordial era, but I didn't find any of your old friends. The southern demon said. Yifan expressed his gratitude. He didn't have a deep friendship with the southern demon, so it was very difficult for him to do this. But now, who would be willing to provoke the ancient races? Everyone wanted to protect themselves in the future chaotic times and couldn't wait to avoid them. The ancient races all had ancient kings in slumber. Once they awakened, who could be a match for the human race? If one truly became enemies with them, there would definitely be mountains of corpses and seas of blood. No one would be able to fight against them, and all the holy lands would find it hard to breathe. The moonlight was like thin smoke, sprinkling down on the pine forest like large white feathers. The spring water gurgled. This place was incomparably peaceful, like a poetic scene. It was already late at night. Yifan stood up and said, tell me Zitiandu's specific location and help me carve a teleportation formation. Okay. The southern demon stood up and asked an old demon to open an ancient formation platform on another mountain peak. You want to kill the young master of the Valley of Gods alone? That's a dragon's pool and tiger's den. There's no need to talk about how powerful he is, and there's also a group of terrifying clansmen there. It's a stronghold for them to enter the southern mountains range. Qi Huishui's beautiful eyes blinked. Yifan laughed and said, after tonight, that stronghold will no longer exist. Arrogant. Qi Huishui glanced at him. I'm drunk, numb, and limp. If I laugh again, I'll die, Li Tian shouted. Die. Qi Huishui ruthlessly glared at him. I've offended you in the past and imprisoned you for a month. Don't take it to heart. Yifan apologized. You can die too. Qi Huishui flipped out and kicked Yifan onto the formation platform, causing everyone to be stunned. This girl was truly ferocious, even kicking a saint physique. One had to know that this was a ruthless person who had just killed 8 powerhouses, including the clan master of the Desolate Era. The ancient formation platform interweaved with runes and resonated with the stars in the sky. At this moment, all of them were activated. Demonic light surged as they disappeared from the spot. Vermilion Bird City was one of the 10 great ancient cities of the southern mountains. It had a long history, even before the era of writing. This was a huge ancient city. According to legend, when the foundation was built, the divine bird Vermilion Bird cried out, hence the city's name. On this night, the moon was bright and the stars were sparse. A group of 3 crossed the void and entered this city. That southern demon seems to be extremely powerful and unfathomable, Yan Yishi said. This person is very calm and has an extraordinary bearing. He will definitely become a great person in the future. Even the hoodlum Li Tian said so. Yifan nodded and said, if he wasn't powerful, why would the odd warrior manor talk to him privately? They might even give him a quota to enter the ancient starry sky region. This was a very spacious ancient residence with gardens and many palaces. It was left behind by an ancient heavenly demon who looked down on the entire southern mountains in the past. Now, it was almost abandoned. Yifan pushed open the door and walked in. He did not take out his battle treasure and only held an ordinary iron sword in his right hand as he strode forward. Who dares to trespass into my race's important place? An ancient creature was alerted and flashed out from the door. He had scarlet hair and sharp fangs, his body covered in crocodile scales. Pooh! Yifan did not say anything. A cold sword light shone in all directions, and a bloody head immediately flew out. Its primordial spirit was annihilated by the sword chi, and the headless corpse's blood splashed several meters high. When the three walked over, it fell to the ground with a plop. How dare you? Just a few humans, yet you dare to trespass into my valley of divinities. A few beings that looked like flying silver Yikshaws jumped out and spat out divine arts. They emitted blazing divine light as they attacked. Yifan spread out his golden sacred domain and strode forward. It was as if he had entered an uninhabited land, and nothing could touch him. He killed his way over like he was taking a leisurely stroll. Pooh, pu, one head after another flew into the air, and blood bloomed like brilliant fireworks. It was a shocking moment, followed by eternal silence. A total of 19 heads were sent flying by Yifan. None of the ancient creatures were weak, but under the suppression of the golden sacred domain, they did not even have the power to fight back. They were all killed. Too fast, too sharp. Why don't you let me take action? Li Tian shouted. Yifan said, go into the sky and hold the goddess furnace, but do not expose it. If you see anyone trying to escape, blast them back. Don't let a single one escape today. Ah, miserable screams rang out from the ancient residence, startling many cultivators in Vermilion Bird City. They all woke up and watched from afar. It's him, the Saint Physique again. He's taking revenge for the barbarians. He returned after 12 years, yet he's still so powerful and terrifying. People gasped. How many people in the world dared to provoke ancient creatures? After returning, Yifan killed his way into the Valley of Divinity's stronghold in the southern mountains. He was going to wipe them all out. Ah, that night, Vermilion Bird City was restless. Shocking killing intent surged into the sky, and mournful screams rang out continuously. Everyone felt a sense of despair and coldness. Zetian, get over here and accept your head. Yifan raised his blood-dripping sword and killed his way into the depths of the residence. There were over 60 ancient creature corpses lying around, and his feet were covered in blood. My brother has returned to the eastern wasteland. A terrifying creature walked out. It was not much different from a human, with purple hair, purple eyes, and snow-white skin. His eyes were spewing flames of anger as he said coldly, "You're that Saint Physique." He really returned. What a pity. Then I'll let him grieve for a period of time. After speaking, Yifan took action. In the distant sky, everyone heard a wave of angry roars. There was an intense battle erupting, and all types of light surged. Countless archaic secret techniques were unleashed, and this place was thrown into chaos. However, after a quarter of an hour, an unwilling roar sounded. A head soaked in blood flew into the sky, purple hair and purple eyes, and then it exploded. After that, miserable screams rang out one after another. Some people clearly saw that there was a figure enveloped in a golden divine halo that was rapidly killing people in the residence. When the sword descended, heads would either fall to the ground or half a body would be sent flying. This was an extremely terrifying scene. Blood dyed the green brick road red. That person was like a demon king from hell. His hair was disheveled, and he killed people like flax. Not a single sword missed. Every time he attacked, a large amount of blood would blossom, and life would end. Too terrifying. Is this the holy power of a Saint Physique? A divine ring suppressing all the ancient creatures that attacked. He returned after 12 years and came back to this world. The Saint Physique is too powerful and terrifying. This was what everyone was thinking. They all felt their scalps go numb, and their bodies became ice cold. When everything calmed down, there were over 100 corpses under Yi Fan's feet. His entire body was soaked in blood, and the scarlet iron sword was thrown to the ground by him. With a chong sound, everyone's hearts trembled. Li Xiaoman, Hua Yunfei, Wang Teng, Yin Yang Sect, World of Mortals, Hell, Zi Tiandu, Yuan Gu, all enemies, I'll be waiting for you in the southern mountains. The heaven and earth were silent. No one knew how much time had passed before someone gathered their courage and entered this residence. There were bloodstains everywhere, and corpses were everywhere. All of them had been killed in a single strike. How much time had passed, yet over 100 ancient race experts had died. This kind of accomplishment made people tremble. 12 years had passed, and the Saint Physique had returned. In a single day, he killed the Wang clan master and the other 6 supreme experts. In a single night, he killed over 100 ancient race experts from Divine Valley. Everyone knew that after daybreak, this news would definitely spread to the 5 great regions. It would cause a huge commotion, and the entire world would be shaken. A ray of red light appeared on the horizon as the sun struggled to climb up. Mist lingered in the mountain forest, creating a hazy mist. Finally, the red sun gushed out and a few strands of gentle light sprinkled down on the forest, giving the mist a layer of gold and giving it a cheerful vitality. Morning dew rolled on the grass and flowers like pearls, sparkling and translucent. The multicolored light was extremely beautiful. The smell of the earth mixed with the fragrance of the grass, giving off a refreshing feeling. The mist had yet to disperse and there was still some moisture in the forest. A small portion of the red sun was peeking out, but the mountain was much livelier. All kinds of birds were chirping nonstop. Yi Fan was covered in blood. He stood motionlessly for half the night, his black hair and blood-stained clothes drenched in dew. On the other side, Xianxia was breathing in and out while facing the morning glow. Streams of white qi flowed in and out of his mouth and nose like a horned dragon. It was truly astonishing. What a good sleep. I say, one of you was meditating and didn't move at all, while the other is cultivating so hard. How can I endure this? Li Tian rinsed his mouth with spring water and washed his face. He then picked a handful of pine nuts and ate them as he walked. When the sun rose, the mist disappeared and the whole mountain area became bright and resplendent. Xianxia had finished his cultivation and opened his eyes. Brother Yi, what are you thinking about? Li Tian spat out a pine nut shell and said, what's there to worry about? After yesterday's battle, his name will definitely shake the world and he will be invincible. This is such a great thing. All the beauties in the world will be looking at him. When will the battle that will make me famous come? Every time, the opportunity is snatched away. I feel a pressure coming from afar. The future will suffocate me, said Yi Fan. He gazed toward the eastern wasteland, his gaze seemingly piercing through the vast mountains and rivers. Xianxia said, Huang Shidao, the heavenly prince, Yuan Gu, the fire Qilin, the divine silkworm Daoist, and the others. These young ancient race members are indeed terrifying. Their future path will definitely be built with blood and bones. Yi Fan said, even though these people are terrifying, they aren't enough to make me unable to sleep at night. I feel like it's hard to breathe in the future. I'm worried about those ancestral kings. If any one of them appears, it will be a great disaster. It will be a dark upheaval. Anyone who fought against an ancestral king would be met with a scene of blood flowing like rivers and millions of corpses. This was because those were terrifying beings of the sage level, and it was rare to see a human sage in the present age. In the archaic era, there were tens of thousands of races, and among them, the most terrifying were known as the royal races. There should be no less than 10 races, and every race would have an ancestral king, and not just one. Just thinking about it made one feel as if a mountain was pressing down on them, making it hard for them to breathe. In the future, if an all-out war were to break out, other than the inheritances of emperor armaments, who would be able to stand against them? Damn it, I'm starting to miss the Ziwei starfield. Back then, I had the goddess furnace. As long as I wasn't surrounded, I could do whatever I wanted. But after coming here, I realized that the future is not good. It's as if I'm looking for trouble. Li Tian regretted his decision. Right now, the only thing they could rejoice about was that the ancestral kings didn't show any signs of taking action, and there was no news of any of them reviving. However, it was hard to say what would happen in the future. Right now, the great sects could only pray that these ancestral kings only wanted to become immortals and didn't have any other thoughts. It was because during these years, there were some ancient races that did indeed send out this type of message. They also sent special envoys to the great sects, saying that they wouldn't fight a bloody battle and only needed a piece of land. Becoming an immortal was too elusive. How many heroes had their bones buried in the passage of time? It was hard to believe. Perhaps only those with ancient emperor weapons could have some confidence, but if the race didn't have a saint, then their future situation would still be worrying. From what we understand, the various ancient races seem to be feeling restraining fear as well. They are probing around in various places and don't dare to move unhindered in this world, said Yi Fan. What did you sense? Li Tian asked. According to what the southern monster said, they have appeared in the places where the great emperors passed away, as well as the tombs. They are incomparably cautious. Right, this is an ancient star that even the great emperors of the human race are about to descend on. There must be some secret that they are afraid of, said Li Tian. In this world, if one were to ask what the ancient kings were afraid of, it would naturally be the ancient emperors. They were afraid that they had some terrifying trump cards. Which one of the great emperors of the human race wasn't a dazzling figure that shocked the ancients and dazzled the contemporaries? There were too many things about them, causing the myriad of races to tremble in fear. Even if they were in slumber, there were still awakened ones paying attention to them. That's right, I think so too. Perhaps this is the only thing we can use to make them even more afraid, forever not daring to come out. Yi Fan said. What do you plan to do? Yan Yishi asked. I've thought about it for half a night. I have an idea that might be able to suppress the ancient kings and make them not dare to come out for a short period of time. Yi Fan said. You can suppress them? Li Tian was shocked. Even if he obtained an emperor weapon, if his strength wasn't enough, he might not be able to make an ancient king shrink back. In the past, there would definitely be great emperors appearing in the darkness. The current era is even more so than the past, surpassing all of the past. This is the only great era since the ancient times. I believe they are also afraid that the strongest human emperor will appear. Tell me about it. Li Tian said. If we really do it, there will be 9 deaths and 1 life. I hope it will be effective and intimidate them, Yi Fan said. The world was shaken, and the 5 regions were shocked. On this day, all the cultivators were shocked. Their gazes gathered on Jiao Nanling. Everyone was in disbelief and felt that it was inconceivable. It had already been 12 years since he left this ancient planet. The divine physique of the past had actually appeared again, returning to this world. He had killed 8 great experts of the Huanggu aristocratic families and killed hundreds of ancient race heroes in the night. The experts' corpses lay beneath his feet, and his iron sword was soaked in blood. This battle had shaken the world. There wasn't a single cultivator in the 5 regions who wasn't shocked. All of this was too sudden. This kind of battle accomplishment was too terrifying. How did he return? How could he appear in this world again? That was crossing the starry skies. Even the ancient saints might not be able to travel safely. This is too inconceivable. He killed so many experts alone. After 12 years, how did he become so powerful? He even killed Wang Ting's father. How domineering. It seems like he wants to fight the North Empyrean to the death. After 12 years, the final battle is about to take place. Divine physique, he has returned. This is inconceivable and truly terrifying. How terrifying. Today, all the cultivators in the various regions were discussing. Yi Fan became the focal point of everyone's discussion. Everyone was shocked. A single battle shook the world, causing great waves of commotion. Yi Fan's return caused the various regions to be in a state of unrest. I feel that now that his divine physique has reached the minor completion stage, it would be hard for him to find an opponent at the 2nd level of Immortal Foundation. He should be able to look down on the world with disdain. This was the comment of an old sect leader from the Central Prefecture. The Central Emperor hasn't acted for so many years. I wonder how strong he is now. Hua Yunfei and the Alcade Saint Child have risen up. I wonder who would be stronger if they fought against the divine physique. Some people who wished for the world to be in chaos were filled with anticipation. Now that the divine physique has returned, maybe he would be able to clash against Huang Shudao and Yuan Gu, causing dazzling sparks to fly. This was the hope of a powerful unaffiliated cultivator. There are some supreme young experts from the ancient races with the royal blood flowing in their veins. Each of their statuses is equivalent to the divine physique of the human race. If one fought against them, they would most probably die 9 out of 10 times. There would definitely be someone who could suppress the divine physique of the human race. Only by truly clashing would we know who is the strongest. This is a grand era that surpasses the past. It would definitely be a world dyed in blood. Who can prove their Tao? Who can become an emperor? Right now, no one can be sure. The final victor would definitely trample on the blood and bones of countless outstanding geniuses. After the stars shine resplendently, there would definitely be many kings falling, and the future generations would be filled with desolation. It would be a magnificent scene dyed in blood. Yi Fan's return attracted the attention of the entire world. Millions of gazes were focused on the southern mountains. Many undying major powers specially sent people over to understand the situation. The reactions from different places were different. When the central prefecture Xinjiang sect's people heard that Yi Fan had reappeared, the current sect master threw the teacup in his hand below the main hall. Following that, he ordered many disciples not to take a single step into the southern mountains and even more so to stop outside the eastern wasteland. He then quickly began to conspire with the old man. This truly shocked them. The 2 ancient divine dynasties of the eastern wasteland had evidently received less killing business recently. People guessed that they were mobilizing their troops to attack Yi Fan. The people of the world were horrified. The 2 ancient dynasties had been dormant for more than 100,000 years. Now, they dared to reappear in the world without fear of the encirclement of various sections. This was enough to explain the situation. Thinking of those terrifying legends, the ancient palace built with the skulls of various kings, and the carpet made from the skin of saints, everyone felt their blood run cold. The 2 divine dynasties' most powerful divine sons and daughters were all born to kill the various kings. They were the most mysterious young experts in the world. People knew that they really wanted to collect the skulls of the divine physiques. Perhaps the most terrifying sparks would be ignited because many people believed that they had the power to kill all the kings. The eastern wasteland, the southern region, the Ji family. Ji Ziyue was bright and beautiful. Her hair danced in the wind and her slender body was light. She looked ethereal and intelligent. For so many years, the little dimples that would only appear when she smiled rarely appeared. Her entire person was as otherworldly as the goddess of moon, untainted by the mortal world. At this moment, the jade cup in her hand fell to the ground, but she didn't care. She looked at Ji Haoyue in surprise and said, "Really, little Yi is back?" "Yes. He's on the other side and we're on this side of the starry sky. We're so far apart. He is back." Ji Ziyue murmured and then smiled happily. A pair of cute and mischievous little dimples appeared on her face. At this moment, although she tried her best to hide it, there was a trace of mist in her eyes. In an ancient cave of the Ji clan, inside a huge block of ice, a man covered in blood was sealed inside. His wounds were corroded by the black light. At this moment, he transmitted his divine sense and said, "Little Yi has returned. Good, good, good. Kill all the enemies and avenge us. I never thought that I would be able to see him again. Brother Heishui, rest well. You'll definitely survive." Ji Ziyue comforted him. "Tell little Yi to kill Li Xiaoman and Yuan Gu. Otherwise, some of our brothers won't be able to rest in peace." Li Heishui shouted excitedly. In the Wang family of the northern plains, a tall and burly young man with black hair like a waterfall and sharp eyes stood on top of an ancient golden chariot. Around him were true dragons and divine phoenixes, white tigers and black tortoises shining in the sky. He was like the prime heavenly emperor, standing on the golden chariot. Golden holy light flooded the world. 9 true dragons, 9 divine phoenixes, 9 white tigers and 9 black tortoises were fusing with the Tao together, creating a loud rumble that shook the heaven and earth. "Ah!" Wang Ting roared. All the mountains in his seclusion grounds collapsed. The earth and rocks were like a tsunami, rolling up tens of thousands of feet high and scattering the clouds in the sky. In the northern regions, there was a black mountain that had existed since ancient times. It was like a demonic wall that separated 3,000 worlds and stood majestically. On top of it, there was a figure standing alone with his hands behind his back. He looked at the southern mountains and said, "The human race's holy physique. Interesting. It's worth killing." More places and more people were looking at the southern mountains from afar. In the depths of the mountains, apes cried and tigers roared. Strange beasts ran amok and all kinds of fierce birds circled in the sky. Some were like dragons but had wings, some were like divine phoenixes but had scarlet scales. It was a prehistoric scene. This was the dwelling place of the barbarian tribe, hidden in the depths of a large mountain range. The creatures they faced were all extremely terrifying and powerful, and because of this, they were able to train their physique to the point of being able to fight. So fragrant, Li Tian sniffed. There was a pung bird on the bonfire. Without its golden feathers, it was still over 20 meters long. It was caught by Dongfangyi. At this moment, it was divided into hundreds of portions. Many children and elders gathered around different bonfires to enjoy the ping meat. The golden divine feathers were flowing with brilliance and contained a terrifying power. This proved how powerful this bird was when it was alive, but now, it had become a meal on a plate. Oil dripped down and fell on the bonfire, creating sizzling sounds. The fragrant barbecued meat was especially tempting. After adding salt and other seasonings, it was golden and glossy, and the fragrance became even stronger. Some elders of the barbarian tribe opened a few jars of old wine. The smell of ping meat mixed with the fragrance of wine made them drool. Yifan and some elders of the barbarian tribe sat together to discuss the important matter of sending troops to northern plains. Both sides were chatting happily as they ate and drank big bowls of wine. Occasionally, when an old man of the barbarian tribe drank to his heart's content, he would tear the meat on the grill with one hand and wave a big stick with the other, shouting that he would trample all the little rats of the Wang family to death and beat all the yolk out of those bastards. "I say, brother, did you grow up eating these wild animals? Truly better than immortals." Li Tian tore off a large piece of golden and glossy pung meat and drank a mouthful of old wine. He was so happy that he almost floated in the air. This pung meat is not often eaten. Think about how hard it is to fight. Although it is a strange bird that doesn't walk the path of transformation, it is still comparable to a great expert. Normally, people don't provoke it. Dongfang Man said. "This pung meat is really delicious, I can't wait to stay in your tribe." Li Tian wiped his mouth. In the distance, the fifth granduncle in the ancient village was drinking with a group of old men in the tribe. He smiled and said, "Manor has been thinking about rock meat since he was young. When he was 5 years old, he climbed a cliff to dig out rock eggs and was almost trapped in his nest by an adult rock. Luckily, we followed him. What a blissful childhood, raiding a pang's nest at such a young age. This truly isn't a normal experience." Li Tian was envious, feeling that this was too fierce. "My brother likes to catch dragons," Dongfang Man said. "We used to have a lot of deep pools, and he started to go there when he was very young. When he was a teenager, he often went to the pool to catch dragons." "What kind of people are these? Digging out a rock's nest and going into a deep pool to catch a wild dragon? Why do I feel like it's as easy as catching a sparrow or catching a loach? You guys were too abnormal when you were young." Li Tian couldn't help but be convinced. Ao. Not far away, a group of 8 or 9-year-old wild children came whistling over, pulling vines from one cliff to another, more vigorous than monkeys. "There's rock meat to eat, oh, there's also dragon meat, this is too great." The group of children were as if they were flying, climbing rocks and leaping trees, quickly arriving in front of them. Ow! A loud roar shook the mountains as a huge monster flew across the sky, casting a large shadow on the ground. That was a terrifying existence like an azure dragon, but it had a pair of wings covered densely with scales, each of which could cover a mountain. "What kind of monster is this? It's too terrifying." Li Tian almost threw the old wine in his hand to the ground. Such a terrifying aura, how many people in the present age can fight against this creature? Yan Yishi was also horrified. Even Yi Fan's expression changed as he stared at the sky in a daze. Although this place was the same as the prehistoric times, with all kinds of strange ancient birds and beasts, this one was too powerful, causing even him to feel a bit scared. Don't worry, I'm a guardian beast of my barbarian tribe. I was raised by the previous chief himself. Although it wasn't a true azure dragon, the blood of the azure dragon flowed in its body. It had lived for 3,900 years, and with a single roar, 10,000 mountains would tremble. Time was merciless. The old chief had already passed away 2,000 years ago, but this strange beast was still alive and vigorous, showing no signs of aging. This is truly a guardian god, a living legend. Damn it, that grandson Xianxia dares to chase us here, the azure dragon will bite him to death. Li Tian said. He began to look around, wanting to see if there were any other strange beasts. This ancient tribe was too mysterious to actually have such a terrifying guardian god. If he brought it to the northern plains, wouldn't he be able to sweep through a large area? Dongfang Man laughed in a simple and honest manner. Are you looking for a guardian beast? There's another one over there. He pointed to a pond in front of them. There was a black and swarthy boulder that was at least a few feet long. At this time, a few strong barbarian men carried a large iron basin over, inside of which was a lot of roasted pung meat, emitting a strong fragrance. A black tortoise. Yi Fan was astonished. This was a terrifying black tortoise with a dragon head and a black shell on its back. After smelling the fragrance of the meat, it poked its head out and began to chew on the meat. Such a big tortoise, it's really rare. Is it really a guardian god? A demon tortoise that has lived for hundreds and thousands of years would also be this big. It doesn't seem like it. Li Tian was suspicious, then he whispered, this thing is so big, and its whole body is full of essence. Would it be very nutritious to eat it? Dongfang Man whispered, don't speak nonsense, this tortoise has been like this since it came to our tribe 2,000 years ago. After being discovered by the old chief, he ordered us to take good care of it and not neglect it. Why did he treat it like this? Even Yi Fan was interested. An old barbarian said, the old chief said that it was very similar to the legendary tortoise, the one that was raised by a chief a long time ago. It can't be, it's so strange? Xianxia was also moved. I'm not sure, the old chief said that it might be the descendant of that tortoise, the same race. In any case, don't hurt it, just treat it well. Not long after, Yi Fan and the others heard a tiger's roar, and the whole forest was filled with leaves flying everywhere. A white tiger the size of a mountain flashed in the distance and disappeared. That was the other guardian beast of the barbarian tribe, raised by a senior hero who had already passed away. It had learned the breathing method of the ancient barbarian martial scripture and had lived for 3,500 years. Unfathomable, this was Yi Fan's intuition. This ancient barbarian tribe was truly mysterious and tyrannical. No wonder the entire southern mountains was said to be their world in the ancient times. In the next few days, Yi Fan had been discussing with the barbarian elders. After all, attacking a clan of the ancients would involve too much responsibility, and there would be mountains of corpses at every turn. It was unknown how many people would die. Saint Physique, kneel and die for me. On this day, someone appeared in one of the 10 ancient cities of the southern mountains, Phoenix City, and the news spread throughout the entire southern region. Finally, someone has come? Yi Fan had once said that he would stay in the southern mountains and wait for the enemies of the world to attack him. After many days, someone had finally arrived. We're about to enter the northern plains, and you still want to fight? Xianxia asked. I want the whole world to focus their attention on the southern mountains, so that all the enemies will come to the southern mountains and send experts to deal with me, ignoring everything else, Yi Fan said. As they were about to invade northern plains, he wanted to draw all the enemies' attention to southern mountains. Then, he and the barbarian army would charge into northern plains and strike with lightning speed. Restrain all the enemies, let them gather their troops in the southern mountains, and then we'll transcend and attack the Wang clan. Xianxia nodded. Saint Physique, kneel and die. This was arrogance and ignorance to the extreme, like he had lost his mind. In the current world, as long as a grand completion immortal king didn't appear, no one would dare to humiliate Yi Fan like this. Who dared to curse like this? Even Li Tian, this evil-looking man, had a rare sinister expression on his face. He even said that he would help Yifan to pluck the head of this person off and use it as a chamber pot. In the southern mountains, a commotion broke out. The gazes of the people were all on Phoenix City, wanting to know who dared to be so crazy. And as expected, it was indeed someone from the Wang clan of the northern plains, Wang Qingtian. He wasn't very old, but he had already stood on the 9th minor step of the second layer of the Immortal Foundation realm for many years. He was the one who caused the commotion, wanting nothing more than to force Yifan to appear so that he could capture his soul and use the cruelest method to humiliate him to death. The leader of a clan was killed. Such humiliation was indescribable, throwing his face in front of everyone. This was even more severe than slapping everyone in the Wang clan in the face. Since ancient times, other than the dark chaos and the destruction of their sects, there had never been a Saint Lord who was slapped to death by others. Saint Physique, come over here on your knees. At the end, Wang Qingtian personally shouted. He wanted to humiliate Yifan in the largest and most flourishing Phoenix City, forcing him to show himself. He had no fear because he brought an ancient sacred weapon with him. Any enemy, even if it was a king, without a corresponding weapon, would die without a burial ground. The one surnamed Ji, are you not going to show yourself? Let me tell you then, when my clan hunted down your old friends, I once acted and killed them like stray dogs. Today, I will come to kill you. An even more overbearing voice rang out. Wang Qingtian's voice rang out through the entire Phoenix City, insulting Yifan's old friends. It was unknown how many major powers were paying attention to this. Since he dares to shout like this, he definitely has something he can rely on. Xianxia spoke. They had already arrived at Phoenix City and guessed that this time around, the Wang clan of the northern plains most probably came with an ancient sacred killing formation or a sacred weapon. Let's go see him and give him a pleasant surprise. The goddess furnace in Yifan's palm was sparkling and translucent, emitting a bewitching luster. Wang Qingtian himself was very cold and was not a person who liked to talk too much. With his hands behind his back, he was fearless. There was an ancient sacred weapon in his bosom, ready to strike at any time. I suddenly feel that killing you like this is too boring. Let's go to that ancient village. Didn't you say you wanted to protect them? Today, I will destroy everything they have in front of you. He did not give Yifan any time to think. He stepped onto a formation platform with the others and crossed over, disappearing from Phoenix City. Yifan did not hesitate and followed along with Xianxia and Li Tian, also crossing over and disappearing. The three of them were very expectant. If they were lucky, they might be able to obtain a sacred weapon. Phoenix City was in a state of chaos. It was unknown how many people were paying attention, but both sides had left just like that. These people quickly constructed a formation platform, all wanting to witness this extraordinary battle. Wang Qingtian and Yifan stood opposite each other. He coldly laughed. Is this the mountain village in the ancient mountain range ahead? I will erase it. At this moment, he launched an attack. A violet gold hammer flew up, transforming into a blazing bolt of lightning as it hacked towards Yifan, its might overflowing the heavens. Boom! In the surroundings, the mountains collapsed. The divine power was like the sea, directly turning the distant ancient village into ashes. This was the might of a sacred weapon. Although it was damaged, it was still boundlessly terrifying, as if the end of the world had arrived. Even though the ancient holy weapon was damaged and wasn't forged from divine materials, its divine might was still unimaginable. The mountain ranges collapsed, and the entire great wastelands trembled. In the distance, all of the birds and beasts were trembling with fear. They all knelt down on the ground and prostrated themselves in this direction. The world became silent. Only here, a violet golden hammer floated in the void. With a shake, the 10,000 worlds in the heavens seemed like they were going to collapse. The indescribable and terrifying might was unstoppable at this moment. The purple ripples it produced collapsed mountains, dried up lakes, and caved-in valleys. Heaven and earth were destroyed, and all living things were destroyed. Damned bastards are here again, destroying my home and destroying my village. This is truly exterminating all of us. I cannot live under the same sky as you all. In the distant mountainous region, several barbarian elders saw this scene. Their hair and beards all stood on end. They hadn't even counterattacked the northern plains, yet the other party came knocking on their door. If they hadn't moved away long ago, they would have been massacred. The purple ripples spread. The world became quiet. Everything was destroyed. The ancient villages and mountain ranges had long since disintegrated under the aftermath. When everything calmed down, the mountains at the very front were silently annihilated. A light breeze blew past, and they fell down like paper, turning into ashes. It was precisely this damaged holy weapon that couldn't be compared to an ancient great weapon, yet it still possessed this kind of power. In front of the Wang family's people floated a head-sized violet golden hammer. Purple energy surged and multicolored light shone brilliantly. It was originally extremely exquisite, but now, a third of its surface was missing and caved in. Wang Qingtian's eyes were filled with coldness. With his hands behind his back, he stood there proudly with an indescribable coldness. He had the appearance of an otherworldly expert. However, right at that moment, his face froze and his gaze became sluggish. Immediately afterwards, he staggered back over 10 steps, his expression immediately freezing. In the back, the other people from the Wang family were also stupefied. They were incomparably shocked and all of them revealed expressions of disbelief. Right in front of them, 3 people walked out from the dissipating purple ripples. Their expressions were calm and without fear. One of the fellas spoke with a face of mockery. "Just this broken hammer of yours and you dare call it a holy weapon? Just give it to me, divine childly Tian, and I'll use it to grind medicine." Wang Qingtian and the others were completely stunned. They knew that they were in big trouble. What had happened was far beyond their expectations. There was most likely going to be a disaster today. In Yifan's right palm was a fist-sized copper furnace. It was beautiful and dazzling, sparkling and translucent. The copper material possessed spirituality, translucent and glossy, flickering with light. It emitted a gentle light mist that protected the 3 of them within. Strands of the might of a saint seeped out, intimidating one's soul. It was incomparable. Flawless saint weapon. The people of the Wang family felt a chill run down their spines. Normally, they wouldn't be able to come into contact with this kind of thing at all. It was a supreme treasure left behind by the great sage in this world. The one in the family was enshrined, and it was hard to even see it from afar. Wang Qingtian's entire body was ice cold. This was the first time he felt so close to death. Against such a weapon, even if there were dozens of him, he would still die. His elder brother had once fought with Wang Qingkuan for the position of clan head, and in terms of strength, he was far superior. In this generation of the Wang clan, they were the 2 famous heroes, and no one could contend against them. However, their strength couldn't compare to their youngest son's astonishing aptitude. The young Wang Ting was favored by the old ancestor, and he fought for the position of clan head for his father. Now, Wang Qingkuan was killed, and his elder brother became the most powerful contender for the position of clan head. Their line of people requested the violet golden hammer for him, allowing him to use the might of the holy weapon to destroy the divine physique and wipe away the Wang family's humiliation. This would strengthen their faction's might, and increase the brilliance of their elder brother's position. However, in the end, this was the result. The other party had a saint weapon, making him feel as if he had fallen into an ice house. "You all want us to kneel to death, yet you all really dare to speak." Li Tian laughed coldly. "Don't kill us." There were people behind Wang Qingtian who were trembling under the might of the holy weapon. There was no one who didn't fear death, it was just that the degree of fear they felt was different. Wang, the void trembled. Radiance flickered in Yifan's hand. The goddess furnace shot out a streak of multicolored haze that was dazzling and beautiful. It immediately froze that violet golden hammer in place, and then it swept back. He held it in his hand and gently stroked it, using the goddess furnace to completely wipe away all of the divine sense imprints inside. Then, he carefully observed it. What a pity, it's a damaged weapon with serious internal damage. Not only was the material of this weapon not good, but it had also consumed too much energy and overdrafted the last of its life force. The divine flame contained within was about to be extinguished. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to suppress it, and it would have been even more difficult to seize it. Yan Yishi said, "The damage is severe enough. We can use the goddess furnace to suppress it, or else we really wouldn't be able to subdue a god with a saint weapon. However, there are also shortcomings. This way, it will be damaged even more, and it won't be able to be used many times in the future. No matter, it's still better than not being able to use it, Yifan said. The saint weapon was very terrifying, and it could only be used by subduing the god within. Otherwise, it could backfire at any time and kill the wielder. This was the reason why great powers weren't afraid even if their saint weapon was seized. It was because there was a high chance that they could take it back, and it would be difficult to use it even if it fell into the hands of the enemy. Little bastards, consider it my loss today. Wang Qingtian saw that the saint weapon was about to completely change owners. Although it was damaged, it was still a great loss to his clan. One could imagine how sullen he was. F*ck your mother, you are still so stubborn now. I'll slice you to death later on. Li Tian spoke. He received the goddess furnace and a beam of divine light shot out. Wang Qingtian was flung through the air. The bones and meridians in his body creaked unceasingly. His sea of reincarnation shattered, his Tao palace collapsed, and his immortal foundation bled. He was crippled on the spot, losing all his cultivation. You. Wang Qingtian's entire body trembled, and all his hopes turned to dust. He bitterly cultivated for an entire lifetime, but today, it was all over. You what you? Li Tian backhanded him and slapped him to the ground. Don't kill us, we'll agree to all your conditions. The others were so scared that their souls were about to leave their bodies. They knelt on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. I have many questions I want to ask you guys. Yifan smiled. They were about to invade the northern plains, and the more they understood this clan, the better. You bastards. Wang Qingtian wasn't just cursing his clansmen, he was also cursing Yifan's group. He wanted to continue cursing and berating them. Bang! Yifan descended from the sky and stomped down. Half of Wang Qingtian's face was buried into the soil, and he couldn't speak anymore. After that, he kicked him away like a dead dog. Not long later, Yifan obtained many valuable information from these people. In the end, he brought these people into the barbarian tribe for them to continue interrogating. The people of the tribe hated them to the core, so they naturally wouldn't use gentle methods. They almost shaved Wang Qingtian alive. They used a large stick to beat him, and not long after, he was almost smashed into pieces. When Yifan left, he wiped away all traces of the battlefield. He didn't want to leave behind the aura of the ancient sacred weapon because it wasn't suitable to expose it now. Not long later, those people who had finished constructing the teleportation formation rushed over from Phoenix City. However, they were all disappointed. The battle had already ended, and they didn't see anything. Woo-woo. The bugle horn sounded. The barbarian tribe was gathering their troops, preparing to slaughter their way into the northern plains. There were 2 people who came to their village to massacre them. This could be said to be going too far. All the experts were summoned. Regardless of whether they were living in groups in the mountains, cultivating alone in secret grounds, or in seclusion, all of them had to appear. This ancient bullhorn represented war. It wouldn't be blown unless it was a crucial moment. Once it was blown, there would definitely be a world-shaking battle. The entire tribe would fight, and blood would fill the land. Yifan felt that it was time to attack the northern plains. Many major forces were focusing their attention on southern mountains, and they were planning against them. It was the best time for them to escape now, and they would succeed in entering the northern plains. Woo-woo. The ancient bull horn let out a long cry, shaking the mountains and valleys, echoing throughout the entire barbarian ancient land. Roar, a loud roar shook the mountains. A huge azure dragon soared through the sky, casting down a large shadow. It was extremely terrifying, and the aura it emitted made all living beings tremble. It had a pair of huge scaled wings, and every flap of its wings could cover a large mountain. One could well imagine how terrifying this overlord of the sky was. This was a dragon species personally raised by the previous tribe leader, and the blood of the azure dragon flowed within its body. There were 9 elders sitting cross-legged on its back. Their ages were very old, but they were all very wild. They wore beast skin clothes and carried wolf-tooth clubs on their backs. All of them had the same appearance. These people. Yifan was astonished. These elders were all extremely terrifying. Every one of them was around 3,000 years old, and they were the living fossils of the tribe. Ho! On the other side, a huge white tiger roared as it galloped over from the depths of the mountain range. Every step it took could trample a cliff, and it possessed an incomparably terrifying destructive power. This was the other terrifying guardian god of the barbarians. It had already lived for more than 3,500 years. It was as tall as a mountain, and its demonic aura overflowed into the heavens. On its back were more than 30 terrifying elders. Their ages were all over 2,000 years old, and their hair was like messy grass. Even though their bodies were thin due to their age, they were all full of vigor. They carried large axes on their backs, and each of them was terrifyingly fierce. Ho! Roars sounded continuously. Savage beasts rushed over one after another, and there was an expert sitting on each of them. This was a group of barbarian experts whose seniority was slightly lower, and they didn't have the qualifications to sit on the two guardian gods. Their upper bodies were bare, and every one of them had copper muscles and iron bones. Their muscles were like horned dragons, and they were either riding on divine beasts or sitting on Chilean lions. All of them looked like ancient war gods. So many experts. Motherfucker, even my human desires Tao wasn't this powerful at its peak. Li Tianji shrunk his neck, and his entire body exuded cold air. The ancient barbarian tribes were too mysterious and powerful. No wonder they dared to say that even if the undying divine dynasty bullied them, they still dared to slaughter their way over and completely overturn them. Some of these ferocious people who appeared on savage beasts are powerful. There are so many of them, and they are so powerful. Xianxia felt like he was about to suffocate. Loud roars sounded. There were human figures everywhere, and all of them rose into the air. There were old and young, and all of them were incomparably wild and valiant. They held terrifying ancient weapons in their hands. This group of people didn't have mounts, but every one of them possessed terrifying magical force. The main point was that they covered the mountains and plains, and there were too many of them. Report, in the distant sky, someone rode on a fierce bird and flew into the depths of the mountain range like a bolt of lightning. He reported loudly, the forces that Wang clan left in southern mountains have entered the desolate mountains and are searching for our clansmen. They have spread the word that no matter where Dongfeng Ye's village escapes to, they will hunt them down and massacre them all. An old barbarian stood up on a cliff. His hair was flying in the air as he shouted, Northern Plains Wang clan is going too far. This is the third time they have massacred our clansmen. What do you think we should do? Kill our way into Northern Plains, and destroy their clansmen with our strongest battle power. Counterattack, destroy Northern Plains Wang clan, and let the ancient war god's fury burn through Northern Plains. They want to massacre our clansmen, so we will destroy their clansmen and erase the so-called ancient clans from this world forever. The old men and women were shouting furiously, and their battle intent soared to the sky. The mountains and plains were filled with human figures, and the roars of beasts could be heard. The crowd was in high spirits, and all of them wanted to kill their way into Northern Plains. Good, today, all the experts of our clan will gather and enter Northern Plains. We will kill them all, kill them all. The old tribe leader on the cliff shouted, and countless people below responded. Kill them all, invade Northern Plains, and beat them until they bleed. Humiliating our clan, massacring our land, we can't bear it anymore, we will flatten them. Kill them all. The barbarian army's banners fluttered in the wind, and killing intent soared into the sky. All of them were in high spirits as they waved their smoke cudgels. Everyone's blood was boiling, and they couldn't wait to kill their way over. First, exterminate this group of bastards who dared to massacre my tribe for the third time. Use them as a sacrifice and send troops to the Northern Plains to wipe out the Wang family. On the rocky cliff, the old chief of the barbarian tribe shouted. Kill this group of murderers who destroyed our homeland, kill them all. Don't let a single person go, let this group of bastards never return, smash them all to pieces. The crowd was enraged. When they were about to set off, there were people who dared to enter the ancient mountain to search for their whereabouts. They chased after the people of the ancient village and threatened to exterminate them. This was an insult and provocation to the barbarian tribe. Yi Fan and Xianxia sighed inwardly. This group of people was truly courting death. They simply didn't understand how terrifying the barbarian tribe was. According to the strength they had seen, they absolutely dared to overturn any major power. They were fearless no matter who they met. Woo-woo. The ancient bull's horn rumbled like muffled thunder. The entire mountain range and ravine were shaking. Aoo. The roars of beasts pierced through the clouds and shook the vast sky. Strange beasts with dense scales soared into the sky one after another. They were extremely terrifying. Kill, don't let a single person go. This was a terrifying scene. When these strange beasts soared into the sky, they were like black clouds that connected together and covered the sky, causing the entire desolate mountain range to tremble. The Wang family was an ancient family in the northern plains, one of the most prosperous powers in the world. They had arrangements in various places, and the southern mountains was naturally no exception. Especially now that they were plotting against this place. This time, Wang Qingtian used the power of the holy weapon to kill Yi Fan, and the people arranged in the southern mountains also moved at the same time to wipe out the barbarian tribe in the southern mountains. After these people joined forces and entered the mountain, they indeed killed a few barbarian youths who went out to hunt. They also threatened to massacre the ancient tribe. However, they absolutely didn't expect this tribe to be so big and so terrifying. At this moment, the sounds of killing shook the heavens. It was as if 100,000 heavenly generals and soldiers descended from the sky. Black clouds rolled and black fog covered the sky. It was as if there were countless demonic gods riding strange beasts galloping over, pressing down on the sky. How many people are there? Why are they so powerful? This is completely different from what we know. This is too terrifying. This is a group of barbarian warriors. I remember some legends. Could it be that such a terrifying tribe really exists? According to the legends, the entire southern mountains range was ruled by a group of barbarians in the ancient times. However, their inheritance was mysteriously severed in the end. Could it be that they lived in seclusion here? When the people who were surrounded thought of this, they all felt their scalps tighten and their bodies turn cold. They felt as if every pore was being filled with ice shards, and even their souls were being frozen. If that was the case, not only would they all die here, even Northern Plains Wang clan would face a great calamity. But, those are just legends. They weren't recorded in any history books. How did they become true? These people were filled with terror and unwillingness. Facing the endless barbarian warriors, they began to flee. However, blood blossomed one after another, and people were continuously smashed into meat paste. Ah, spare me. Let us go. This was a massacre. The barbarians were honest and upright. They could treat their friends with sincerity, but they were cold and merciless towards those who massacred their homeland. Pa. With a wave of the Wolf Fang Club, a head was immediately smashed open. The skull flew out and white brain matter splashed high into the air. Pooh. With a sweep of the stone axe, several experts were cut in half at the waist. The blood was as wild as the bow to spring. Bright red steam rose into the air, and the stench of blood was pungent. This was a bloody scene that made people want to vomit. Ordinary people would not be able to witness it. Without any suspense, the people who came to massacre the ancient village for the third time were all killed. Not a single person escaped. They were completely annihilated. Woo-woo, the ancient war bugle horn sounded, and the barbarian warriors returned. Many of their weapons were stained with blood, and all of them were incomparably excited. This was the bloodline passed down to them by their ancestors. The more they fought, the stronger they became. Every one of them had a trace of the ancient war god's bloodline, making them the strongest warriors in southern mountains range. There was a huge empty space in the tribe, and there was an ancient formation platform there. It had long been engraved with the marks of time, left behind by the ancient era. Every piece of huge stone used to construct this teleportation formation was very particular. Although countless years had passed, there was not a single bit of damage. At this time, there were barbarian elders setting up the coordinates, and the ancient platform began to revive, flickering with a strange light. Hexagram star formation, resonating with the stars in the sky. Not only can it travel to all parts of the world, it can even go to outer regions and enter the starry sky, Xianxia said in astonishment. There were tens of thousands of barbarian warriors, and even the sky was covered. Everyone was lined up in an orderly manner, stepping onto the ancient formation platform and entering a huge realm gate. Children, the power bestowed upon us by our ancestors can now be put to use. For the safety of our tribesmen, for the dignity of our race, we must enter Northern Plains today and fight a bloody battle. Bring out your courage, and let the entire Northern Plains tremble wherever the vanguard points. The elders of the barbarian tribe were still mobilizing their troops and stirring up everyone's courage before they set off for battle. In truth, after the small battle just now, everyone's blood was already boiling. It was the most suitable time to enter Northern Plains. In the outside world, no one knew that there was such a terrifying tribe living in seclusion in the depths of this endless primitive mountain range, and they would not know that they were going on an expedition today. Even though it was so noisy here, the human and demonic races still could not sense it. A terrifying army that could shake the entire 5 regions had set off. Team after team of people stepped onto the ancient battle platform and disappeared from the barbarian tribe. None of them spoke, but their blood was boiling. They were incomparably excited as they prepared for an earth-shattering battle. This was the barbarian race, natural warriors who had grown up in the forests and faced all kinds of ferocious birds and beasts. They were already used to blood and life and death. At this time, not a single one of them was afraid. Yi Fan could not help but sigh. This kind of courage was hard to come by in a bustling city or a peaceful field. Perhaps this was one of the reasons why the barbarian ancestors wanted them to hide in the great wilderness. Is there no one left to guard the tribe? Yi Fan asked. It was better to be safe than sorry. If someone really came here during this period of time, it would not be good. Don't worry, we have enough strength to adapt. An old barbarian warrior said. He inadvertently glanced at the black tortoise by the pond not far away. It was motionless, like a black rock. The vast northern plains was vast and boundless. This was a boundless grassland. It was incomparably desolate and sparsely populated. Sometimes, one could walk for more than 10 years without seeing a single person. On this piece of land, the population was relatively concentrated in a few regions. 80% of the regions were barren, with wolves and jackals roaming and evil beasts roaming about. Woo! In the depths of the grassland, a lone wolf howled. It was incomparably desolate. A terrifying army walked out from a black realm gate one after another. Everyone was silent, releasing blood energy as they held weapons in their hands. No one knew that a great battle that would shock the 5 regions was about to begin. Since the end of the Dark Ages, this was the first time someone had attacked an immortal inheritance and a terrifying ancient family. Roar! The azure dragon appeared with 9 living fossils on its back. After spreading its wings, it covered the sky and drowned the grassland. It spiraled into the sky. Roar! The white tiger leapt out. It was as huge as a mountain and cracked the ground with its feet. It carried more than 30 barbarian elders on its journey. The sky was densely packed with people. The golden divine Ho, purple Qilin, and other strange beasts appeared one after another with powerful barbarian warriors on their backs. Their battle intent surged. The leaden clouds were thick and heavy. It was incomparably stifling. This was a gray world. The entire grassland was desolate. The sky was gloomy and dusky, and the thick clouds were suffocating. This battle is destined to be a bloodbath and a mountain of corpses. Millions upon millions of creatures on this vast land will tremble. We can only win and not lose. Victory in battle, victory in attack. This was a terrifying aura that could collapse mountains and rivers, overturn the sky, and cause the sun and moon to fall. Today's battle might cause an immortal inheritance to be forever erased from the earth. It was a terrifying event that had never happened since the Dark Ages. Of course, it might be a sad song. This ancient tribe of the southern mountains might also perish and cease to exist. An earth-shattering change was about to begin. This battle was destined to have a far-reaching impact. It was vast and mighty, and it would affect tens of thousands of sections. The silent army, terrifying pressure, silently advanced. They gripped their weapons, and in this silent process, they were preparing to unleash a heaven-shattering strike. Eastern wasteland, central plains, and western desert, all the great powers gathered at the southern mountains. Some terrifying enemies had already set off to deal with Yi Fan, but they did not know that the shocking battlefield had already shifted. Saint Physique is alone. So what if he is strong? Can he fight against a great sect? If there is a great sect attacking the Saint Physique at full force, will he not die with a grievance? While people were doubting in the southern mountains, Yi Fan led the barbarian army and approached the Wang family of the northern plains. The dark clouds became heavier and covered the entire sky. The grassland was silent like a land of death. The atmosphere was so oppressive that it was hard to breathe. The ground was covered in darkness while the sky was densely packed. The silent army was full of vigor and blood. There was a terrifying killing intent surging around them. There was no armor, no battle suit. Everyone was wearing animal skin clothes, and one of their arms was bare. Their bronze-colored bodies were strong, and their muscles were bulging. It was as if there were dragons coiling around their bodies. Some of them were holding big clubs, while others were carrying stone axes on their backs. At this moment, the attack was about to begin when they were 1,000 miles away from the Wang family. The old tribe leader waved his hand and the army divided into 4 groups. They advanced silently and started to flank the Wang family. The azure dragon that could blot out the sky and cover the sun with one of its wings was carrying 9 living fossils. It led an overwhelming number of barbarian warriors to attack the main gate. It was a guardian god that had lived for 3,900 years. Its strength was terrifying. The guardian god white tiger that was as big as a mountain carried 32,000 years old terrifying elders. It led the barbarian warriors to attack from the north gate. The leader of the barbarian race stood on a rock that looked as if it was cast from gold. He brought a sky full of terrifying experts riding on barbarian beasts to attack from the east. In the hands of the old tribe leader was a terrifying stone axe. It was flowing with the aura of an ancient saint. It was a sacred weapon passed down through the generations and came from the hands of the great sage. Yi Fan was also given a heavy responsibility. He wielded the peerlessly terrifying goddess furnace and led the countless barbarian warriors to attack from the west. Azure Dragon and White Tiger, these 2 guardian gods also have the aura of the ancient sacred weapon. When Yi Fan held the goddess furnace, he sensed something. Use the sacred weapons of the 4 directions to tear apart the Wang family's ancient divine formation. The heavenly army will suddenly descend. Tens of thousands of barbarian warriors will directly attack without giving them any time to react. Let's hope we succeed in one battle. Whether it would be a desolate ancient aristocratic family that would be erased forever or the barbarian army would die in hatred in the northern plains would be revealed in this world-shaking battle. Kacha! A blood-colored lightning tore through the dark sky. At this time, the barbarian army began their attack towards the Wang family. The black clouds pressing down on the ground. It was as if tens of thousands of black mountains had descended, piling on top of each other. The pressure was so heavy that it was difficult to breathe, causing one's heart to palpitate. When they were only several hundred li away from the Wang family, tens of thousands of barbarian soldiers surrounded them and began to attack at top speed. The prologue of the heaven-shattering battle had begun. The army of beasts trampled on the ground like a black flood, whistling past and causing the earth to tremble. Who are these people? Where did so many soldiers come from? The Wang family had hidden sentries that were patrolling the land several hundred li away. Pooh! Blood splashed out as an arrow pierced through the throat. The divine archers of the barbarian race rode on strange beasts, all of them drawing their bows. The speed of their mounts did not decrease at all as they charged forward like a flood. The bows in their hands were pulled to a full crescent, and ancient divine arrows pierced through the clouds one after another, flying over 10 li. Blood continuously blossomed in a ghastly red. Under the leaden clouds, lives were reaped one after another, collapsing to the ground. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Tens of thousands of beasts rushed past, trampling all the corpses into a bloody paste. Not a single person was able to escape. Divine archery was one of the secret arts of the barbarian race. It was always a sure kill shot. With so many people, as long as some of them fired their bows, no one would be able to stop them. Not good, a great enemy has invaded, quickly sound the alarm. There were too many hidden sentries in this several hundred li area, but at first, no one could successfully sound the alarm. Horses galloped across the grassland, accompanied by tens of thousands of barbarian soldiers. Their blood energy rushed out, and wherever their weapons went, they were like an unstoppable group of ancient war gods. Who are these people? Quickly report to the family, someone is attacking our Wang family. In the sky, there were also patrollers, but their fates were even more miserable. When the flood of steel on the ground whistled past, there were several 2,000-year-old divine archers who drew their bows. The arrows they shot were several dozen li long, piercing through the enemies one after another. There's an ancient castle in the sky. The Wang family was very generous. There were many ancient watchtowers hidden in the clouds 100 li away from the family, monitoring the movements in all directions. Not even the slightest movement could escape their eyes. However, the southern mountains barbarians were already prepared. There were also tens of thousands of riders in the sky, riding on all kinds of strange beasts, galloping on the clouds, rumbling as they passed, trampling all the buildings. However, when faced with any obstructions, the spear would charge forward and collapse upon impact. Ancient watchtowers were reduced to rubble one after another. Those who wanted to escape to deliver the message were all overtaken and trampled into mush by the savage beasts. Only a bloody mist was left behind. Whether it was in the sky or on the ground, the silhouettes of the barbarian warriors could be seen everywhere. Wherever they went, they destroyed everything in their way. Yi Fan and Li Tian were both apprehensive. This was simply an unstoppable army, and they had an indescribably terrifying bloodlust. At this time, blood qi rushed out from the top of everyone's head. Tens of thousands of them mixed together, like a group of asuras bathed in blood. All of the cavalrymen were dyed in a layer of blood red. This was a terrifying aura, as if they had the blood of a war god protecting them, making them unstoppable. It was getting closer. When it was 50 li from Wang family, an alarm sounded. There was a powerful being overseeing this place, so it couldn't be eliminated ahead of time. Clang, the sound of the bell echoed for hundreds of li, shaking everyone's eardrums. This was a sturdy defensive structure that hadn't been used for who knew how many tens of thousands of years. Even though there were people stationed here normally, who would have thought that someone would dare to attack Wang family? They were the rulers of northern plains, looking down on the world and ruling over an area. The people here had long lost their vigilance and didn't think that anyone would dare to attack. They felt that it was useless. However, everyone's expression changed at this time. After the alarm was sounded, they rushed into the sky and took out all kinds of weapons to defend. However, all of this was futile. The barbarian cavalry moved unhindered, each of them incomparably brave. They held stone axes and wolf fang clubs as they charged forward. Ancient war watchtowers, small-scale floating cities and other things were erected in the sky. They were supposed to be an immortal defense, but when the cavalry charged and trampled on the void, they all collapsed. Everywhere the barbarian warriors went, blood qi pervaded the air as they swept through everything in their path. There was truly nothing that could obstruct their advance. The people stationed here screamed continuously. They were either pierced by the cold spears, dripping with blood, or smashed into meat paste with broken bones flying everywhere. This was a massacre that was on a completely different level. How could several hundred experts resist so many cavalry? It was like an ant trying to shake a tree, they couldn't even escape. Even two great experts couldn't escape and were personally shot to death by a living fossil-level divine archer. 2 arrows pierced through and the terrifying arrow feathers carried their corpses 2 to 3 li away before shattering into pieces. Wang family was in chaos. Hearing the alarm bell, everyone was shocked. What kind of unforeseen event was this? That bell had not rung for 10,000 years. The distance of 50 li was very short. Even if Wang family heard the bell, it was already too late. Tens of thousands of cavalry arrived in an instant, people shouting and beasts roaring. Kill! At this moment, the barbarian warriors who had been silent for a long time all erupted with shocking killing intent. With one roar, the mountains and rivers moved, and the entire grassland looked like it was about to collapse. This was a flood of steel. Nothing could obstruct their footwork. They were like war gods that slaughtered their way in, sweeping everything in their path. Boom! The ancient war palaces and floating islands outside the Wang family immediately shattered into pieces, turning into piles of rubble and broken rocks. In front of them, mountain ridges stretched across the land like giant dragons. This was one of the few mountainous regions in the grassland. The Wang family was located in the middle. According to the feng shui master, this was a land of soaring dragons that could make a family flourish and have a long life. Tens of thousands of barbarians surrounded the clan of the remote antiquity. Everyone raised their weapons, ready to launch an earth-shattering attack. Everyone was gathering their ancient battle chi. This was not a confrontation between two armies, so there was no need for a direct confrontation. They had come purely for revenge. Speed was the most important thing in war, so they were going to launch the fiercest attack. In the south, the azure dragon flapped its huge wings and smashed the mountain ridges in front of it. It was a terrifying scene. Broken mountains were sent flying, and huge ridges were uprooted. Earth and stones were tumbling, and the sky was filled with dark clouds. This was the overlord of the azure sky, one of the protectors of the barbarians. It had been raised by the previous leader and had existed for more than 3,900 years. Its strength was unfathomable. Roar, the azure dragon roared, and many more mountains collapsed. Moreover, a green light flew out from its mouth, emitting a horrifying aura. It was as if a saint was awakening. What it spat out was a green saber, but the aura that could destroy heaven and earth came from the saber's blade. Everywhere, the prairie was trembling. It was as if a god of war was awakening and was about to destroy this world. Powerful, majestic, oppressive, and blazing aura filled the air. The azure dragon blade, there was a vivid and lifelike azure dragon engraved on it. The blade's body was simple and unadorned, but it was imposing. Its murderous intent seemed to want to throw the world into chaos, frightening the 9 heavens and 10 earths. However, it was not without flaws. This was a damaged saint's weapon. It was missing a part, and the blade was broken. The azure dragon engraved on it was missing a section. Although it was not a sacred weapon, after being spat out by the barbarian race's guardian god, it still possessed a domineering might. The azure dragon's saber slashed down from the sky, and with a hong sound, it was as if a world had been split open. The Wang family's southern gate released a blinding brilliance. This was the ancient saint's great defensive formation, but now, it was cracked and shaken. A huge hole had been cut open. Outside the northern gate, there was also a terrifying scene of mountains collapsing and rubble piercing through the sky. It was because another protector was moving. It was as tall as a mountain, and it carried more than 32,000 years old barbarian elders as it crushed all obstacles in its way. Ho! The white tiger roared, and the sky shook greatly. It spat out a bone club that was as white as jade, and it smashed towards the northern gate's great formation. This was also a damaged sacred weapon. It was refined from the arm bone of an ancient saint. It was warm and white, but there were many cracks on its surface. It had been damaged before, and it had lost its divine power. The white tiger roared and continued to attack with the bone club, tearing a large hole in the ancient divine formation. A huge gap appeared, and it continuously expanded. At the eastern gate, the mountains outside were flattened. The old clan master led an army of over 10,000 to attack together. Meanwhile, the most terrifying thing was naturally the stone axe in the old clan master's hands. It was simple and unadorned, but just a look at it would make one's heart tremble. This was the sacred weapon passed down through the ages by the barbarian race's great sage. It was perfect and flawless, it possessed incomparable offensive power. When the axe hacked down, it was as if the 10,000 worlds in the heavens were going to collapse. The destructive aura made the entire grassland cave in. Wang family's eastern gate was hacked open, collapsing in front of it. A corner of the ancient great formation was lifted, but it couldn't stop the great army's advance. From the west, Yifan held the goddess furnace in his hands as he led the way. Behind him, banners fluttered in the wind. Over 10,000 armored cavalry galloped forward, trampling on the heavens as they arrived. "Open for me!" Yifan roared. Sun holy force circulated, and the extreme yang divine point erupted. The fist-sized divine furnace shone resplendently as it smashed into Wang family's western gate. Mountains collapsed and the earth split apart. The great gate was blasted into pieces, and a crack was torn open in the great formation laid down by the ancient saints. Over 10,000 armored cavalry shouted, their bodies bathed in bloody light as they slaughtered with all of their strength. "Open!" Yifan released another loud shout. The goddess furnace battered against this ancient formation, continuously shaking, making the flaws in the formation patterns become greater and greater. In the end, the western gate was broken through. Over 10,000 armored cavalry charged straight in. Wherever the wolf-tooth club pointed, the walls collapsed. Kill! At this moment, shouts of war shook the heavens. There was a great army in all directions. With the 4 ancient holy weapons opening the way, Wang family's great defensive formation collapsed, becoming a ruined formation that lost its use. Even though the weapons of the Azure Dragon and White Tiger protectors were lacking, they were powerful enough themselves, making up for all of this. Wang family was an undying ancient family, so they were naturally powerful enough. There were many divine islands floating in the sky, and there were even more divine mountains that hung from the heavens. Silver waterfalls poured down, creating an extremely magnificent sight. Tens of thousands of armored cavalry slaughtered their way over. Islands and ancient mountains were torn apart one after another, falling down. After a period of chaos, Wang family's experts faced the enemy. "Who are you people? Why are you attacking my Wang family?" someone shouted. Everything happened too quickly. The 4 great gates were broken through, and it seemed to have been completed at the same time. Even someone as powerful as the Wang family was shocked. This was definitely an unimaginably great enemy. Unless one had 3 or 4 divine weapons, there was no way they could accomplish this. Just the thought of it made one's hair stand on end. "I am the Yi Fan you all want to kill. Today, I have come to eliminate you all. I am going to flatten the ancient family with my armored cavalry." Yi Fan stood in the air. His black hair danced about crazily, and his eyes were fierce. He released a great roar that rang through the boundless great earth. There was a type of monarch descending upon the world. A shocking great battle was unavoidable. Blood seemed to have dyed the grassland red, and bones seemed to have formed mountains. "What? It's your divine body. There's also a group of barbarians from the southern mountains range. Kill them all." Everyone from the Wang family was furious. Many powerful individuals took action, flying into the sky and activating their weapons. They had never thought that Yi Fan would dare to act so arrogantly against an ancient family. The entire Wang family hated him and wanted to get rid of him at all times, yet he actually came to their doorstep. Of course, they were also filled with shock. This group of barbarian soldiers was too powerful. Tens of thousands of them moved out together. They were truly an army of tigers and wolves, a group of unrivaled war maniacs. Blood energy overflowed into the heavens and surged with battle intent. The roars of men and beasts could be heard. It was as if a group of ancient war gods had reincarnated. Wherever they passed, mountains would collapse and the earth would crack. It was unknown just how many divine islands were destroyed. The army of tens of thousands roared loudly. Each and every one of them brandished their clubs, giant axes, and long spears. The destructive power was astonishing. Blossoms of blood flew everywhere. No one could stop them. Kill. Kill until the sky is dyed red with blood. Kill until the dawn that people look forward to. Let the Wang family be forever erased from this world. Yi Fan shouted loudly. Kill. Behind Yi Fan, the barbarian army he led had no less than a dozen powerful individuals. They were also like hot-blooded madmen as they roared and slaughtered. Kill the Wang family. Wipe out the hatred of our clansmen and take revenge for Yi Er. Overturn this so-called immortal inheritance. Tens of thousands of people roared. The scene was too shocking, and even the sky seemed like it was going to collapse. Motherfucker, this group of barbarians is truly manly. Not a single one of them is afraid of death. I've been infected. Li Tiando felt his blood boil as he charged out together with them. The Wang family's reaction was swift. Countless experts rushed into the sky. Moreover, there were holy weapons awakening in the depths of the family. They emitted a terrifying might as they penetrated into the distance. Since ancient times, no one has ever dared to attack my Wang family like this. You all will pay the price in blood. An aged voice shouted. Countless armored cavalry stepped into the ancient family. This was a magnificent feat that had never happened in the past 100,000 years. The Wang family's people were all stupefied, but they were also extremely furious. This was a sky filled with blood. Battle cries and sword shadows could be heard everywhere. The two ancient inheritances unfolded a chaotic battle that resembled a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Blood splattered everywhere and corpses fell to the ground. It was an incomparably bitter scene. Yi Fan charged at the very front. He returned the goddess furnace to Li Tian and Xianxia so that they could use it as a deterrent. This kind of weapon was indeed terrifyingly powerful, but the divine power it consumed was too majestic. Unless one was a saint, no one could wield it for a long time to kill an enemy. Most of them were used to balance the enemy's holy weapons, and the deterrent effect was far greater than the actual killing effect. Yi Fan charged into the crowd of enemies and shouted, "People of the Wang family, come and die. Today, I, Yi Fan, have killed my way here. What can you do to me? Kill them. Kill them all." Wang family's powerful figures all moved out, many people hurrying towards the western gate. At this moment, everyone's eyes were red. All words were useless, they could only fight to the death, either the Wang family would be exterminated, or the barbarian race would all die in battle. There were no other results. At this moment, one side had to be completely wiped out. Comparatively speaking, the Wang family already had no path of retreat. The other side had broken through the great formation laid down by the ancient saints and slaughtered their way in. They could only fight to the death. A figure with long sleeves fluttered about, moving like a snake and leaping like a monkey. He was extremely vigorous as he quickly closed in, facing off against Yi Fan. This was one of Wang family's leading figures. His seniority was extremely high, and he was already one step past the immortal 3 executions of the Tao stage. He was 3,000 years old, and his eyes were like golden pearls. His hair had also turned yellow. This was the characteristic of an elder with a long lifespan and abundant vitality. If he was given time, this was a terrifying figure who had hope of breaking through into the king level. He rushed over murderously like a snake and a crane, pouncing like a tiger and jumping like an antelope. Every one of his movements was extremely strange, and every strike was extremely simple. However, it was extremely terrifying, bringing great pressure to even Yi Fan. This was definitely someone who had broken through the 6 or 7 restrictions, so he was naturally powerful enough. At times, he was like an old snake, and at other times, he was like a violent ape. At times, he was like an immortal crane, and at times, he was like an antelope. There was no way to track him down. Bang, Yi Fan was astonished as he fought against him. There was no lack of experts in the Huanggu family after all. This elder was extremely powerful, and every strike flickered with Tao traces. They secretly contained a terrifying great killing technique. The two fought intensely, and it was difficult for the bystanders to interfere. In the blink of an eye, they had already exchanged over 100 moves. Both of them were extremely fast. This yellow-haired elder's large sleeves fluttered about at times, appearing graceful like a banished immortal. At other times, he was incomparably fierce like a lone wolf pouncing on its prey. "Let's go together and kill him." There were other powerful figures from the Wang family who forcefully broke through and wanted to join in the battle against Yi Fan. A group of barbarians cried out loudly. Among them, there were more than 10 powerful figures who were bare-armed. Their muscles were bronze in color as they brandished their stone axes to resist. They had gone completely berserk as their blood energy gushed out and their hair danced about chaotically. Yi Fan and this terrifying elder finally decided the victor. He continuously smashed out 108 fists, and his pair of golden fists shattered the vacuum. The yellow-haired elder's arms spasmed, and his bones cracked. Even though they had collided through the air and clashed with divine power, he still suffered serious injuries. During this process, Yi Fan was also evolving, and he had a rough understanding of this elder's Tao traces. It was the same as the snake moves and crane strikes, and the tiger pounces and antelope leaps. This was actually a type of beast king fist. Yi Fan used the crane strikes. His palm was like a crane's beak as he blocked the elder's desperate attack. He then leapt up like an ape and plucked off the elder's head with a pu sound. Blood splashed high into the air. Ninth great uncle. Behind him, many people from the Wang family cried out in alarm. It was clear that Yi Fan had killed an extremely important figure. Kill. The Wang family attacked as a group, all of them surrounding and attacking Yi Fan. Many people's eyes were red from the slaughter. Motherfucker, who's scared of who? Just kill. Li Tian followed up, joining in the great battle. At this moment, even the carefree and elegant Xianxia's white clothes were dyed in blood. He attacked the enemies, fighting between life and death. Flowers of blood blossomed one after another. Who's scared of who? Yi Fan sneered. He had a divine physique, and what he feared the least was this kind of chaotic battle. He supported the golden sacred domain, and it was simply like a meat grinder. He slaughtered his way forward, sweeping through everything in his path. In the direction of the Wang family's western gate, shattered bones and flesh continuously flew about. The battle had reached its climax. Yi Fan was like an arrowhead, slaughtering at the very front. Wherever he passed, there were endless casualties. Pooh! Yi Fan's large golden palm imprint slammed down. Even a powerful existence couldn't withstand it. They didn't even have time to release a grunt before their bodies were smashed into a lump of flesh. Pung, then, he released a light shout from his mouth, using the fighting character to evolve the 6-syllable incantation of Buddhism. A divine sound was released, and the heavens collapsed. This was the highest secret technique of Buddhism. When cultivated to the highest level, it would contain the universe's great wisdom, perseverance, and benevolence. It had the power to split open the heavens and earth, and it could subdue deities in the heavens. Up ahead, the sky was full of cultivators screaming miserably. Groups of experts collapsed one after another. Under this divine sound, there were powerful existences that were torn to pieces. Yi Fan released a short shout. A blood-dyed sky appeared in front of him. Many people had their bones crushed, turning into a bloody mist. This was an extremely terrifying scene. In the west, there was a death god like Yi Fan charging at the very front. He attacked ruthlessly, advancing extremely quickly. The Wang family's losses were disastrous. At this moment, the barbarian race's terrifying battle prowess was undoubtedly displayed. Over 10,000 armored cavalry gathered together. The bloody light that rushed out from their skulls connected together, surrounding the entire army. Blood energy curled about. It was as if they were bathed in the blood of an ancient war god. They fearlessly charged forward, becoming a single entity. They could borrow strength from each other, becoming an inseparable 10,000-man cavalry army, advancing together. This was an incomparably terrifying scene. Over 10,000 people became one, charging murderously together. If gods stood in their way, they would kill gods. If Buddhas stood in their way, they would execute Buddhas. In the sky, the floating divine cliffs and islands collapsed one after another. Wherever the barbarian race's soldiers went, they couldn't stop them at all. They were all destroyed. Wang family's experts suffered countless casualties. There was originally a troop of 1,000 that was extremely brave and fierce, not fearing death. There was no lack of powerful figures among them, but when these 10,000 armored cavalry charged over, they were all trampled into bloody paste. Wang, suddenly, a terrifying sound rang out from ahead. Ancient war chariots rushed into the sky one after another, flickering with chilly metallic luster. It was eerie and horrifying. There were over 1,000 war chariots blocking the way forward. Every single one of them was covered in blade marks and arrow holes. They had experienced the baptism of war, leaving behind the marks of time. The war chariots rumbled as they crushed through the sky. Over 1,000 ancient war chariots charged over, causing the entire sky to tremble. It was as if they were going to collapse the heavens. In individual battles, these powerful war chariots weren't nimble enough. However, at this moment, the 10,000 armored cavalry displayed incomparably terrifying divine might. They combined together, crushing the heaven and earth. They rumbled as they rushed over with unstoppable offensive power, destroying everything in their way. Humans shouted and beasts hissed. The barbarian race's armored cavalry suffered a great loss. When they collided with these colossal figures, they fell like wheat being cut down. Lives were lost one after another, and blood blossomed everywhere. Over 1,000 ancient war chariots led by more than 10 powerful figures were all branded with terrifying Tao patterns. When combined together, they were like a metal vicious beast that devoured life. The sky was like an azure killing field. The fireworks ignited with their lives bloomed. It was temporary brilliance, but eternal death followed. Blood dripped everywhere as corpses fell in piles. The battle was just this bitter. No words could describe it. It was unknown just how many corpses there were on the ground. This was a sky dyed red with blood. It was just a fairy tale to take down a clan of the desolate era without casualties. It was impossible in reality. One had to experience the cruelty of blood and bones. The thousands of ancient war chariots were like meat grinders as they reaped the lives of barbarian warriors one after another. They quickly stopped and adjusted their formation. Yi Fan was covered in blood as he fought with all his might. In this sea of people, he killed his way to the front. The 6 paths of reincarnation fist smashed one terrifying war chariot after another. In this way, the Wang family was finally thrown into chaos. They stopped the attack, and the barbarian race's armored cavalry fell back and began to regroup. Divine archery technique. An old man from the barbarian race shouted. This was an archer who had lived for 3,000 years. He was a terrifying existence on the level of a living fossil. The less than 10,000 armored cavalry were all solemn. Not a single one of them feared death. Instead, they became even more iron-blooded. All of them took out their bows and began to shoot. This was a secret technique that the barbarian race had to master. It was known as one of the sure-kill techniques. At this moment, the blood energy that rushed out from the top of their heads became even more vigorous. They were completely submerged in a terrifying bloody mist. Every 100 barbarian race experts aimed at an ancient war chariot and shot out a terrifying arrow that contained their essence energy. Everyone's blood was boiling. Over 10,000 barbaric ancient divine arrows shot out at the same time. Endless blood energy linked together, and all of the arrows merged into one. Mountains and rivers collapsed as they shot out. Nearby, all of the islands and mountain ranges were turned into fine powder with pu-pu sounds. They were all destroyed under this kind of divine might. Many enormous war chariots were directly blasted apart and split into pieces. Half of the powerful beings were killed, dying a violent death. Divine archery technique. The old man shouted again. Everyone drew their bows again and launched another round of terrifying attacks. The barbaric ancient divine arrows pierced through heaven and earth, shattering over 100 ancient war chariots. Meanwhile, at this time, Yi Fan also took out the 10,000 death's bow. He had never cultivated the divine archery technique, but the golden holy arrows shot out from his peerless flesh shell were even more terrifying. Yi Fan shot out one arrow and poured all of his divine force into it. He killed 6 powerful beings in succession, shocking everyone on the spot. He was simply like a demon king. His black hair was dyed in blood, and his entire body was covered in blood. However, he was blossoming with endless radiance, forcing the Wang family experts into a state of chaos. Those who block me shall die. Yi Fan roared loudly. His voice resounded through the world and tore through the sky. Up ahead, another great collapse took place. Groups of experts were blasted into pieces, turning into a bloody mist. A large expanse of blood-colored sky appeared. The battle against the Huanggu family had reached its climax. In the distance, there were already ancient holy weapons clashing. Corpses piled up into mountains, and blood flowed everywhere. Great completion king-level figures. In the distance, cries of alarm could be heard. Terrifying fluctuations could be felt. At this point in the battle, a matchless figure had appeared. At this moment, a great completion king-level expert appeared. Cries of alarm rang out from the front as lives continuously disappeared. Rivers of blood flowed in front of him. Yi Fan was shocked at first, but then he calmed down. This was because the barbarians did not fear life and death. They charged forward with iron and blood, so no one would cry out in fear. Sure enough, a muffled dragon roar confirmed his suspicions. A large number of experts from the Wang family retreated in defeat. They all cried out in alarm and quickly dodged. A great completion king-level savage beast, a mutant that has been passed down from the ancient times. 2,000 years ago, I saw it in the depths of the southern mountains. At that time it had already lived for close to 2,000 years. Who would have thought that it would still be alive? Yi Fan let out a breath of relief. As expected of the barbarian race's guardian deity, it did not disappoint. It had lived for more than 3,900 years and was truly a great completion king-level beast. With this kind of savage beast, it could be said to be unstoppable. Once it erupted, no one along the way could resist. With a single attack, 8 or 9 great experts would die on the spot. The azure dragon attacked from the southern gate. On its back were 9 living fossils that had lived for more than 3,000 years. Behind them were large numbers of barbarian race warriors. They were like a mountain torrent with shocking aura that could destroy everything. The army of 1,000 charged forward and trampled on the Wang family. The azure dragon was at the front, and the 10,000 armored cavalry followed closely behind. They charged forward with iron and blood, faster than Yi Fan and the barbarian clan leader. They were about to reach the depths of the Wang family. "Old ancestor, please come out and revive the unmatched holy weapon." The people of the Wang family shouted loudly. Blood formed rivers, and corpses piled up into mountains. At this time, human lives were more valuable than grass. Both sides were bathed in blood, and there was no way out. They could only win by attacking, or else what awaited them would be the extermination of one side. The 4 armies attacked, but not all of them went smoothly. The barbarian clan leader encountered fierce resistance in the east. There was a living fossil holding a damaged holy weapon that launched a shocking attack from the side. If not for the old clan leader discovering it in time and intercepting it with the stone axe in his hand, the several thousand barbarian armored cavalry might have been turned into flying ashes. The might of a saint was simply impossible to resist. Even so, in that instant, there were more than 900 experts that couldn't even let out a groan before they were annihilated within the eastern gate. Boom! The barbarian leader was shocked and angry. He swung the stone axe in his hand. This was the perfect weapon left behind by the great sage of the human race. The strength of its divine power far exceeded that of the incomplete weapon. With this strike, the living fossil and his weapon were instantly reduced to ashes, unable to resist at all. Right now, everyone's eyes were red from killing. The barbarian tribe leader did not have the time to suppress and subdue a damaged holy weapon. If he kept it by his side, a great calamity might befall him, and he would suffer a backlash. Kill. In the east direction, after the 2 saint weapons clashed, nearly 10,000 cavalrymen swarmed in with unstoppable momentum. Especially the furious old clan leader, who did not hesitate to consume his life Xingyuan and once again activated his saint weapon. A stone axe hung high in the sky. It looked ordinary, even quite old-fashioned, but when it hacked down, heaven and earth split apart, as if it could pierce through the world. Wang family's eastern region, regardless of whether it was the Great Earth, the floating islands, or the divine peaks, they were all immediately blasted into dust, unknown just how many people lost their lives. Then, when the stone axe calmed down a bit, waves of earth and boulders shot high into the sky like a tsunami, completely submerging everything in front of him. The Eastern Great Army was no longer obstructed. They quickly advanced, their charging speed almost catching up to the azure dragon in the south, closing in on the Wang family's most important area. Oho! In the north, the white tiger roared. The mountainous protector god charged and smashed everything in its path. With a swipe of its claw, Wang family's Dragon Mountain ancient vein was like paper, continuously destroyed. This was also a savage beast king. Even though it had not reached great success, it was still not something an ordinary person could resist. 7 or 8 of Wang family's great experts were killed by it. However, they also encountered the most terrifying obstruction here. The barbarian warriors fell one after another, and all of them were caused by a large green claw. Ow! In the rear of the Wang family, there was actually an old green wolf. This was a beast pet raised by an expert of the Wang family in the past. Who would have thought that it would eventually mature and live for 3,400 years? It still hadn't died, and its strength was similar to the white tiger. What was even more terrifying was that there was also a damaged holy weapon in its body. It was left here to protect the Wang family's rear. At this moment, it suddenly pounced out and killed a large number of barbarian soldiers. Finally, it clashed with the white tiger, fighting intensely. The tiger's roar and the wolf's howl shook the entire northern plains. The battle between the strange beasts was exceptionally bitter. Fur, flesh, and even bones were bitten off and torn off. Moreover, the divine techniques of the savage beasts were even more terrifying. Sometimes, they would engulf all directions, affecting the Wang family and the barbarian army, causing them to suffer heavy losses. Roar. One of the old wolf's eyes was slapped out by the tiger's claw. It also attacked at this time, almost cutting off one of the white tiger's shoulder blades. At the same time, the secret techniques unique to their race attacked. Their bodies were cracking and blood flowed out. They were so huge that when their blood landed on the ground, it was like a small river flowing down. The attacks of the four armies were all different. The pressure on Yifan's side was not small either. Although they were not attacked by people with holy weapons, nor did they encounter any terrifying ancient beasts, there were war tools blocking their way. As a renowned clan of the desolate era, they had to have the capital to conquer any region under the heavens. Naturally, they could not lack warships and ancient carriages. The western region of the Yuan family was where these war tools were laid out. Thousands of ancient chariots blocked the way, clashing with the barbarian army. The number of experts who died in battle was innumerable. At this time, several hundred ice-cold warships rose into the sky even further away. They were even larger, and every single one of them was like a mountain. It was truly difficult for the barbarian cavalry to charge through. This is too abnormal. Why are we so unlucky? All of the Wang family's war tools are on this side, and we've encountered them. Li Tian complained. This was indeed the case. This was the Wang family's armory, and all of their war resources were here. It would be very difficult to charge through. If they tried to force their way through, there wouldn't be many barbarian cavalry left. There's no other way. I'll use my essence energy again. Yifan held a violet golden hammer in his hand and brandished it with all his strength. An expanse of blazing purple lightning surged forward. This was a weapon he seized from Wang Qingtian's hands. After being subdued by the goddess furnace, there were many cracks on its surface. However, its power did not decrease. The goddess furnace was perfect. As the weapon of the human race's great sage, the amount of divine force it consumed was even greater. Even if Yifan's flesh shell was unparalleled, he still wouldn't be able to endure it. It was because there would definitely be an even more intense battle ahead. Ahead, more than 400 war chariots collapsed, and more than 100 warships disintegrated. They turned into an expanse of light in the sky before completely disappearing. The aura of a holy weapon could be felt from ahead. There were people activating it as well, about to launch a thunderous attack. Yifan and the others' expressions changed. A powerful figure had arrived. It isn't a holy weapon, so it still has some flaws. Li Tian activated the goddess furnace and prepared to face the attack. They would all be destroyed in one battle. However, at this moment, the sound of a bugle horn came from the depths of the Wang family. The aura of a peerless holy weapon spread out like the sea, summoning its descendants. All the warships retreated, and many war chariots retreated to the depths of the family. Only endless wreckage and blood were left behind. It was a ghastly sight. As expected of the clan of the ancients. They are indeed difficult to deal with. Yifan sighed. He knew that the moment of life and death had arrived and that it would become even more bitter. Kill. Yifan was still the one leading the charge. The 9,000 cavalry followed closely behind, forming a dark mass. The mountains blocked the flat mountains, and the islands destroyed the islands. Along the way, they were like the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves. Wherever the cavalry went, all obstacles would be turned into powder. Nothing would exist after the cavalry passed by. When Yifan and the others killed their way to the depths of the Wang family, the Azure Dragon and the barbarian tribe leader had already arrived. Their clothes were stained with blood and their bodies were covered in wounds. The White Tiger army was the last to arrive. This divine protector was heavily injured and on the verge of death. However, it had killed an old wolf that was breaking through to the king level and solved a great problem. Pung! When the white tiger appeared with a bloody wolf head in its mouth and threw it to the ground, the entire Wang family was shaken. Everyone's faces turned pale. Ho! The white tiger was unwilling but also fainted on the spot. It was quickly collected by an elder of the barbarian tribe into an important weapon for protection. Up ahead was the Wang family's divine land. The bugle horn had come from there, summoning all the clansmen to retreat to this place. The barbarian army surrounded this place with bloody mist drifting about. They were all preparing for the final attack. Who would have thought that the Southern Mountains barbarian war god tribe still exists? I thought their inheritance had long been severed and disappeared in the river of time. An aged voice rang out. The divine land opened up and an old man walked out. Although his hair was about to fall off, he was still hale and hearty. His voice was like the booming of a bronze bell, sonorous and forceful. All the people of the Wang family followed behind him respectfully. Experts were as common as the clouds, and they all emerged from the divine land. A great completion king-level expert. All the barbarian race people were shocked. This was the Wang family's old ancestor. He had lived for more than 3,700 years. Although he was emaciated, his blood energy was oppressive. His withered body was like a divine furnace that was burning. Many barbarian race experts felt their mouths go dry. Their bodies were about to collapse, and even their souls were about to burn. This was the divine might of a great completion king-level expert. Even though he was just standing there without taking action, it still made people's hearts jump. They couldn't help but want to kneel down and worship him. It was so terrifying that it made them go crazy. At the same time, the aura of an ancient supreme holy weapon filled the air. It could attack from the divine land at any time. It was as if they had arrived at the territory of a demonic god. The barbarian race leader raised the stone axe and let it float above the entire barbarian race army. The blood energy of many barbarian race warriors surged as they activated it together. The stone axe dropped down tens of thousands of strands of divine power, protecting everyone below and forming an unbreakable domain. Tens of thousands of armored cavalry trampling the Huanggu family. This is truly a magnificent feat not seen in 100,000 years. The terrifying Wang family elder spoke coldly. His name was Wang Lai, and he had cultivated for more than 3,700 years. His strength was terrifying and matchless. No matter what the result of this battle was, it would definitely make the 5 regions tremble. A battle against an undying inheritance could be considered a heaven-shocking change. How can we compare to you all? You control millions and millions of miles of the northern plains. If you aren't happy in the slightest, you can go to the southern mountains range and massacre my clan, said the barbarian race leader. At this moment, there was no need to say anything else. The battle had already reached this state, so no matter what kind of words they said, it would all be useless. They could only stop when one side collapsed and blood flowed out. Then let me see who can pass through me. The great completion king-level expert Wang Lai was expressionless. Green light flickered. The azure dragon quickly shrunk from the size of a great mountain to the height of a person. It spread its wings and surged with divine force. It was going to fight against the great completion king-level expert. Senior Azure Dragon, you must be careful. The barbarian race leader reminded. Children, you all should go and offer sacrifices to my clan's foundation. I don't believe there is anyone who can wipe out my Wang family. Today, we will kill all of our enemies and display our clan's undying might. The great completion king-level expert said in a low voice. At this moment, a great accomplishment king-level expert spoke, wanting to use the family's reserve. This made many people feel fear and astonishment, wanting to understand what was going on. Reserve was a mysterious and strange term for the cultivators of the world. Everyone knew that the lands of the great sage all had terrifying reserves, but few knew what it represented. The azure dragon turned into the height of a person. Its divine might didn't decrease, but it became even more agile. It turned into a streak of green light and rushed over. Dao imprints flickered, and divine sounds surged. In the surroundings, everyone quickly retreated. They felt as if their eardrums were about to crack and their souls were unstable. They felt as if their bodies were about to be smashed into pieces. Dragon battles in the wild, this was a secret technique of the dragon race. Its body moved through the air, and a great steel wall rushed over. It swept down an expanse of green splendor, forming a divine domain. Wang Lai retreated like a ghost, evading this attack. Clang, Wang Lai spat out a magic zither and played it with force. A sound wave flew out, and it was as sharp as a heavenly blade. It cut open a great rift in the void, wanting to swallow the azure dragon inside. Green light flashed, and the dragon moved through the sky, crossing thousands of zhang. Then, it let out a light cry that shook the 9 heavens, shattering the sound wave. The 2 great accomplishment kings didn't face it head-on. At first, they were just probing, but these small methods all had great killing intent. If a sect master went up, they would have long been decapitated. Many of the Wang family's cultivators faced the divine earth and muttered something like an incantation. They were offering sacrifices. Deep accumulation, great fate, ancient inheritance, and immeasurable depth, this was what some people knew about the Holy Land. They believed that this was their reserve. However, those who truly understood would only shake their heads in horror, because this was far from enough. The so-called reserve was a true undying deterrence, and there were concrete objects. Sword cries shook the sky. Wang Lai quickly played the magic zither, and sound waves pierced through metal and cracked stone, rushing over like ocean waves. The azure dragon soared through the sky. With a shake of its wings, the sky was filled with dragon shadows, turning into tens of thousands. Under a single strike, ripples appeared, and the sound waves were destroyed. The mountain peaks outside the divine earth were also shattered one after another, turning into dust. Kill! At this moment, Wang Lai released a great roar. The probing ended, and he finally began to attack fiercely. He displayed a secret technique of the Great Tao, and his entire body was surrounded by a divine ring. His appearance was dignified, and he was incredibly fierce. In his left eye, a blazing sun flickered and flew out. In his right eye, an ancient moon also appeared. It enlarged endlessly and suppressed outwards. Samsara of sun and moon seal, this kind of secret technique was very difficult to cultivate. In the process of cultivating it, it was easy to injure one's eyes and cause them to lose their sight forever. However, it was extremely powerful. The azure dragon was as tall as a person, and its body wasn't much different from a true dragon's. It only had an extra pair of divine wings, and azure splendor coiled around its body, making it look extremely valiant. Dragon blood flowed within its body, and its flesh was far more powerful than that of other races. The 2 horns on its head were like the sharpest holy swords in the world. They drew out streaks of green light that split the sky and collided with the samsara seal of sun and moon. Loud sounds rang out one after another. A man and a dragon rushed together and began to fight intensely. Everyone's eyes were dazzled. This was a battle between great perfection kings. The battle between the great perfection king tiers was extremely fast. Many people couldn't even see it clearly, and it didn't take long for hundreds of exchanges to pass. Pooh! The azure dragon released a long roar. Its dragon claws descended, tearing off 3 of the shriveled but terrifyingly powerful Wang Lai's ribs. Blood flowed everywhere, and the aura of the Great Tao surged. Ow-ho! At the same time, it also suffered serious injuries. One of its green divine wings was forcibly torn off by Wang Lai. Dragon blood splashed outwards, dyeing the skies red. Children, what are you waiting for? Destroy the Wang family's divine earth and wipe out this Wangu family. Get revenge for our clansmen. The barbarian race chief roared. Kill these uncivilized savages. Don't let a single one of them escape. Wipe them all out. The Wang family's people also roared. They used all of their strength. If it wasn't for the fact that they were at a critical juncture and their clan was about to be wiped out, who would be able to see a great expert take action? In addition, regardless of whether it was the great experts that roamed the present world or those that had retired thousands of years ago, they all rose into the air. The Wang family's experts were all mobilized. Tens of thousands of armored cavalry weaved about. They made their way around the 2 great experts and slaughtered their way towards the Wang family's divine earth. Every single one of them was fearless as they fought to outdo each other. Their blood was boiling. Kill all of them. The Wang family's people also roared. Ancient chariots and warships appeared in the sky one after another. Only at this moment of life and death could the might of a Huanggu family be displayed to the fullest. People would discover that they were far more terrifying than they had imagined. The Wang family truly has too many experts. If they use their trump cards, how will we stop them? Li Tian was scared. The barbarian race chief did not reply, but he was very calm. He only waved his hand and said, "Children, kill." Before coming to Northern Plains, Yi Fan had mentioned the issue of trump cards to the barbarian race chief. The other party did not say anything, clearly showing that he was not afraid. Then let's kill. Attack the Wang family's divine earth and see what exactly is inside. Yi Fan had a heavenly sword in his left hand and a spear in his right hand. They were both seized. Clang, his sword descended, hacking apart an ancient ship that was as large as a mountain. Many of Wang family's experts inside all turned into blood and bones. The spear continued forward, continuously piercing through 9 ancient war chariots, nailing them to pieces. Human lives were even more valuable than grass. Boom, within the divine earth, a terrifying aura surged as if it wanted to destroy the world. It was as if millions of volcanoes were erupting at the same time. A terrifying rune appeared and pressed forward. This was the might of a supreme holy weapon left behind by the Wang family's great sage. Now that it had awakened, a vast divine might surged forward. The barbarian race chief roared. The stone axe floating in the air also shook violently. There were at least 1,000 cavalrymen beside him, and there was no lack of great experts among them. Everyone's chi and blood surged as they activated this weapon together. The powerful aura was immediately pushed back and rushed into the divine earth. The pressure on everyone was greatly reduced. One could imagine how terrifying this stone axe would be if tens of thousands of barbarian soldiers activated it together. Kill. Yi Fan still attacked from the west with 9,000 cavalrymen. He, Yan Yishi, and Lei Tian had the goddess furnace, so they had no fear. Many ancient ships and chariots were shot down, but at this time a majestic aura surged violently. The sky was covered in darkness as over 100 ancient castles rose up, intimidating everyone's soul. Battle castles, they were completely made of refined gold and had been tempered hundreds and thousands of times. They were sturdy and immortal, far more terrifying than ancient ships and chariots. They were small cities. The 9,000 cavalrymen all stopped in their tracks. There was no way for them to break through. The black mass was especially terrifying. Every battle castle was a divine city of steel that was difficult to break through. They were like impregnable passes blocking the way. The 9,000 cavalrymen were silent. Their bodies were covered in blood. Facing these cold battle castles, it was too difficult for them to use their beasts to break through. There was a great Tao engraved on them, making it difficult to break through. However, not a single one of them was afraid or dispirited. They retreated in an orderly manner. Against a clan of the Huanggu, it was naive to think that they could not break through without paying a price. They were already prepared to die in battle. After pulling away enough, a living fossil shouted, "Raise your spears." On the 9,000 cavalrymen, every barbarian soldier held a blood-red spear. The tip of the spear was cold and gloomy, flickering with a demonic splendor. Kill. At this moment, the 9,000 people roared in unison. The blood energy in the top of their heads increased by several times. Every one of them went berserk, and their battle prowess soared. Blood spear technique. The living fossil roared, ordering all the barbarian soldiers to use another killing technique. Their bodies were glowing and dripping with blood. Every one of them seemed to be forged from steel, resolute and powerful. Kill. After this order was issued, everyone roared and threw the spears in their hands. 9,000 beams of bloody light pierced through the sky and flew towards the divine city of steel. This was even more powerful and terrifying than the divine archery technique. The 9,000 beams of bloody light contained the barbarian soldiers' iron-like willpower. Infused with their battle chi, they were able to destroy everything in their path. This was a strange sound that seemed to pierce through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Even the gods were enraged. Howling sounds and terrifying. Rumbling sounds rang out at the same time. At first, the people of the Wang family were sneering. They wanted to crush the barbarian army with a terrifying war tool like the battle castle, but now they all turned pale with fright. Boom, the first huge metal city collapsed, followed by the second, the third, one after the other. The 9,000 bloody spears covered the sky and covered the earth. Each spear contained the soul and divine power of a barbarian soldier. They were endowed with life and were extremely powerful. Honglonglong, there were more than 10 ancient iron cities that were like mountains that broke apart, splitting apart in the sky dome, destroyed by the attacks. Everyone turned pale with fright. Even though there were still more than 80 divine cities, they still couldn't withstand this kind of attack. They would be completely destroyed sooner or later. However, the barbarian soldiers also paid a heavy price. Every one of their faces was a bit pale, losing a bit of color. Boom, Yifan was like a humanoid vicious beast. He slaughtered his way to the front and released a 6-pass reincarnation fist, using his own power to blast a metal city to pieces. He pressed forward and continued to fight. The barbarian soldiers were also roaring. Another round of blood spears flew out, passing through the shackles of space and time to descend. Boom, another battle castle was destroyed, no longer existing. Only a wave of fluctuations like the trembling of the star domain was left behind. Woo-woo, bugle horns sounded. War castles, ancient ships, war chariots, and other things were densely packed. They submerged the skies and crushed over. The barbarian soldiers who couldn't retreat in time were immediately turned into meat paste, turning into bloody mist. The bitter battle reached its climax. Corpses continuously fell from the sky, and the great earth had long been dyed red with blood. Ah! A loud cry sounded from not far away. Wang Lai and the Azure Dragon's angry roar collapsed the dragon veins where Wang family was. The battle of kings at the center of the battlefield had come to an end. The crown of Wang Lai's head was torn open, and there were several claw holes. Even his primordial spirit was split open, and his inner organs were all dug out by the dragon claws. His body was almost destroyed. The Azure Dragon wasn't much better off. Its pair of divine wings were torn off, and the lower half of its body was hacked into the ground, dripping with blood. Only the upper half of its body was left, and even one of its horns was broken off. This was a bitter battle. Both sides suffered serious injuries. Even though their bodies could recover, they were cut by the Tao, and the hidden injuries left behind were difficult to recover from in a short period of time. The barbarian army retreated, and Wang family's experts retreated to the divine earth. Both sides separated again, and the two great completion kings also returned. Offer sacrifices to our foundation, protect my clan, and kill all enemies. Wang Lai roared. Even though he was seriously injured, his voice still shook heaven and earth, making everyone's primordial spirit feel like it was going to shatter. Hong Long Long, within the divine earth, 9 purple-gold divine centipedes pulled an ancient war chariot as they rushed out. There were several divine sources piled on top of the chariot, releasing endless radiance and submerging a person within. These origin blocks ranged from stone grindstones to fingernails. There were so many of them, and they were piled up together. In a daze, one could vaguely see a person with hair as white as snow, his life force completely extinguished sitting within. He was extremely tall and imposing, intimidating one's soul. This was a type of Holy Land's foundation. Dark King Ancestor, please take action. Wang family's people kowtowed, their voices like collapsing mountains and roaring seas. However, that person within the pile of divine sources didn't move in the slightest, without the slightest bit of reaction. He was like an ice sculpture, without the slightest bit of vitality. Turns out it's the Dark Devil King. I was wondering who it was. What a pity, he passed away in meditation, unable to wake up. Within the barbarian camp, a thin and shriveled elder walked over. With each step he took, heaven and earth would tremble. Even though he wasn't tall, he was as oppressive as an ancient giant. Everything was trembling. Because of him alone. Even though half of the Azure Dragon's body was broken, at this moment, it was incomparably excited. It threw itself over as if it had seen a relative, using its green dragon head to rub the elder's shoulder. Little Green, so many years have passed. Every time I see you, I will always think of my older brother. The shriveled elder wore beast skin clothes just like his clansmen. One of his arms was bare as he rubbed the Azure Dragon's head. Undying ancient war god. The heavens bless my clan. Long live the barbarian king. Undefeated in every battle, unstoppable. All the barbarian warriors excitedly roared. A few of the powerful figures in the clan revealed shocked expressions. Then, they began to roar. Even they didn't think that this elder would still be alive. The barbarian king was an advanced king who had lived for 3,700 years. His vitality was at its peak, showing no signs of declining. He was the younger brother of the previous clan leader. He had disappeared for more than 1,000 years. Even the people of the clan thought that he had passed away in meditation. Who would have thought that he would appear here today? Wang Lai, I've heard of you. You injured my older brother's old companion so heavily. Today, I will take your head. The barbarian king stepped forward. Even though he wasn't tall and sturdy, his presence made everyone's hearts tremble. A barbarian king actually appeared. As expected of the barbarian war god tribe, truly terrifying. Wang Lai's heart trembled. During the ancient era, the blood of the barbarians shocked the world. Their physical bodies were unparalleled. Apart from the divine physique, they were the strongest. Such a barbarian king definitely had the blood of the barbarians flowing in his body. Just thinking about that kind of power made his scalp numb. Dark Ancestor, please take action. The people of the Wang clan shouted. They were all anxious. However, the white-haired old man sitting cross-legged in the middle of the pile of divine origin. Even though he was tall and intimidating, he didn't move at all. Whoosh, the barbarian king's speed was too fast. He disappeared in the blink of an eye and appeared beside Wang Lai. He attacked like lightning. Dazzling radiance erupted. Angry roars, berating, and divine force fluctuations spread out at the same time. Pooh. In the end, a wave of blood surged. A headless corpse collapsed. The barbarian king carried Wang Lai's head and retreated, returning to his camp in an instant. The Wang clan's side was absolutely silent. Everyone's faces were pale. Meanwhile, the barbarians were all roaring loudly. Long live the barbarian king! War blood is unrivaled. An expert from the Wang clan shouted, we can't care so much anymore. Revive the holy weapon and use all of our trump cards to exterminate these barbarians. Kill the barbarian king and the divine physique. You want to kill me? Today, I will kill you first. Yi Fan shouted loudly. Little brat Yi, you led tens of thousands of armored cavalry to destroy my clan's inheritance. You should be executed. A group of people berated. Whoosh, Yi Fan activated the travel formula. With the goddess furnace in his bosom, he shot out like lightning. With a pu sound, he used the army formula to take control of the enemy's weapon. He killed that expert and grabbed his head before retreating. Taking the head of the enemy from an army of 10,000 was like entering an uninhabited land. First, there was the barbarian king, and then there was Yi Fan. This kind of method dealt a great blow to the Wang clan. Kill, sweep through everything before you. Kill, unrivaled under the heavens. Kill, unrivaled under the heavens. The barbarian armored cavalry roared loudly, their voices shaking heaven and earth. Suddenly, on the ancient war chariot pulled by the 9 purple gold divine hoe, several large pieces of divine origin fell from the pile of divine origin. In front of the divine earth, there were 9 purple gold divine hoe that were as large as elephants and dragons. The war chariot they pulled had many ancient patterns engraved on it. The pile of divine origin on it was extremely astonishing. At this moment, 4 fist-sized pieces of divine origin fell off, releasing a few light caw sounds that clearly spread throughout the battlefield. It was extremely intimidating. The roars of the barbarian race army of tens of thousands couldn't even compare to it. The entire battlefield immediately became quiet, everyone's eyes staring at the war chariot. These divine origin were not a single entity, but rather pieced together. They submerged a white-haired elder within. He was extremely imposing as he sat within. Darkness King Ancestor. Wang family's people were all stirred up, loudly calling out. Many people piously knelt down, wishing to awaken and revive the person within the pile of divine origin. On the barbarian race army's side, it was deathly silent. Not a single person spoke, all of them quietly staring at the pile of divine origin in front of them. Was a terrifying enemy about to revive? Another light sound rang out. A face-sized piece of divine origin fell off, rolling onto the ground. Even though the white-haired elder within was still lifeless, it left the entire battlefield horrified. Long live Darkness King Ancestor. Kill all the enemies and display our undying might. Darkness King, please take action and resolve our clan's calamity. Eliminate all powerful enemies and forge an unmatched legend. Heaven bless our clan, let us prosper forever. The Wang family erupted with commotion. Everyone was cheering loudly. Just now, a king-level expert had been killed by a barbarian king, and Yi Fan took the head of a great expert from the army of tens of thousands. This made their morale fall to the extreme. Now, a demon king of darkness had awakened, and this was a huge motivation for him. Gotcha. This time, several dozen pieces of divine origin fell off. The white-haired elder sitting within suddenly opened his eyes. A wave of terrifying aura made the entire world tremble. Everyone's hearts palpitated. This was a pair of empty eyes without any radiance. They were like two black holes that could devour one's soul. They were ice-cold and emotionless, gloomy and dark without a trace of human emotion. Who is it that has disturbed my slumber? Has the family reached a moment of life and death? This day has finally arrived. The voice was fleeting and cold, as if it came from the underworld. Old ancestor, please take action. It is a group of barbarians from the southern mountains range that are attacking. One of our clan's great accomplishment kings has even died in battle. A great being cried out as he knelt down on the ground. Is the southern mountains barbarian tribe really that powerful that they would dare to attack a clan of the ancients? Asked the white-haired old man sitting cross-legged amidst the pile of divine source. You are the ones who are too domineering and arrogant. You have sent your troops into the southern mountains 3 times, wanting to massacre my people. Now, we are only counterattacking and protecting our people. The barbarian tribe leader shouted. Protect our tribesmen, we will trample northern plains. Tens of thousands of barbarian cavalry raised their spears towards the sky and shouted together. What a powerful primordial war god tribe. It is just like the legends, where the vanguard points, even an undying divine dynasty has to withdraw. The Dark Devil King said from within the divine essence pile. Black mist pervaded the air, gradually seeping out. His voice slowly became cold. Every word was as heavy as a mountain, striking at the hearts of the barbarian soldiers, wanting to shatter their primordial spirits. However, do you really think you can destroy a clan of the ancients? Are you not afraid of being completely wiped out here? Many barbarian soldiers couldn't endure this kind of impact and spat out large mouthfuls of blood. There were even some who directly fell off their mounts, never to get up again. Pung, the barbarian king took a step forward, causing the divine earth to tremble. A mountain range in the distance also collapsed. Many experts from the Wang family in front of him all spat out large mouthfuls of blood. They were shaken up from the ground and sent flying into the sky. Some even exploded. Isn't it just the Dark Devil King? What is there to be angry about? Do you think my barbarian race will fear you? I can kill you. The barbarian king was thin and shriveled, but his words were incomparably sonorous, possessing the power to devour mountains and rivers. The dark body was an extremely terrifying physique. Once one reached the great accomplishment stage, they would be known as the Dark Devil King. They would sweep through the world with few opponents. The barbarian race is formidable, producing a legendary barbarian king. However, you are too arrogant. A voice transmitted from the divine essence pile. Formless killing intent rushed out. Chong, in front of the divine earth, an expanse of dazzling radiance erupted, clashing with an expanse of dark light. This was the clash of the divine wills of 2 terrifying kings. Dark Devil King, if you were a saint, I would turn around and leave, but you aren't. Stop trying to flaunt your seniority. It is rumored that you have already died in meditation for 1,500 years, yet you are still struggling at death's door, using divine essence to suppress your body to hang on to your last breath. Yi Fan was shocked. He slowly understood from their words that the Dark Devil King wasn't as ancient as he had imagined. He was actually a modern expert. The Dark Devil King was already more than 5,500 years old. Of course, this wasn't his true lifespan. In reality, when he lived to 4,000 years old, he didn't have much life force left. Then, he used divine essence to seal his body and engrave Tao patterns, wishing to achieve undying. Of course, the so-called undying also had a time limit. What he sealed himself with wasn't divine essence liquid, so there was no way he could last this long. Before his life force was extinguished, he reduced his body's consumption to the lowest level. Now, he had only lasted for 1,500 years, yet he was already close to his limit, about to die in meditation. He said he was 5,500 years old, but in reality, his cultivation was still 4,000 years old, and he still had his original fighting strength. Moreover, his blood energy was insufficient, about to dry up. Of course, this was already terrifying enough. Once he reached 4,000 years old, that kind of fighting strength would definitely be able to suppress the world, becoming unrivaled. Is that so? Let me see what kind of abilities the so-called barbarian king has. The Dark Devil King said coldly. How many attacks can you release? How much blood energy do you have? Coming into being today is merely because you can't protect your chastity in your old age. The barbarian king opposed with equal harshness. In his hand was a white bone club. It is still enough to support me for 2,000 exchanges. Today, I am going to cut down the so-called flesh shell unrivaled barbarian king. The Dark Devil King roared loudly, his voice shaking heaven and earth. He indeed had the qualifications to be wild. A 4,000-year-old great demon king ancestor was enough to shake heaven and earth. In an era where saints didn't appear, he could rule the world. At this moment, overflowing black mists rushed into the heavens, scattering all of the clouds in the sky. This place became a place of darkness. However, he didn't rush out of the divine source, because he didn't want to waste even a bit of his lifespan, waiting for the enemy to destroy him. He didn't have much time left in this world. The so-called trump cards would die upon seeing the light. As long as he came into being, regardless of victory or defeat, he would immediately die. Ho! A demonic roar shook heaven and earth. The entire northern plain seemed to be trembling. An unrivaled demon king appeared, formless killing intent rushing in all directions. The barbarian race army coughed out blood and retreated, all of them horrified. This was an unrivaled demon king that was even more terrifying than Wang Lai, titled Dark Darkness. No one noticed that during this process, Yi Fan was always making preparations, moving in secret. He used his feet to carve divine patterns one after another. This was Wang family's divine land, 10,000 ancient veins crisscrossing about. It was a land of soaring dragons, so there was naturally no lack of origin veins and draconic energy underground. More than 10 years had passed. When Yi Fan was free, he would study the Origin Heavenly Book. He had long surpassed his original cultivation realm, advancing towards the Yuan Taoist master level. Pung, right at this moment, Yi Fan's feet suddenly stomped out. The dragon vein underground was revived on the spot, releasing tens of thousands of rays of light, drawing in the origin energy and activating its vitality. This was an unforeseen event that surpassed everyone's imagination. A terrifying dragon extended out from under Yi Fan's feet, connecting with the war chariot pulled by the 9 purple gold divine Ho. Hong, a shocking event occurred. The pile of divine origin pieces all began to burn, and then they suddenly collapsed. This kind of power was incomparably terrifying. In front of the Pure Land, it was as if a sun had collapsed. Tens of thousands of divine radiance rushed out, and endless radiance blossomed. No one could look straight at this. This was a great calamity. The Wang family's people screamed miserably. Those who were close to them all immediately shattered, turning into thick blood. Then, they burned and turned into ashes. Loud cries rose and fell. The Wang family's people were all scared witless. They didn't feel pity for so many experts that died, but rather because of the demon king of darkness. The pile of divine origin exploded. This old ancestor was sitting at the center, bearing the brunt of the attack. He hadn't even made a move yet. Could it be that he had already been killed? This was a type of great resentment that stifled them. Hong, in the divine earth, the aura of an unmatched holy weapon surged over, covering heaven and earth, forcefully suppressing all of the erupting divine origin pieces, making this place calm down. Otherwise, this region wouldn't exist anymore. With so much divine origin burning, it was enough to turn the entire soaring dragon land into scorched earth, life force forever cut off. A white-haired elder lost an arm, his head also split open, legs also twisted. He roared towards the heavens, his entire body releasing a terrifying black mist. The demon king of darkness didn't die, his life not in danger even in this type of divine origin storm, so one could well imagine how terrifying he was. On the side, the 9 purple gold divine Ho, war chariot, and large amounts of experts were all evaporated just like that, turning into dust. Only he was left alone. Old ancestor! Wang family's people cried out loudly. This was a tremendous blow. They didn't even take action, yet their own foundational energy was already damaged, and it seemed to be quite serious. The Demon King of Darkness also wanted to go crazy. In the past, he had moved unhindered through the 5 regions, unmatched under the heavens, yet today, he suffered greatly. He had been unrivaled his entire life, and only 4,000 years ago in the eastern wastelands did he encounter an extremely young white-clothed divine king who shocked both past and present. He returned in defeat, his Tao heart injured. Otherwise, he wouldn't have chosen to seal his own path, being suppressed by a young king with absolute power, making him lose his Tao heart. And now, it was another youngster who used this kind of method to injure him, and he sensed a similar aura from the other party's body. You also cultivate the battle saint technique. The Demon King of Darkness roared loudly. He turned into a streak of black light, rushing over like a madman. Well done. The Barbarian King turned around to look at Yifan, and then he faced him with the white bone club in hand. Hong, the Barbarian King and the Demon King of Darkness clashed. The heavens collapsed and the earth split apart, divine domains colliding. They turned into 2 streaks of light, tangling together, fighting a life and death battle. In all directions, the great earth caved in, and the mountains collapsed. It was as if the world was being reopened, and all living things were destroyed. On the barbarian race's side, a stone axe hung high in the air, and thousands of strands of divine power fell down, protecting everyone inside. It was the same in the divine land. A supreme holy weapon surged with majestic aura, protecting everyone from the Wang clan. Otherwise, the battle between 2 kings might destroy everything. Kill. Behind them, the tens of thousands of barbarians raised their weapons and rode on their mounts, shouting together to cheer for the barbarian king. They were like a group of wild heavenly soldiers. And on the other side, the Wang clan was filled with anger. They were also shouting, "Kill these savages! Kill the Saint Physique!" They wanted nothing more than to skin Yifan alive. If it weren't for him, there wouldn't be such a tragedy just now. Bang! The battle on the battlefield was extremely tragic. The Demon King of Darkness spat out a mouthful of demonic energy, almost causing the Barbarian King's chest to explode. But during this process, the Barbarian King's divine might shocked the world. He swung the white bone club, using the ancient battle technique, and an earth-shattering attack landed on the enemy's waist. Pa! Half of the Demon King's body was smashed. Black demonic blood flowed out, terrifying to the extreme. You think you're the so-called backing? You're inferior to someone like me who lives in the present age. The Barbarian King was divine and ferocious. Even though his body was small and withered, his divine strength was matchless, his bravery unrivaled. The Demon King roared angrily. He rushed into the sky, starting a great battle again. Killing intent rushed into the heavens behind him. His hair danced about chaotically, and demonic energy overflowed into the heavens. War God's fury. The Barbarian King roared loudly. When he swung the white bone club, an enormous War God's void image appeared at the end of the club. He towered into the sky, roaring towards the heavens. His head of disheveled hair flew about, and his bronze-colored muscles were sturdy like coiling dragons. He roared fiercely, his anger boiling. Hong! This war god appeared at the end of the white bone club. Blood energy rushed into the heavens, pressuring the Demon King until he was horrified. His entire body was cracking apart. Wang! The club smashed down, able to shatter mountains and rivers. That war god even took action, slapping down. Everything collapsed. Heaven and earth trembled. The Demon King was seriously injured again, flying outwards. Many cracks appeared on his body, almost breaking apart. Darkness God descends. He also roared loudly. A black demonic god appeared behind him, its roar shaking the heavens. It threw itself over murderously, rushing towards the Barbarian King. Blood splashed outwards. The Barbarian King flew backwards, suffering a terrifying attack. One will severing the heavens. The Barbarian King shouted loudly. He leapt up, his entire being turning into a terrifying void image. A deity walked out from the space between his brows. It was exactly the same as him, slaughtering its way out. Darkness is boundless, I am unmatched. I will descend upon the great earth. The Demon King roared angrily, his entire being split into 9. 9 ancient devils rushed out, slaughtering their way over together. 2 great extreme kings clashed intensely. Kill. The ancient war god is undying, sweeping through everything before him. Kill. Long live the barbarian king, tyrannical and unmatched. The barbarian race armored cavalry all roared loudly, their aura magnificent, making others feel reverence. Darkness ancient king is unmatched, killing all enemies. Exterminate the barbarians, exterminate the holy bodies. The Wang clan was also shouting loudly, bolstering their king's prestige. And at this time, Yi Fan walked out of the crowd with the goddess furnace in his hand, walking towards the battlefield. He was the only cultivator who dared to enter the Battle of Kings. He shouted loudly, "Who dares to come out and fight? Where is Wang Ting? Wang clan's experts, do you dare to come out?" The holy body's flesh shell was unparalleled. This kind of roar resounded throughout the northern plains like heavenly thunder. Even though the Wang clan's experts were furious, not a single one dared to accept the challenge. One person stood alone in front of an army of 10,000, yet not a single one dared to come out. This scene made the barbarian race army's battle intent even higher, instantly raising their morale. Kill. Do you dare to fight? Kill. Who dares to contend against you? Kill. Tyrannical and unmatched. The tens of thousands of barbarian armored cavalry roared loudly, cheering for Yi Fan. Their aura swallowed the mountains and rivers, their voices resounding through the heavens. In the distance, the Wang clan's morale was extremely low. The Demon King of Darkness had been attacking for a long time without being able to take down the barbarian king and seemed to have suffered a great loss. And now, a holy body was suppressing all of them. No one dared to come out. A 4,000-word-long chapter. In front of the battlefield, Yi Fan stood alone, the long sword in his hand pointed towards the sky, the edge of the sword stained with blood. No one from the Wang family dared to face him, it was absolutely silent. Where's Wang Ting? Is there anyone who dares to fight me? Yi Fan faced off against the crowd. However, no one came out. Yi Fan knew that Wang Ting was definitely not in the clan. Otherwise, with his personality, he would have come out long ago. He would not have waited until now. In front of the divine earth, the Wang family's morale was extremely low. Not a single person dared to step forward. This made many people's hearts sink, and they sighed inwardly. They had lost a type of bravery. On the other side, the barbarian king and the dark king were fighting intensely, and it was a battle of life and death. The barbarian battle chi and dark demonic energy surged out of them, and the battle between them reached its climax. Pooh! A ghastly flower of blood blossomed, a string of pitch-black blood gushing out. This was darkness demon blood, every drop piercing through the void, drawing out an expanse of Tao traces, the void images of gods and demons appearing. The Dark King's forearm was torn off by the barbarian king, and it was dripping with blood. But the Dark King was still ruthless, and his severed arm shot out demonic blood and pierced through the barbarian king's chest. 2 great kings were fighting. One was famous for thousands of years, while the other had been cultivating in seclusion in the southern mountains for thousands of years. Now that he had reappeared, it could be said that they were opposing each other. However, the expressions of the people from the Wang family were all ugly, because they knew that the King of Darkness would not be able to hold on for much longer. The so-called trump card would die the moment it was exposed. Unless they could kill the brute king quickly, they would not be able to turn the situation around. The battle became more and more intense. Both sides began to compete in their mastery of the Tao, and all kinds of secret techniques were used. At this moment, irregular scenes descended from the heavens. Sweet dew surged from the earth, lotus flowers floated in the air, and heavenly sounds of the great Tao swirled about, drowning the 2 kings underneath. Children, what are you waiting for? The time to avenge our clansmen has come. Trample the clan of the remote antiquity and wipe their names off the face of the earth. The barbarian leader waved his hand and personally blew the horn of victory. Woo-woo, the ancient bull horn let out a muffled thunder-like sound, like the low cry of a huge monster, making people's ears buzz. Tens of thousands of armored cavalry charged together. This type of scene was extremely terrifying. From the heavens above, from the earth below, it was as if a black mountain torrent had erupted. In the sky and on the ground, they were densely packed. There were human figures everywhere, and battle cries shook the heavens. Kill, trample the clan of the ancients. Trample the Wang clan and wipe their name off the face of the world. The cavalrymen of the barbarian race roared in unison. The sky seemed to have collapsed from their stomps. It was as if tens of thousands of drums were roaring at the same time. It was deafening. Conquering an ancient family was like a fantasy to ordinary people. Normally, they wouldn't even dare to think about it. But now, it really might happen. Tens of thousands of cavalrymen charged into northern plains, stepping into Wang tribe's territory. Their battle cries shook the heavens. The King of Darkness wanted to obstruct him, but it was impossible. He was now occupied by the Brute King, and he could die at any moment. Kill. Yi Fan, Li Tian, and Yan Yishi also took action, charging through the sea of people, killing experts. Yi Fan had a long saber in his left hand and an iron sword in his right. He weaved about and killed everything in his way. There were young skeletons and shining white skulls. He was invincible and unstoppable. In the sky, chariots, ancient ships, and castles all rose into the air to resist the barbarian army. This was a blood-red sky, and the corpses on the ground were like mountains. In the charge of an army, unless an individual was extremely powerful, they would appear insignificant and be quickly drowned out. Yi Fan's bravery was unrivaled. He destroyed several divine cities made of gold and rushed into the divine land, fighting in all directions. Kill, this was a world of blood. It was a demonic land filled with white bones and corpses. It was filled with cruelty and blood. Any great battle was like this. What dazzling radiance! What divine halos! Those were just the decorations of the later generations. The true battlefield was filled with blood and bones. It was cruel, terrifying, and full of slaughter. There was no right or wrong. At that moment, there was only life and death. At this moment, no one could think of anything else. They could only fight to the death. For the sake of survival, they could only fight to the end and decide the victor. Kill. People shouted and beasts roared. Many people's throats had become hoarse, and their weapons were bent. Their bodies were covered in blood and wounds, but they still continued to charge. We can only reveal all of our trump cards. Even if we die as soon as we see the light and have no more fate with the Huanggu families, we have no choice. Otherwise, the extermination of the clan will be right in front of us, roared a senior elder of the Wang family. With my status as the acting clan leader, I order my great uncles to open the eternal divine treasury and reveal all of our trump cards to annihilate all enemies. Wang Qingshan roared. A horrifying aura immediately spread out from within the divine land. A violet lightning hammer flew up, emitting a brilliance that could illuminate the ages. It was so resplendent that it was almost terrifying. This was the Wang family's unmatched holy weapon. It came from the hands of a human great sage, and it was 100 times more terrifying than the damaged hammer Yi Fan had seized. The world's great Tao and endless veins interweaved in its surroundings. There were also tens of thousands of purple lightning extending out, as if the great mist was rising. The might of this terrifying holy weapon stopped over 10,000 cavalry on the spot. It was as if it could destroy 3,000 great worlds. With a loud sound, a stone axe hung high in the air from the barbarian army. It emitted a similarly terrifying aura, as if it could pierce through the past, present, and future. It similarly interweaved with endless great Tao veins, and there were even more tens of thousands of divine power strands that protected all of the cavalry within. Pooh! An expanse of black blood blossomed. On the other side of the battlefield, the victor of the great battle between kings had been decided. The Darkness King's body broke apart, and the upper half of his body was dyed in black blood as he flew out. He was smashed into two by the Barbarian King's large white bone club, and his lower half had long become a bloody paste. Ah! The Darkness King screamed loudly. Black blood gushed out from his body, and his upper body was also cracking apart. The Barbarian King's divine power was astonishing. With a loud shout, the mountains and rivers trembled. He brandished the large white bone club and heavily hacked downwards. The strong winds blew the great earth several dozen zhang deep, and rubble flew into the air. He was taking advantage of his victory to pursue and attack. He didn't want to give the other party a chance to retaliate. Otherwise, the attack of a peak king before his death was extremely terrifying, and there might be unforeseen events that could happen. 9 heavens 10 earths, darkness. Sure enough, the darkness demon king released a low roar, releasing a curse-like voice. Kill. The barbarian king's voice shook the heavens. He brandished the large club and hacked downwards, forcing him to stop shouting. Chi. At the same time, a streak of green light flew over, and like an arrowhead, it pierced through the darkness king's body. The azure dragon took action at the crucial moment, and the remaining dragon horn fell off, hacking off the darkness king's head. Go to hell. The barbarian king roared loudly. The large white bone club smashed downwards, and with a pu sound, the darkness king's head was smashed to pieces. Brain matter and blood splashed everywhere, and his body and soul were both destroyed. A terrifying demon king that had cultivated for 4,000 years, and then sealed himself for 1,500 years was killed just like that. The Wang family was in chaos. With a rumbling sound, a heroic male rushed out from the purple lightning hammer within the divine earth. His eyes shot out purple lightning, and his appearance was heroic as he looked down on the world. Great Tao traces curled around his entire body. He didn't say anything and quickly pounced towards the barbarian king, wanting to kill him with a single strike. Northern Pole immortal light. The barbarian king was shocked. He soared into the air with extreme speed, arriving above the heavens. He held the unmatched stone axe in his hand and forcefully hacked downwards. Hong, the great sage's weapon, erupted with power, covering heaven and earth as it collided with that male. Even the sky was trembling. This male is too terrifying. He has almost entered the realm of saints. Li Tian was alarmed. At this crucial moment, the deity within the stone axe revived and rushed out. That was a hazy sphere of light that blocked the male. He couldn't break through. Hong, the goddess furnace, revived. Yi Fan used it to protect the barbarian race soldiers out of fear that the Wang family's other trump cards would rush out to attack. That heroic male was extremely terrifying. He confronted the deity within the stone axe, making heaven and earth collapse as the power wreaked havoc in all directions. Finally, a moment later, he gradually became indistinct and slowly disappeared, no longer existing. The divine light entered the stone axe. The barbarian king coughed out large mouthfuls of blood, suffering serious injuries. Even with the protection of the great sage's weapon, he still almost died. One could imagine just how terrifying that male was. I never expected your Wang family's trump cards to have a strand of Arctic immortal light. The barbarian king stopped his bleeding and swallowed a precious pill to recover his vitality. Many people were shocked. Even the Wang family themselves didn't know that the clan had this type of trump card. Arctic immortal light, also known as undying light, could merge with one's primordial spirit and maintain its undying state. When necessary, it could release a heaven-shocking attack. However, as soon as it released an attack, its Tao would scatter. It could only exist for a short period of time and couldn't last long. Normally, it would be suppressed by an unmatched holy weapon, never appearing in the world again. Only the North had it, and only a single strand would ascend every 100,000 years. From the ancient times until now, only a few people had seen it. This was the first time they saw someone merge with the Tao with the Arctic immortal light. The one who collected and refined the Arctic immortal light still hasn't completely become a saint. Otherwise, I would have already become dust. The barbarian king said to himself. The Wang family having this type of trump card exceeded everyone's expectations. The barbarian race cavalry retreated. Under the protection of the stone axe and goddess furnace, they temporarily stopped their attacks. Everything we have to kill all of the barbarians. Wang Qingshan and the others became anxious. Several dozen great experts were almost completely wiped out, and 2 of their trump cards were damaged. If they didn't reverse the situation, their clan would definitely be wiped out. Everyone from the Wang family retreated into the divine earth. They activated the purple lightning hammer together, releasing millions and millions of streaks of radiance. The holy weapon completely revived, as if an ancient saint had revived. A streak of purple radiance rushed into the heavens. At this moment, it was unknown just how many great powers in the northern plains were horrified. Many experts looked towards the distant horizon, watching that streak of purple radiance. Roar, several tens of thousands of cavalry gathered together, activating the stone axe together. There was similarly a vast amount of holy force that erupted, and this weapon also revived. There's still this one for us. Yi Fan shouted loudly. He activated the goddess furnace, suspending it high up in the sky. It was impossible for a single person to completely revive a holy weapon, but with several tens of thousands of cavalry working together, it was different. Blood energy surged. Everyone activated it together, and the goddess furnace also released dazzling radiance. Moreover, right at this moment, it completely enlarged, immediately filling the sky. It was no longer the size of a fist like it was in Yi Fan's palm. Right now, this was its true body, one that could crush the heavens. Wang family's people's faces all became snow white, all of them trembling. Two of the great sages' weapons appeared at the same time. This was just too horrifying. They only had a single holy weapon, so how were they supposed to contend against it? Don't be scared, my clan's backing is deep, they cannot win. My clan has more than 10 types of backing, we won't be defeated. We have invited the clan's most powerful backing. Even if rivers of blood flow in this world, tens of millions of corpses, this is the only thing we can do. Wang family's people roared loudly, carrying out the final struggle. Hong, the purple lightning hammer flickered with radiance. A sparkling and translucent snow-like source block flew out from the inner world it evolved. Yi Fan was shocked. This was definitely a divine source, but it was different from the common ones. It wasn't dazzling, instead resplendent like stars, the radiance gentle. In the past, a beautiful young lady was cut out from Northern Domain Divine City, sealed precisely within this type of divine source. Right now, there was a vicious beast inside this divine source. Its appearance was terrifying, with 3 heads. The center was a dragon head, the 2 sides were respectively an ape head and a bird head. It wasn't that large, only 2 meters or so in length. Its entire body was covered densely in scales that were like divine metal. It was sturdy and powerful, incomparably intimidating. As soon as it appeared, it trembled, and then a wave of world-covering aura spread outwards. Half of the people immediately fell weak onto the ground. This is my clan's most powerful backing. If you all can win, then we'll admit defeat and wait for your clan to be wiped out. Otherwise, all of you can just die. Wang family's leaders roared crazily. Right now, they seemed to have truly gone mad. Archaic ancestral beast. Barbarian king was shocked. Why do I feel as if it is as great as a saint's aura? Li Tian felt his blood run cold. You all actually used an unmatched holy weapon to protect this type of ancestral beast. If it is allowed to appear, rivers of blood will flow. It will unleash a massacre everywhere. Barbarian clan leader shouted. You all forced us to do this, everyone can just die. Wang family's people roared crazily. Not necessarily. No matter how much backing you all have, my barbarian clan does not fear you all. We only need a war god. Barbarian king shouted loudly. Hong, the stone axe in the sky opened up its small world. A tall male that was sealed within divine origin appeared, looking like a war god. This was a complete piece of divine origin liquid, clearly condensed from divine origin liquid. There wasn't a single crack on it, 2 meters tall. Inside of it was a bold and powerful male that was 30 to 40 years of age. His beard was like steel needles, wide mouth, large eyes, skin a bronze color. He wore beast skin clothes, looking like a reincarnated war god. What? Formed from divine origin liquid, not dying even after seeing light, this type of backing. Wang family's people were in despair, because they sensed a type of aura that could suppress that ancestral beast, making it tremble. Wang, this war godlike male, even though his body was within the divine origin block, right now, he seemed to have woken up, immediately intimidating heaven and earth, making all directions tremble. Long live war ancestor. Long live the 17th generation ancestor. All of the barbarian clan soldiers were shouting, their voices ringing through heaven and earth. Hong, this war godlike male didn't break out of the divine origin block, rushing forward together with the origin block. The unmatched might almost made everyone kneel down on the ground. That beast ancestor didn't break out of the divine origin block either. It rose into the air, turning around to run. One could well imagine how scared it was inside. Everyone in Wang family was in despair. They knew that the great calamity of their clan's extermination had descended. Even if they used all of their trump cards, they were still powerless to reverse the situation. That war god was unstoppable. Wang family is finished. Yifan knew that there was no way for a miracle to happen. The barbarian race's trump cards were truly world-shocking. This battle was about to come to an end. The 5 regions were about to be shaken. A magnificent feat that hadn't been done in 100,000 years, trampling over an ancient family. An undying inheritance was about to reach its end. Corpses were everywhere, blood formed rivers, and mountains were shattered. There were armored cavalry everywhere. Banners fluttered in the wind, and murderous shouts shook the heavens. The great army trampled on the Wang family. The great battle had already reached its final juncture. The barbarian army bravely charged into the Pure Land. There had never been a battle that was beautiful. This was a blood-stained painting, full of slaughter and death. The scene in that instant was enough to make one suffocate. A miserable cry rang out. A half-step expert was cut in half, and an armored cavalry charged through the 2 halves of the corpse. Pooh! An expert took action, cutting off the barbarian cavalry's head. He also cut the beast in half, bringing with it a rain of blood. The corpses fell from the sky. Pa! A wolf-tooth club smashed down, smashing a middle-aged man's head into pieces. Red blood and white brain matter mixed together, creating a ghastly sight. Hung Longlong, a golden war chariot rushed over, leaving behind a brilliant brilliance in the sky. It crushed the barbarian army, and immediately, a group of armored cavalry became a bloody paste. Broken bones flew everywhere, creating a ghastly sight. A true battlefield would not make people sigh in admiration at the magnificence of mountains and rivers. If one had to use the word majestic to describe it, then this painting had corpses lying on the ground as the background, white bones and blood as the brush, and the withering of the flower of life as decoration. There was only cruelty. Several thousand armored cavalry charged into the divine land. The stone axe and goddess furnace hung high in the sky, blooming flowers of Tao. Petals bloomed one after another, shooting out streaks of light that pierced through the clouds. Divine sounds reverberated, protecting everyone from being crushed by the opposing holy weapons. At this time, there were no other sounds, only shouts of killing. After breaking through the divine land, the battle became more and more desperate. The weapons of the human race's great sage began to clash. From time to time, traces of the great Tao would rush out, piercing through the 9 heavens and forming new small worlds. Holy light descended, covering the sky. Earth, fire, wind, and water rotated, as if they were splitting the world apart, striking out with chaotic energy. The war chariots and ancient ships in the sky broke apart and were destroyed. The armored cavalry were also swept through from time to time, turning into bloody mist. There were casualties on both sides. Even if the saint weapons of both sides were protecting their own people, they would still be breached from time to time, resulting in a tragic scene. Of course, the Wang clan's situation was even worse. On the barbarians' side, 2 of the great sage's weapons were unleashed, suppressing their violet lightning hammers. The divine land was on the verge of collapse. Among them, there were a few damaged saint weapons, but they were of no use at all. In front of a true saint weapon, they were just like crude primitive weapons. Let's go. Where there's life, there's hope. Today, my clan has been attacked. In the future, I will make you pay with 10 times the price of blood. Many experts from the Wang family roared loudly. There were many formation platforms in the divine earth that could allow them to travel through the void. They prepared to abandon their foundation and retreat. You still want to leave? Go ahead and try. The barbarian tribe leader shouted. All types of radiance surged. The formation platforms were all activated, but not a single one could open up a realm gate. All of them were ineffective, and the void path seemed to have been severed. How could this be? The Wang family's people were in despair. Many people cried out miserably. They didn't even have a single path of life left. They were all restricted, unable to open up. Before attacking the Wang family, the barbarians had already made detailed arrangements. Even if they defeated this great clan, it would still be extremely terrifying if they were allowed to escape. If a Huanggu family went crazy, the barbarians would definitely face many disasters in the future. As a result, the moment they attacked, the barbarian race's ancient formation banners sealed up the void. Let's die together. Drag them down with us. There were also unyielding people from the Wang family. They roared crazily, wanting the barbarians to die with them. Let's all perish together. Ashes to ashes, ashes to ashes. Many people were infected. Their expressions were sinister, and they almost went crazy. The entire divine earth was shining and about to burn. All of the Wang family's divine sources, ancient weapons, and divine formations were going to be destroyed. They were going to evaporate and burn away. If it were to explode, it would be a force that could destroy the world. Imperial divine weapons, tens of thousands of experts, broken holy weapons, and great formations were all extremely terrifying. Once they were set ablaze, the barbarian army would also wither away. However, it was difficult for all of this to come true, because there was a barbarian warrior in the sky. This was the Southern Mountains barbarian race's trump card. While suppressing the archaic ancestral beast, he was also paying attention to what was happening below. A thick streak of battle chi surged down from the heavens, immediately submerging the entire divine earth. All of the restlessness and radiance were restrained. The heavens are going to exterminate my clan. How could it be like this? Can't we even drag the enemy down with us? Many people from the Wang family roared. Their expressions were all distorted, and they were full of unwillingness. If my clan is exterminated, a great disaster will befall you all in the future. The southern mountains will be slaughtered until not even bones remain. Not even a blade of grass will grow. The Wang family's people cursed. Correct, the archaic king race will appear in the world. You all have destroyed my Wang family's divine earth. In the future, you will all be massacred. Everyone from the Wang family laughed cruelly. The barbarian clan leader loudly said, I already knew that you all were in cahoots with the archaic race. Today, I will eliminate you all to prevent you all from becoming a great disaster in the future. The barbarian king also spoke. The archaic king race won't launch a large-scale attack on the human race. I fear that all of your hopes will be dashed. Ancient ancestors' weapon, please burn and destroy all enemies. My clan's great sage's weapon, please follow the will of our ancestors and protect our king race. We will burn indiscriminately with our enemies. Many people from the Wang family knelt down, prostrating themselves towards the sky and kowtowing towards the purple lightning hammer. At the same time, many elders muttered to summon their final trump card. Even though they knew that doing this was useless and that they couldn't resist the divine might of the war god's palm, they still wanted to bring it out and carry out their final madness. The purple lightning hammer flourished. Purple energy surged and the aura of the great Tao pervaded the air. It was as if it could pierce through the endless heavens. It truly wanted to burn indiscriminately with the other two holy weapons. Everything is useless. Yi Fan indifferently said. The barbarian race's army of tens of thousands activated the goddess furnace and the stone axe at the same time to carry out their final resistance. They weren't afraid of the Wang family's madness at all. Moreover, the most important thing was that there was still an ancient war god in the sky. At this moment, he had already suppressed the archaic ancestor beast. He was like a mount beside him as he descended. Clang, the stone axe left behind by the barbarian race's great sage soared into the sky and hovered in front of the divine source block. It immediately erupted with a terrifying aura. This ancient man was activating it alone, and it was much more terrifying than the tens of thousands of cavalrymen. Wang, the stone axe split the sky and pressed downwards. The purple lightning hammer immediately trembled. Under the true divine might, it didn't have a suitable master to wield it, so it couldn't resist. The so-called trump card that flew out from the purple lightning hammer's world turned into ashes one after another. People didn't even see clearly what it was before they were destroyed by the ancient man. No. The people of the Wang family screamed in agony. However, all of this was useless. The thousands of words of the losers couldn't compare to a single glance from the winner. They were all in despair. the purple lightning hammer wanted to burn. As long as the spirit inside could escape, it even wanted to self-destruct. However, it was useless. Wang, the void shook. Under the control of the ancient war god, the stone axe opened up a small world inside and swallowed the purple lightning hammer. The horrifying vibrations in the sky and earth disappeared. Swoosh, with a flash of light, the ancient man and the subdued archaic ancestor beast also entered the stone axe and disappeared. The giant axe returned to the sky above the barbarian race's army with the divine aura. At this moment, the situation had been decided. The Wang family had lost all their trump cards and their sacred weapon. They had no way to reverse the situation. Trample the northern plains and sweep the Wang family. We will accomplish a great feat and conquer an immortal inheritance. We will take revenge for our people and raise the prestige of our race. Kill. Flatten the desolate families of the northern plains. Everything had been settled. The situation couldn't be changed anymore. The barbarian king waved the white bone club in his hand and ordered his soldiers to charge forward. The sky was filled with cavalrymen as they rushed into the divine land. Children, the next battle belongs to you. I will watch you fight from here. You will experience the baptism of the flames of war. The barbarian king flew into the sky and stood under the dark clouds as he shouted to everyone. A magnificent army trampling the Wang family, it became a reality at this moment. The barbarian race army was invincible as they slaughtered their way into the divine land. With every step they took, there would be more corpses. The army was defeated like a landslide. The Wang family was as anxious as stray dogs and as frightened as fish that had been caught in a net. They had long lost the will to fight and escaped, leaving behind a large number of corpses. At this moment, there was nothing that could stop the advance of the tens of thousands of cavalrymen. The fate had been decided. In front of them, there were all kinds of ancient watchtowers. One didn't need to think to know that this was the accumulation of the Wang family for hundreds of thousands of years. There would definitely be countless divine objects and treasures. Yifan stood in the sky with the barbarian tribe leader and the old barbarian king. Li Tian and Yan Yishi also stood in front. It's time. According to the original plan, we will send the news out and let the magnificent army enter the northern plains. Yifan said. As one of the desolate-era aristocratic families, the Wang family controlled the northern plains and looked down on the world. As one of the most ancient and powerful forces, they naturally had many powerful enemies. Before the battle, Yifan had considered whether he should ally with those people or not. However, he gave up in the end. Because the Wang family had accumulated power for a long time, those people definitely wouldn't dare to respond and might even leak the news. Now that the general situation had been decided, it was time to inform those people. It was time for them to display their brilliance and carry out the final purge and pursuit. Barbarian King said, "Let's go and take a look at the various ancient watchtowers of the Wang family. There is no need to talk about the ancient scriptures of the human race's great sage. There might even be divine weapons refined there. There might even be one or two ancient emperor scriptures." Before daybreak, the magnificent army had already entered the northern plains in the middle of the night. It was unknown how many powerful forces had arrived, but the entire northern plains was trembling. "Brat Yi, this move of yours is truly ruthless. The Wang family is completely finished. Even if there are some fish that escape the net, they won't be able to escape the pursuit of those powerful enemies. From now on, they will be erased from the Wang family," Li Tian said. An immortal inheritance was truly coming to an end. On this night, the world was shaken and the 5 regions were in an uproar. A desolate-era aristocratic family had been destroyed. It was like a legend had been destroyed. After 100,000 years, someone had once again performed such a magnificent feat, trampling over a desolate-era aristocratic family and shocking the world with a single battle. Saint Physique, it's actually him who led tens of thousands of cavalry to trample the Wang family. The news had never been as fast as it was today. It could be said to be extremely urgent. In just half a night, it had already spread to all the major regions. Inside the divine earth, ancient watchtowers were majestic and enormous palaces were everywhere. A group of barbarian race soldiers broke through great halls one after another. Inside, there was dense mist swirling about and multicolored light rising. Immortal energy was hazy and there were treasures everywhere. Another ancient great hall was broken through. After entering, precious light rushed into the heavens. Divine beads floated about one after another, engraved with Tao markings. They were brilliant like stars, and one's cultivation speed could be doubled here. The barbarian race soldiers cried out in alarm. They had never seen these precious treasures before. Normally, they lived with strange birds and vicious beasts, living in the boundless great wastelands. A wolf-toothed club was enough to accompany them. When another enormous palace was broken through, divine splendor rushed into the heavens. There were piles and piles of divine sources, so dazzling that one couldn't open their eyes. There were fists, heads, faces, and all kinds of different colors. They were like suns suspended in the sky, dazzling and moving. Wang family had ruled the northern plains for hundreds of thousands of years. From the ancient times until now, it was unknown just how many treasures they had accumulated. It was naturally shocking. Inside the divine earth, there was already very little resistance. Blood dyed the pure land and skeletons covered the ground. Armored horses rumbled as they trampled over the corpses of experts. This was the result of a clan being wiped out. All of the glory was no longer important. After a flourishing era, there was only endless sorrow. Everything that had happened was recorded in blood, and now, only sorrow remained. When a palace was blasted open, there were large amounts of ancient weapons that released xing noises. Many of them rushed into the sky, wishing to fly in all directions, trying to escape. This was an armory. Every single item had long-developed intelligence, and any one of them would fetch a sky-high price in an auction. It could be said that taking down this armory was too important for the barbarian race. They urgently needed it, and many people's eyes were about to pop out. When another enormous palace was broken through, medicinal fragrance wafted through the air, rousing the weary cultivator's spirits. There were all types of jade bottles that flickered with clear splendor. There were even many pill furnaces that released spirals of fragrance that refreshed one's mind. It was unknown just how many precious pills there were. Wang family's accumulation was too abundant. There were hundreds to thousands of ancient palaces, and when all of the treasures were added together, it was hard to imagine. This was the accumulation of over 100,000 years, and there were countless precious materials of all types. There were many rare treasures that were unheard of, and they flickered with brilliance, causing one to be dazzled and almost lose oneself. There were mountains of origin stones, tens of thousands of years old ancient medicines, damaged sacred weapons, profound and immortal ancient scriptures, and mysterious ancient killing formations. This was a divine treasury. After conquering a clan of the desolate era, their wealth and collection were so dazzling that it was enough to make one petrified. They stood there in a daze. What legendary treasures! What immortal legacies! Compared to a clan of the ancients, all of them seemed shabby and incomparable. The barbarian warriors were all very simple, but at this time, they were also about to lose themselves. Many of them were in a trance. Compared to the wild beasts that accompanied them in the deep mountains and ancient ridges, what they saw in front of them was too extravagant and dreamy. Moreover, all of this belonged to them. It was just so unreal. They had long gotten used to living a primitive life of eating raw meat and drinking blood, walking through the mountains and forests. Now that they were being attacked by such a rare treasure, it left them feeling extremely bewildered. The barbarian king knitted his brows. He stood on top of a palace and roared, "Children, don't let your iron-like will waver because of what you see. I brought you here to fight for two reasons. One is to take revenge for our clansmen, and the other is to train the soldiers. Let everyone experience the baptism of blood and fire. Only then can you become a true barbarian warrior. Because in the future, we might have even more vicious battles to fight. This is only the prelude to a magnificent story. Everything is just a rehearsal, and we will use this battle to temper you." As these words came out, it was as if they were filled with wisdom, causing all the barbarian warriors to become vigilant. Their eyes regained clarity, and each and every one of them became solemn. Several ancient pines towered into the clouds. As the cold wind blew past, the pines rustled like the cries of the sea. In front of an old tree that resembled a horned dragon, there was a mottled stone hall. On display were the scriptures and secret manuals left behind by the experts of the Wang clan. Yi Fan stood in front of the window, earnestly studying an ancient scripture. For a moment, he was immersed in a wondrous state, unable to extricate himself. Xianxia and Li Tian were also flipping through the books. The barbarian tribe leader was earnestly searching on the other side. The ground was a mess, and many ancient books had been destroyed. The Wang clan hurriedly retreated, wanting to destroy this place. However, they were discovered by the experts at the first moment. They did not succeed completely, and many ancient scrolls were left behind. Found it. After an unknown period of time, Yi Fan woke up with a start. He discovered that Li Tian, the barbarian tribe leader, Xianxia, and the others were all covered in blood. The barbarian king stood at the side with his stone axe in hand. His chest was heaving up and down. Evidently, he had used his saint weapon to block the attack. They opened up a mysterious ancient cave, and inside, there were several scriptures floating. An ancient scripture written by a human great sage. The first scripture was quickly taken by them. It was heavy in their hands, and no one knew what material it was made of. It seemed like gold, but not gold, and seemed like wood, but not wood. After opening the ancient book, they were immediately attracted. This was a scripture written by the Wang clan's founding ancestor. Inside, the highest secret technique of the clan was recorded. It was profound and unfathomable. This was definitely a great harvest. The scriptures of a human great sage could allow a clan to flourish to this day. The various profound mysteries within were worth a lifetime of study. Soon after, the other scriptures were also opened. They were left behind by several saints who had created their own scriptures, and they were also ancient scriptures. Not all saints could open up their own paths. Only a few exceptional geniuses could do so. However, those who could leave behind their orthodoxies were all extremely terrifying, and they elaborated on different great Daos and secret techniques of the world. The last scroll caused a great commotion among them. All of their expressions became solemn, and even the barbarian king squeezed his way forward. The ancient chaos scripture, these 3 words seemed to have a strange magical power. It attracted their primordial spirits, wanting to enter it. This was an ancient scripture left behind by the ancient Chaos Emperor. When Wang Ting was young, he was once carried away by an immortal crane and obtained the inheritance of the ancient Chaos Emperor. There was no need to think too much to know that this was brought back by him. It was hard for them to calm down. They seriously flipped through it, and all of them felt some regret. Only the first 3 scrolls of the Sea of Reincarnation, Tao Palace, and 4 Extremes were missing. The 2 scrolls of Dragon Transformation and Immortal Foundation were also missing. There were also no world-shaking secret techniques created by the ancient Chaos Emperor. Up until now, Yi Fan didn't lack any cultivation techniques. What he desired the most was the final part of the ancient scripture left behind by the ancient Chaos Emperor. It was rumored that there were supreme forbidden techniques within. The barbarian race leader laughed. Those who were content would always be happy. After conquering a great clan of the desolate era, the treasures of over 100,000 years ago were all world-shaking spoils of war. There was nothing for him to feel pity about. Little brother Yi, take a look and make a copy of the scripture. The barbarian race leader spoke. Yi Fan, Li Tian, and Xianxia naturally wouldn't act pretentious. They walked up and earnestly studied the scripture. They didn't lack cultivation techniques, but they wanted to find something that could enlighten them. On this night, the flames of war soared into the sky all over the northern plains. War cries rang out incessantly. The Wang clan was a colossus with deep roots and flourishing branches. They had countless businesses and Dao halls all over the northern plains, but all of them had become targets. When they were at their peak, no one dared to provoke them, but now that they were flattened by the barbarian race, all of their enemies rushed out. The flames of war raged on in the northern plains. Even the great sects that had no enmity with the barbarian race made their move. Everything was for the sake of profit, all kinds of origin mines, cultivation treasured lands, auction houses with world-shaking materials, all of these places had become battlefields. Even the Wang clan's divine land had been uprooted, so how could the people of these places resist? Of course, the battle wouldn't end so quickly. It could be predicted that there would be all kinds of battles and pursuits for a long time to come. The Wang clan had been wiped out. On this night, a magnificent army entered the northern plains. The powers from other regions were definitely first-rate sects, or else they wouldn't have been able to fight across regions. Many people went straight for the Wang clan's divine land in order to obtain the greatest benefits. There were ancient scriptures, peerless holy weapons, and countless resources. Heavenly treasures, chariots, ancient ships, royal weapons, and ancient medicines were piled up into mountains. It was a peerless divine treasury. Not to mention swallowing everything, even a small portion of the soup was enough to benefit them endlessly. After all, the Wang clan was once an immortal clan, however, the great sects could only watch with jealousy. The barbarian race unceremoniously took out the human race's great sage's stone axe and hung it outside the divine land. Anyone who dared to charge in would definitely be hacked down. In addition, people learned of a terrifying fact. The Wang clan's sacred-level immemorial beast was suppressed by the barbarian race. When they thought of this result, everyone was terrified. The great sects could only watch from afar. Not a single person dared to charge in. To be able to flatten an ancient clan, the strength of these armored horsemen was terrifying. No one wanted to touch bad luck. In the divine land, huge warships rose into the sky one after another and entered the realm gate. Each ship was filled with heavenly treasures, illuminating the world with their radiance. People were incomparably jealous, but no one dared to rob them. They could only stare blankly. Fortresses made of refined gold also rose into the sky. The powerful war tools left behind by the Wang clan were all taken by the barbarian race. Every ancient fortress was filled with origin stones, ancient medicines, weapons, and divine materials. This kind of harvest was unimaginable. They wouldn't be able to exhaust it no matter how many lifetimes passed. The barbarian king had once roared, telling the later generations not to lose their minds in material desires. However, at this moment, he couldn't help but sigh. The harvest was too great. Hundreds and thousands of ancient chariots, warships, and ancient castles rose into the sky, but they still couldn't transport all of these things. In the end, they had no choice but to collect them through the small world within the saint. The treasures that were like mountains and seas disappeared one after another. In the end, the barbarian king was very thorough. He moved all of the ancient palaces and foundations, collecting them into the stone axe. So fucking thorough. This is really scraping 3 feet of earth. No, it's 30 zhang of earth. Not even a strand of hair is left behind. In the distance, the great sects guarding the surroundings were all disappointed. Some couldn't help but grumble angrily, but they didn't dare to say it out loud. One day and one night later, the barbarian race army completely withdrew. Many great sects entered the divine land and began another carpet search. That was because the resources of the Huanggu families were too deep. Who knows, there might be some treasures left behind. These people could be said to have scraped the earth 300 zhang. They were even more thorough than the barbarian race army. What was shocking was that a few great sects really did dig out secret rooms and obtained many great treasures. In the southern mountains, Wang Ting went crazy. His hair was disheveled as he stood on top of an ancient emperor's chariot. His eyes were like those of a wild beast as he let out a mournful cry. His expression was incomparably sinister. He entered the southern mountains specifically to kill Yi Fan. Who would have thought that in one night, Yi Fan would lead the barbarian race army into the northern plains and flatten his clan? He really came back. On a precipice in the southern mountains, Li Xiaoman's white clothes fluttered in the wind. Her eyes were cold as she gazed into the distant northern plains. Little Yi, you led tens of thousands of armored cavalry to flatten a Huanggu family. In the eastern wasteland, Ji family's little moon's eyes flickered with light as she gazed into the distance. This accomplishment shook the world. Everyone was dumbfounded. It was unknown how many great powers were terrified, but Central Prefecture's Yinyang sect was the most fearful. In the northern region of the eastern wasteland, an ancient mountain was like a demonic wall that separated the 9 heavens and 10 earths. A man's figure was indistinct with his hands behind his back. He muttered to himself, the human race's saint physique is somewhat interesting. It's worth it for me to kill him. The bone-chilling wind and the bleeding prairie. Half a month had passed, but the northern lands were still engulfed in the flames of war. All kinds of battles and pursuits were still going on. A colossus that had towered for more than 100,000 years completely collapsed. Several dozen to over 100 tigers and wolves rushed over, tearing and fighting over it, breaking it down. This was a blood-soaked scene. The divine land collapsed, and the clan was exterminated. The Wang family that had ruled the northern plains since the desolate antiquity era had become history. An even more complicated power structure was formed, and they all hunted down the Wang family that had fallen into the net. This was a tacit understanding. The new overlord would definitely trample over the bones of the previous overlord. If the descendants of the previous overlord were not completely wiped out, they would not be able to eat and sleep in peace. During this half a month, the whole world was shaken. The destruction of a desolate antiquity family had far-reaching effects. For ordinary people, this was like the overthrow of the ancient heaven. It was almost like a myth. Even the so-called immortal would reach its end one day. An inheritance that had accumulated power for a long time and could look down on the world had been severed just like that. His fall was so sudden that smoke and dust flooded the world. Half a month had passed, but people were still in a state of shock. This was a world-shocking wave that shook the whole world. The barbarian race cavalry was so powerful. Tens of thousands of them had entered the northern plains and destroyed a desolate antiquity family. This was the topic everyone talked about, and they were all excited. How many years had it been since such a major event had happened? In the post-desolate antiquity era, this was enough to be ranked among the most influential events. The name Yifan seemed to possess a strange power. After it spread throughout the 5 regions, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. After disappearing for 12 years, he had returned to this world. This in itself contained a shocking secret. Otherwise, how could he have returned? Only the great ancient emperors and the human race's great sage had this kind of ability. Moreover, not long after his return, he broke through in a fit of anger and led the barbarian race army into the northern plains. He flattened the Wang family's divine land and destroyed an ancient family. 12 years ago, the rumors of Yifan were mainly in the eastern wasteland and some parts of the central plains. Now, his achievements shook the whole world, and everyone in the 5 regions knew about him. From this day forth, there was not a single cultivator on this ancient planet who did not know of the name Yifan. Such a world-shaking battle had become an unreachable legend. Everyone was discussing this, the great sects were all thinking to themselves. The entire world was rising and falling with great waves. The power and terror of the barbarian race made the people of the world tremble, especially the sects of the southern mountains. They were all a bit scared. They actually didn't know that there was a group of barbarian warriors deep in the mountains. Perhaps only the Demon King Palace knew that this frightening force had never been severed. It had always existed since ancient times, just that it was very low-key. It was hard for the world to know what kind of terrifying foundation the Wang family had, but the fact that they had a sacred-level archaic ancestral beast was already widely known. In this post-desolate era, saints were mostly legends and rarely seen. For there to be a living ancestral beast like this was just too shocking. It could definitely slaughter everything. However, even such a powerful barbarian army was suppressed by the barbarian army. One could well imagine how terrifying these barbarians were. Even the Holy Lands with extreme Tao Emperor weapons were horrified. The storm continued. Everywhere was in heated discussion, and the whole world was paying attention. Yifan's powerful return and the fact that he dared to uproot a desolate era family made the blood of many youngsters boil. Who didn't want to be successful when they were young and leave their name in history? Many people left their sects and began to walk in the world. This battle affected many aspects. According to the statistics of many great sects, the number of local expeditions increased by several times. It was as if the prelude to a chaotic era had begun. In the eastern wasteland, Yao Guang's saint child stood under a divine waterfall. His entire body was enveloped by 108 divine rings. Even his hair was golden, and his eyes were as deep as the ocean as he gazed at the distant northern plains. In the northern region, many archaic imperial clans appeared, making many great powers restless. They felt as if they were sitting on pins and needles, and they wanted nothing more than to move their clans. In the Jiang family, Jiang Yifei's clothes were as white as snow. His face was like jade, and his black eyes contained wisdom. He was elegant and handsome. At this moment, he was standing on a towering mountain that reached the clouds. He muttered to himself, Yuangu might make a move, and Huang Shudao most likely won't leave the mountain. In the divine city, a Taoist with disheveled hair wore a tattered Taoist robe. He was drunk and said, "Who am I? Who is the divine body? And who are all of you?" He pointed at the people around him. Everyone retreated in horror, as if they were avoiding ghosts and gods. They fled in all directions. He is the divine silkworm Taoist. Everyone only had this sentence to remind everyone they knew. They all ran far away, and not a single person dared to stay behind. Fire Qilin Child pays his respects to the secret land of the past. Outside Origin Ancient Mine, a figure stood alone. He was like an undying great mountain that had existed since ancient times. The pressure he gave off made it hard for others to breathe, and the heavens were about to collapse. He had already stood in front of Origin Ancient Mine for 7 days without taking a single step inside. In the end, he turned around and left. It was as if he had merged with the great Tao of heaven and earth, disappearing into the horizon. Southern mountains, on a beautiful mountain peak, a silver waterfall poured down. Green pines were verdant, strange rocks stood tall, and flowers bloomed like a brocade. There was a male who was aloof and otherworldly, handsome and flawless like an exiled immortal. His blue clothes fluttered about as he sat on a stone cliff. His 10 fingers nimbly moved across his zither, playing a heavenly melody. In his surroundings, hundreds of birds worshipped him, descending one after another. All types of flowers bloomed just for him, fragrance wafting through the air, flower petals sparkling. Dong, the final zither string descended, releasing a rumbling sound. It was different from all of the wonderful sounds from before. An enormous black hole appeared in the sky, terrifying beyond compare, completely devouring the mountain ridge below. Divine Body Source, I've waited for 12 years. You've finally returned. Hua Yinfei said calmly, and then he stood up. On a cliff several thousand li out, a white-clothed beauty sat there. There were 365 golden whirlpools swirling around her body, every single one of them containing a golden deity, sinister and terrifying. After a long time, she opened her eyes and shot out 2 dazzling beams of light, dyeing the flowers all over the mountain with a layer of golden light. It was incomparably resplendent and beautiful, but in the blink of an eye, they all turned into fine powder with a popping sound. The Yinyang sect of the Central Plains was all silent. The earth-shattering unforeseen event that happened recently made them restless. Many disciples were even more frightened. Yi Fan, this demon, had returned and actually attacked an ancient clan. If he led the barbarian cavalry here, how could they resist? Every young disciple was scared. Of course, there were also great sects that were sharpening their blades, preparing to kill Yi Fan. The divine sons and daughters of the 2 ancient assassin dynasties had long since entered the southern mountains. As soon as Yi Fan appeared, they would launch a thunderous attack. The divine sons of the past dared to kill the various kings head-on. Moreover, they had always walked in the shadows and were famous for their assassinations. Prove the Tao through killing, achieve immortality. In the depths of the southern mountains, 2 illusory figures shouted at the same time. Then, who knew how many mountains and ridges around them collapsed and turned into stone powder? A shocking murderous intent shook the heavens and spread throughout the vast wilderness. It was incomparably terrifying. Then, the man and woman went their separate ways and disappeared. The southern mountains barbarian tribe was still the same during this half a month. Ancient trees covered the sky, and above the tribe, ferocious birds were circling like dragons. It was a prehistoric scene. During these days, there was a continuous stream of visits from great sections. The battle in the northern plains had shaken the world, and all the major powers were trembling in fear. All of them wanted to know the truth. The barbarians had their own way of doing things, so most of them didn't see them. But today, they made an exception and received a group of esteemed guests from the eastern barbarian Ji clan. That brat really didn't come back with us. He stayed in the northern plains and will appear after a while, an old man from the barbarian tribe explained. Ji Ziyue wrinkled her nose and said discontentedly, "What is he doing?" "Little Yi wants to find Tu Fei. It's been 16 or 17 years. He was teleported to the northern plains, and we haven't heard from him since." Inside a big ice block, Li Heishui was corroded by the dark light. His wounds were getting worse. "All right, I'll wait here for him to come back." Gzus supported her chin, sitting on a stone platform and watching the prehistoric creatures. Her crescent eyes blinked curiously. Don't worry. Big brother Yi will come back. He said he would take me to kill Zitiandu to take revenge for my brother. Dongfeng Man smiled honestly. The bleak moonlight, the cold wind, the bleak prairie, the blood-stained future, and the end of the hero. Yi Fan hadn't left the northern plains yet. He was traveling with Yan Yishi and Li Tian. They saw many battles. Armies from different places had entered the northern plains, slaughtering unceasingly. The slaughter was coming to an end. During these days, they had killed some powerful enemies. They were all the top experts who had escaped from the Wang family. Tu Fei, where have you been? Which corner did the Black Emperor teleport you to? Yi Fan wanted to find this old friend. Pangbo and Monkey were still alive. They didn't know where they had gone. The others had received bad news, and they had to wait for the cruel confirmation. No one was chasing after them, but they couldn't find Yi Fan. At this moment, all the enemies were focusing on him. They must be preparing to kill him. Thus, he didn't hurry to go back. If he wanted to find his old friend, he had to consider everything carefully. He needed to search slowly. The bright moon hung high in the sky. The wild grass on the prairie was taller than a human. It was a barren area. Under the moonlight, a lone wolf howled at the moon, echoing far away. Yi Fan's group of 3 walked through the vast prairie. They visited many ancient sects and learned many local customs. Dong, an explosion reverberated under the moonlight. It was like the ringing of a giant bell. Wild grass was everywhere. There was no sign of human habitation for hundreds of thousands of miles. This area was even more desolate. The grass was as tall as 2 to 3 meters. How could such a sound come from there? Yi Fan's group dashed forward. After more than 100 miles, they saw a majestic, ancient temple in front of them. It was covered in a holy halo. It was a mysterious scene. Under the moonlight, the vast prairie was endless and desolate. Only the howling of the wolf could be heard. It was strange to see such a holy temple. Western Deserts Buddhism had come to the northern plains many years ago to spread their teachings. Is this a holy temple that they had left behind? According to legends, one of the top 10 disciples of Amitabha had come to the northern plains to spread his teachings. Yi Fan was surprised. The ancient temple was majestic and sacred. Although it was night, it was covered in a golden halo. The long, resonant bell came from the temple. When they pushed open the ancient temple door and entered the courtyard, they immediately felt a majestic and solemn atmosphere. There was the power of Buddhism surging. Suddenly, Yi Fan was stunned. The moment he stepped into the temple, he was petrified. He saw a familiar figure, a peerless beauty. Esteemed guest has come from afar. This servant is in Miaoi. I play the zither under the moonlight. A peerless beauty was sitting in the temple. Her smile could topple cities, and her smile could topple countries. Miaoi. Yi Fan cried out involuntarily. You recognize me, but I don't recognize you anymore. That means, you are the person I have been waiting for. This beautiful woman in snow-white clothes smiled brilliantly, but it made Yi Fan's heart tremble. It was hard to understand what he was feeling. You don't recognize me? He asked. I don't recognize you anymore. This woman's smile made Yi Fan's heart tremble. Under the cold moonlight, the vast earth was completely desolate. Only the lone wolf was sorrowful, whimpering in the desolate grassland. In this kind of environment, a majestic ancient temple stood. It was dyed in golden radiance, sacred and dignified, vast and righteous. It was indescribably mysterious. Within the main hall, a green lamp accompanied an ancient Buddha. And Miaoi sat cross-legged on a praying mat. Her jade-like face always had a smile on it. Her slender jade-like fingers nimbly plucked the strings of the zither, producing mysterious notes that rang out. Why don't you recognize me? Yi Fan walked forward, his steps light and slow. At this moment, he no longer had the sharpness he had when he swept through the ancient family. Dang, a bell rang out from the depths of the temple. The sound traveled for hundreds of miles, causing the entire grassland to tremble. Yi Fan stopped, resisting this sound wave. At this moment, a Buddhist light appeared behind Miaoi's head, making her white clothes seem even cleaner. At this moment, she looked like a bodhisattva, holy and lofty. Her fine black hair fluttered in the wind, each strand sparkling. A divine ring protected her body, making her look even more dignified. Although she was smiling brilliantly, it made others feel that her heart was far away. "Miaoi, why don't you recognize me?" Yi Fan softly asked. "It's been more than 10 years since we last met. Yesterday is like water that can't be left behind. Flowers will bloom once more, and geese will return once more. If I look back, will I still be the same?" There was a layer of mist in Miaoi's eyes, but she was still smiling. There was a stunning radiance flowing within her eyes. Yi Fan's heart trembled. During his most difficult time, everyone was waiting to see him become a joke. They all thought that the divine body was fated to be unable to break the curse. Only Miaoi firmly believed that he could succeed. Not only that, she even gambled herself. During that period of time, she was the only one who gambled her entire life. "I'm still me. I've never changed." Yi Fan walked forward with large strides. He seriously looked at her, wanting to approach her. However, the bell rang out once more. The divine ring behind Miaoi's head became even more resplendent. Buddhist light shone brightly, making it seem holy and otherworldly. Time cannot be turned back. There's never a path of return. Once we take a step forward, we can only move forward. And Miaoi smiled. Her gaze was gentle, but it felt even more distant. 12 years ago, Yi Fan left without even turning his head back. He didn't even have the chance to say goodbye to this woman. Thinking back to the past, he couldn't help but be absent-minded. Even if we move forward, the person and the heart remain the same. In the past, when Yi Fan succeeded in breaking the curse, he was injured by the Great Tao. He did not have much time left, and there was no hope for his future. He was mocked and ridiculed. A mere successor of the Five Elements Palace dared to speak rudely to him. During that period of time, in order to help him recover, Miaoi searched everywhere for elixirs. She even gave him the Buddhist Nirvana scripture, and even performed dual cultivation to heal his injuries. It was impossible for him to forget all of this. "Miaoi, I know you still remember me." Yi Fan slowly walked forward and said softly. During this process, it was rare that Li Tian did not say a single word. Together with Yan Yishi, he stood at the entrance of the hall, silently observing everything. And Miaoi smiled. Her beauty was dazzling, and there was a type of undying divine splendor blossoming. However, Yi Fan felt that it was becoming more and more out of reach. "I have long since forgotten you." These words were very soft, but it caused Yi Fan's heart to tremble. Ever since he came to this world, he was used to seeing life and death, struggling for survival, and cultivating for the sake of becoming stronger. He did not have any personal entanglements, he only felt moved. But now, after hearing these words, he felt a sourness in the depths of his heart. It was as if his heart was suddenly entangled. "If you don't know me, why are you still the same? If one looks back, are you still the same? I am talking about myself. Once I take a step forward, there is no turning back." And Miaoi's voice was very soft. Her delicate fingers plucked the strings of the zither, playing the beautiful melody of nature. Her voice lingered over the vast prairie, and under the cold night sky, it was exceptionally serene. "What are you saying?" Yi Fan walked forward in large strides, arriving beside her. And Miaoi smiled. Her black hair hung down, smooth like silk. She exuded an astonishing beauty as she said, "She has waited for you for many years, yet we have never met." "She, who is she?" Yi Fan asked with a trembling voice. "You know who she is." And Miaoi's expression was gentle, and her voice became even softer. Her eyes were filled with tears. "She is you," Yi Fan said. "Wrong. She was me in the past, but now, I am no longer her." And Miaoi smiled, but her tears were about to fall. "Why do you say that?" Yi Fan's heart trembled. And Miaoi flung her black hair, causing it to dance in the air. Her face was filled with a holy light. She was laughing loudly, but her tears fell down and were hidden in her hair. "Because that she is no longer here." Now, there is only me, and I no longer know you. At this moment, her voice turned cold. Meowie. Yifan walked forward, wanting to grab her arm and approach her. However, and Meowie gently plucked the strings of the zither, and a great bell rang from the depths of the temple. Buddhist light blazed behind her, and one could vaguely see the benevolence of a great Buddha. Yifan couldn't get close. If he wanted to get close, he could only use force. A domain blocked his path. I waited here for you only to see her one last time and fulfill her final wish. The Buddhist light behind Meowie was boundless, solemn and inviolable. There was no trace of that momentary gentleness. What you and her? There is only one Meowie in this world. No matter who she is, no matter what, I will find her and change her back. Yifan's voice was sonorous, and his steps were firm. He opened up the golden sacred domain and strode forward. Could it be that you want to attack me? And Meowie asked calmly. There is only one Meowie in this world. In order to bring her back, I'm sorry, but I have to offend you. Yifan was very domineering. He raised his hand and pointed forward. Bang, Buddhist light flickered as Meowie blocked this attack. She then retreated as light as a feather, and like a female bodhisattva, she sat cross-legged on a lotus platform with a dignified appearance. Dong. The great bell rumbled like a Buddhist chant, shaking the heaven and earth. It was as if a basin of clear water had been poured over one's head. Bang, bang, the two exchanged blows in the hall, their speed faster than lightning. Secret techniques and Tao methods surged together, attacking in all directions. The golden sacred domain was resplendent, and the Buddhist light was also boundless. They continuously clashed. Even though it wasn't a life and death battle, only a small-scale confrontation, it was still remarkable. There were many areas that made one sigh in admiration. It was extremely extraordinary. Chi. A streak of multicolored light tore through the sky. They flew out of the temple and fought on the desolate prairie, leaving behind streak after streak of brilliant splendor in the night sky. Ye brat, do you need us to take action and blast her down with that holy weapon? Li Tian cried out strangely. You're still joking even now. Let them fight, don't randomly get involved. Yan Yishi glared at him. I knew a long time ago that no one would die if they fought like this. Yi brat is reluctant. Li Tian mumbled. Yifan fought a great battle against Meowie. The two fought from the sky to the ground, and then into a large lake. He couldn't be too heavy-handed, but he was still extremely shocked. This was the first time Yifan saw Meowie take action. In the past, he had never seen her display her cultivation, yet she was so powerful that even he was stunned. 4 hours passed. Yifan frowned, displaying his terrifying strength. Otherwise, he really wouldn't be able to subdue this enchanting beauty. This woman is too powerful. Damn it, she has touched upon the threshold of the 3/Dao. Dao. If Yi brat is the slightest bit careless, he might be injured by her. Li Tian's expression was grave. Indeed terrifying, to actually have this level of cultivation. She is an extraordinary woman. Yan Yishi nodded. Bang, bang, another 2 hours passed. Yifan continuously unleashed heavy blows. The 6 paths of reincarnation fist suppressed everything, the battle saint technique deduced the taiji, and the golden sacred domain descended, capturing Meowie alive, imprisoning her within an expanse of golden light. This was a beautiful body. Black hair hung down, her swan-like neck snow-white and exquisite. Her face was dreamlike and illusory, full of spirituality. Meowie, what's wrong with you exactly? Yifan sent out his powerful divine sense, gushing into her immortal foundation, wanting to get to the bottom of this. A new battle began. This was a battle of divine sense. And Meowie's body glowed with Buddhic light. Her divine sense was like that of a female bodhisattva, incomparably powerful. This was a collision of Daos. Auspicious chi descended from the heavens, auspicious light gushed forth from the earth, lotus flowers filled the air, the feeling of gods, the 5 notes of Taoism, the wondrous words of Buddhism, all of them rumbled. This was a resplendent little world. The battle between the two of them interweaved into one scene after another. Bang! Finally, Yifan descended from the sky. At the instant when he didn't injure Meowie, He used his own primordial spirit to suppress her divine sense. A light laughter drifted over. A familiar and moving voice containing magnetism rang out, incomparably gentle. "Little man, you have returned. You are truly getting more and more powerful." Meowie. Yifan released her and quietly stared at this young woman with misty starry eyes. Compared to earlier, she was even more breathtaking. There was an additional gentleness to her as their hearts grew closer. Who would have thought that we would still be able to meet again? Seems like my obsession is very deep and I have such great strength that she has no choice but to compromise. And Meowie's smile was very sweet, her eyes were intoxicating, a smile that could topple cities. What are you talking about? Who is she? Yifan stared at her in a daze. She is me. A me who severed you, severed a part of me. And Meowie smiled. Her words sounded awkward but Yifan instantly understood. 3 immortal slashes. You actually chose to sever everything related to me. Wrong, you chose to sever a part of yourself, erasing everything related to me. You have already left this world, not even turning your head back. Do you want me to wallow in my memories? And Meowie's smile was extremely moving, but there was also a trace of self-pity in it. Yifan felt bitter in his heart. This was a young woman who appeared extremely charming but her heart was sometimes filled with arrogance and might even be a little unyielding. He could still clearly remember in Meowie's resolute words in the past. If my life is in chaos, I will fall into depravity in the mortal world. If there comes a day when I become an emperor, I will definitely kill everyone related to me, cleansing my life of glory and humiliation. He stared fixedly at this young woman and didn't speak for a long time. Only when a gust of wind blew did he wake up. You've touched upon the 3rd stage of the 3 immortal slashes? There's no need to be shocked. Many people are stuck here, unable to step past it. Many people have to use their entire lives to sever their daos. As she spoke until here, and Meowie laughed. This little man is still the most awesome, catching up step by step and catching up to me. Over 10 years have passed and although Wang Ting has become even more terrifying, he is still stuck outside the door of the 3 immortal slashes. He has no way to fight against you, a character on the 8th minor step of the 2nd layer of Immortal Foundation. The 3rd stage of the 3 immortal slashes, severing the path of a cultivator. There would be no more paths to seek. Many people struggled their entire lives but were unable to advance an inch. At this stage, there wasn't much difference between cultivating for 10 years and 1,000 years. If one could comprehend it, if one had great willpower, they might be able to break through in a single day. But if one didn't understand it, they would be stuck here for the rest of their lives. The 3rd stage of the 3 immortal slashes, severing the path of a cultivator. The 3rd stage of the 3 immortal slashes, severing the path of a cultivator. Humans could also sever their daos, severing the thoughts in their hearts, severing everything, severing their own daos. To sever one's dao, you actually made such a choice. Yifan stared at that flawless countenance. And Meowie had a radiant smile on her face. She came before him and spoke, if I fail, everything will turn to smoke. If I succeed, 10 years or 100 years later, I will step into the 3rd stage of the 3 immortal slashes and everything will return to me. Yifan stretched his hand out, caressing her jade-like face as he spoke in a light voice, how can you disappear with the wind, turning to smoke? I promised you before that I would be your Dao protector and would definitely help you succeed. At the very least, you would become a female sage. Oi, there are still 2 living humans below. Oh right, there's also a child. Don't be so overboard, okay? Li Tian released Little Tong. The moment Little Tong appeared, he bawled, lecherous uncle, go and let others step on dog shit. I don't want to learn cultivation from you, I don't want to step on you. Damn, this child is so unlikable. Master. Tong Tong cried loudly when he saw Yifan pulling in Meowie away. Forget it, don't shout anymore. We can't spoil the mood and follow them at this moment. Li Tian patted his head. The night moon was cold and the land was vast and empty. Only when the wind blew past would there be rustling sounds. Under the dim light of the night, one couldn't see too clearly. The grassland rose and fell like the sea, extending to the ends of the earth. In this cold night, in this vast and desolate land, two figures walked side by side, like a pair of exiled immortals, strolling under the moonlight on the endless grassland. There was no sign of human habitation for hundreds of thousands of miles. Occasionally, a lone wolf could be seen howling at the moon, swallowing the essence of the moon and refining the demonic core. There was nothing else. Yi Fan and Miaoi didn't speak. They floated in the air, feeling a kind of emptiness and gentleness. No longer distant, no longer cold, no longer pushing people thousands of miles away. Right now, there was a hazy light connecting them, as if they had become one. I want to go to the western desert again. After a long time, Miaoi softly said. Her black hair draped over her shoulders, making her jade-like cheeks seem even fairer and more sparkling. Why? Isn't it good to stay? Yi Fan asked. My Tao is in the western desert. I have to walk my own path. To reach perfection, I have to personally experience it. And Miaoi was graceful and elegant. Under the cold moonlight, she seemed to be riding the wind and returning to the heavens. How can I be at ease if you go all the way to the west? I said I would protect you, how can I let you go alone? Yi Fan calmly looked at her. I have to walk my own Tao. If I need your help even for the 3 slashes of the immortal Tao, then what qualifications do I have to step onto the long path of cultivation? I am not a burden. At this point, Miaoi chuckled, and the entire serene night was lit up for a moment. She exuded an astonishing beauty, and her graceful body was flowing with a layer of holy radiance. She said, wait until your divine physique is complete, or even complete, then you can be my Tao protector. Yi Fan stared at her in a daze, not knowing what to say. This was a woman that could move one's heart. She was very stunning. There were many things that didn't need to be said to be understood. The path of cultivation is full of unpredictability, especially at the 3 slashes of the immortal Tao. Even the most stunning person could encounter an accident. In the past, some of the human race's great sage even narrowly escaped death, making it through with great difficulty, almost killing himself. Yi Fan said. This trial was filled with variables, and it was extremely complicated. The Tao trial one had to clear was extremely difficult, and the stakes were too great. It was rumored that even an ancient great emperor almost died at this trial when he was young. Different experiences, different encounters, and so would severing one's Tao. Innate talents might not be of help, and might even become hindrances. Little man, are you worried about me? And Miaoi smiled sweetly. Her eyes flickered with the light of wisdom as she said, in the end, you have to pass this trial yourself. As it concerns your future, you can only rely on yourself to experience it. When Yi Fan saw how persistent she was, he was shocked. Although it was not absolute, some amazing people might encounter more resistance. You should stay. I won't make a move unless it's a critical moment. And Miaoi shook her head and said firmly, my Tao fruit is in the western desert. I can only go there. You don't need to worry. Yi Fan wanted to say something, but he didn't know what to say. This trial of Immortal 3 was truly special. In the ancient times, there were a few heaven-defying geniuses who were said to be on the same level as the young great emperors of the past, and some even surpassed them. However, they all fell at this trial, and their deaths were engraved in the history books. Sometimes, people would wonder if there would be a few more great emperors if they could pass this trial. However, there were no ifs. Once they failed, no matter how amazing they were in the past, it would all turn to dust. The two of them no longer spoke and fell silent. They walked on the desolate prairie, their clothes fluttering in the wind, like a celestial couple. Do you believe in the afterlife? After an unknown period of time, Miaoi suddenly asked. Why do you ask? Yi Fan looked at her. Buddhism speaks of suffering in this life to cultivate the afterlife, and Miaoi said. Who can say for sure about the afterlife? Have you seen the reincarnation of an ancient great emperor before? Even such a person never appeared again, how can you believe it? How do you know that the ancient great emperor didn't prove his path in that life because of the past? And Miaoi smiled and said. Aren't you a dual cultivator of Buddhism and Taoism? Buddhism speaks of the afterlife, and Taoism focuses on the present. Don't think too much about it. Yi Fan's expression was solemn. You should know that there are gods in the Holy Ji Palace. They all say that the past me is chanting for the present, illuminating the present. I feel like I have comprehended the past me, so I believe in the future me a little, and Miaoi smiled and said. There were 5 major secret realms in the human body, and when any secret realm was cultivated to the extreme, it would have the ability to penetrate the heavens and the earth. Many ancient sages specialized in one secret realm. The Holy Ji Palace was the second major secret realm of the human body. Yi Fan had also been lost here before. He once heard the past me chanting for the present, and some people said that it was the Tao self, comprehending the rules of heaven and earth. Don't think too much about it, Yi Fan said to her. The woman before him made him feel a little ethereal, afraid that once she left, he would never see her again. Unknowingly, they came before a huge mountain. There were very few mountains on the grassland, and it was a flat stretch of land. But when they did see one, they were all towering. On the cliffs, there was the fragrance of orchids, flowers blooming, and dragon grass swaying in the wind, filling the air with a sweet fragrance. Look at those flowers. When the autumn wind comes, they all return to their roots and become mud. But after the spring rain, when the flowers bloom again, people might be like this, and Miaoi said softly. What's wrong with you? Did you sense something? Yi Fan suddenly turned around and stared at her. And Miaoi's black hair danced in the wind, her skin sparkling and translucent. Her forehead was white, and her eyes were spirited. Her figure was slender and graceful, and she was like a goddess, bright and breathtaking. At this moment, she was clearly standing in front of him, but she seemed very far away. Her voice was ethereal as she said, If I really die, you can just treat it as watching a beautiful rain of flowers bloom and then wither. Why do you say that? Yi Fan grabbed her fragrant shoulder. Don't worry. Maybe after 10 lives, 100 lives, I will reappear. Just like a withered flower, there is still a day when it will bloom again. One day, it will still be beautiful in this world. The prerequisite is that you can prove your Tao. Only then can you wait for that day. Maybe you will see a familiar flower blooming again. And Miaoi's smile was very brilliant, but it made people feel sad. What are you talking about? Don't think about these things. What afterlife? What past? As long as I am unrivaled in this world, all karma, all Buddhist teachings, I will destroy them all. Yi Fan said. Little men are so domineering. I also hope that you are unrivaled in this world. What entanglement, what fate with Buddha, what chaotic results, I will destroy all of them with one strike and completely crush them. And Miaoi smiled. She was like a blossoming immortal flower, and it was precisely when she was beautiful and moving. The two of them climbed the mountain step by step. They didn't speak for a long time as they slowly climbed up. They didn't use magic power to advance, and they were like mortals ascending the mountain. Little man, you don't need to worry about me. Just treat it as me talking nonsense. And Miaoi's laughter echoed through the mountains, pleasing to the ears. Why did you choose this path? Yi Fan asked. There are millions of Daos, but for everyone, there are only 2, right and wrong. And Miaoi calmly replied. Is there a bodhisattva or Buddha guiding you on the path ahead? Yi Fan asked. He then looked towards the western desert and said, All right then. When I am unrivaled in this world, I will go there and shatter all karma with my fists. I will ascend Mount Meru and take a look. Let's not talk about these things. The future is too far away. Instead of focusing on the present, it is better to focus on the past. And Miaoi's smile was extremely moving. Her eyes were like 2 pools of water, so gentle that they could melt refined steel. They ascended the mountain. Mist pervaded the air in front of them. It was actually a hot spring, gurgling and flowing, forming a pool in front of them. It was like a celestial lake, dense steam rising. Not far away, wild flowers bloomed brilliantly, blooming everywhere. They were of all colors, beautiful purples and beautiful reds, exceptionally colorful and fragrant. It made one feel refreshed, as if they had ascended to a celestial realm. And Miaoi stood at the peak of the mountain. With a turn, she began to dance in an agile manner. She was like a goddess of the moon dancing, graceful and graceful. Her black hair was beautiful, her appearance shocking. Her large eyes were intelligent, her skin was like cream, and her neck was as white as a swan's. She was like a fairy under the moonlight, so beautiful that it was suffocating. Her curves were graceful, her white dress unable to conceal her full twin peaks. Her slender waist was small, and her slender and straight jade-like legs were slender. As she danced, she carried with her a type of beauty that could bring disaster to the world. Her figure was extremely beautiful. When she was agile, she was like a goddess from the 9 heavens, untainted by the smoke and fire of the mortal world. When she was tender and beautiful, a single glance and a smile from her would cause all living things to go crazy. This ancient calamity-level woman was breathtaking. She was so beautiful that not a single flaw could be found, making one suspect that she was the most perfect masterpiece of the heavens. She danced under the moonlight, and then sang. Her wonderful voice lingered in the ears, and her charm was boundless, making one feel intoxicated. "Little man, I'm leaving." Lightly landing on the ground, and Miaoi turned around and was about to ride the wind to leave. She said, "She's coming back, I don't have much time left." Yifan pulled her back. He didn't say anything, only watching her. And Miaoi immediately began to chuckle. Her eyes were bewitching, moving people's hearts. With a turn, the two of them were stuck together. Under the moonlight, beside the hot spring that was filled with water vapor, their snow-white clothes were like flowers, fluttering in the wind. This was a pure white and lustrous body, flickering with a sparkling luster under the moonlight. Every inch of it was flowing with radiance, looking extremely holy. However, when Miaoi smiled, it could be said to be a smile that could topple a city, indescribably moving. Her appearance that could cause all living things to go crazy clashed with her holiness, very contradictory. She was as pure as a goddess, yet also had the charm of falling into the mortal world. Her pure white jade-like body was like a water snake, twisting nimbly, causing one's blood to surge. The two of them merged together. Under the moonlight, they were like a pair of celestial companions. The water vapor in the hot spring was hazy, and a pair of figures could be vaguely seen. This was a paradise. Sparkling petals fluttered in the wind, submerging the entire hot spring, turning this place into a land of spiritual desire. A gentle breeze blew past, and when the mist dispersed, a snow-white body like ivory and a strong physique that flickered with a precious bronze splendor could be seen entangled. The silver moon moved to the west. After an unknown amount of time, the hot spring became quiet. The two bodies were side by side, looking up at the starry sky, not saying anything for a long time. Another hour passed. And Miaoi's entire body was sparkling, pure and flawless. She nimbly turned around and flew into the air. A snow-white dress fell down, covering her wonderful jade-like body. Yifan also stood up and looked at her quietly, feeling that they were very far apart. A sparkling and translucent flower bud floated down and landed on Miaoi's slender jade-like fingers, making her seem even more ethereal and otherworldly, noble, yet faintly discernible and distant. Flowers will bloom again, and people will return. When you look back, your heart will remain the same. Even if the flower wilts, after 10 lifetimes, or 100 lifetimes, we will still meet again. If you want to prove your Tao, use your heart to look at that flower that seems familiar. And Miaoi smiled amidst the rain of flowers, carefree and natural. She left just like that, but it caused Yifan's heart to tremble. That magnificent silhouette was forever imprinted in his heart. And Miaoi, who was far away, was like a smiling deity. That smile of hers, that touching moment, became an eternal picture. The silver moon slanted to the west and the mountain wind blew. The fragrance of orchids wafted through the air as the beauty left, leaving behind a beautiful silhouette as she disappeared into the horizon. A smile on a flower, a meeting after 10 lifetimes, 100 lifetimes. When Buddha spoke of fate, was it the moment of looking back or the endless distance? Eternity, or an instant? I am undefeatable in this world. What karma, what entanglement, what karma, I will destroy all of it. Yifan did not believe in the afterlife and only believed in this life. This was not only the difference between Tao and Buddha, but also his own belief. All of this can be broken through. I have the power to fight the heavens, I have the heaven-defying merit. Nothing will be a problem. Although he said this, his heart still palpitated for a moment. In this world, there were many things and people that could not be solved with power. My master is in the present, why should I fear the future? In the end, he made up his mind. Fearless, he looked into the distance as if he could see through the sky. In the east, the first rays of the morning sun appeared, cutting through the mist and shining on the prairie. The mist stirred and the whole prairie was covered in a layer of water vapor that shone with all kinds of colors under the sunlight. Dong! The bell rang and the grand ancient temple became even more solemn and sacred. It was like an immortal monument standing there quietly, giving off a vast and inviolable sense of solemnity. In the morning sun, the ancient temple was no longer glowing by itself. Instead, it was dyed with a layer of golden light as if there was a great Buddha sitting inside. Yifan returned and saw a shocking scene. Xianxia, Li Tian, and little Tong Tong were standing in front of the temple, motionless as if they were in a meditative state. Comprehending the Tao, entering the Tao with their divine sense, and entering the ancient temple with their hearts, these were the states the three were in. What surprised Yifan was that little Tong Tong was also in a daze. This ancient temple was not ordinary and was left behind by a saint. There were mysterious marks circulating inside, making people feel as if they were in an abyss or a vast ocean, as if they were in another world. The ancient temple of a saint must have been left behind by a disciple of Buddha, Yifan said to himself. It was rumored that Umaba's fifth disciple had once entered northern plains to spread Buddhism and preach in the northern lands. In the end, he died in meditation in the vast grassland, leaving behind an immortal ancient temple that stored supreme Buddhism. Not long after, Li Tianxing turned around and muttered to himself, "How strange. That bodhisattva is so beautiful, but there's no way to get close to her." Yifan really wanted to give him a slap. This guy was really too evil. He even wanted to blaspheme the mark of a bodhisattva. Don't use your complicated thoughts to measure my pure and true nature. I'm just reminiscing about the Tao realm just now. Nothing else, Li Tian said. I didn't say anything. Are you confessing? Yifan smiled. Li Tian said, Tell me, what did you do last night? Where is she? Why didn't she come back with you? This girl is on par with I Qinggu. Boo-hoo. Uncle Pervert, please let me go. I really hate you. At this moment, little Tong Tong also woke up and bawled. This child is getting more and more unlikable. Even a romantic and elegant person like me is always beaten by him. Li Tian glanced at the little guy. Xianxia stood in front of the temple, still not moving. He seemed to be connected to the ancient temple. He was enveloped by the golden morning glow and entered the Tao. Brother Yen seems to have learned something, Yifan said. The owner of this temple was undoubtedly a saint. He did not leave a word and was free and unrestrained. The saint's Tao is of a high temperament. It suits a carefree pervert like my senior brother. Just like how he never touched a single leaf in a field of flowers, they are all the same. Li Tian curled his lips. After a long time, Xianxia woke up with a solemn expression. He said that he touched a vague Tao but could not accurately capture it. Junior brother, use your heart to feel it. There is a Tao here that is similar to my sex. You must get it. Are you sure that it is on par with the Tao of human desires? Li Tian was shocked. Yes. Xianxia nodded. Yifan came to a sudden realization. And Miaoi must have attached great importance to this Tao. There was indeed a method they needed. Perhaps it really was a great fortune. This time, they entered the temple side by side. They stopped at every corner and used their hearts to feel it. Yifan was no exception. Dong, an ancient bell rumbled. There was a large bronze bell at the back of the temple. It was ringing without anyone pushing it and was covered in rust. Unfortunately, it is not a saint's weapon. It is just an ordinary bell and not a weapon. That's not right. This bell has been blessed by a saint and contains Buddhist light. Otherwise, it would not have existed in this world for so long. The few of them noticed the abnormality. They carefully pondered and extended their divine senses to feel it. However, they were disappointed in the end and did not obtain anything. This seemed to be an ancient bell that was frequently blessed by a saint and personally struck. There were no divine patterns of laws left behind. There were great Buddhas in every temple. Li Tian and Xianxia finally found the source. They stared at the ancient Buddha in the center that had lost its gilding and was only mottled with green rust. Soon, they entered a meditative state and immersed themselves in a kind of lofty Tao realm. They were unable to extricate themselves and soon obtained a flawless Tao art. Yi Fan did not go anywhere else. He stood in front of the ancient bell and after an unknown period of time, he suddenly punched out. Dong! The bell was deafening. The entire grand ancient temple trembled as if it was about to collapse. Inside the main hall, Xianxia and Li Tian were shocked. Little Tong Tong hurriedly covered his ears and hid in the divine light emitted by Li Tian. What is little brat Yi doing? He did not shatter that ancient bell with one punch. It is definitely not an ordinary item. That is a punch of a saint physique. Xianxia was shocked. Dong! Yi Fan punched out again. Golden blood chi soared into the sky. The big bell suddenly burst forth with endless Buddhist light and emitted an even louder sound that traveled thousands of miles. All the grass in the endless grassland was flattened and turned into a green carpet under the sound waves. A few lakes also surged with waves. Break for me! Yi Fan roared and punched again. The big bell immediately cracked, and Buddhist light soared into the sky, drowning the entire land. Wastrel, this is a treasure of Buddhism. He broke it. Li Tian stomped his feet. Buzz! At this moment, a great Buddha emerged from the cracked bronze bell. It was vivid and lifelike in the golden light. It was solemn and dignified as it sat there cross-legged. Retreat! Yi Fan shouted and took out his damaged saint weapon, the purple golden hammer. Li Tian and Xianxia felt their hair stand on end. They grabbed little Tong Tong and turned to leave, disappearing from the main hall in an instant. Ah! A Zen sound that wasn't very loud but spread throughout the grassland crossed the barrier of time and space, shaking the surroundings. The entire ancient temple was annihilated without a sound. This ancient sound collided with the purple golden hammer in Yi Fan's hand, producing a crisp crack. In the distance, Li Tian and Xianxia were aghast. What was the purple golden hammer? It was a damaged saint weapon. With it, one could run amok under the heavens. But now, a crack appeared from a person's roar. This was like the Arabian Nights, inconceivable. This is just a brand, but the divine sound he shouted out is so terrifying. It's too terrifying. Xianxia and Li Tian felt a chill down their spine. However, after this great Buddha released such a sound wave, its body suddenly became faint and could no longer display its previous might. Yi Fan put away the purple golden hammer and took a step forward. He directly reached for the center of the Buddha's eyebrows, wanting to grab it. Little brat Yi is trying to steal from the Buddha. He doesn't pay his respects but forcefully snatches it. This is really... Even someone as evil as Li Tian couldn't help but be surprised. Ho! Yi Fan's roar attacked the golden Buddha, causing it to awaken and react. Although he was very domineering, his heart was still excited because he knew he had encountered a heaven-defying opportunity. He had encountered an ancient sound of the 6 words of Buddhism. In the present world, the Ho, Ma, and I, Pad, Me, and Ho words were almost lost. Only a few ancient temples in the western desert had one each, and it was difficult to reassemble them. Encountering the Ho sound here was a great opportunity, but the prerequisite was that he could obtain it. Yi Fan had been constantly evolving this sound, and he already had 1/10 of its power. It was incomparably vast and terrifying. Now that he had encountered it, he naturally didn't want to miss it. Break for me! He punched out with the 6 paths of reincarnation fist, which entered the body of the great Buddha. It was not a physical body, but a type of brand. Ho! Next, the endless sound of Ho resounded, and at the same time, there was an indescribable chant. Convert to my Buddha. A boundless divine sound transmitted over, making the distant Li Tian and Xianxia absent-minded. They couldn't help but walk forward, wishing to kowtow and kneel in front of the great Buddha. The two of them were like this even though they were so far away, so there was no need to talk about the nearby Yi Fan. His head was drenched in sweat as he fell into the Buddha light imprint. This was a type of soul-ferrying secret technique, invading one's primordial spirit to forcefully convert them to Buddhism. There wasn't much harm, but it was almost like a cleansing of one's will, causing them to completely change. Carry forward the Buddhist Dharma, convert to my sect. A voice that was like a Buddhist chant sounded, so loud that even the deaf could hear, attacking one's soul. The Ho sound rotated, returning to Yi Fan's primordial spirit. At this moment, it was also rumbling, assisting in the ferrying. Yi Fan couldn't help but silently chant the Ho divine sound. This was a type of forceful ferrying. To learn this incantation, one had to enter a Buddhist sect. This type of will force was incomparably terrifying, something left behind by an ancient Buddha. As Yi Fan chanted the Ho sound, an undying great Buddha appeared behind him, towering majestically. In addition, a few more appeared around him. Buddha light shone, wishing for him to kowtow and forever enter a Buddhist sect. What powerful Buddha light, worthy of being left behind by the Amitabha Buddha's fifth disciple. Countless years have passed, yet this imprint is still so terrifying. Yi Fan clenched his teeth, his forehead covered in sweat. However, his mind was still like steel, not wavering in the slightest. Buddha transformation. Yi Fan roared loudly. At this moment, he operated the fighting character art of the 9 secrets, abandoning the Ho divine sound's Buddha light, preserving its power. He used the 9 secrets to evolve it, using the highest secret method of Taoism to transform it into Buddha. There will be a day when I will become unmatched in the present world. Even if the Amitabha Buddha comes, he won't be able to force me. I'll shatter him with a single fist. Yi Fan's black hair danced about chaotically, his eyes like lightning. All of the clothes on his body exploded, revealing a bronze-colored and sturdy body. He was still chanting the Ho sound, but the great Buddha behind him was gradually dissolving. In the end, a new figure appeared, it was him. This pervert learned someone else's supreme divine technique, but in the end, he only worshipped himself and even dissolved the Buddha. Not worshipping the earth, not worshipping the heavens, only believing in one's own body, this is a kind of conviction. But even the great emperor of ancient times, Amitabha Buddha, isn't willing to yield. This is indeed a pervert. Li Tian and Xianxia were muttering like this. In the end, all the Buddha light was cleanly dissolved by Yi Fan, and the great Buddha was completely replaced by his own divine statue, becoming an undying demonic god. In the end, with a loud roar, the cracked ancient bell completely collapsed and turned into fine powder. The Buddha light that filled the sky disappeared, turning into ashes along with the ancient temple. In the world, only he stood alone. The demonic god behind him shone with boundless radiance, merging with him and becoming the sole ruler. He used the fighting character art of the 9 secrets to completely transform the Ho sound, transcending the past and applying it to himself. Walking the path of invincibility was his promise to Xianxia. From today onward, he would crush all obstructions. Saint physique of the human race, where are you? I've come specifically to kill you, don't disappoint me. In the distant southern mountains, a young and terrifying ancient creature spoke like this. He was of the bloodline of an ancient emperor. Wang Ting, Hua Yunfei, Li Xiaoman, and the divine sons and daughters of the 2 ancient divine dynasties of assassins were also waiting quietly in the southern mountains for Yi Fan's return. The prairie was so vast. Yi Fan had visited some ancient sects to find Tu Fei, but he couldn't find him. He had left his footprints in the wolf tribe and a snow-white sacred mountain. More than 10 years had passed. Theoretically, Tu Fei should have flown back to the Eastern Barren Territory. However, he didn't find anything. Why? Is he not in the Northern Plain? Or is he even further away? Has he entered the place where the Northern Pole immortal light is born? It was a world of ice and snow. There was no land, only glaciers. Everything was white. Legend said that the god's relic was there. Every 100,000 years, a beam of immortal light would fly up. 100,000 years ago, a King realm expert of the Wang family had a beam of immortal light and turned it into their foundation. Unfortunately, his innate endowment was limited. He only had 1 foot in the sage realm. Should they go or not? Yi Fan thought that Tu Fei was trapped in that world of ice and snow. Otherwise, he would have appeared earlier. Since we have nothing to do, let's go and see. Perhaps we can meet the beam of immortal light that flies up every 100,000 years, urged Li Tian. After he had arrived in this world, he wanted to wander around every day. He hated that he couldn't explore the entire world to learn more about the man-desired Tao. I think many people in the southern mountains are plotting against you. They must have prepared a lot. If we don't follow the rules, they won't know what to do. At the right time, we can kill our way back, said Xianxia. He also agreed to go to the North Pole. There were sages who had crossed the sky. Of course, they had studied the secret space techniques and the teleportation formations. They had found many formations in the books that could teleport people a long distance. However, they could only understand the first volume. It was a formation that could teleport people hundreds of thousands of miles. It was hard to cross the big area. It's okay. We have the origin and the Xian Jades. We can carve many divine formations. We can cross the area several hundred times. I'm sure we can get there. Tens of thousands of cavalrymen had trampled the Wang family. Although they had taken some treasure symbolically, it was unimaginable that they had the divine materials to build the teleportation formation in the antiquity time. Swoosh, with a flash of green light, they disappeared from where they were and began the tedious journey. They traveled again and again, allowing them to experience the true meaning of the boundless void and the vastness of heaven and earth. In the end, they set foot on a vast expanse of white snow. There were glaciers everywhere, and it was bone-chilling cold. The air they exhaled immediately turned into ice shards. It was very difficult to see any living creatures here. This was an ice-cold bitter land. Apart from the pure white snow, there was nothing else to be seen. What's that? Not long after they set foot on the ice plains, they saw a huge block of ice. There seemed to be something sealed inside. Yifan lightly shouted, scattering the white snow. The glacier was exposed, and the inside of the ice was clear and transparent. It was a huge finger, several zhang long, dripping with blood. It had been cut off. What race is this? They all revealed strange expressions. According to their estimations, this was at least something from hundreds of thousands of years ago, but this creature was too big. Primordial Titan. Yifan recalled the records in some ancient books. There was a race that lived on this icy plain. They were hundreds of feet tall. Boom, boom, in the distance an enormous noise sounded. The glacier was collapsing, enormous cracks appearing one after another, extending to where they were. Giant apes, they reach into the clouds. Li Tian cried out in surprise. At the end of the horizon, a huge figure was walking. It was hundreds of feet tall, and on its back was a whale that had been fished out from the frozen sea. It was as if it was carrying a river fish. His entire body was covered in snow-white fur, and every strand was several zhang long. They were densely packed and covered his entire body. Didn't the primordial titan go extinct long ago? How can there still be one? Yifan was astonished. This kind of creature was very rare. They were a special race that naturally knew how to cultivate. They could absorb the essence of the sun and moon and had an advantage over humans. That was because their bodies were too big, and the divine power they gathered every day was unimaginable. In the ancient books, it was recorded that the old leader of the primordial titan had fought a great battle with several human saints. He was invincible, and the heaven and earth were turned upside down. This one is just ordinary. The divine power within it is limited, so there's nothing to fear. Only, I wonder how many of them there are here. The icy plain was not as vast and boundless as the 5 great regions. The group headed straight for the center, and along the way, they saw several enormous ice palaces that reached into the clouds. They were even more majestic than mountains. These were clearly ancient ruins built by the primordial titan. There were immortal divine patterns carved on them that allowed them to stand tall all this time. This race was truly almost extinct. They had only seen 2 primordial titans after passing through most of the region. In the end, they approached the heart of the Arctic. This was a terrifying domain that was impossible to enter. All kinds of multicolored mists pervaded the air, and the radiance was chaotic and brilliant. At the center, there seemed to be a demonic well that was immeasurably deep and boundless. Many disorderly lights revolved around it. What kind of place is this? There's a great whirlpool with a diameter of several hundred li that seems to lead all the way underground. All kinds of multicolored ice shards splashed about. They carried a mysterious power as they blossomed with streaks of dazzling light in the air. Dense mists rose. Could this be the birthplace of the northern immortal light? The group stopped and felt great danger. The whirlpool formed by the disorderly light was boundlessly terrifying, and it was enough to grind a divine lord to pieces. The birthplace of the northern immortal light is truly abnormal. How can we enter? Even great completion kings can't enter its depths. Li Tian was unwilling. There's a person inside. Xianxia said. The ice and snow whirlpool merged with the disorderly light, forming a demonic well that could devour everything. There was a giant creature several dozen li in front of him. It's an old snow ape. No, it's an old giant. His age is terrifyingly high, and his waist is about to bend to the ground. This ancient giant was struggling with great difficulty. He wanted to approach the center of the immortal light, but it was difficult for him to succeed. There were terrifying wounds all over his body. Without a doubt, this ancient giant was extremely powerful. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to take a step into the whirlpool and release terrifying divine fluctuations like a furnace. Yi Fan and the others didn't take the risk. They opened their divine eyes and carefully observed the depths. There was an old woman at the very center. The three were shocked and couldn't help but take a few steps back. They looked at each other in shock. At the center, all kinds of lights were flourishing even more intensely. There was also the terrifying green true essence that gushed out like rivers and seas. Ordinary people would immediately turn into powder upon entering. It's her. Yi Fan immediately recognized that this was the old woman from 6,000 years ago. She was someone from the same era as the old madman. There was a golden pyramid above her head. The sun, moon, and stars swirled about, releasing a hazy green energy that curled around her. She disappeared for so many years and actually came here. Yi Fan still clearly remembered that this golden pagoda was dug up from an ancient source mine in the north region. Back then, it startled many great figures, and in the end, it was taken away by the mysterious old woman. The golden pagoda had been buried underground since the archaic years and hadn't decayed even now. It was definitely a divine artifact that had been passed down through the ages. The old woman sat on top of the demonic well. She didn't move at all when facing all types of disorderly light. It was as if she had passed away in a seated posture, but also as if she was guarding something. Unfathomable. This is most likely an ancient saint. At the very least, she already has half a foot in this world. Li Tian said, feeling great reverence inside. Right now, she was sitting here, guarding the demonic well. With just a bit of thought, he knew that she was definitely waiting for a strand of immortal light that would only ascend once every 100,000 years. With such a saint here, no one else would have any hope. Judging from the old woman's appearance, it seemed like she had been waiting for many years. There are many disorderly lights in that huge ice cave. There seems to be a lot of corpses, Xianxia said. Let me see. Yi Fan's eyes brightened as he shot out two beams of divine lightning that were hundreds of li long. This was the clairvoyant ability. At this moment, it was only at the initial stage. He could only use it for a short moment, but it was enough. Inside the ice cave, there were many colors. Radiance rose like mist, and the coldness was bone-chilling. It was incomparably huge, and there were hundreds of thousands of corpses inside. Most of them had been frozen and were spinning along with the whirlpool. There were all kinds of clothes. Most of them belonged to ancient people who had died tens of thousands of years ago. Ah! Yi Fan was startled. In a special piece of divine ice, there was a young man sealed inside. At first glance, he seemed to be too fey. When he wanted to see more, that piece of divine ice had sunk deep into the ice cave. It didn't float up again. Moreover, the power of the clairvoyant ability had disappeared. Is it really too fey? How did he get trapped in the sealing god ice and get here? Is he dead or alive? Yi Fan was baffled. No, I want to get in there. No matter what, he had to figure it out. Kiji, don't take risks. Only saints can enter that place. Even if you have an unparalleled body, you can't take risks, advised Li Tian. Yi Fan had made up his mind. This trip was to find Tu Fei. Now that he had caught a glimpse of him, how could he give up? Boom, Yi Fan felt like he had barged into a terrifying black hole. All sorts of destructive energy surged towards him. Even with his powerful body, he still felt extreme pain. However, he didn't stop. He continued to move forward step by step, leaving many marks in the air. He crossed the red clouds and approached the land of death. What a monster! His saint physique is even more frightening than the king warriors at the top level. He has surpassed that ancient giant. He's about 70 to 80 miles inside. After 100 miles, Yifan couldn't endure anymore. His body was bleeding. Even his peerless body couldn't resist the world-grinding power. Stop before the saints. There was a stone stele that spun about, a few ancient characters clearly engraved on it. It was a ghastly sight. Yifan could sense that there was an even more terrifying aura spreading ahead, as if it could shatter the heavens. At this moment, even if he took out the purple gold hammer, he couldn't stop it. He couldn't move forward even an inch. He suspected that if he took a step forward, he would be smashed into meat paste. Brother Yi, stop. The path you've taken has surpassed the king warriors at the top level. Don't take risks, Xianxia sent him a message. Yifan frowned and looked forward. He had no way to get there. Only the warriors who had 1 foot in the Saint Realm could get there. Precursor, do you remember me? We've met twice, shouted Yifan. However, the old woman deep inside the vortex didn't have any reaction. It seemed like she had passed away dozens of years ago. Yifan was shaken. Before the saints became the Great Path, it was always like this. Was she going to fall here? Today, the ancestors of the 10,000 immemorial tribes are about to come out. Crazy Oldie died in outer space. His blood dyed the sky. Only you of the human clan can turn the tide, shouted Yifan one more time. However, the old woman didn't have any reaction. She was as still as a rock, as if her vitality had been extinguished. Did she really die while waiting for the northern celestial light? Yifan was shaken. When he used his clairvoyant eye, he saw the old woman's body surrounded by complicated patterns of the Great Path. She was about to melt in the air. This was the sign of an ancient saint transforming into the Great Path. Is she really going to transform into the Great Path? Yifan couldn't help but look up at the sky and sigh. Another human saint was about to leave this world. Who else in this world could resist the immemorial ancestor king? No matter how many times he called or how many messages he sent, the old woman didn't respond. She was motionless like a stone statue, cold and without any aura. Only the black pagoda above her head hovered in the air, sending down flows of green energy that resonated with the patterns of the Great Path. Why is it like this? She's going to quietly die here. Yifan sighed. The saint was nameless and didn't appear in the world. Even her death was silent. Yifan thought that she was waiting for the northern celestial light to appear. But she couldn't get it. Otherwise, she wouldn't be like this. He tried his best to step forward and enter the area that only saints could enter. But in the blink of an eye, he saw his feet cracking. Even though he had a saint physique and his flesh was much stronger than any other physique, he still couldn't compare with a saint. The difference was like the sky and the earth. If ordinary cultivators were mortals, then saints were immortals. Crack. Even though he took out the purple lightning hammer, it was useless. The cracks on it were making noises. If it continued like this, if he forced his way deeper, it would definitely break. Even if he had a real saint weapon, it wouldn't work. This place required the power of a saint. A weapon alone couldn't solve the problem. This place didn't only involve the Great Path but also the spiritual pressure and the test of the origin. That was why there was a stone tablet here that said no saints could enter. Senior, if you know something and can still help, please save that young man sealed in the divine ice and help him break free. Yifan said. He couldn't move forward anymore. Eventually, he had to step out of the terrifying whirlpool. All kinds of chaotic lights slashed on his body, creating clanking sounds. Not long ago, he had caught a glimpse of Tu Fei. However, he couldn't get in. In this world, not only the Eastern Baron had the 7 great forbidden areas, but other places also had terrifying secret areas that humans couldn't enter. A sage has died. Yifan's heart was heavy. In the present age, there was no longer a saint to protect her. Old Madman had died in battle in the outer realms, and this old woman had also transformed into the Tao, vanishing from this world. In the western desert, there was a victorious fighting Buddha on Mount Meru. It was rumored that his abilities were exceedingly high. However, when Yifan returned, he heard that he too had passed away after undergoing nirvana. When the ancestral kings of the various races of the primordial era appeared, who could stop them? Yifan did not know that after he left the terrifying multicolored vortex, he felt a pressure greater than the heavens. This was a great world that made people despair. The human race actually didn't have a single saint who could intimidate the world in this world. Those who died in meditation, and those who fell had all withered away. Moreover, even if the victorious fighting Buddha of the Western Desert was still alive, it was hard to say whether he was human or not. The barbarian war god seemed unharmed, but Yifan had learned some secrets from the old barbarian king. This was an ancient saint who had almost transformed into the Tao. Coincidentally, he obtained the divine origin liquid and sealed his body. He was in a state of immortality and couldn't truly walk out. Otherwise, who would choose to seal themselves when they were at the peak of their power? All saints were people with great perseverance. Their hearts were as firm as steel, and they would never retreat. Proving the Tao was their only choice. Turning oneself into a foundation was a last resort. It was the most helpless choice. As long as the divine origin liquid was shattered, he wouldn't be able to live for long in this world. Yifan, Li Tian, and Yan Yishi all sighed. They didn't expect to see a saint about to transform into the Tao in a place where a strand of immortal light was born every 100,000 years. At this moment, a massive pressure fell on them, making them gloomy. This great world was really dangerous. There wasn't a great sage of the human clan who was still standing. In fact, if the immemorial tribe had appeared several thousand years later, everything would have been different. It's a great era with many kings and different physiques. If those people could grow up, they would be really intimidating. The cold wind howled and snowflakes fluttered. This was a vast white world with a biting cold. Tu Fei, I hope that one day, I can see you get rid of your confinement and fight your way out. Yifan turned around. Sure, Yen didn't know how many years it would be when they met again. Things were still the same, but people were different. Wild grass withered and flourished. Many heroes had died of old age. Dust to dust, dust to dust. Big rivers changed their routes. Giant lakes dried up. The world changed. Time passed. The chosen ones of the human clan would grow old one day. If one day, all of his old friends and enemies in this world were old and buried in the soil, and only he was still alive, even if he could shock the past, present, and future, it would be a kind of sorrow. In this vast world, no one would know him anymore. Yifan smiled. In just a blink of an eye, he thought it was too far away. It wasn't real. However, why did he feel so frightened? The Saint Physique could live for at least 10,000 years. Could it be that he could only sigh and reminisce when he was old? His friends and lovers should have been buried in the soil for many years. If he didn't have any old friends in this world, and his enemies were all dead, it would be terrible if he didn't have anyone who was at the same age as him. If the entire world was his enemy, it could become another situation. The entire world would be silent. Perhaps the great ancient emperors had experienced this kind of sorrow. It was much more terrible than having enemies everywhere. The southern ridge had so many mountains and valleys with great veins everywhere. Half a month had already passed. Yifan and the others returned, but they didn't go to the barbarian tribe. They were very quiet and kept a low profile. Yifan knew that once he appeared, there would most likely be a great battle. Who knew how many pairs of eyes were watching him? Even if he flattened an ancient family, there would still be a few vicious people who wanted to eliminate him. Of course, he also wanted to kill those people. Some grudges couldn't be dissolved and needed to be completely settled. Yifan didn't know that there were old friends waiting for him in the barbarian tribe. He came to the Vermilion Bird City because he heard that Zetian had come. The Bright Moon Palace was an extremely mysterious heavenly palace. It was hidden in the sky above the Vermilion Bird City, and only the most powerful of a region could enter. Those who could come here all had great backgrounds. There was a peaceful and pure land for sect master level figures to gather and talk about the Tao. There was also a romantic place where peerless beauties of the southern ridge could perform, but they definitely wouldn't stay the night. Apart from this, there was also an ancient cave that was left behind by an ancient sage. It was moved here to allow those who came later to comprehend the Tao and attract living fossils. The Bright Moon Pavilion was located in the sky above the southern ridge Vermilion Bird City. From the outside, it looked like a heavenly palace, but after entering, it was a completely different world. There was a small world here that had a circumference of 100 li. It had existed for many tens of thousands of years. In one of the gardens, the forest was deep and serene. It was close to a small river, and the sound of a zither could be heard. The melody was soothing at first, and then it became more and more intense. Layer by layer, it created a scene of 100 ships vying for the current and a dragon leaping through the vast ocean. In front of the zither was a bright and beautiful young lady. She wore light muslin, and her black hair was like the clouds. Her fingers were nimble, and divine splendor surrounded her body. She was extremely beautiful. The Southern Ridge's goddess Wu lives up to her reputation. Her melody can move the 9 heavens, and it is very fitting. The current world is full of dragons and tigers. It is a great world where all kinds of physiques appear. Many people want to leap up and turn into a true dragon to soar through the 9 heavens. A man sighed. Wu Fei was one of the 4 great goddesses of the Southern Ridge. Not only was she beautiful, but she had also entered the Tao through music. She had amazing attainments. Chen Yuan, Lu Yunjia, Kong Ling Dao, and Xia Yuan were the young experts of the Southern Ridge. Although they were not as powerful as the Southern Demon, they had great backgrounds. Some were divine sons, some were direct descendants of ancient demons, and some had even inherited orthodoxies and officially become extremely respected young sect masters. However, they were not the main characters at the moment. They were accompanying the young master of the Valley of Divinities and inviting Zitiandu to a grand banquet. This garden was very quiet with a small river running through it. Pavilions and terraces dotted the forest, and the fragrance of grass mixed with the smell of the earth. There was a feeling of returning to nature and returning to simplicity. Not only did Chen Yuan, Lu Yunjia, Kong Linghua, and Xia Yuan invite Wu Fei, one of the 4 heavenly ladies of the southern mountains, but they also invited a few other pearls of the southern mountains. Everyone gathered together and talked about the past and present. The experts of the ancient race had obviously come out because they wanted to be on good terms with the Valley of Divinities. The pearls of the Southern Ridge usually had their eyes on the top of their heads. They had always ignored the pursuit and flattery of their peers. But now, they were very different. Their smiles were moving, and each of them was stunning. They were easy to get along with. They would only give face when the talents of the Southern Ridge invited them and put down their status to attend the gathering. Moreover, the distinguished guests today were not ordinary. Brother Z's appearance has attracted the attention of the world. Your cultivation is truly admirable. Please give me some pointers in the future. Chen Yuan was obviously trying to get closer to him. Brother Chen is too kind. There are so many experts in the world today. I'm nothing. Not to mention the other races, just the talents of the human race are enough to shock the world, Zitiandu said. Brother Z, you don't have to be so humble. How many people in the world can compete with you? Even the famous Saint Physique can't compare, Kong Linghua said. In today's great world, even though there are many geniuses and hundreds of barges vying for the current, Brother Z is too modest. You should be one of the strongest. One of the pearls of the Southern Ridge smiled. She was extremely charming. Another pearl of the Southern Ridge smiled sweetly. I've heard that the ancient races are about to come out. I've heard that Yuan Gu, Huangshu Dao, the Heavenly Prince, and the Divine Silkworm Daoist are all famous since ancient times. They have the bloodline of ancient emperors, so they should be peerless experts. They should be the strongest in the world. With these stunning beauties present, the atmosphere was not dull at all. The atmosphere was lively as everyone chatted happily. Those people are unfathomable. They indeed have the bloodline of ancient emperors. Their future achievements are unpredictable, Zitiandu said. Yuan Gu, Huangshu Dao, and the others rarely appear in the world. I wonder if they have passed the 3 slashes of the immortal Dao. At this time, one of the 4 heavenly girls, Wu Fei, also spoke. Her voice was sweet like pearls falling on a jade plate. She was bright and moving with divine splendor lingering around her body. She was known as the heavenly girl in the Southern Ridge and had countless pursuers. Normally, it was almost impossible to invite her, but today was an exception. Beside her, the pearls of the southern ridge were all outstanding beauties. If they weren't the phoenixes of top sex or the princesses of the demon dynasty, they were still a bit inferior. Even though they were unconvinced, they knew the disparity. At this time, even someone like Xianxia, who placed cultivation first, was stunned after seeing Southern Ridge heavenly girl Wu Fei. He paid close attention and said, "I'm not sure if they have slashed the immortal Tao, but it shouldn't be a problem against your human race's saint physique. They can be killed. They are so powerful that they can even kill a saint physique that can flatten the northern plains?" A pearl of the southern ridge was astonished. Of course, they are the descendants of ancient emperors. There are even some descendants of ancient emperors whose bloodline power is unimaginably powerful. Human race's saint physique isn't enough. Xianxia, one of the southern ridge geniuses, said. Chen Yuan said, "Brother Z, please introduce us in the future. If we can invite the descendants of ancient emperors like Yuan Gu and Huan Shu Dao to discuss the Dao, it will be a great event." Alright, I'm here for the human race's saint physique. If I get rid of him, I'll invite them to the southern ridge to meet you after returning to the eastern wilderness. At the scene, there were not only the divine sons and sect masters of the demon race, but also the human race geniuses and pearls. They didn't say anything when they heard this. "Everyone, don't worry. I'm only an enemy of the human race's saint physique. Now that the 10,000 races have come into the world, I won't fight against the human race. I'll be closer to everyone," Xianxia said. Clang, clang, long swords rang out, and someone played the sword and sang loudly. They charged into the garden, and the entire forest seemed to be boiling. Killing intent was like the sea, and golden blood energy rushed into the sky. "Xianxia, did you come for me? How can I not accompany you? I'll kill you today." Yi Fan moved with the sword in hand, walking over with large steps. He flicked the sword with his finger, releasing zing-zing sounds. Sword energy appeared in thousands of illusions, cold and bone-chilling. Sword radiance rushed into the heavens, illuminating the entire garden. There were more than 10 ancient creatures at the entrance of the garden, all of them with elk horns on their heads, bodies covered in silver scales. Their appearances were strange and sinister, blocking his path. Not a single one of them was weak, all of them vicious figures who crawled out from piles of archaic corpses. Otherwise, how could they serve as guards at Divine Valley's young master's side? Without saying a single word, there were ancient creatures who opened their divine eyes, firing out their own Tao sources, immediately delivering a fatal blow. There were some who opened their mouths and spat out divine beads, immediately exploding, destroying their own secret treasures. Their expressions were cold. This was a group of ancient creatures that grew up in piles of bones. All of them had an indomitable aura, carrying the resolution to perish together with their enemies as they slaughtered their way over. Pooh! Yi Fan's sword brandished out, severing spacetime, cutting open the divine eye's Tao source. He flicked forward, and the eye hole exploded. Blood gushed out into the distance, ending its life on the spot. Then, he followed up with a stab. That exploded divine bead turned into ashes, all of its divine force extinguished. The sword body shot forward, nailing itself between its brows. Blood gushed out, and its corpse fell. The dozen or so ancient creatures were as cold as an ice house, not feeling any fear. They threw themselves forward, not fearing death at all. They either reached out their giant claws or spat out Tao weapons from their mouths, resisting the great enemy together. Yi Fan flicked out his sword, cold light rushing out, drowning out this place like a heavenly river. He killed 10 with a single step, taking action ruthlessly. Pooh! An archaic creature's shoulder was sliced through, half its body flying out, carrying with it a large expanse of blood. Ka! An archaic creature was pierced through by a sword. Its chest first caved in, and then all of its bones exploded. White bone stubble and flesh flew in all directions. Pung! The iron sword swept out, radiance blazing, cutting through 7 or 8 archaic creatures at the waist. Blood splashed outwards, dyeing the grass and trees red. Bloody mist surged. Pa! Yi Fan turned his hand over, sending the skull of an archaic creature behind him flying with a paw sound. A streak of white brain matter that was dyed with wisps of blood rushed out, and then the corpse directly fell. Ah, an ancient creature comparable to a sect master, its age not young. It immediately released its most powerful attack, but it still couldn't stop Yi Fan's exceptional sharpness. Killed with one slash, the iron sword hacked apart his ancient weapon, destroyed his Dao foundation, and chopped off his head. Along with a long string of blood, his head flew into the garden and rolled toward those people in front of him. Chen Yuan, Lu Yunjia, Kong Linghua, Xie Yuan and the others' expressions all changed. The smiles on the faces of the few pearls of the southern mountains also froze. This man was simply like a demonic god. With only a single sword, he charged over, and no one could stop him even half a step. Among them, there was no lack of second-level immortal foundation ancient lifeforms. Even after the baptism of blood, they were still like chickens, having their lives severed. Now, there was no need for an introduction, everyone knew that. It was the human race sacred physique. Nan Lingjun and Ming Zhu, regardless of whether they were from the demon race or the human race, were stunned. Even though everyone here had their eyes at the top of their heads, they were still filled with reverence for this killing god. Recently, there were many rumors about him. Just now, they were still discussing wantonly, and there were even some who belittled and criticized Yi Fan. But now that they saw him in person, not a single one of them dared to be disrespectful. Their bodies were all stiff. Under the rage of Yi Fan, he led tens of thousands of cavalrymen to flatten an ancient aristocrat clan. Who didn't know of such a heaven-shaking and earth-shattering event? Everyone here had their own clan, and they were all in the southern mountains. Who wouldn't feel guilty? Wu Fei, one of the 4 great fairies of the southern mountains, could still be considered calm. Her eyes flickered with light, and she remained calm from start to finish. Xie Yuan and Qin Yuan, on the other hand, weren't so calm. Earlier, they had criticized the human race sacred physique. Right now, they felt uneasy and their hearts were filled with guilt. Some of the pearls of the southern mountains stabilized their emotions, revealing beautiful smiles as they gazed forward, trying their best to maintain their elegance and charm. Only Zetian remained unmoved, without any expression. He sat cross-legged behind the white jade table on the grass, his entire body glowing with a crystalline violet light. His eyes were as cold as knives. Pooh! When the last few powerful archaic creatures rushed forward, Yi Fan pushed his iron sword forward like a collapsing Mount Tai. The most powerful individuals in front all cried out loudly. The light of the iron sword shone brilliantly, cutting through the heaven and earth and cutting them all in half. Yi Fan moved forward while leaning on his sword. He flicked the body of the sword with his finger, causing metallic sounds to ring out. His clothes were not stained with blood as he strode into the garden, and no one dared to stop him. The scene was deathly silent. Nowadays, everyone was talking about the human race sacred physique, but only when they truly faced it would they feel the pressure. The elites of the southern mountains didn't make a sound. They no longer had the high-spirited attitude they had before. The young man in front of them wielding a bloody iron sword made them feel an enormous pressure. The ordinary iron sword was very thick and heavy. Yi Fan's body was slender and sturdy. His green clothes fluttered in the wind, and his expression was calm. However, he possessed an aura that could frighten one's soul. Although he looked delicate and pretty, he possessed the aura of a monarch overlooking the world, making others feel suffocated. He stood in the garden, causing the previously enthusiastic atmosphere to drop to a freezing point. Everyone felt the pressure. Xiao. Yi Fan shook his hand and threw the iron sword onto the ground, stabbing it into a boulder. It trembled for a while, and fresh blood dripped down. It was a ghastly sight. Zetiandu, didn't you come for me? It must have been hard on you. Otherwise, I would have gone to the eastern wasteland to kill you. His calm and confident words caused the temperature in the garden to drop rapidly. Yi Fan spoke very naturally, but he revealed a strong conviction. You think you can suppress and kill me? Zetiandu stood up. The bloodline he inherited from the far ancient imperial race made him tall and majestic. At the same time, he was incomparably heroic, just like a purple heavenly king. If I can't even kill you, how can I be invincible in the present age? Yi Fan clasped his hands behind his back. Facing a young master of the far ancient imperial race, he didn't look like he was facing a great enemy at all. Behind him, whether it was the southern mountains goddess Wu Fei or the other pearls, their expressions changed as divine splendor circulated around them. Chen Yuan, Lu Yunjia, Kong Linghua, and Xie Yuan were all shaken. They felt a suffocating pressure even more. It was as if they could already see a scene. After hundreds or thousands of years, the human race's divine physique would reach great completion and rule the world, suppressing their generation and the people of the 5 regions until they were as silent as cicadas in winter. The entire world would lose its voice. Humph! A cold snort sounded. 2 old ancient creatures suddenly appeared. Their bodies were covered densely in purple scales, making one shiver in fear. Shameless boasting. Even the bloodline of the ancient emperors might not dare to say this. What does a human race's divine physique count for? My race has been asleep for too long and has been forgotten by others. No matter how powerful you are still just a type of human physique. You are nothing more than a clay dog. The 2 old ancient creatures pounced forward together. They wanted to immediately display their might and destroy all of Yi Fan's confidence and conviction. Their bodies swelled up like 2 prehistoric horned dragons. Their scales were dense, and their bodies pierced through the void. Get lost. Yi Fan had a hand behind his back. He only brandished his right fist. Immediately, golden blood energy overflowed into the heavens, filling the entire garden and collapsing heaven and earth. The 6 paths of reincarnation fist was incomparably bold and powerful. It pressed forward courageously. With just a single fist, all magical treasures, convictions, and battle chi were shattered. The 2 ancient creatures were extremely powerful. If they fought normally, Yi Fan would have to expend quite a bit of effort. However, right now, after concentrating all of his essence, energy, and spirit, the effects were completely different. Pooh! These 2 old creatures were smashed into more than 10 pieces. Their bones and body fragments shot out in all directions, turning into a bloody mist that scattered between heaven and earth. Forget about the others, even Zetian's pupils contracted. His head of hair danced about, and his entire body was filled with purple radiance. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. These 2 ancient creatures were extremely difficult to deal with, but in front of the divine physique, they were nothing. They couldn't even block a single fist and were smashed into pieces. At this moment, golden battle chi pervaded the air. The power of the divine physique surged, drowning out the entire garden. Yi Fan looked forward and walked over step by step. At this moment, Li Tian also appeared, standing at the entrance of the garden, blocking everyone's path. There was an evil smile on his face. Meanwhile, Yan Yishi had a different type of temperament. His white clothes were elegant and otherworldly. He stood in the rear garden, blocking the path. Human race's divine physique, I was just about to look for you. Since you delivered yourself to me, there's nothing more to say. Kill. Zetian finally took action. Above his head, a purple ancient pagoda rose and fell. Thunder rumbled through the heavens, and tens of thousands of thick strands of purple energy descended, protecting him below. Hong, he was extremely arrogant. His expression was cold as he attacked head-on. A fist directly smashed out, pressing forward courageously. The sound of the fist was like a tsunami, boundless and ear-splitting. Wave after wave swept through the 9 heavens, rumbling endlessly, making everyone's ears ring with wing-wing sounds. This was an enormous fist force. Traces of the Tao were engraved on it, densely interweaving with each other. Fluctuations like lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Purple energy overflowed like a great river, startling the entire small world. In the other gardens, many experts were horrified. They all looked towards this direction, their minds shaken. Yi Fan's precious appearance was dignified. His heart roared, and his body formed an imprint. In that instant, he had the appearance of a ruler of the human race. He looked down on the world, looking down on all races. In the boundless great Tao, only he was supreme. Human ruler imprint, he displayed this magical imprint at this moment, and it naturally had an extremely special meaning. He was facing off against a descendant of the archaic imperial clan. He was using this ancient precious imprint that had been lost for many years to fight, displaying his determination. Yi Fan's right hand turned into a precious imprint of heaven and earth. It was engraved with the undying holy splendor of the human race. As it descended, the 9 heavens and 10 earths trembled. There had never been a time when he understood this kind of Precious imprint so thoroughly. His spirit sublimated, and his iron-like will poured into the human ruler imprint. At this moment, heaven and earth intersected. The boundless great Tao rumbled and rumbled. An undying radiance flowed out from the surface of Yi Fan's body, making him seem divine and inviolable. He was dignified and grand. The hearts of the southern mountains geniuses all jumped. They couldn't help but lower their heads and kowtow. Wu Fei, one of the four great fairies, as well as the pearls of the southern mountains, all had strange expressions on their faces. They resisted this pressure with all their strength. Once the human ruler imprint appeared, there was an indescribable Tao light that spread in all directions. All humans found it hard to calm their hearts, and their blood boiled. This was the first collision between Yi Fan and Zi Tiandu. Purple energy surged, piercing through the 9 heavens. Zi Tiandu roared, and his head of hair stood on end. Behind him, an ancient king appeared. And behind Yi Fan, there was also a ruler of the human race that appeared. It was as if they wanted to crush the endless heavens, terrifying beyond compare. Rumble, rumble, rumble. After a violent collision, the human ruler imprint descended. The ruler of the human race behind Yi Fan that looked exactly the same as him won by a bit, trampling the ancient king under its feet. Ah! Zi Tiandu roared, and an even more ferocious fist smashed over. Yi Fan also roared. His black hair fell down like a waterfall, and all of it scattered behind him. He swung his arms, suppressing forward. Zi Tiandu's entire body glowed with violet light. Every strand of his hair was glowing as a violet chi towered tens of thousands of meters into the sky. With a loud roar, the entire world trembled. This punch was tyrannical, containing the indomitable aura of the young lord of the Divine Spirit Valley. His violet robes fluttered in the wind as his battle chi gushed forth like the surging seas. How valiant was Yi Fan! At his current cultivation realm, he had no fear for second-level Immortal Foundation characters. It was impossible for him to retreat. This strike shook the heavens and earth. When the two of them collided, a burst of light akin to the collapse of the starry sky could be seen. This place became the center of the tempest, rapidly expanding outwards. Large amounts of blood rained down. Zi Tiandu's hair was disheveled and his entire arm was drenched in blood. His right fist was deformed, convulsing uncontrollably as it was flung out. The moment this strike landed, there was a conclusion to everything. Zi Tiandu was at an absolute disadvantage. His fist was almost shattered and the intense pain caused his facial features to contort, leaving behind a large patch of blood. There would always be people saying how powerful the saint physique was and how unparalleled the flesh shell was. But as the successor of the supreme ancient royal clan, he had always been conceited and had never seen such a physique before. He basically didn't believe that there was someone who could be compared to the royal bloodline. Right now, he finally paid a painful price and experienced the toughness of this physique. Even the body of the royal bloodline of the supreme ancient royal clan couldn't block the body of a saint physique. This was the most intuitive understanding of everyone. Their subconscious hearts trembled. Would the bloodline of the supreme ancient royal clan be able to block this? Yi Fan seized the opportunity to launch a ferocious attack. After executing the Ro incantation, he shot forward like a bolt of lightning. It was still the human king imprint, slamming down like a golden cliff. A series of drum sounds rang out, so heavy that it sounded like heavenly thunder. A dragon-skin drum appeared in Zi Tiandu's hands, and with every beat, a beam of Tao light shot out. Boom! At the very end, it was like mountains and rivers were toppling and overturning the seas. Boundless violet waves gushed forth, blocking Yi Fan's path forward. This was a heavenly voice of the ancient Tao. Zi Tian used his magic power and understanding of the Tao to block Yi Fan. Just one clash of flesh was enough. He had already suffered a great loss and didn't want Yi Fan to get close to him again. Crackle! His bones crackled, and the twisted joints in his right fist shifted and quickly grew back to its original shape, returning to its peak state. Dong! Dong! The heavenly drum vibrated, as if a magnificent army was galloping. Waves of purple waves rushed towards Yi Fan. The sound of the drum shook the heavens, and each wave could kill an expert. The purple sound wave seemed like it was going to shatter the will of heaven and earth, shaking Yi Fan so much that he felt dizzy. This was a terrifying secret treasure with astonishing destructive power. The dragon skin drum was an imitation of a primordial ancestor king's weapon. Its power was extraordinary, and a sudden strike from time to time could directly destroy an opponent's primordial spirit, killing them in an instant. At such a close distance, if it weren't for Yi Fan facing the drumming, he would have died on the spot. Open! Yi Fan's right hand formed the human ruler seal and his left hand formed the heaven-flipping seal. He broke all of the Dao marks and slapped towards the purple dragon skin drum, wanting to pierce through it. Dong! The sound of the drum was oppressive, and Zi Tiandu's ruthlessness was released. His eyes were like cold lightning as he forcefully struck the drum, sending out tens of thousands of sound waves, drowning the area in front of him. Above his head, the ancient purple pagoda drew upon the 9 heavens. Thunder rumbled, and thick purple energy poured down like a myriad of purple swords to hack at Yi Fan. Hong! Yi Fan's path forward was blocked, and his mind was restless. His primordial spirit was unstable, and he was almost sent flying by the 2 archaic secret treasures. His body swayed. On the side, Qin Yuan, Lu Yunjia, Kong Linghua, Xie Yuan, and the others were all alarmed. They all flew backwards, and they were somewhat expectant, hoping that Zi Tiandu would win. After all, they had criticized Yi Fan behind his back, and they were afraid that he had heard it. The sound of the drum shook the sky, directly shattering the space around Yi Fan. The purple sound waves rumbled like a magnificent army trampling over, and it was boundlessly terrifying. Ah! Yi Fan shouted loudly, using the incantation to resist the ancient sound. This shout made the souls of all the cultivators in this small world tighten, as if they had been struck by a heavy punch. One could imagine how terrifying the battle was. A demonic god that looked exactly like him appeared behind Yi Fan, and its magical image suppressed the heaven and earth, shattering the entire garden with its roar. Once the Buddhist incantation was spoken, it was as if heaven and earth were being split apart. The earth, fire, wind, and water rotated and split apart. A terrifying beam of light rushed into the purple energy and struck the dragon skin drum. Dong! A shocking sound rang out. This time, the sound of the drum wasn't struck by Zi Tiandu himself, but rather by Yi Fan. Divine might surged out like a vast ocean. Zi Tiandu shouted loudly, and his entire body trembled. Under the sound of the ah, the dragon skin drum was pierced through. This was a secret treasure that possessed great power. Even living fossils and top-notch divine lords couldn't destroy it. However, today, it was shattered by Yi Fan's roar. This secret treasure became history. The skin of the drum deflated, and its light dimmed. What was more frightening was that it was still shattering. The mantra was transformed by Yi Fan with the fighting secret word, and it became the battle sacred sound that was suitable for him to use. Its power was evident now. The remaining power hadn't dissipated yet. Zi Tiandu's body shook violently, and cracks appeared one after another. What? In the distance, everyone was astonished. The divine physique of the human race was frightening. Just one roar was enough to severely injure a great enemy. Pfft! Zi Tiandu opened his mouth and coughed out a mouthful of blood. The ancient tower above his head shook, and tens of thousands of strands of purple energy poured down, finally cutting off the aftermath of the ah. Even my dragon skin drum was broken. Zi Tiandu fell back and stared at the broken drum in his hand. Only a corner of the dragon skin was left. Back then, he had tried all kinds of weapons to attack it, but none of them had damaged it in the slightest. But now, it had been shattered by a single roar. How terrifying was this? The southern mountains goddess Wu Fei couldn't help but stroke her zither. She had entered the Tao through music, so she knew how terrifying the divine sound confrontation just now was. She was shocked by Yi Fan's roar. Qin Yuan, Xie Yuan, and the others were also pale. They couldn't help but think of what would happen if they were in the battlefield. Boom! Yi Fan was like a furnace, burning the sky with splendor. A powerful aura gushed out, making it difficult for people to breathe. No matter how far away they stood, they couldn't help but feel their hearts palpitate. The beautiful faces of the southern mountains goddesses turned pale. It wasn't that they didn't know how powerful Yi Fan was, but they were even more frightened now that they were personally witnessing the battle. There wasn't a single person who didn't retreat. Even the spectators who arrived later were scared, and all of them retreated into the horizon. Is this a divine physique? It's him. He killed his way here alone to take the life of the Valley of God's young master. Everyone was shaken. How powerful was the archaic imperial race? Who was willing to provoke them? Although Zitiandu wasn't as powerful as Huang Shudao, Yuan Gu, or the Heavenly Prince, and he didn't have the bloodline of an ancient emperor, it was still enough to intimidate the world. During these 10-odd years, he had taken action several times, and all of them were earth-shattering. Some people guessed that he was about to sever the Tao. However, Yi Fan dared to kill him alone. This kind of power shocked everyone. The heaven and earth rumbled. Yi Fan broke through the sky with one hand, and he still didn't use any weapons. He only relied on his fist to attack Zitiandu. His golden battle chi submerged the area and turned it into a surging sea. Zitiandu felt an enormous pressure. The person before him was too terrifying. Could it be that he was on par with Huang Shudao and the others and possessed the same bloodline power? He was horrified. This was the first time he understood that the human race's divine physique was far more terrifying than he had imagined. Bang! Zitiandu fought Yi Fan with all his might. The ancient pagoda above his head swayed, and the purple energy that filled the sky rushed in all directions like a long river. The void was like a broken painting that couldn't be stopped. Dang! Yi Fan used his fist to clash head-on against Zitiandu's violet pagoda, using his flesh shell to clash head-on against Zitiandu's great Tao energy. Each and every punch contained a towering golden battle chi. This was a world-shocking battle. In the blink of an eye, the two of them exchanged over 100 blows. The courtyard had long since been destroyed, and this scene shocked everyone. In this small world, everyone had a great background. There were many at the sect leader level, and there were also many young geniuses and beauties from the southern mountains range. All of them were characters with status and prestige, and all of them were shocked. Dang! When the battle reached the 500th round, Yi Fan punched out with the 6 paths of reincarnation fist, shattering the void. The top level of the violet pagoda cracked open before it exploded with a bang. What? Zitiandu was shocked. One of the 5 levels of the pagoda was destroyed. The impact to him was too great. This weapon was refined by an old man in his clan. Unless one was a true king, they wouldn't be able to damage it at all. Its defense was so strong that even second-level Immortal Foundation experts wouldn't be able to destroy it even if they came in contact with the domain of the 7 Forbidden. However, reality caused everyone to be shocked. Yi Fan didn't even use a weapon. He merely relied on his fists to shatter the pagoda. The golden battle chi was like the sea, gushing forth once more. Zitiandu screamed in pain as he coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. He was flung through the air along with the 4th level of the pagoda. The royal races of the supreme ancient immortal realms are merely SOSO. Yi Fan spoke. He was like a golden god of war as he walked over. His entire body radiated a boundless sacred light, exuding an aura of divinity, causing people to involuntarily look up to him. The impact of this strike to Zitiandu was extremely great, almost destroying his conviction of victory. The saint physique of the human race only relied on a pair of fists to shatter his pagoda, causing him to feel a chill down his spine. Die! Zitiandu went crazy. At this stage, there was no longer any path of retreat. Even if he wanted to flee, it would be impossible. Boom! Yi Fan's fist even more domineeringly smashed over. His body was surrounded by endless holy light, almost like a deity, descending from the heavens, tearing through everything. A single fist blasted the last 4 floors of the purple pagoda into pieces. Ah! Zitiandu cried out miserably. His body flew out diagonally, and strands of blood gushed out from his mouth. This time, he was definitely heavily injured. The power of the saint physique was so great that it could easily flatten a mountain. Without the protection of the pagoda, the impact just now was too great. Yi Fan was as fast as lightning. He didn't stop and chased after Zitiandu. Fist after fist smashed out. Boundless sacred light filled every inch of space between heaven and earth. Zitiandu used his hands to block, but they shattered on the spot. Even his chest almost exploded. His body crisscrossed and was covered in countless cracks as blood gushed out. Do you still remember a human youth called Dong Fengyi who slaughtered them all? Did you ever think that a day like this would come? Yi Fan asked. Of course I remember. Isn't it that uncivilized savage? He was extremely difficult to kill, but in the end, he was trapped at Falling Eagle Cliff and his blood splashed onto the stone walls. Zitiandu cruelly smiled. He didn't have anything to fear now. He opened his mouth and spat out another mouthful of blood. Falling Eagle Cliff was a place where even eagles would fall when they landed. This was an ominous land where many strange things had occurred. Not even the ancient races were willing to approach. An uncivilized savage? Is this your evaluation? Yi Fan clenched his teeth. His blood boiled and his clothes burst apart as he attacked with everything he had. Zitiandu cruelly smiled. He's just a savage. So what if I kill him? He knew that he wouldn't have a good ending today, so he was throwing caution to the wind. At this moment, Yi Fan could only brandish his fists and use his invincible strength to shatter everything in his way. He would trample this person beneath his feet in order to wash away the resentment of his old friend. All sorts of weapons in the skies were destroyed. Yi Fan was crazily slaughtering. He found an opportunity and tore off Zitiandu's regenerated arms, causing them to drip with fresh blood. Pung! Ah! In the next moment, Yi Fan's foot descended from the skies. With overwhelming combat strength, he trampled down on Zitiandu's chest and descended straight down. Puff! This was a bloody scene. Yi Fan trampled down on Zitiandu, his foot shattering his chest to pieces. His foot passed through and landed on the ground. The ancient royal races are nothing more than this. Yi Fan held his hands behind his back and looked down on him. He had destroyed all of Zitiandu's self-confidence and dignity. Blood dripped everywhere, creating a ghastly sight. Yi Fan stepped on Zitiandu as he descended from the sky. He crushed his chest with one foot, splitting it into pieces. His soul passed through and landed on the ground. This scene stunned everyone. It was unknown how many sect masters there were in this garden, and even more so how many up-and-coming talents there were in the southern mountains. The bright pearls of the dynasties and great sects all lost their luster. The scene of blood died. The magnificent young master of the Valley of Gods, the inheritor of an archaic race, was defeated by the human race's divine physique just like that. Yi Fan didn't use any tricks, and he didn't even reveal his weapon. It was purely an aesthetic of violence. He crushed everything with his golden fists. He was unrivaled in the present age. Everyone could feel that there was such a belief in his heart. Yi Fan's decisive words and actions made everyone feel a type of sharpness. He destroyed all obstacles, and everything that stood in his way was smashed to pieces with a single punch. Chen Yuan, Lu Yunjia, Kong Linghua, and Xie Yuan all had snow-white faces. They were greatly alarmed and felt extremely uneasy. Wu Fei, one of the 4 great fairies, was still fine, but the bright pearls were also uneasy. They were thinking about whether or not they had criticized the human race's divine physique when they were smiling sweetly. Many people were shocked. They all watched from the distance, and no one dared to approach. The ground was scarlet red. Yi Fan stepped there just like that. Zitiandu's body was split into pieces, and at this moment, a large golden hand pressed down to completely end his life. Zitiandu released an incomparably mournful cry. His body completely collapsed and turned into an expanse of brilliance. However, everyone was shocked. This was done on his own initiative. A blazing light appeared. Another Zitiandu stood in the void and broke free from under Yi Fan's feet. He merged with his primordial spirit and pounced forward. The entire heaven and earth rumbled. All types of great Tao patterns appeared. What undying, what eternal, what ancient. Everything seemed like it was going to be destroyed. A supreme deity, everyone felt this kind of aura. This light form Zitiandu merged with his primordial spirit and became even more terrifying. The void immediately froze, and for a short moment, it was as if everything had come to a standstill. Do you think my divine spirit valley is called that for nothing? Zitian said coldly. Yi Fan found it hard to move his body. He was bound in the void, and the godlike body of light in front of him shot out terrifying beams of light. What we focus on is the path of divinity, the fleshly body is merely a relay station. Zitiandu roared, blasting towards Yi Fan's primordial spirit, wanting to destroy him within his immortal foundation. The final goal of the Valley of Divinity was to cultivate the primordial spirit and refine one's own spirit. When one reached the highest level, they would give up their corporeal body. Xianxia was far from reaching the highest cultivation realm. If he wasn't forced into this type of dangerous situation, he wouldn't dare use it at all, because he could easily be killed, but today, he succeeded, and there was no danger. Boom, Yifan's flesh shell looked as if it had been struck by lightning. A crack appeared between his brows, and a strand of blood flowed out. However, his body did not fall and was still standing. What a powerful physique. It would be too much of a pity to destroy it. Leave it for me to use as a relay station and become my true body in the future. Xianxia laughed uproariously. An even more terrifying beam of light shot out from his body, aiming for the center of Yifan's brows. With a light boom, another crack appeared as fresh blood flowed out. I shall break your immortal foundation and seize your flesh shell. The human saint body shall become my body from today onwards. He howled madly as he rushed forward. From afar, everyone was shocked. Who would have thought that Xianxia would have such terrifying methods? The fleshly body wasn't important. A true divinity was the most terrifying. You can die now. Give this powerful body to me. Xianxia roared, his expression malevolent, transforming into a beam of light that pierced through Yifan's immortal foundation. Bang! All of a sudden, a gigantic golden hand stretched out and grabbed hold of him. Yifan coldly spoke, divinities are nothing more than this. What? How can you break through? Eternal imprisonment? No one at the second level of immortal foundation can break free from such a restriction. Xianxia screamed. Only now did he start to feel fear. The Divinity Valley has such a secret art, it truly surprised me. But if you want to use it to kill me, it's still a little lacking. The golden battle chi around Yifan's body surged unceasingly, blotting out the sky as boundless holy light engulfed this entire area. What restraints, what imprisonment, what eternity. Everything was broken apart. Arg! Xianxia screamed and struggled intensely. However, it was useless. Yifan's gigantic hands were closing in on him as his body of light was slowly extinguished. Relying on one's own hard work to climb from hell to heaven step by step, turning everything around, that would be filled with a sense of accomplishment and boundless joy. But if one was kicked down the moment they climbed up, that would be even more miserable than being reincarnated in the 18 levels of hell. No. Xianxia's hopes turned to dust. He thought that at this crucial moment, he would be able to turn this situation around and trample on his enemy ruthlessly. Who would have thought that it was all for naught? Everyone felt a chill in their hearts. If they were in his shoes, most probably none of them would be able to escape this calamity. The secret art of the Divinity Valley was too sudden and terrifying. It was truly a counterattack. However, it was forcefully suppressed by Yifan, not achieving the desired effect. I don't want to die. Incantation of the Ancestral King, forbidden divine art, borrowing the power of the heavens, borrowing the light of the Tao, burn for me. Xianxia roared with unwillingness on his face. On his body, an ancient character radiated a terrifying light. There was actually a character engraved on his soul that exuded a fearsome sage might. The aura of the supreme ancient immortal realms. Yifan screamed. This was the work of a sage character from the supreme ancient immortal realms. As the inheritor of the Divinity Valley, Xianxia was truly doted on and protected. Bzz. His immortal foundation shone resplendently. A tiny golden figure that was identical to him hugged a small cauldron and flew out, merging with the great Tao of heaven and earth. At this moment, time seemed to have stopped. The space here seemed to have solidified. It was unknown how many times stronger compared to Xianxia's eternal imprisonment. The Taiji was the divine form of Yifan. His primordial spirit fused with the Tao, becoming an unfathomable point that rushed out of his original body, transforming into a variable, like a ray of light from the absolute beginning, nothing could obstruct it. His primordial spirit hugged the small cauldron and slammed down from the sky, shattering Xianxia's soul with a bang. Everything was silent, only the point formed by the reversal of the Taiji was moving. That point was none other than Yifan's primordial spirit and the small cauldron. From afar, the spectators also froze, as though they were frozen in this scene. Boom! Only when Zi Tiandu's soul exploded and Yi Fan's primordial spirit returned did everything begin to move again. Yi Fan instantly fled far away, leaving the scene. Zi Tiandu's body and soul were both destroyed. He didn't even have the chance to scream before he turned into dust. "Who is it that killed my descendant without any mercy?" a majestic voice shouted. In the air, an ancient character shone with divine light. "It's me." Yi Fan stood in the air, unafraid. "Bzz." That ancient character shone brightly, transforming into a huge violet claw that covered the sky and earth. It wanted to destroy everything with a single strike. The heavens and earth trembled. Yi Fan decisively acted. Golden battle chi surged, drowning out the heavens and earth, disrupting the vision of everyone. He inscribed 18 ancient characters in the air. 9 of them were recorded in the Tao scriptures, while the other 9 were recorded in the Sun Sutra. He opened up a small world cage, concealing all auras and completely isolating it from the outside world. At this moment, Li Tianyan didn't hesitate and decisively acted. She directly took out the goddess furnace. The crystalline furnace erupted with blazing light as she smashed it into the cage. The rumbling was like the sea, everything was indescribable and deafening. It was as if the sun, moon, and stars were falling down one by one. However, the people in the outside world could not perceive that they were using the weapon of a great sage of the human race to kill an ancient king's handwriting. The 18 ancient characters concealed its aura. Yi Fan, Li Tianyan, and Yan Yishi were domineering and decisive. They dared to directly obliterate the imprint of an ancient ancestor king. Zi Tiandu was dead. This news quickly spread, causing the southern mountains range to be in an uproar. Many people were dumbfounded and shocked. The ancient races were about to come into being. This kind of huge pressure made even the immortal divine dynasty feel suffocated. During these years, the human race had been facing a great enemy, and many people were restless. But now, someone had attacked the ancient royalty and killed the successor of the Valley of Gods. This was truly a great change. It was the first time someone had dared to do such a thing, and this caused a huge uproar. After killing Zi Tiandu, Yi Fan didn't leave. He stayed in a garden to admire the scenery. This made some people very uneasy, especially Chen Yuan, Lu Yunjia, and Xia Siyuan. They felt very uncertain. Yi Fan glanced at them indifferently and said, "As the talents of the southern mountains range, you should have your own backbone. Your ancestors were all heaven's prides who left their names in history." As soon as these words were spoken, they felt their faces burn. They cupped their hands and slowly retreated. The other party didn't turn hostile and attack them, which made them heave a sigh of relief. The zither rang out. At first, it was like a trickle of clear spring water. Then, it gradually became more intense and resounding. The sound of swords and spears filled the sky. At the end of the song, Wu Fei, one of the 4 great fairies of the southern mountains range, sighed and said, "Young masters, do you also think that I'm trying to curry favor with the ancient royalty?" "Of course not. Miss Wu is smart and intelligent. How could she be that kind of person?" Li Tian smiled and introduced himself warmly. "Of course not. The 4 great fairies of the southern mountains range were peerless beauties whose beauty could cause the downfall of cities and countries. It was difficult to find anyone who could compare to them. Qi Haoshui was ranked first, and Wu Fei was ranked third. Are you still going to stay here? Aren't you afraid of the enemy coming?" Wu Fei asked. "I'll sit here quietly and wait for them to come one by one." Yi Fan stood in the pavilion and spoke in a sonorous voice as he gazed into the distance. It was obvious that the outside world was already in an uproar. Who knew how many people were talking about the battle today? It was as if Yi Fan could already see Wang Ting, Hua Yunfei, Yuan Gu, and the people from the God of Assassins dynasty rushing over. "You want to wait for them to come?" Yan Yishi secretly asked. "Naturally, we can't be sitting ducks waiting for them to come. When they are about to arrive, we'll intercept and kill them one by one," Yi Fan said in a deep voice. The wind gradually rose, and the sparkling flowers withered one after another and fluttered down. The ancient ancestors are about to come into being. What a huge pressure. Yi Fan muttered to himself. It was easier said than done to intimidate those ancient kings. A great demon walked into this garden and bowed respectfully with a respectful expression. A few sect masters and living fossils had prepared a banquet and invited Yi Fan's group. Now, even the sect masters of the world had to be polite and careful towards Yi Fan out of fear of provoking this murderous god. He even dared to attack the archaic king race, so what else couldn't he do? One of the four great fairies, Wu Fei, was also invited to play an ancient song. She was an immortal at this kind of occasion and would add quite a bit of color to the banquet. As for Qing Yuan, Lu Yunjia, Kong Linghua, Xie Yuan, and the others, they didn't have the chance. It was difficult for the other pearls of the southern mountains to have this kind of honor. This was a winter snow garden where goose feathers fluttered about. To be able to see such a scene in the southern mountains where it was like spring all year round, it was naturally the work of humans. The fragrance of plum blossoms came from the bitter cold and bloomed proudly in the wind. Pure white snow covered the ground and the biting cold air rushed at one's face. There were jade tables in the pavilions that were filled with delicacies and fine wine. Those who could sit here were all Southern Mountains' great demon or human race sect master level figures. Otherwise, there wouldn't be any seats at all. After more than 10 years, Yi Fan's status was greatly different. He had seen some of the people here during the Jade Pool's Immortal Peach gathering in the past with the identity of the Southern Mountains Demon Lord. At that time, he could only watch from afar. Now, they were on equal footing, making him feel a wave of sorrow. In the past, there were quite a few people who chased after him, but now, all of them retreated. Few dared to directly attack him. Being able to see the human race's divine physique grow in these chaotic times is a great fortune. Thinking back to the ancient times, every time a divine physique appeared, it would quell the chaos, calm the world, and protect the universe. It was worthy of our respect and admiration. Indeed. In the ancient world, darkness chaos erupted several times. The human race's divine physique would always be born in these chaotic times, turning the tides and returning peace to the world. They would fight until the blood of the saints flowed and their corpses were buried on the battlefield. Their heroic spirit was matchless. Someone sighed with sorrow. It seemed to come from the bottom of his heart, and his words were filled with sorrow. People couldn't help but feel terrified when they talked about the battles of ancient times. Blood flowed like rivers in every battle, and corpses piled up like mountains. Even the first-rate Saint Physiques died in battle. One could well imagine how tragic it was. Yi Fan was silent in his heart. During that era, the forbidden zone of life was in chaos, and the gods from the outer realms invaded. It could be said to be full of calamities. It was also at that time that a great emperor was born to prove his Tao and quell all the calamities. And now, it was an unprecedented era. The slumbering 10,000 ancient races were about to awaken. If they provoked the existences of the forbidden zones, just thinking about it made one's scalp go numb. Yi Fan would never forget how the first-rate Saint Physique had stained the cliff with his blood. He had been killed on the sacred cliff in his later years, and his blood had stained the entire mountain. That kind of tragedy, that kind of great enemy, that kind of great battle, was really unimaginable. Even the divine physique of the human race could only die in dejection. Their corpses were buried in the ground, and they were buried with invincibility for a lifetime, but in the end, they were defeated and died miserably. The ancient great battle was tragic and shocking. Many ancient texts recorded that the old friends and relatives of the first-rate Saint Physique had all died in battle. Not even he could protect them, and he could only feed them holy blood to help prolong their lives. Have we reached that kind of era again? Yi Fan said to himself. Perhaps it was even worse now. The forbidden zones weren't stable, and deities appeared. Perhaps things would become many times more complicated. He didn't know if such a bitter battle would happen again in the future. Would he be able to protect those at his side? This is a great era that has never been seen since the ancient times. Once the archaic kings all appear, will there still be any space for us to survive? Someone said pessimistically. Since a long time ago, the human race had always been in a disadvantageous position. To be honest, perhaps only in Wusher's era did the human race truly become powerful and fearless. They truly suppressed all sides and became the main characters of the world. At the end of the immortal path, Wusher's Tao became empty. This wasn't a random name, but rather because he swept through everything. What darkness, what unmatched existences, all those that dared to come into being were all killed, he swept through everything before him without the slightest bit of suspense, making even the heavens tremble. All of the sources of calamity and chaos went dormant. In his era, there weren't any great disasters that appeared. The great ancient emperors had already passed away, returning to the yellow earth. Now, a terrifying era of chaos had arrived. There wasn't a single person who wasn't anxious. These sect masters and living fossils reminisced about the sages and the past. They thought about the great emperor from afar. If there was still one in this world, then there was no need to worry. However, things were different now. One of the southern mountain's four great heavenly ladies, Wu Fei, was playing the zither at the side. The melody carried a bit of sadness as it recalled the ancient sages, deeply affecting everyone's mood. Everyone admired the snow and the plum blossoms. They drank the wine in their cups and discussed the past and present. Regardless of whether it was sincere or not, they all seemed to be moved. Many thanks for everyone's banquet. Unfortunately, there is someone who doesn't allow me to drink to my heart's content. I can't continue. Yi Fan drank the last cup of wine and placed the jade cup on the stone table. Little brother Yi, why do you say this? An old sect master asked. At this point, even those over 2,000 years old would treat him as someone of the same generation. Forget it. Everyone, continue drinking. I will perform a sword dance to liven things up. Don't ruin the atmosphere. Yi Fan stood up. Is there someone coming? Yan Yishi secretly asked. Yes, they came quickly. Before I could go out to intercept them, there were people from the ancient assassin's divine court who already arrived. Yi Fan transmitted sound, having him and Li Tian hold on to the goddess furnace tightly and carefully protect themselves. Who wants to borrow a sword? Yi Fan stood up, arriving in the courtyard where snow fluttered about, standing between the plum blossoms. Being able to watch the human race's divine body perform a sword dance truly is a great blessing. This old one has a war sword. An ancient demon gifted a long sword. Clang! In an instant, the long sword was unsheathed. A beam of divine light flashed by and with a piercing sound, blood splattered through the air. The head of a male flew through the air as fresh blood flowed freely. This is... Everyone was greatly shocked. Someone actually managed to sneak up on them and they didn't even discover their presence at such a close distance. This was truly a terrifying matter. This was a middle-aged man with a cultivation base at the second level of Immortal Foundation. The most terrifying thing was his concealment arts. Chi! A beam of light shot through the air. Yi Fan slashed out with his sword again, piercing through the air. With a piercing sound, a flower of blood splattered through the air, piercing through the skull of a person, nailing him to death. How can this be? Everyone felt their hair standing on end. There was someone hiding within tens of feet of them. This was definitely a sign of danger. Chi! At this moment, two beams of light that were even more dazzling than comets shot through the air, slashing towards Yi Fan. Yi Fan wasn't afraid at all. It was like he had long expected this. He punched out with his left fist, instantly shattering one of the old assassins into pieces. With a slash of the long sword in his right hand, he cleaved the other assassin into two. Everyone, there's nothing to be afraid of. It's just a minor trick. As long as I use the illusion-breaking art, they won't be able to hide. Yi Fan spoke. After that, he recited a secret art that originated from the celestial court. Retreat! A voice rang out in the air. In an instant, over 20 people actually rushed out of the snow garden, fleeing in all directions. So many assassins had appeared, causing everyone to feel a chill in their hearts. The godchild of the ancient assassin god dynasty? Isn't it said that he can kill all kings? I've been waiting here all this while, why don't I dare to show myself? Yi Fan raised the divine sword that was dripping with blood and chased after them. His speed was too fast, and it seemed like he was killing one person every 10 steps. Blood was dripping everywhere. This small world was once again thrown into chaos. Everyone was dumbfounded. The human race's divine physique was truly too ferocious. They had always heard that it was the people from the ancient assassin god dynasty who assassinated others, but now, he was the one chasing after them instead. His entire path was dyed in blood. If your godchild doesn't show himself, none of you can even think of leaving today, shouted Yi Fan. He chased after them all the way. When he arrived at the exit of the small world, only 2 of the 20 people were left. However, it was useless even if they managed to escape. In the skies above Vermilion Bird City, Yi Fan had cut them in half at the waist. Not a single one of them could escape. Weng, the air suddenly trembled. In the skies above Vermilion Bird City, 9 killing swords shot out at the same time, piercing towards the center. At the same time, they laid down an ancient killing formation to refine Yi Fan within. These were 9 elders. All of them were filled with hostility and dense killing intent. They had definitely crawled over a pile of corpses, and it was unknown just how many people they had killed. 9 terrifying old assassins moved out at the same time. Your godchild is too careful. Doesn't he want to kill me? Yet, he doesn't dare to show himself. What killing to prove one's Dao? In my opinion, he's just using hiding to prove one's Dao. Yi Fan ridiculed. However, his gaze was very cold. He opened his mouth and spat out the King Divine Weapon, the Diamond Chakram, and the Black Magnet Mountain also rushed out from the back of his head. He used the travel formula and rushed out of the killing formation in an instant. Nowadays, there were very few formations that could trap him. Weng, the Diamond Chakram was a King Divine Weapon that could split mountains and split the heavens. Anything that was hit by it would collapse. When Yi Fan took out this magic treasure, one of the old assassins was immediately filled with resentment. Let's go. Many of our secret techniques are useless against him. He can see through the mysteries of the heavens, shouted someone. It's too late. None of you can even think of leaving today. Yi Fan chased after them. The people of the ancient god dynasty of assassins were terrified. The secret techniques they had learned were useless. There was no way they could hide. How was this an assassination? It was an open battle. In Vermilion Bird City, countless cultivators looked up and saw Yi Fan activate all kinds of weapons. The Diamond Chakram, the Black Magnet Mountain, the God-Striking Whip, the Black King's Chariot, the Myriad Chi Cauldron, and others burst out with light at the same time as he killed in all directions. This was a massacre. He killed in all directions alone. The sword in his hand was dripping with blood, and the Myriad Chi Cauldron and other things were smashed into the void. There were many assassins, and they were indeed hiding. It was difficult for outsiders to detect them, but in front of Yi Fan, they had nowhere to hide. People constantly saw him kill out of the void, causing flowers of blood to bloom. He understands the secret techniques of our god dynasty of assassins. Should we make a move? The 2 people behind him most likely have ancient era's sacred weapons. I have a horrifying feeling. Looks like we can't make a move this time. In the distant sky, a man and a woman were talking softly. They merged with the heaven and earth, so no one could see them. Only an aura that could terrify living fossils filled the air. It was like the reincarnation of an immortal killing god. They were the divine son and goddess of the ancient god dynasty of assassins. On the other side, an ancient golden chariot tore through the sky. When it saw Yi Fan killing in all directions, the chariot suddenly stopped. Wang Ting's hair was disheveled, and his body shone brightly. He stood on the golden chariot without moving, not taking another step forward. In the north, Hua Yunfei, who had mastered the heaven-devouring demonic technique, fluttered in the wind. He was like an immortal that had descended to the world, indescribably elegant and otherworldly. Not far away, Li Xiaoman, who was dressed in snow-white clothes, sat in the void. There was a deity sitting in each of the 365 golden whirlpools around her. She suddenly opened her eyes and said, the symbiotic deity sensed it. There must be a weapon of the human race's great sage beside it. In the void even further away, a blurry and tall figure stood alone. He said, Saint Physique of the human race, I rushed here from the north just for you. You killed Zetian, so it's worth me making a move. At the same time, Yi Fan seemed to have sensed something. He looked around and said, since you are all here, why don't you dare to come out and fight? The vast sky was silent, and no one answered. Many great enemies stood in the void, and no one approached. The Vermilion Bird City was quite famous in the southern mountains. In this region dominated by the demonic race, any city that dared to name itself with such a name would have an immortal legend. It was one of the 10 great ancient cities. The ancient cauldron floated above Yi Fan's head. Tens of thousands of strands of origin energy poured down and protected him. He stood upright with his sword in hand. Beads of blood dripped down from the blade, making him look like a god of death. In the distance, no one responded. The entire sky was silent. Countless cultivators in the city were watching, but no one dared to speak. They didn't even dare to breathe too loudly. Yi Fan was more like an assassin than an assassin. The massacre just now caused everyone's hearts to tremble. Dozens of assassins from the ancient celestial dynasty were nailed to death by his sword. Since you came for me, why don't you come and fight? This was the aura of someone who dared to face the world alone. Yi Fan stood motionlessly in the sky. Kill. At this moment, the sound of cavalry galloping could be heard from afar. They were like a black mountain torrent that surged over. Who dares to touch my little brother Yi? Children, kill them. The barbarian race's army appeared through the realm gate. They covered the sky and covered the earth. The roars of humans and beasts filled the sky. Everyone's hair stood on end. The Southern Mountains barbarian race's name had shaken the world. They had flattened the ancient clans of the northern plains and became a force that no one dared to provoke. Banners fluttered in the wind. Strange beasts rampaged and ancient chariots appeared one after another. These were the spoils of war from the northern plains Wang clan. Who wouldn't be afraid of such an army? There would be sect-exterminating disasters at every turn. Everyone shrunk their necks and stayed as far away as they could. At this moment, people finally understood how close the relationship between the barbarian race and Yi Fan was. They had become his strongest backing. Provoking him in the southern mountains was akin to courting death. Roar, a muffled roar shook the entire land. A gigantic creature soared through the sky. Its body was like a mountain ridge and its wings were larger than the clouds. It covered the entire sky and cast a large shadow on the ground. The barbarian race's protector, the Azure Dragon, had arrived. Yi Fan felt a surge of warmth in his heart. He knew that the barbarian tribe was expressing their stance that no one in the southern mountains land was allowed to harm the sacred physique. Otherwise, why would they have invited this king today? Let's go. The divine son and divine daughter of the two ancient divine dynasties of assassins vanished into the sky without making a sound. Yuangu was tall and sturdy, but his figure was a blur in the sky. He couldn't be seen clearly, only a powerful aura pervaded the air. Up in the sky, the Azure Dragon turned its massive body and looked in this direction. Yuangu was expressionless as he finally chose to retreat. No matter how confident he was, he didn't dare to fight against this peak king. What a grand lineup! Li Tian and Yao Yenishi were speechless. Yi Fan knew that it would be difficult for a battle to take place today. Those people would most likely be frightened away. No one would dare to fight against the Azure Dragon and face off against so many cavalry. In the distance, on top of an ancient golden chariot, Wang Ting's hair was disheveled. He was on the verge of insanity as he roared towards the sky like a wounded beast. It was this barbarian race army that had destroyed his clan and turned the Wang clan into a thing of the past. This was a great hatred, especially after seeing the chariots that belonged to his clan. His eyes turned red. Swoosh! Yi Fan immediately sensed his aura. He activated the row formula and charged into the sky. He was extremely fast, like a bolt of lightning tearing through the sky. Rumble! A golden tunnel appeared in the sky as the golden chariot carried Wang Ting into it. Although he was mad with hatred and roared towards the sky, he didn't lose his mind and retreated in the end. Wang Ting, where are you going? Yi Fan's fist shattered the void, but he was still one step too late and couldn't stop Wang Ting. The Vermilion Bird City was in an uproar. The insufferably arrogant Wang Ting had escaped. This was a strange story as everyone remembered how powerful he was in the past. Wang Ting escaped and didn't fight. How rare. The end of the Wang clan's era has caused the so-called North Arch to lose some confidence. Now, the rise of the human saint physique is unstoppable. People were discussing. Even the powerful Wang Ting had chosen to retreat. It was evident how powerful Yi Fan was now. Everyone's hearts trembled. Yi Fan stood in the sky and looked around. His expression suddenly froze as his pupils contracted. At the end of the horizon, a white-robed beauty flashed and disappeared. Li Xiaoman. Yi Fan soared into the sky and chased after her. He raised the 6-pass reincarnation fist to the limit and punched out. Kacha! The entire sky collapsed, and everything in front of him was in ruins. The spatial rift extended very far and turned into a spacetime turbulence. Yi Fan's eyes were frightening as he rushed towards the horizon with lightning speed. He saw a black hole disappear and the white-robed beauty was gone. You even killed Pang Bo. What else can't you do? If you appear in front of me one day. His words were cold as he stood in place for a long time. The barbarian army arrived and scared off all the enemies. No one dared to stop, and the battle that was about to start was interrupted. Let's go back to the tribe to eat and drink. An old barbarian patted Yi Fan's shoulder. Some of your friends are guests in our mountains. They should be here soon after hearing the news. Another old man laughed loudly. These people were very bold and straightforward. They dragged Yi Fan, Li Tian, and Yan Yishi into the region gate. Not long after, the heaven and earth changed. They appeared in the depths of a mountain. This was a prehistoric scene. All kinds of ancient beasts ran amok and their roars shook the sky. When they entered the barbarian tribe, there was indeed a group of people on the formation platform. Just as they were about to cross the void, Yi Fan saw two familiar figures. Divine Physique Ji Haoyue. After so many years, he looked even more powerful. He stood there calmly with thick black hair. He was as majestic as a mountain and had a frightening aura. He already had the bearing of an invincible divine king. Beside him was a young girl in purple. She was bright and beautiful. She was like a budding celestial bud, swaying with boundless spiritual energy. Little Yi, you're back. Ji Ziyue was stunned and then slowly walked over. How have you been doing in the starry sky all these years? Although she was smiling, her eyes were misty. 12 years. There are so many stars in the sky. I can't count them all. My eyes are sore. She smiled as tears rolled down her cheeks. Yi Fan went forward and gently wiped the tears off her face. He slowly told her about his experiences in the outer realms. Ji Haoyue didn't like Yi Fan at all. He didn't have a good expression on his face. For more than 10 years, every night when he saw his sister standing alone on the white jade platform, staring at the starry sky and muttering to herself, he wanted to drag Yi Fan out and beat him up. Ji Ziyue didn't change much after more than a decade. When she was happy, her eyes would still turn into crescent moons and there would be little dimples on her face. When she frowned, her nose would also wrinkle. The pair of canine teeth in her mouth would shine brightly. She was intelligent and mischievous, which would infect people with a single glance and make them feel relaxed. Yi Fan and Ji Ziyue strolled outside the tribe and talked about their experiences over the years. There were waves in the calmness and tears in the laughter. Their shadows were elongated under the setting sun. Li Tian stood on a boulder in the tribe and looked at the two figures under the setting sun. He prodded Ji Haoyue and said, "Brother, do you have any girls? It's the first time I've seen such a beautiful and heavenly woman with overflowing spiritual splendor." Just as he finished his sentence, he realized that he had been thrown into the air by Ji Haoyue and landed on top of a mountain. F***ck, if you really have a sister, please don't be like you. Li Tian had a rotten mouth. In the end, Ji Haoyue still took the initiative to speak to Li Tian. However, his attitude wasn't very good. He just wanted him to bring a message for Yi Fan. Go and ask him. If he only treats Ziyue as a girl next door, get him to scram immediately and never appear again. It's enough for Ziyue to have a brother like me. She doesn't need him to make up the numbers. One could see his love for Ji Ziyue and his dissatisfaction with Yi Fan all these years. Don't. Yi Brad is a bastard. Don't you still have me? I'll make him scram in a while. Li Tian said and tried to get close to Yi Fan. At night, the bonfire danced. Flood dragons, rocks, and all kinds of rare meat emitted a rich fragrance. The color was golden and glossy. It made people salivate. Pile after pile of flames lit up the place. The whole tribe was very lively. At this moment, Yi Fan's expression was solemn. He sat on a divine platform and used his golden blood qi to melt a piece of ice. Little Yi, I didn't expect us brothers to meet again. But I don't have much time left. Li Heishui's aura was weak. His body was full of wounds that flickered with black light. They were corroding his vitality and making it hard for him to heal. With me here, you can't even die even if you want to. Don't worry, everything will be fine. Yi Fan took a deep breath. Then, the blood qi in his body evaporated and turned into a blazing golden light. It all entered Li Heishui's body and helped him expel the black light. This is the blood qi of an ancient emperor's descendant. It's hard to get rid of it. Just a little bit will bring me back to life. It's been torturing me for many years. I can't hold on anymore. Li Heishui said. I'll use my divine blood to cleanse your body. You'll definitely recover. Yi Fan said no more. A golden blood qi rushed out from the top of his head and spiraled downwards, entering Li Heishui's body. The heavenly Tao resonated. Countless Tao flowers bloomed, drowning Yi Fan and Li Heishui. The divine platform was filled with a fragrance that interweaved with all kinds of great Tao patterns. No wonder the ancient records say that the blood of a divine physique is comparable to a divine medicine. It saved many comrades who were on the verge of death during that bitter turmoil. When people saw that Yi Fan's blood was actually expelling the black light, they all revealed happy expressions. They knew that Li Heishui could be saved. Suddenly, a medicinal fragrance wafted through the air. Yi Fan took out a pristine jade bottle and opened the seal. Immediately, 36 small dragons that were less than an inch long rushed out, filling the entire ancient tribe with spiritual energy. Pfft! Yi Fan blew a breath of air and dissolved 12 of them. They turned into a blazing radiance that wrapped around Li Heishui. Then, he sealed the remaining 24 dragons back into the bottle. This was the liquid drop of the immortal dragon elixir from the nest of 10,000 dragons. It was born together with the coffin of monarch Ruthless Yang, and had always been treasured by Yi Fan. Now, it finally came in handy. Immortal medicine. There's no problem in bringing the dead back to life. On the contrary, there'll be a great overflow, a complete transformation. The barbarian elders couldn't help but exclaim. Boom! In the end, the golden blood energy boiled and Li Heishui's joints crackled. He couldn't help but cry out. Okay, in another half a month, you'll be a good man again, full of vigor. Yi Fan stood up. His whole body was drenched in sweat. This is really good news. Come, let's eat and drink. An old barbarian laughed. I also want to go. Li Heishui was sitting cross-legged on the divine platform. You're still watching us eat rock meat and drink old wine. Many people laughed. Recuperate well. When the time comes, we'll kill our way to the eastern wasteland and find the whereabouts of Pang Bo and the Black Emperor. So what if they have the ancient bloodline? This time, I'll go meet them. Yi Fan said. He would believe anyone who died. Only the Black Emperor fell, and he felt that he was the most unreliable. That kind of dog that gave him a headache would probably live longer than anyone else. Yi Fan felt that even if he was killed, that dog would still be alive and kicking. It was another moonlit night. Golden blood energy filled the air in the barbarian tribe, rumbling like thunder. For half a month, Yi Fan used his own divine blood to baptize Li Heishui every day, leaving many speechless. This was not as simple as healing. It was purely to help his cultivation. Yi Fan didn't hesitate to use the golden blood to cleanse his body, exchanging divine blood every day. The immortal dragon medicine fused with the Tao and the divine blood refined his body. These days, Li Heishui had been in pain and joy. He had been reborn, almost shedding a flesh shell and growing a new body. In the end, his dispirited expression was swept away and he became spirited. His body flowed with precious light, and every move he made was accompanied by the sound of Tao. Back then, Yi Fan had relied on Li Heishui's help when he first entered the divine city of the northern region. He had slowly accumulated enough to break the curse. Thus, he didn't hesitate to pay any price and even imprinted many of his spiritual comprehension into Li Heishui's body with the help of the divine blood, allowing him to fuse with the Tao. The benefits were great. In these years, Li Heishui had grown up amidst the pursuit and experienced unimaginable tribulations. Today, he had become a sect master-level figure in one leap. In front of the bonfire, Yi Fan, Li Heishui, Li Tian, the Ji siblings, Dongfang Man, and the others all had a jar of old wine in front of them. Everyone drank to their heart's content, creating a lively scene. From time to time, a group of old barbarians would come over, each more valiant than the last. They would compete with them in drinking, and even the young people couldn't resist. Yi Fan didn't hide anything and told them about his journey to the Ziwei ancient star region. Everyone was shocked and filled with yearning. They couldn't speak for a long time. Then, Li Heishui also talked about his experiences in these years. It wasn't easy for him to survive until now. Zitian was terrifying, but Pang Bo and Dongfang Yi could fight against him. The main thing was that they were surrounded and defeated. As for the ancient assassin's court, they were impossible to defend against. Li Heishui's eyes turned red at the mention of this, and he couldn't help but cry. His grandfather Li Heng had been nailed to a stone cliff by an old assassin's spear to save him. His blood flowed out and his body dried up. Sooner or later, I'll King kill them and trample the ancient divine dynasty of killers into dog shit. He bit his lips so hard that they bled. The dead cannot come back to life. Yi Fan spoke words of consolation and drank a large bowl of wine with him. How about we also establish a great sect? You want to establish a sect? What should we call it? An old barbarian nearby asked. Celestial Court. Yi Fan spat out these two words. That's a good name. Huh? No, that sounds familiar. Isn't that? Another old berserker had a strange expression on his face. That's right, it's the Celestial Court of old. Stop killing with killing and let it reappear in the world, Yi Fan said calmly. The Celestial Court had a special meaning. Firstly, it was the name of the ancient dynasty of killers. Secondly, it was the court of heaven in the legends. Rumor had it that the Azure Emperor wanted to establish a celestial court in his later years. When the day comes that the celestial court is re-established, I'll join in. I'll rule the world and eliminate those enemies. Li Heishui responded. Afterward, they began to talk about their great enemies over the years. Yuangu was really terrifying. No one was a match for him once he made a move. If the Red Dragon Taoist hadn't appeared, everyone would have been annihilated. Yuangu had his eyes on the 9 slashes of the demonic sovereign and wanted to seize it. However, he didn't succeed in the end. He was blocked by the Red Dragon Taoist, who had achieved the immortal 3rd slash many years ago. The Red Dragon Taoist has finally entered the ranks of kings. Yi Fan muttered to himself. Not far away, a living fossil from the Berserker race sighed and said, if it wasn't for this world, how could there be so few kings in this world? And it's even harder to see saints. Fortunately, the world has started to change again in these years. A prosperous era will appear, another old man said. Yi Fan planned to head east and search those battlefields. If they were alive, he wanted to see them. If they were dead, he wanted to see their corpses. He wanted to find out the whereabouts of his old friends. There's no need to look for Lu Ko. I saw with my own eyes that his body and soul were destroyed. His flesh and blood splattered everywhere. Li Heishui clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles turned blue. Apart from Wang Ting, Hua Yunfei, and the others, there was also a group of mysterious experts whose identities were still unknown. They had entered the Taixianzhua Peak to kill Zhang Wenchang. They had also ambushed Lu Yi, who had left the Jade Pool. Although they didn't succeed, they had displayed shocking strength. It was these people who had chased Wu Zhongtian and Jiang Huiran to the ends of the earth. Lu Ko had been turned into broken bones and rotten flesh by one of them. Old friends from the Eastern Baron. Yi Fan spat out these words. They were definitely targeting him. In the end, they had vented their hatred on the people he knew. I wonder how Brother Monkey is doing. If it wasn't for him, we really wouldn't be alive now. At the mention of the sacred battle ape, everyone couldn't help but worry. They hadn't heard from him for a long time. The Tian Prince had sent out a group of ancient creatures. It was obvious that he was targeting the monkey. Yi Fan said, look for old friends, test the bloodline of ancient emperors, kill those mysterious people, and destroy the divine sons of the ancient divine dynasty. This battlefield will be in the Eastern Baron. As for Wang Ting, Hua Yunfei, Li Xiaoman, and the others, they will follow me. During this half a month, many people on the ground felt an unusual atmosphere. There were ancient creatures appearing in various places from time to time. Finally, news came from the northern region. Some ancient kings had awakened. In the place where they were sleeping, there was a shocking phenomenon. Pressure, suffocation, this was the common feeling of many human experts. What was an ancient king? It was an ancient saint-level expert. Once they appeared, they could sweep away everything. No one could resist them. In such a precarious situation, the human race didn't have a successor. Almost all of the saints had withered, so what could they use to resist? They could only hope that both sides wouldn't invade each other. Otherwise, once a battle broke out, it would be a one-sided situation. This kind of pressure made many human sect masters' hair turn white in a single night. On this day, the northern region's divine valley shone brightly. An ancient creature transmitted a message to the outside, shaking the mountains and rivers. It was like the roar of thunder from the 9 heavens. In order to avoid implicating the innocent, the human race's saint physique has come to beg for forgiveness. After this emotionless voice rang out, the world was shaken. They wanted to use Yi Fan as an example. He had killed the Divine Valley's young master, Zi Tiandu. This ancient royal race directly gave such a reply. No matter who it is or what power it is, anyone who dares to protect a saint physique will be uprooted and exterminated. The Divine Valley was powerful and decisive. This was their voice. As one of the most powerful ancient royal races, they shouted these words with the power of a monarch. This was a powerful pressure that directly pointed at the Southern Mountains barbarian race. This was the archaic royal race's Divine Valley. They dared to look down on all inheritances under the heavens. They now clearly expressed their attitude. The saint physique had to die, and he had to kneel outside the Divine Valley. Whoever dared to stop him or protect him would be waiting for their clan to be wiped out. The world was silent. Everyone was thinking to themselves. The future was full of difficulties after all. A great dark upheaval was most likely about to arrive. Damn Divine Valley, little Yi, don't say anything else. Just hide for now. When the saint physique reaches the great completion stage, we'll directly overturn them and kill them all. Li Heishui said angrily. This day has come so quickly. Yi Fan said to himself. He indeed felt a great pressure. An unprecedented chaotic era was about to arrive. On the same day, Yi Fan powerfully shouted out his own words in the southern mountains. What did the Divine Valley count for? It was trash. This evaluation of just 2 words shook the world. Everyone realized that the human race's saint physique was determined to challenge the archaic royal race. However, the people didn't know why he was so domineering. It was as if he didn't fear anything at all. Yi Fan's words were coarse as he continued to fire. You're already so protective after the death of a disciple. You only dare to bully the younger generation. When the great human emperor returns, all of you will be trash. It was unknown how many cultivators felt a lingering fear. Had the human race's saint physique gone crazy? He really dared to say anything. Even though he was powerful, he still hadn't reached the stage where he was unrivaled under the heavens. He hadn't reached the great completion stage, so what did he have to rely on? The Divine Valley was furious. They said that unless the great human emperor came back to life, no one could save Yi Fan. If he didn't kneel and die, they would kill everyone related to him. If I become a saint in the future, I will definitely destroy the entire Divine Valley and kill them all. I hereby swear this. The human race's saint physique once again shouted out in a domineering manner, shocking the people until they didn't dare to speak. Was he crazy? What could he use to challenge them? Could he escape this disaster? Why did he dare to do this? This was the question on everyone's mind. My human race has nothing to fear because a great emperor is about to return. On this day, Yi Fan released an earth-shattering piece of news. What? The entire world was stunned. Even the archaic royal race, the Divine Valley, began to feel a bit of doubt. A divine physique at the great completion stage was indeed terrifying. During the dark times of the past, it had stabilized the world, quelled chaos, protected the universe, and protected the human race. However, the current Yi Fan was still far from reaching this realm. Why did he dare to kill Zitiandu, humiliate the Divine Valley, and even threaten to kill the ancient emperor bloodline Yuangu? He challenged the archaic royal race again and again. This was too illogical. Do you all know why I was able to return after 12 years? That is because our human race has a great sage who proved his Tao in outer space. He is known as the Mad Emperor, and he was the one who sent me back. When this earth-shattering news came out, the entire world was thrown into an uproar. No one knew whether it was true or false, and they all began to discuss fervently. The Divine Valley is dregs. If you want to rule the world, you are still far from it. If you dare to run amok in this world, the day the Mad Emperor returns will be the day you all die. These were Yi Fan's arrogant words. Many people were speechless. To curse the Divine Valley's royal race like this and challenge them without the slightest scruple, he was no different from a madman. However, on this day, Yi Fan displayed images of the imprints above Vermilion Bird City to prove his words. Everyone was dumbfounded. The old madman fought against an entire ship of ancestral kings alone, each of his fists crushed a saint, and he even easily blew up a 1,000-armed devil at the great sage level. The human race didn't know whether this was true or false, but when someone copied these imprints and sent them to the northern region, the archaic races were greatly shaken. It's them, the supreme experts of the past. There are 3 great sages among them. Several years ago, they sensed the aura of the warship traveling through the cosmos through the archaic divine altar, but they lost contact with it in the end. They didn't expect to see such a scene today. So many ancestral kings, were they all killed by a single human? Even if he didn't confirm the Tao, he should still be a quasi-emperor. The ancient races were all shaken, and all of them were dumbfounded. They didn't know the state of these ancient kings at that time. They had long since exhausted their essence energy and didn't have the strength to fight. They only saw the old madman's fist shatter an ancient king. This was shocking, and it caused many ancient creatures to feel a chill. Divine Valley, you are all dregs. At this moment, Yi Fan's voice rang out from the southern mountains. Little Yi, your scolding is quite satisfying, but can it really suppress them? Li Heishui was in high spirits. He felt incomparably happy to scold the Divine Valley like this. No, it's far from enough. I need a true great emperor to appear. I want to go to the eastern wasteland. Yi Fan said. Had the human race's sacred physique gone mad? Everyone was in a daze. To curse the ancient imperial race and call the Valley of Gods trash, just how much courage did one have to say such things? To challenge the ancient imperial race without the slightest scruple, many human sect masters were alarmed. They were afraid that the Valley of Gods would vent its anger on everyone. When Wang Ting found out about all of this, he was a bit stunned. No matter how arrogant he was in the past, he wouldn't have dared to do this. Yi Fan's actions made him speechless. On the cliff, Hua Yunfei stood silently for a long time without saying anything. He knew that he could look down on the world, but he didn't have the courage to go berserk against the ancient kings. A divine waterfall descended from the sky like a heavenly river, creating a vast expanse of whiteness. Mist curled up and multicolored mist rose. Sacred Child Yao Guang thought for a long time as he gazed into the horizon. Within the divine city of the north, a sloppy Taoist with disheveled hair and an ancient Taoist robe held a jar of wine in his hand. The smell of alcohol filled the air as he said, well scolded. The Valley of Gods is trash. The surrounding people were terrified. Since Taoist divine Silkworm dared to say such things, they didn't dare to listen. They all scattered in an uproar. In the northern region, the Blood Phoenix Mountain was invincible and towered into the clouds. Its entire body was scarlet as if it had been dyed in phoenix blood. Since ancient times, it had always been a secret land that no one could set foot in. Even the ancient creatures revered it. At this moment, there were 2 people sitting cross-legged on the mountain peak. One of them was like a boulder that had existed since ancient times and hadn't moved a single step. Only after a long time did he open his eyes and say, I only exist for the Tao and don't care about anything else. On the other side was a young man shrouded in 5-colored divine light. He was so handsome that all the women in the world would be jealous of him. After hearing this, he didn't say anything and just stood up to leave. Only when he was about to leave the mountain peak did he speak. Huang Shudao, continue your seclusion. It won't be too long. After I slay the Dao 3 times, I'll go kill the sacred prince myself. In the distance, an old servant was waiting with a hunched back. He heard this and said, in a battle of the same level, if the heavenly prince isn't number 1, who would dare to call themselves number 1? An old servant from the Blood Phoenix Mountain said, proving the Dao doesn't rely on bloodline power. Go kill the human race's sacred physique. He talks too much. The heavenly prince, who was shrouded in 5-colored divine light, said. Outside Origin Ancient Mine, the fire Qilin came again. He merged with heaven and earth, his magical body crushing the void. His body couldn't be seen clearly, only feeling like an undying monument. If I want to prove my Dao, should I start by killing the sacred physique of the human clan, or should I start by purging other people with the bloodline of the ancient emperor? Even the ancient race was incomparably complicated. What Yifan had to face was much more difficult than he had imagined. Ever since Yifan cursed Divine Spirit Valley and spread news of the crazy old man killing the ancestral king's imprints in outer space, all clans were shaken. They all wanted to find him and understand what was going on. The people of the world. The god of the world. But Tian. If others were to find out, they would definitely curse him as a madman who didn't know the difference between life and death. That was the residence of the archaic king clans, so he was simply walking right into a trap. If others knew, they would definitely call him a madman. He didn't know the difference between life and death. That was the residence of the archaic king race. He was simply walking right into a trap. Yifan was going to do something dangerous. He didn't want others to know, and he couldn't let them take the risk. He alone was enough. His first stop was the sacred cliff. He stood outside the pitch-black mountain for a long time. He wanted to go in, but he couldn't take a single step in. The Black Mountain was majestic and oppressive. They were all the kings of the mountain, the emperors of the mountain. There was an oppressive aura about them. In the depths of the mountain, there was a blood-soaked cliff. The corpse of a great completion sacred physique rested here. There were too many sinister and strange things. What a pity. Even if I make it out alive, I will most likely be killed by this corpse if I go there again. Yifan thought of the green hair on the great completion sacred physique. That type of terrifying scene was unforgettable. He felt that it was too strange. In the end, he left. The northern region was vast and boundless. Every piece of scarlet land spanned hundreds of thousands of li, and only a few oases dotted the area. After more than 10 years of separation, Yifan once again stepped foot on this land that lacked vitality. All sorts of feelings welled up in his heart. The reason he was able to break the curse and have today's accomplishments were all because of this place. He didn't waste any time and directly rushed towards an oasis with lakes and rivers everywhere. He arrived at the Green Flood Dragon King's place of seclusion. This was a small world with a circumference of over 100 li. It wasn't that vast, and it was left behind by an ancient saint. It was separated from the world. In the past, Yifan had barged into the immortal palace to save Pang Bo. Now, he came here in secret, disguised as an ancient demon. He didn't want any news to leak out, and after displaying his great power, he entered this important place. However, what Yifan didn't expect was that the Green Flood Dragon King had already passed away in meditation 2 years ago and was buried within a pond. Time truly is merciless. The pitiful path of cultivation seeks longevity, yet in the end, death is still unavoidable. Yifan sighed softly. He stood in front of the pond in a daze. How powerful. Was the Green Flood Dragon King back then, daring to chase after the Lord of a Holy Land together with the Peacock King? In the end, no matter how great of a hero you were no different from an ordinary person. Your body and Tao could only disappear, turning into a wisp of smoke and dust, no longer existing. When a dragon dies, it returns to the sea. I buried him in his favorite pond. A familiar voice sounded from behind him. Yifan paid his respects, bowing towards the pond. He chanted a bit of Taoism's salvation scripture, engraving auspicious formation patterns, and only then did he get up. I pay my respects to Senior Scarlet Dragon. Yi Fan returned to his true body. At the shore of the pond, there was an old Taoist priest who was extremely shriveled. He wore ancient Taoist robes, full of essence energy, blood energy exuberant. It was unknown just how many times more powerful than before. This was precisely the Scarlet Dragon old Taoist. He successfully executed the Tao 3 times, passing that trial. Now, he was already a king who could overlook the world. Truly, the younger generation will surpass the older. After not seeing you for more than 10 years, you already have this type of strength. The Scarlet Dragon Taoist said with a sigh. Yi Fan was truly grateful towards him. Back then, the Scarlet Dragon old Taoist took action several times to help him, not hesitating to take action against the sect masters of various holy lands. He wouldn't forget this. After being separated for so many years, too many things happened. The two of them were both deeply moved. When they talked about some old friends, they couldn't help but sigh. The Scarlet Dragon old Taoist didn't have many old friends left, all of them passing away in meditation. How is the Peacock King? Yi Fan asked. Back then, I had 8 sworn brothers, but now, only him and I are left. The Scarlet Dragon Taoist released a long sigh. Too much had been erased over the years, leaving behind quite a bit of desolation. What made Yi Fan feel at ease was that the Peacock King was fine. After successfully severing the Tao, he was currently in seclusion, consolidating his foundation. In the future, he would shine with unmatched brilliance. With his aptitude, he should have already severed the Tao a long time ago, just that this heaven and earth didn't allow it. The Scarlet Dragon Taoist said. Yi Fan was deeply aware of how terrifying the Peacock King was. There were so many great figures in the eastern wasteland, but only he could give the Holy Lands headaches. This wasn't only because he stood at the very peak, but also because he was shockingly talented, standing tall in the 7 limits domain. For people like the Peacock King and the Scarlet Dragon old Taoist, if the heaven and earth hadn't changed, they would have long crossed the 3 immortals' trial. Why didn't saints appear? Why were kings rarely seen? Everything was because after the desolate antiquity era, the heaven and earth's natural laws changed, making it difficult for one to verify the Tao. Under this type of background, every single existence that could sever the Tao or become a saint had all types of complicated reasons. Otherwise, it would be extremely difficult to pass, and it couldn't be replicated. If not for the heaven and earth's restrictions, there would be far more powerful cultivators than there were now. The Scarlet Dragon Taoist sensed that the heaven and earth were moving again, all of the natural laws starting to repeat themselves. That was why he succeeded in breaking through in one go a few years ago, and now, the Peacock King also took that step. Why did the 10,000 ancient races choose to appear at this time? According to the Scarlet Dragon Taoist speculations, after the heaven and earth changed again this time, it would continue for an endless amount of time and wouldn't repeat. The ancient races had come into being and could cultivate without fear. In the future, many super-powerful existences would definitely appear. If the human race's sacred physique didn't kneel and ask for death, then it would start from the extermination of the Yi clan. Today, such a merciless voice came from the Valley of Gods. The world was shaken, and many people were trembling with fear. It was unknown how many people were passing their days in fear. The pressure the ancient royal races gave the people of the world was too great. Even many undying. Great sects acted as if they were facing a great enemy. Many people's hair turned white overnight. This was a suffocating pressure. If an ancient ancestor king came into being, who in the world could oppose him? At this time, Yi Fan was chatting with the Scarlet Dragon Taoist. After hearing this news, his expression couldn't help but change. What do you plan to do? The Scarlet Dragon Taoist asked. I want to see Azure Emperor's descendant, Yan Ryu, said Yi Fan. She has left the eastern wasteland for many years and is currently in the western desert. After hearing these words, Yi Fan was incomparably disappointed, but there was nothing he could do. If you really want to see her, I can personally find her and bring her back. Then I will have to trouble Senior, said Yi Fan. Then, Yi Fan asked the Scarlet Dragon Taoist for a corpse. This was an important goal of this trip. You want that sacred corpse? Yi Fan nodded solemnly and said, yes, I can live in his sacred shell. He will be of great use to me. Whether or not I can succeed this time is a key. Inside the green flood dragon king's treasury, there was a withered body that had passed away in meditation for who knew how many tens of thousands of years. It was a sacred physique, but it had not reached grand completion. However, he only cultivated a single secret realm and still became a saint. The sturdiness of his body surpassed the imagination of the world and could be considered a supreme divine material. Not to mention a saint with a sacred physique, even the corpses of other saints were peerless divine objects that could be refined into any precious weapon. Who would lend such a rare divine object? If not for Yi Fan's solemn request, the Scarlet Dragon Daoist would not have asked the descendant of the Green Flood Dragon King, Qingyi, to open the treasury. "Brother Qingyi, I will repay you generously in the future." This was Yi Fan's promise. Not to mention anything else, when the golden-winged little Peng attacked him in this place, this person had stopped him. A cold corpse sat cross-legged in front of him. Its flesh and blood had long dried up, and its skin was wrapped around its bones. However, it made people feel reverence and want to kneel down. Inside the treasury, divine splendor flickered. There were countless treasures, but compared to this corpse, they were all like sand and dirt. There was no way to compare them. Yi Fan treasured it very much. He put it into the myriad energy cauldron and expressed his gratitude once again. "Do you need anything else?" asked the Scarlet Dragon Daoist. "I still want an extreme imperial weapon," said Yi Fan. The place he wanted to go was too terrifying. Even sect masters couldn't stay there. "This is too difficult." The Scarlet Dragon shook his head. Now, no one could touch the extreme imperial weapon left behind by the Green Emperor. When the 10,000 ancient races were about to appear, no one dared to lend it out. This was related to the fate of the entire Eastern Wastelands demon race. Yi Fan also knew that no one would touch the extreme imperial weapon in the current situation. Even in the past, such an unparalleled imperial weapon couldn't be lent out. In the end, Yi Fan set out on a journey of 9 deaths and 1 life. He had already taken the first step to intimidate the ancient imperial races. A cold wind swept across the land, whistling through the mountains and valleys, making the place seem even more desolate. The northern region was vast and boundless. Loneliness and monotony were the eternal themes. It was rare to see flowers in full bloom, and rare to see birds chirping. Oases were scattered like sesame seeds, and they were nothing at all. Yi Fan passed through one red land after another, and finally found his destination according to his memory. A purple mountain stood in front of him, like an angry sword soaring into the sky. There were also 9 mountain ridges on the horizon, lying like 9 dragons, exuding the vicissitudes of life and loneliness. Without a doubt, he had come to the Purple Mountain, which was the ancient Emperor Mountain mentioned by the primordial creatures. It was the place where Emperor Wuxia died. Since ancient times, no one could match the power of Emperor Wuxia. He could intimidate the 9 heavens and 10 earths, and make many life-forbidden zones behave themselves. In fact, Emperor Ruthless was a good choice. He was definitely ruthless and powerful enough. If he came back to life, perhaps even the primordial ancestors would tremble. However, Ruthless could live for 3 or 4 lives, and no one knew which life he should find. Purple Mountain. "I'm here again." Yi Fan sighed. He had tried several times to enter, but he couldn't. Now that he was forced to this step, he had to risk his life. In the past, the Holy Lands attacked the Purple Mountain many times, trying to get Emperor Wuxia's inheritance. But when the bell rang, people with multiple imperial weapons could only retreat. The last time, the Holy Lands joined forces with the Central Province Divine Dynasty and finally broke in. Some people even said that they saw Emperor Wuxia sitting cross-legged on a platform. It's been so many years. Why can the Wuxia bell ring without anyone? What kind of power is controlling it? Why can't the other imperial weapons resist? Is Emperor Wuxia really dead? He's such a powerful existence. Maybe he left something behind. Let's take a step back and say that if Emperor Wuxia died, his corporeal body would definitely be imperishable. He has an innate saint body, and I have a saint body, so I should be able to sense him. If I can enter his body. Yi Fan muttered to himself. He had made up his mind to enter the Purple Mountain. He wanted to see great Emperor Wuxia, dead or alive. He had to get an answer. He landed on the ground and approached the mountain step by step. This majestic purple mountain inspired awe and reverence in others. There were too many secrets here. The deity in the hearts of the 10,000 ancient races, the undying heavenly emperor, was once buried here. It was originally called the ancient sovereign mountain. Even the heavenly prince came out from here. He was taken away by the Yuan Taoist master 10,000 years ago as a rare stone, and then Yi Fan cut out a divine egg from the jade pool. The ancient sovereign mountain is a place where the 10,000 primordial races make a pilgrimage. The undying heavenly emperor is buried there. In the end, great Emperor Wuxia also chose this place. Yi Fan muttered to himself. The Yuan Taoist master once said that this place contained the extreme mysteries of heaven and earth. He once asked his descendants to pay respect to this mountain, hoping that there would be good karma in the future. Now that Yi Fan had returned, he naturally wouldn't forget to use his Genesis technique to investigate. He hoped that he would be able to solve this mystery today and find out what was so special about it. For the deity in the hearts of the 10,000 primordial races and the great emperor of the human race to choose this place, what kind of secrets does this place have? Yi Fan walked around the purple mountain and measured every inch of the land. He looked at the 9 dragon veins in the distance and wanted to see through the mysteries of heaven. Suddenly, when he walked around to the other side, he came face to face with someone. The two of them stared at each other. That dog Duanda. Birdman Saint Physique, why aren't you dead yet? The two of them spoke at the same time and cursed each other. Both of them had unhappy expressions on their faces. In front of them was a fatty who didn't look like a good person. He was wearing a Taoist robe and a purple gold crown. Everything he wore was definitely a treasure. It was Taoist Wuliang. Damn fatty, how many immoral things have you done? How many graves have you dug? Look at the crown on your head and the heavenly silk Taoist robe on you. They were definitely dug out not long ago. Yi Fan said in disdain. Not bad, your eyesight has improved. Oh right, damn it, when are you going to return my weapons? Are you going to pretend that nothing happened after you robbed them all those years ago? Duanda was very unhappy. Damn fatty, what are you doing here? Yi Fan said with a surprised expression, don't tell me you also have designs on great Emperor Wuxia and want to dig up his grave? You can't say that. Whether great Emperor Wuxia is dead or not is another matter. Duanda was very guilty and said, I'm here to admire the ruins. You have the nerve to say that. People who dig up other people's ancestral graves all day are here to admire a great tomb. What do you think you mean? Yi Fan curled his lips. F***ck, don't talk nonsense in this place, okay? Duanda was anxious. You also have times when you are afraid. Do you also believe that great Emperor Wuxia is not dead? Yi Fan asked curiously. Even if Wuxia is dead, he is not someone that others can blaspheme. You will be in big trouble if you speak nonsense. Fatty Duan became more and more guilty. You steal and dig all day and you also have times when you are afraid? Yi Fan felt that it was funny. Damn it, don't compare me with those grave robbers. I am a researcher with lofty ideals. Everything I do is to restore the historical truth. Duanda boasted shamelessly. Yi Fan said with a look of disdain, you are a grave robber, but you act like an archaeologist. Even I feel embarrassed for you. Restore the historical truth? Why don't you say that you are researching the evolution and cultivation process of human beings? I find that you, a guy who is not well liked, sometimes use words quite accurately. That's right, I am an archaeologist from now on. Don't call me a grave robber, I will be angry with anyone who mentions me again. I am a great archaeologist with lofty ideals. I take it as my duty to straighten out the progress of human beings and reconstruct the true history through the underground cemetery. Duanda was awe-inspiring. I have never seen such a shameless person. Yi Fan really couldn't stand him. That is why I am here to do archaeology. I want to witness the miracles of the ancient emperors to inspire the future generations. This is a milestone of great historical significance. Show off all you want. Yi Fan was speechless. Right, kid, why are you still alive? You offended the Valley of Divinity and cursed the ancient imperial family. Now you are alive and well in the northern region. Have you eaten too much or are you tired of living? Duanda looked surprised. Can't you say something nice? I want to do archaeology, okay? Yifan glanced at him. I know we are both great witnesses of history. Your Genesis art and my feng shui are unbeatable in the world. Duanda was very good at talking. He suddenly asked, did you really leave this world for 12 years? Where did you go? What did you see? Are there many tombs there? Where's the cool? Go to hell. Yifan chose to ignore him and continued to measure the purple mountain. He wanted to get to the bottom of it. The more he looked, the more he was shocked. What was so mysterious about this place? It involved life and death. An ancient emperor choosing this place was self-evident. They controlled yin and yang, life and death. This was a little scary. Was Wuxia really still alive? How come you also see something unusual? To me, the most authoritative person in the archaeology world, this place is really strange. What do you see? Yifan asked. This is a huge tomb. It's pulled by 9 dragon veins. It looks like it wants to break through the sky, Duanda said. What? When Yifan heard this, he shuddered. Listening to this guy, it really was like 9 dragons pulling a coffin. As an authoritative person in the archaeology world, I can say with certainty that this tomb was not built for the dead. It was prepared for the living, Duanda said. The two of them had similar viewpoints. After a serious discussion, they came to a shocking conclusion. The power of heaven and earth here could connect yin and yang and reverse life and death. It was an immortal land of fortune. Impossible. The ancient emperors should have all died. If Wuxia was still alive, the Azure Emperor wouldn't have appeared in this world. Last time when we attacked this mountain, someone said that they saw Emperor Wuxia sitting on the Dao platform. He was vivid and lifelike as if he had a life of his own. The more they talked, the stranger they felt. This place made them feel a bit scared. Then, they thought of the undying heavenly emperor. He was an ancient existence, the only god in the hearts of the 10,000 ancient races. The Purple Mountain was his burial place. Strictly speaking, Emperor Wuxia was a dove occupying the magpie's nest and later became the master. Then, they thought of the immortal mansion world in the Central Plains. There was a coffin made from the enlightened tea tree there, and inside was the undying heavenly emperor's skin. Did the undying heavenly emperor run out alive or was he thrown out by Emperor Wuxia? The more they thought about it, the more they felt that something was wrong. This place was more complicated and terrifying than they had imagined. Brat, do you still want to go in? Duanda glanced at him. I have no choice but to go in. In order to intimidate the 10,000 ancient races, I have no other choice. Otherwise, I'll start a massacre in the Valley of Gods. Yifan sighed and then asked if he wanted to go in. I'm a man of great moral integrity. In order to restore the truth of history and solve the mystery of the Wuxia Bell, I've decided to go in, Duanda said righteously. At the end of the day, he still wanted to dig up a tomb and had his eyes on the Wuxia Bell. Yifan was happy for him to follow. This guy had half a monarch weapon and knew feng shui tomb techniques. He would definitely be a great help. I can't go in like this. Back then, several sacred grounds and immortal dynasties went in with multiple monarch weapons and were killed. Who knows how many old antiques died? I only have half a monarch weapon, so I'll be blasted to pieces if I go in, Duanda muttered. He decided to find the blind old man and ask him to borrow the other half of the sky-devouring evil jar. Can you find him? Yifan was doubtful. In these years, the 13 bandits had either died or disappeared. They had all suffered heavy losses. Back then, he came out with half a monarch weapon to save those bandits, but he was almost killed by the clone of an ancient king. I arrived in time and fused the sky-devouring evil jar to destroy that clone. Yifan was astonished. He didn't expect such a thing to happen. It seemed that the 13 bandits hadn't had a good time all these years. No wonder the old man had gone to break through. Could it be that he was about to become a saint? Perhaps only the sky-devouring evil jar can protect us after it fuses. It's different from other monarch weapons, Duanda said. When the jar was separated, its power wasn't obvious and it was even difficult to activate. But once it fused, it would be incomparably strange. One could occasionally hear sighs as if the ancient heavenly emperor was about to revive. It was a vicious weapon, forged from his own body. It was completely different from other monarch weapons. Duanda went to find the blind old man. Meanwhile, Yifan also left the Purple Mountain and began to make preparations. In an unknown mountain range, Yifan went thousands of miles underground and buried his true body. His primordial spirit flew out and entered the Saint Shell. That damned Duanda is in this area. That bastard better not steal my true body, Yifan muttered. He didn't know how many origin divine runes he had carved. He racked his brains and spent several days to get the 2 pieces of green copper out and put them into the Saint Shell. Then, Yifan brought a few Emperor Jades and other necessities back to the Purple Mountain. Damn, a saint. Duanda had already returned. His eyes were wide open and he immediately took out the sky-devouring evil jar. In front of the Purple Mountain, Fatty Duan was scared out of his wits. He decisively took out the lid of the evil jar and fled. He didn't want to fight, he wanted to escape. Although he had half an Emperor weapon, it wasn't perfect. Moreover, activating it would definitely suck him dry. He didn't have the demeanor of a master or a heroic spirit. He used the lid to protect himself and ran. The saint was all skin and bones, his flesh and blood dried up. However, the vitality he exuded was terrifying. He was wearing a tattered battle robe from an unknown era as he chased after Duandu. This was naturally Yifan. After entering the saint's body, he wanted to beat Duandu up the moment he saw him. Naturally, the heartless Daoist was scared out of his wits and ran faster than a rabbit. After Yifan adapted to this body for a short while, he immediately used the Rho formula and quickly caught up, laughing strangely. Motherf asterisk cur, what a horrifying laugh. Fatty Duan's hair stood on end. He shrunk his neck and rolled like a ball, his speed increasing by several times. Yifan chased after him. The sparse hair on this body fluttered in the wind and the deep eye sockets glowed eerily. He really looked like a 10,000-year-old corpse. Kakik, hearing this laughter, Duanda had goosebumps all over his body. Seeing the other reaching out to touch his butt, he was so scared that he turned into a black light and disappeared into the ground. Yifan used the clairvoyant eye and saw that there was a thief's tunnel leading to an altar deep underground. The damned fatty was so scared that he wanted to cross the void to escape. Ha ha ha. Yifan laughed. Fatty Duan stood on the altar with a gloomy expression. Then, he slowly figured out that if this was a saint who wanted to kill him, he would have attacked the evil jar long ago. Motherf asterisk cur. Duanda rushed out of the thief's tunnel and stared at Yifan for a long time. He was flustered and exasperated. He cursed loudly and almost pounced on Yifan to kill him. He understood feng shui and had cultivated the heavenly eye of yin-yang. After careful observation, he saw a familiar wisp of energy rushing out of the saint's head. After cursing, Duanda's eyes lit up again. With the flesh of a saint, it'll be much safer to enter the Purple Mountain. After Yifan familiarized himself with the sage's body, he felt that the dried-up sea of reincarnation and Tao palaces in his body had recovered some vitality. Even the broken bronze bell and battle spear flew out for his use. However, he sighed again. The strength of this physical body was absolutely indescribable. It was ridiculously powerful. He felt as if he could shatter a holy weapon. However, even though a portion of his divine power had recovered, it couldn't be completely revived. After all, he had been dead for many years. Moreover, his primordial spirit had already passed away. There were no sage laws or great Tao comprehensions left behind. This was the flesh shell of a saint. After Yifan's primordial spirit took control of it, his physical body was absolutely invincible. However, if he wanted to display the might of a real saint, it would be too difficult. He lacked the corresponding heaven-defying law imprint. That kind of thing is born in the primordial spirit, and the imprint has long been extinguished with time. Otherwise, how could you take control of the sacred shell? You would have been erased long ago. Unless it's the corporeal body of an ancient great emperor, I reckon that even his hair and even his clipped nails are interweaved with the supreme great Tao laws and have the most original markings of heaven and earth, Duanda said. Yifan asked the heartless Daoist why the old blind hadn't arrived yet. He said that he had gone to borrow the devil jar from the seventh great bandit, Tu Tian. The two of them waited here for several days and finally saw the old blind swindler. Compared to a dozen years ago, he looked even more like an old swindler in the pugilistic world. The moment they met, he grabbed Duanda's hand affectionately and shook it. Then, he cleanly and skillfully removed the string of heavenly fey divine pearls and put it on his wrist without blushing or skipping a beat. Duanda stomped his feet and scolded him for being an ingrate, heartless, and for saving his life for nothing. The old blind man rolled his eyes and said that he was the one who saved the heartless Taoist's life. It was the damned fatty who plundered the ancient cemetery of an archaic royal family that provoked an ancient king's avatar to chase after him. None of them were good people, this was Yi Fan's understanding. Neither of these two were good things and were rather scoundrels. Put together, they were about the same weight. The old blind man's current cultivation was extremely frightening. Yi Fan couldn't quite figure it out. According to his conjecture, he was at the same level as the Crimson Dragon back then. After the world changed, he became a king. What if we go in and alarm the archaic royal family? Yi Fan asked. Don't worry, they've already scrammed away. Back then, when Wusher's bell rang, all the ancient kings here were swept out, said Duanda. He spoke of a few secrets not known to others. Back then, Great Emperor Wusher entered Purple Mountain and imprisoned all the protectors of the 9 dragon veins in ancient Sovereign Mountain, leaving them a place to be gate gods. Gate gods sounds nice, but in reality, it's just forcefully imprisoning them here to serve as guards, said the old blind man. Last time the bell rang, all the archaic races were shaken out. They couldn't stay here any longer, so Purple Mountain was almost empty. Let's go. What are we waiting for? Rumor has it that there's an immortal phoenix medicine inside. This time, we can smell the medicinal fragrance. Duanda was impatient. You little grave robber, you've been waiting here for more than 10 years. I knew you were up to no good. You even dared to enter the cemetery of an archaic royal family. Today, you finally couldn't help but set your sights on the tomb of an ancient great emperor, said the old blind man. Damn it, I'm just a great archaeologist. Everything I do is to restore history and witness miracles. Don't compare my lofty ideals to your insignificant demigod mentality. Dog's it. The old blind man was concise. Stop arguing. Should we forcefully break in or find a path to enter? Asked Yi Fan. Duanda said, every tomb is a beautiful work of art. Forcefully breaking in is a crime and trampling on history. You are a sinner for all eternity. We have to walk in elegantly and appreciate it with a lofty state of mind. Scram. The old blind man slapped the back of his head. He tossed a pile of tortoise shells on the ground and began to look for an auspicious divination. In the end, he pointed at a dragon vein. That was the gate of life and there was an auspicious divination. Yi Fan laughed when he saw this. This was the path he had walked in the past, but when he followed the ancient vein, he couldn't laugh anymore. In the depths, that natural yin-yang diagram turned into primal chaos, becoming a Tao point. It made one's heart palpitate and couldn't help but tremble. Yi Fan was deeply moved. Yin and yang reversed, turning into limitless. This was the innate beginning of the Tao. This was a terrifying transformation of the Tao. They definitely couldn't enter this place. If they forced their way in, they would most likely return to limitless and become Tao on the spot. They would become a strand of laws and disappear from the world. This is your divination? It's just a charlatan, far worse than my tombs. The others all left while Duanda nagged. Humans make mistakes and horses stumble. That used to be the safest gate, but after little brat Yi walked through it, it became the most dangerous place. Then, the old crazy man continued to deduce. The tortoise shell made crackling sounds as it rolled around on the ground. His expression was solemn as he rejected 5 more dragon veins. He went to verify them one by one, and sure enough, they were all dead ends. Someone had walked through them and turned them into a natural moat. Only the last 3 were left. He deduced them one by one and found that they were all passable. In the end, they chose a path with a better divination and began to advance. Have we come to the universe? Why does it look like a star domain? Duanda muttered. This dragon vein was difficult to walk. They didn't know how many formation patterns they had to break and how many dangerous areas they had to pass through to reach the end. This was a resplendent starry sky. Stepping into it would make one lose their way. There was no way to go through and they didn't know what was going on. It really is a star domain. Even Yi Fan was a bit dumbfounded. This path was too mysterious. He couldn't help but think of the secret history of Laozi leaving Hanggu Pass. Opening the west gate of Hanggu Pass connected to a star domain and walked towards the ancient path of the starry sky. Could this dragon vein be the same? The end led to a star domain? This isn't a real star domain, but it's close. I'm afraid it's a miniature star domain refined by Great Emperor Wuxia, the old blind man said. Yi Fan was dumbfounded. How could they go over? How many years would they have to fly across a star domain? Perhaps they wouldn't reach the end even if they died of old age. It's not a real star domain, there are flaws to be found. Since Great Emperor Wuxia left a path in the previous dragon veins, we can definitely go through here, the old crazy man said. Duanda said, this might not be left behind by Wuxia. Maybe it was refined by that old bastard, the undying heavenly emperor. After all, this was his grave in the beginning. It's not impossible, but as long as it's not a real star domain, there's still a way. The old blind man began to deduce with the tortoise shell. Just like that, they began a difficult journey, advancing while risking their lives. During the night, the old blind man pulled out a bunch of hair and finally figured out a way to find the spatial node. He believed there would be a way out. Several days later, they were lost in this terrifying star domain. They couldn't tell their direction and completely lost their sense of space. Suddenly, a black hole appeared out of nowhere and swallowed them all. Boom! At this moment, the saint shell that Yi Fan had taken over displayed its terrifying side. A punch shattered the vacuum and sent them flying. Out. No, it's this black hole. If we go through it, we'll pass through this star domain, the old blind man suddenly shouted. Then what are we waiting for? Let's use the sky-devouring evil jar and go through it, Duanda said. No, if we use the imperial weapon now, we'll most likely trigger the Wuxia bell. At that time, this place will most likely be destroyed and we'll be in danger. The old blind man shook his head and then stared at Yi Fan. Fine, if you're not worried, then let me try, Yi Fan said. What was a star domain black hole? It could devour and destroy everything. Perhaps only the physical body of a saint could withstand this kind of power. Yi Fan drew them into his body and then took a deep breath. He turned into a beam of light as his golden blood energy soared into the sky and illuminated the entire miniature star domain. Boom! He entered the black hole and passed through it. After an unknown period of time, he appeared inside a purple mountain. The light here was somewhat dim. The jade palaces and pavilions were covered in dust, simple and unadorned. There were many ancient paths and caves leading in all directions. They had successfully entered the purple mountain. Duanda jumped up and rubbed his hands excitedly. People in our line of work have always been researching an important topic, and that is how to overcome the curtains of the ancient emperors. This is especially true for the tomb of Wuxia. I'm the first archaeologist to enter this place. Have we arrived at the deepest part, the place where Great Emperor Wuxia passed away? The old blind man felt uneasy as he stared at the platform behind the bejeweled palace. Yi Fan and Duanda also looked over after hearing this and felt their hair stand on end. There was a Dao platform there, incomparably grand and tall. There was a lot of mist lingering around it, giving it a mysterious and terrifying appearance. One could vaguely see a tall figure sitting cross-legged on it, exuding a terrifying aura. The years had washed away all of its splendor. The bejeweled buildings and jade palaces were stained with the dust of history. The light was dim, and the figure on the grand Dao platform was extremely indistinct. The pressure was suffocating. Was he Great Emperor Wuxia's? As soon as the three of them entered, they saw a figure sitting on top, hidden within the mist. They were immediately stupefied. Swoosh, within the mist, two streaks of lightning shot over, illuminating this dusky mountain belly. That figure opened his eyes. He's still alive. Duanda's entire body went cold. As someone who had the ambition to dig up the tomb of an ancient great emperor, there was nothing worse than this. Of course, for them, they were even more shocked, almost suffocating. A living great emperor was too indistinct, just like a legend. Something's wrong. Even though the old blind man's nickname had the word blind in it, his eyes were better than anyone else's. He saw through the mist and saw the true body. Duanda also opened his yin-yang heavenly eye in that instant, seeing through the source. He immediately jumped up and down, and at the same time, a layer of goosebumps appeared all over his body. Motherfucker, it's an archaic ancestral king. This time, things are going to be troublesome. Yi Fan also shivered inwardly. The one in front of him was a genuine ancient creature. When he opened his divine eyes, he could see its true body. Mist curled about the Dao platform, but it was difficult to hide that type of aura. The killing intent was intimidating. Even though he was in human form, he had 24 pairs of wings. His skin was wrinkled and piled up together. There were lumps all over his body, and it looked like he was going to die in a seated posture. He was extremely large. He sat on the Dao platform with his back perfectly straight. The expression in his eyes was terrifying and penetrating as he stared rigidly at them. This was an archaic creature that was aged beyond recognition. All of his hair had fallen out, but he was extremely sinister like an ancient demonic god. His killing intent was extremely heavy. Don't be scared, he's going to die. It seems like he's about to transform into the Dao. He can't deal with us. Duanda encouraged himself. Suddenly, a low and overcast demonic roar sounded. The aged ancient creature on the Dao platform threw himself over. His attacks were ruthless, immediately unleashing great destruction. The heaven and earth covering Saint Aura was like a stellar domain that turned into an ocean, surging and roaring as it arrived. This type of pressure was unimaginable. Who in the present world could match the power of an archaic ancestral king? Even though he was extremely old, he still far surpassed the rest of them. Duanda and the blind old man cried out, and their souls almost left their bodies. A single drop of a saint's blood essence could kill a powerhouse. Who could withstand such an attack? They decisively took out vicious Great Emperor armament. The demonic lid and the jar fused together, emitting an extreme pressure that protected them below. Otherwise, they would be turned into ashes on the spot. Boom, Yi Fan's entire body was covered in golden light. The flesh shell that he had entered was that of a saint who specialized in a single secret realm. Like him, it was also a saint body. This kind of physique was unparalleled in the present age, and no living person could compare to it. Just a slight movement from him was like a vast and mighty golden ocean. Yi Fan's body turned into a blazing light as he charged over to meet this primordial ancestral king head-on. He didn't use any spells and just twisted one of his arms. Close combat, this was Yi Fan's only choice. Otherwise, he would die without a doubt. He had the sacred shell, but he didn't have the corresponding magic power. Without the support of the laws of the world, he could only rely on this indestructible body to kill. A violent collision, an instant of life and death. As a saint-level figure, this kind of close combat made one's blood run cold. Any random movement would be destructive. Yi Fan tore off one of the old ancestor king's arms. The sacred shell was unparalleled, and it wasn't a lie. Saints of the same level could only nurse a grievance if they were caught. A long string of blood erupted and instantly annihilated a part of the void, turning that place into a place of Dao transformation and destroying all life. A single drop of a saint's blood can kill a powerhouse. As expected, this much blood is enough to wipe out a group. Duanda's scalp went numb. Not good. The blind old man cried out in alarm. Together with Duanda, he activated the heaven-devouring evil jar to press forward. This was because this old ancestor king had seen through Yi Fan's actual situation. His entire body surged with magic power, wanting to use this great Dao imprint to suppress and kill him. When a saint used magic power, they could definitely destroy tens of thousands of miles of pure land. Fortunately, everything here couldn't be destroyed in the Purple Mountain. Otherwise, it would have turned into ruins a long time ago. If Duanda and the blind old man didn't have the heaven-devouring evil jar's protection, no matter how great their divine arts were, they would still be shattered into dust. Bang! Yi Fan didn't wait for them to use the heaven-devouring evil jar. He grabbed a piece of green copper and directly faced the monstrous magic power. With this attack, the great Dao patterns in the sky turned to dust and disappeared into nothingness. At the same time, Yi Fan used all his strength and tore off the old ancestor king's other arm. Blood gushed out, creating a very bloody scene. With a low roar, the old ancestor king, who was about to die of old age, burned all over. He wanted to use his magic power to burn Yifan, who wouldn't let him go. Boom! Suddenly, this ancient creature collapsed. There was no dripping blood, no bone dregs flying in all directions. Instead, it turned into a ray of light and disappeared into the air. Transformation of the Tao, Yifan was stunned. The blind old man and Duanda were also dumbfounded. This old ancestor king disappeared just like that. I know. When we came in, he was already transforming into the Tao. He's about to die. They secretly rejoiced. Otherwise, if an ancient saint at his peak was here, even with an extreme emperor weapon, they might not have been able to kill him. Yifan was only able to injure the other because he was lucky. The aged old ancestor king didn't know that Yifan's flesh was peerless and was caught in close combat. Otherwise, the result would have been the complete opposite and he would have been drenched in blood. Luck. If he wasn't in the process of transforming into the Tao and returned to the world at the critical moment, we would be in big trouble. Kid, you're green copper. Duanda's eyes were burning. It's none of your business. Yifan quickly pulled him to the side and put away the green copper. He didn't put it away into his body or else it would be very difficult to summon it out. This green copper's power is really great. It blocked an attack from an ancient saint. The blind old man also muttered. This thing can only passively defend and doesn't have any offensive power. Otherwise, that ancient ancestor king would have died from this shock. Duanda didn't give up and couldn't forget about the green copper. However, there was nothing he could do. In the end, he stared at Yifan's corporeal body and clicked his tongue in wonder. No matter what era it was, a sacred shell would be a treasure that people would fight to the death for. Where did you dig out this corporeal body from? It can even tear apart a saint. It's definitely a divine shell. In the distant past, it said that a total of 9 great completion saint physiques appeared. I've searched for many years without any results. If I can dig out one, I'll definitely be invincible. Fatty Duan didn't stop and shifted his attention from the green copper to the saint physique. At the end, he revealed a strange expression and said, "That's right, where's your real body?" After hearing this, Yifan's heart jumped wildly. This bastard had indeed thought of this. He remained calm and didn't say anything else. I know, you must have been buried outside and left behind a wisp of your primordial spirit. I'm afraid your body will perish in the ancient Emperor Mountain. Duanda laughed mischievously. Yifan felt uneasy and fiercely said, "Damn fatty, don't have any crooked ideas. It's fine if you steal all the cemeteries, but don't tell me you want to steal from a living person like me. How could I, Duanda, be so righteous and never do immoral things? I'm just a great archaeologist." Duanda dryly laughed. This place was deathly quiet. Apart from the jade palaces covered in dust, there was nothing else. Clearly, this wasn't the deepest part of the Purple Mountain and not the place where great Emperor Wuxia passed away. The tortoiseshell in the old blind man's hand crackled as he continuously divined. Duanda walked and stopped from time to check the feng shui. Yifan wasn't idle either as he searched for the origin vein and observed the terrain. The 3 of them working together was truly amazing. They had a clear division of labor and soon determined a path ahead. They followed an ancient cave and went deep into an open space. It's completely different from the path I took last time. Yifan couldn't help but sigh. The interior of the Purple Mountain was very big and formed a small world. The area he had been to before was only a corner. There's the sound of water ahead. The 3 were surprised as they walked along an ancient path paved with green jade. They walked up the stairs and arrived at an ancient land. There were pavilions, withered vines, and ancient trees. The water flickered and there was a pond in front. It was actually carved out of green jade and turned into a pool of water with white mist rising from it. This should be some kind of immortal pool. Could it be Great Emperor Wuxia's bath? The old blind man was very disloyal. After arriving here, he kicked Duanda down and let him test the water. Motherf asterisk cur, old thing, I'll remember you. The unscrupulous Taoist was furious. His expression became strange as he muttered to himself, "This water is really special. It can speed up the circulation of the blood in the body and increase the speed of cultivation. Gulp, gulp. He drank a few mouthfuls and praised the sweet taste. He said that the source of the water might be the divine spring. He immediately jumped up and ran upstream. When he reached the end of the flowing water, there were clouds and rosy clouds. The place was enshrouded in a myriad of colors. There was an even more gorgeous spring carved out of multicolored jade. This is definitely Great Emperor Wusher's land of cleansing. I'll also enjoy it. Fatty Duan pounced in and drank a few mouthfuls of spring water. Yifan's expression was strange. He squatted down and picked up a few glossy black beast hairs. He was momentarily stunned. Brat, what are you holding in your hand? Duanda felt that something was wrong. Bird hair. The old blind man said calmly. Fatty Duan's face immediately turned pale. He strenuously retched until his bile was almost spat out. No matter how he looked at it, it looked like a small tuft of dog hair. Motherf asterisk cur, is there a dog here? What a waste. Bathing in a divine spring like this? Duanda cursed while vomiting. Yifan was very excited. This was definitely the Black Emperor's hair. This kind of aura was too familiar. This dog that was even more wicked than Duanda didn't die and ran into the Purple Mountain. Duanda crawled out of the spring while cursing. He said that he had met with 8 lifetimes of bad luck. How could there be a dog here? Is this a divine spring? How does it taste? The old blind man was not kind at all. He patted the unscrupulous Taoist's shoulder with a smile and moved closer. Will you die if you don't mention this? Duanda wanted to vomit again. Suddenly, a wave of fragrance wafted over. It made the 3 of them feel as if their souls had left their bodies. They felt so comfortable that they almost floated up. What's that smell? A fiery light streaked across the sky, and a gorgeous bird flew over their heads. It was so beautiful that it was almost unreal. Is that a bird? Motherf asterisk cur, it's a phoenix, a legendary divine bird. I know, it's the immortal phoenix medicine. Chase after it. After the 3 woke up, they were all excited and chased all the way down. However, after chasing for some distance, they lost track of the undying phoenix and lost track of it. However, Duanda was incomparably excited. He said, what dogs hit luck? I have a premonition that we'll definitely get an immortal medicine. Suddenly, his expression froze, and he lowered his head to look at his feet. Instantly, he was flustered and exasperated, and he cursed loudly, Motherf asterisk cur, whose dog isn't on a leash. I really stepped on dog sh asterisk t. There was indeed a lump under his feet. Duanda's nose was almost crooked from anger. He jumped up and down in a frenzy. After Duanda stepped on the dog poop, he spun around 18 times on the spot. He was in a berserk state, baring his fangs and brandishing his claws. He was almost crazed, and the veins on his forehead were throbbing. He stared fiercely at Yifan, and said, did that damned dog follow us in? Back then, the large black dog was the only master who could make him suffer, clamoring to take him as a human pet. They had met on several narrow paths, but he had never gained the upper hand. The Black Emperor was very disloyal, clamoring and biting wildly when he had the advantage, but when the situation was bad, he fled, not hesitating to abandon Yifan as cannon fodder. The terrain of this area was very complicated, and the ancient road was deep and serene. There were dust-covered divine pearls flickering with dim splendor, illuminating the path ahead. With my many years of experience, you've stepped on a pile of dog poop from more than 10 years ago. The old blind man touched a sore spot, purposely provoking Fatty Duan. Duanda just calmed down, then stomped his feet, cursing the old blind man for being a bastard. However, he had to admit that those were traces left behind a long time ago. Yifan carefully searched this area, feeling puzzled. Could it be that the Black Emperor hadn't returned, and these were all for left behind? Where did that dog come from? Don't tell me it's not the one that followed by your side in the past. Even if it turned into ashes, I would recognize its bones. How did it stay here? Duanda said. It went out from here, Yifan said. He had long since guessed the large black dog's origins, and now seeing the traces of its appearance, he was even more certain. It can't be an archaic being, right? I knew it wasn't a thing long ago, so it must belong to the same type, Duanda said. Why don't you think it's Great Emperor Wuxia? Yi Fan said with a smile. When these words were spoken, Duanda staggered. He really began to ponder, revealing an expression of bewilderment. Perhaps there really is such a possibility. I've seen the formation patterns laid down by it, and they have the mysteries of great ancient emperors. Duanda was suspicious. Old Blind gave him a slap on the back of his head and said, if Great Emperor Wuxia was really like that, would he have a supreme reputation? How could he be called that? He would definitely be called Shameless and not Wuxia. Duanda said, I remember now. I once dug out some jade slips from a great tomb in the eastern wilderness, and they recorded a lot of messy things. The jade slip was messy, like some unofficial history. What was recorded wasn't orthodox at all. It involved many people from the past, and there were even bits and pieces of information about ancient great emperors. There was a paragraph of text that was very messy. It said that Emperor Wuxia was world-shaking, like a god, but he also had a very human side. In his later years, he saw a little stray dog on the verge of death, so he used an ancient technique to save it. F***ck. Yi Fan couldn't help but spit out two words that he hadn't said since he came to this world. His jaw almost dropped to the ground. He had long since speculated that the Black Emperor was related to the Purple Mountain and Wuxia, but he didn't think it was a little stray dog. He thought it was some heavenly dog that had gained intelligence. Damn, if we knew it was related to the Purple Mountain, we would have made it reveal its true form long ago. Fatty Duan was also stunned. He had never thought that it was actually a dog from hundreds of thousands of years ago that had followed Wuxia. Old Blind was also dumbfounded. He murmured, it's that little stray dog that Great Emperor Wuxia picked up in his later years? It's unbelievable that it has survived with us until now. A piece of unofficial history and a small paragraph of details revealed the origins of the Black Emperor. The three of them were all stunned, and they pondered for a long time. Needless to say, Wuxia's dog definitely knew many great secrets. It might have even read the Wuxia scriptures. This was practically a living immortal treasury. Why was the large black dog able to live for hundreds of thousands of years, even longer than the great ancient emperors? This was not a mystery that was difficult to solve, and it could be easily figured out. From ancient times until now, apart from those that were naturally born with divine origin fluid, only great ancient emperors could refine it. It was used to seal living beings, and it could make them immortal for hundreds of thousands of years. However, great ancient emperors could not seal themselves. Their blood and chi were too powerful, and they could pierce through the heavens. Divine origin fluid was completely ineffective against them, and there was no divine object in this world that could suppress them. After thinking for a while, they could understand that the Black Emperor had been sealed by Wuxia, and had only come into the world today. By now, everything about the Black Emperor was no longer a secret, and its origins could be easily deduced. However, it still made the three of them sigh. This was a dog that had lived for hundreds of thousands of years, and in the end, it had followed the great human emperor, Wuxia. Towards the followers of Wuxia, I should look up to them with reverence, but this dog, I want nothing more than to stew it alive. Fatty Duan said through clenched teeth. Did something really happen to the Black Emperor? Didn't he stay in the Purple Mountain for the past dozen years? Yi Fan was worried. The blind old man said, with my many years of experience, he came back. There was a pile of marks from 7 or 8 years ago, and the grave robber almost got lucky again. Hearing this, Duanda immediately jumped up again. In front of them, there was a small pond formed by the milk of the earth. It was only a few feet long, and the color was milky and sparkling. A sweet fragrance wafted into the air. There were a few strands of black and shiny dog fur here, left behind from many years ago. He came back, so he definitely didn't die. However, it seems like he hasn't come out for several years. Where did he go? Yi Fan was suspicious. They continued forward. Without the deterrence of the ancient beings, the danger in the belly of the mountain decreased rapidly, and many places could be unimpeded. Not long after, they came to a secluded area where huge rocks were lying in disarray. Yi Fan was shocked. This place, he saw the patterns left behind by the Yuan Taoist master, and he had once sealed strange stones here. Soon, he found an Eye of Fortune. Is there really an Eye of Fortune in this world? Yi Fan stood there in a daze for a long time, unable to say a word. There was a black hole in the pile of rocks, but it was only the size of a human head. It looked like an eye, and it connected to the depths of the earth. Occasionally, colorful mist would surge up, making people feel comfortable. "What's an eye of fortune?" Duanda asked with a fervent look in his eyes. "It's a place of fortune in the source. I don't know the specifics, and there are only vague records in the Book of Origin. It said that it could give birth to gods in ancient times." Yi Fan's expression was solemn. "No way, that's so strange. Doesn't this mean we're going to get rich and obtain an eye of fortune?" Duanda laughed wildly. "You're thinking too much. This eye of fortune has already dried up, and all its essence has been sucked dry," Yi Fan said. "What? Who is it? Is it that dog?" Fatty Duan's expression immediately collapsed. Yi Fan carefully observed the eye of fortune, and his expression sank. "It's the ancient race's heavenly prince." "What? How could it be him?" The blind old man couldn't remain calm. Even he often paid attention to this heaven-defying divine child's movements. That was because his aptitude was too high. In just a dozen years of cultivation, he had surpassed others by 1,000 years. Compared to the ancient emperors, he was even better. All the ancient races said that he was the son of a god, and that was how it should be. Back then, the Yuan Taoist master brought out a strange stone from the Purple Mountain and placed it in the Jade Lake. In the end, I cut it out and found a divine egg. This place has its aura. Everyone was stunned. In the endless years before the ancient times, the name of the undying heavenly emperor resounded through the heavens and earth. He was worshipped by all races, and everyone had to worship him. His son was naturally known as the son of a god. One didn't even need to think about it to know that the heavenly prince possessed the most terrifying bloodline. Now, he even absorbed the eye of fortune. This made everyone's hearts sink. The sons of the ancient emperors, every single one of them are exceptional figures from past to present, and in the end, they are only half a step away from confirming the Tao. They possess incomparable talent and terrifyingly powerful bloodline power. If it wasn't for the fact that they were born in the same era as their emperor father, they wouldn't be able to ascend into the heavens. The blind old man said. After speaking, he gave Yi Fan a look. His meaning was self-evident. Even if the divine body reached the great success stage, there would still be enemies. There was more than a single ancient emperor's bloodline now, and they all avoided their father's generation. They would definitely shock the world. This was especially true for the heavenly prince. Now that they found out that he absorbed the eye of fortune, it was even more frightening. He would most likely become the second undying heavenly emperor. The other ancient emperors' bloodlines like Huang Shudao and Fire Qilin are also unimaginable. Their fathers most likely left behind something similar to the eye of fortune, said the blind old man. Then, he patted Yi Fan's shoulder and said, as a divine body, even if they reach the great success stage, they will still have enemies. Not a single one of those ancient emperors' bloodlines are lambs, but rather divine lions lying dormant. Yi Fan suddenly asked. The archaic emperors had long realized that as long as they were alive, their sons would never be able to confirm the Tao. It was because there was only one emperor in this world, and as such, they were sealed into the present world. Did our human race's great emperor not foresee this step? Did he not think about the future generations? Did he not leave behind the most powerful son to be born in the future? This is hard to say. The blind old man shook his head. I know some secret information about this. In the past, there was an imperial prince who appeared and died in the darkness chaos, quelling the great chaos. Duanda suddenly said. This? The others sighed softly and didn't continue. The blind old man divined. Duanda looked at geomancy, and Yi Fan explored the origin veins. Along the way, nothing unexpected happened. They saw a few dead ancient creatures along the way, but nothing else. Suddenly, at this time, the heaven-devouring evil jar rang and began to shake on its own without being activated. The lid and the jar connected and hung above the heads of the people. What is going on? The blind old man was shocked. This jar was different from other emperor weapons. It seemed to have a life of its own and surpassed the understanding of ordinary people. It was known as one of the most terrifying emperor weapons since ancient times. If there is a weapon that can resist the whoosh or bell wave, it is none other than this, said Duanda. He carefully observed the surroundings to capture any abnormalities. It's here. Yifan found this place familiar. He had come here before. In the past, he had hidden here to avoid a group of terrifying archaic creatures. This was an open land, a plaza, and also a terrifying stone hall. Upon closer inspection, one would be shocked to find that the hanging stone wall above was like a large bell. The whoosh or bell. It's hidden in the stone. It's so huge. I really want to see its true appearance. Duanda and the blind old man were horrified. If they accidentally entered, the bell might ring endlessly and kill everything. Let's go around first. We must not let the bell ring, said Duanda. The blind old man also nodded. Only Yifan was lost in thought. The whoosh or bell was the most important part of this trip. The stone temple was vast and the great bell was magnificent. If one didn't look closely, they wouldn't be able to tell that it was hidden in the stone and covered the entire area. However, none of them had the intention to clash with it. They had just entered and it wasn't wise to have any ideas about this bell. They all stared straight ahead. It was extremely spacious in front of them and they could see a huge stone book standing on the ground. It was more than 10 meters long and 1 or 2 meters thick. At this time, the pieces of jade on Yifan's body began to heat up. They trembled within his body and released a warm power. The whoosh or scripture, Fatty Duan cleared his throat and rushed forward faster than a rabbit. The blind old man was also shaken and didn't stop for even a moment. Yifan had been here before and naturally knew about this stone scripture. He brought 4 pieces of emperor jade with him this time and didn't know if he could obtain any. They advanced as fast as lightning. During this process, they felt their primordial spirits about to split apart as if there was a demonic power trying to disintegrate them and return them to the laws of the Tao. The stone scripture lay in disarray and behind it was a pile of rubble. There were vines and ancient trees growing all over it. The terrifying power was emitted from them. After getting closer, their primordial spirits stabilized and were no longer disturbed. Although the patterns of the great Tao were formless, they truly existed and suppressed everything. It's really the whoosh or scripture. The blind old man stretched out his trembling hands and touched the 3 huge ancient characters on the stone scripture. Even his voice was trembling. When they got closer, the 4 pieces of jade on Yifan's body shone brilliantly and penetrated his body. They resonated with the ancient scripture and flowed with an indescribable aura. At the same time, 2 beams of light shot out from Duanda's body. He was very direct and wanted to open the stone scripture. However, it was useless even after using all his strength. He couldn't move it in the slightest. The 2 pieces of broken jade on me are shining. The heartless Taoist was shocked and took out 2 pieces of ancient jade. They were very similar to the 4 pieces in Yifan's hands and could be pieced together. He had dug them out from an unknown ancient tomb. The tomb owner had kept them close to his body and treasured them even more than the imperial divine weapon he had refined for his entire life. It has something to do with this. Duanda was excited and then stared at the 4 pieces of ancient jade in Yifan's hand. The stone scripture was placed on a high platform, and there were many thick patterns engraved on it. If one did not look closely, they would look like natural ravines. These Tao patterns were very different from the current engraving methods. They were closer to nature, and the patterns were formed by wind, rain, thunder, lightning, birds, beasts, flowers, and insects. At the very center was a groove the size of a human head. When they approached it, the ancient jades in Yifan and Duanda's hands began to tremble, as if they were alive, shining with dazzling radiance. Even the heavens are helping us. These ancient jades are the key to opening the whoosh or scripture. Duanda exclaimed. This won't do. There are only 6 pieces. In total. We're still short of 3 jade fragments. Yifan sighed. How would you know if you don't try? Let's press it first. Fatty Duan was very enthusiastic, mainly because the whoosh or scripture was too mysterious. It recorded the supreme divine studies at the end of the immortal path. 6 pieces of ancient jades were placed in. With a wing sound, the high platform shook violently. This place was dazzling. Rays of light rushed into the sky, and a huge screen of light enveloped them. "Retreat!" Yi Fan shouted. The ancient stone scripture did not move in the slightest. It did not open, but the screen of light quickly tore through the void. Everything became hazy, and it was about to teleport them away. Ding! Yi Fan's eyes and hands were fast. He knocked out several pieces of ancient jades and brought the two of them far away. In the end, they were not teleported out of the Purple Mountain. I don't believe it. Let's directly use the heaven-devouring evil jar to take it away. Fatty Duan shouted. He activated Great Emperor Vicious Weapon, and the jar opened up, swallowing and spitting out demonic light. Wang! The entire void trembled violently. The aura of an ancient Great Emperor pervaded the air, shocking the 10,000 worlds. However, at this moment, another Great Emperor's aura also pervaded the air. Dang! In front of them, the Wuxia bell lightly trembled and emitted a terrifying sound wave. It was as if it wanted to destroy this great world. It rushed over like a white wave. Quickly stop! The blind old man shouted. He then pulled Yi Fan and Duanda into the devil jar, sucking them inside. Clang! The devil jar closed. The three of them were inside the ancient heaven-devouring jar, and their hearts were filled with lingering fear. They didn't take the Wuxia scripture inside, but instead provoked the bell to ring without anyone activating it. What made them rejoice was that the great bell only trembled slightly and didn't truly attack. It quickly calmed down. Fortunately, we have Emperor Jades on us. Otherwise, we might have already triggered the 10,000 layers of bell waves. This is too frightening. The aura of an ancient great emperor just now made them feel a bit scared. The great bell didn't have anyone supporting or operating it, but it still rang on its own. Anyone would be horrified. After coming out from the ancient heaven-devouring devil jar, they looked at each other in dismay. They were all extremely unwilling. The most mysterious ancient Wuxia scripture was right before their eyes, yet they couldn't obtain it. Duanda said fiercely, "Damn it, let's do it. I think the heaven-devouring devil jar can protect us. Let's take the risk of being seriously injured and take the stone scripture into the jar. We'll immediately escape. Don't be rash." In the past, the various holy lands entered with multiple emperor weapons, but they didn't obtain it. Doing this is seeking death. The heaven-devouring jar is different from other emperor weapons. It should be able to contend against the Wuxia bell. I don't believe it can't take the scripture away. Duanda didn't give up. Stop arguing. There are words here. Yi Fan's emotions were unsettled. He saw the large black dog's crooked words. Brat, even if you collect all of the Wuxia jade and open this ancient scripture, it won't work. Great Emperor Wuxia once said that only the innate saint physique can cultivate it. These words were carved on a stone wall. It was undoubtedly left behind by the large black dog. He had actually predicted that Yi Fan would come here. How strange. Why is there so much to pay attention to in an ancient scripture? Duanda was furious. I finally understand why Wuxia didn't have an inheritor. It's because he couldn't find a disciple at all, the blind old man said with a sigh. Most likely, only that innate saint physique can cultivate the heart technique. However, I think I might be able to cultivate the last secret technique. Even when facing the Wuxia jade, Yi Fan still had some confidence and confidence. The fighting character technique could transform all divine techniques. Why do I feel like this was prepared for one of your descendants? The blind old man muttered. In the end, they left this place and headed towards the deepest part of the Purple Mountain. On the way, they saw many vines and ancient trees. They were green and glistening, growing between piles of rocks. Under the ancient vines, there were many corpses that had died at the roots of the plants. Their life force had been sucked dry, and they had died a miserable death. It's an ancient being. What kind of plant is this? How can it even kill ancient beings? The three of them were all very shocked. They stepped onto a small path, and finally approached the most mysterious place of the Purple Mountain. Flowing light flickered in this place, and a fragrance wafted into their nostrils. The ancient vines and random trees disappeared, and the aura gradually became more peaceful. Along the way, there were a few more orchid zoysia immortal herbs, and the fragrance of ancient medicines wafted through the air. It was as if they had arrived in a divine land. Up ahead, a waterfall cascaded down. Spring water gurgled about, and spiritual essence curled about. 5-colored radiance flickered about. This was a divine waterfall. A large piece of divine source. Just below the divine waterfall was a large piece of divine source. It was arranged on a platform, and it blossomed with auspicious radiance, making this place seem more and more divine. They quickly walked over, and all of them were shocked. This was a piece of divine source that could be 2 cubic meters in size. It was shockingly large. We've struck it rich. Forget about everything else, just this piece of divine source is a priceless treasure. Duanda's eyes lit up when he saw a treasure. Something's not right. Look, there are cracks on this divine source. It was closed by someone later on, and a creature escaped. The blind old man revealed a serious expression. It is indeed like this. Yi Fan nodded. The few of them all felt that things weren't good. Could it be that there was a powerful archaic king nearby? All creatures that were sealed in divine source were definitely top-level terrifying creatures. A powerful ancient creature was roaming nearby. Just the thought alone was enough to make one shiver in fear. They weren't scared of him coming out in the open because he had an extreme Dao Emperor weapon to protect them. They were scared that an ancient king would take action in secret and kill a few of them. They swept their eyes over all directions. They all felt their bodies go cold, and a chill ran down their backs. After stopping for a bit, they became much more cautious. Then, they continued forward. A row of crystal coffins suddenly appeared up ahead. They were all simple and unadorned, and the luster was dim. They were densely packed, and there were patterns carved on them. Archaic divine characters could be seen on every single coffin. Yi Fan roughly recognized a few characters. They were actually carved by the undying Heavenly Emperor. It immediately left everyone horrified. It's the undying Heavenly Emperor's former subordinates. When they roughly understood what was going on, they were all horrified. How many years had it been here? How powerful were the subordinates of the deities in the hearts of the various archaic clans? Unfortunately, even though they could compare to the heavens, they still couldn't stop the passage of time. They all died here. The corpses in the coffins. Duanda withdrew after taking a look. This row of crystal coffins had terrifying corpses within them. They were like malicious spirits. Their hair was withered and yellow, and their bodies were pitch black. They were withered and sinisterly sinister. What kind of tomb hadn't Duanda robbed before? However, when he saw the corpses within the crystal coffins, he didn't feel good at all. He took a few steps back, and his entire body became cold. A layer of goosebumps appeared on his body. I feel like something isn't right. From my many years of experience in robbing tombs, I can tell that something inauspicious has happened here, and it can't be stopped. People would die at every turn. Rivers of blood couldn't be considered much at all. Fatty Duan said. If this place was placed in the outside world, it would be an urn for the dead, a pit for 10,000 people. It was impossible for not several 100,000 people to die here. There are 2 coffins that have been opened. There's nothing inside, the old blind man said. This row of crystal coffins were all inauspicious. Energy curled about them, and there were several dozen of them. 2 of them had their lids opened, and they were completely empty inside. Not good. Duanda's expression changed, and his fine hairs stood on end like needles. He pointed at the 2 coffins, but he couldn't say anything. At this time, Yi Fan and the old blind man also saw that something was off. These coffins were opened from the inside, and there were pitch-black fingerprints on the inside. The powerful creatures of the archaic era had long died. If not for the heaven-suppressing patterns carved by the undying Heavenly Emperor, they would have long turned to ashes. How could they climb out? At this moment, they were all scared out of their wits. This place was extremely sinister, and it gave off a strange feeling. It made one's back go cold. Who? The old blind man shouted. He activated the extreme Dao Emperor weapon and smashed it towards a corner. That place immediately turned into ashes, and a black hole appeared. What did you see? Duanda was scared. I didn't see anything. I only felt that there was something there, so I secretly divined it. The divination indicated that there was a great omen, as if there was a devil nearby. The old blind man said. When he spoke like this, everyone felt that this place became much colder. It was as if there was a pair of malicious eyes staring at them from the darkness. It originated from a malicious spirit. Hurry up and leave this place, Duanda said in a low voice. The three of them didn't stop and quickly headed towards the depths of the Purple Mountains. During this process, it was as if there was a pair of resentful eyes staring at them from the darkness, making them feel as if there was a dagger on their backs. Finally, after a quarter of an hour, the auspicious aura in front of them became more abundant. The orchid dragon grass gradually increased, and many cliff stones emitted purple auspicious energy. The three of them were silent along the way. They followed an ancient path and finally reached their final destination. During this process, they always felt that there was a cold malicious spirit tailing them. That is, they had already reached the end of the road. There was an enormous Tao platform in front of them, and below it was full of dragon grass and divine orchids. Chaotic energy lingered above it, and strand after strand of it fell down. Every strand could collapse the heavens. This place was extremely special and mysterious. It was as if it connected the past, present, and future, and was connected to all the worlds. I saw a deity. That is Great Emperor Wuxia. Fatty Duan cried out in alarm. His pair of yin-yang heavenly eyes flowed with demonic radiance as he stared rigidly at the Tao platform that was as grand as a mountain. After Fatty Duan cried out in alarm, he became stupid. It was as if his soul had been sucked away. His pair of yin-yang heavenly eyes stared upwards. One couldn't help but sigh and be shocked. Normally, if anyone successfully obtained a strand of chaotic energy, it would definitely cause a huge commotion. It could be refined into a sect-protecting treasure. However, there were tens of thousands of strands here. They poured down like a divine waterfall. The mist was boundless and terrifying, making one unable to resist the urge to kneel down. This was a terrifying scene. 10,000 great waterfall-like primal chaos poured down wave after wave, submerging half of the Tao platform within. Only a portion was exposed, incomparably majestic. What a miracle! The old blind man muttered. Where did that person go? I can't see through the primal chaos anymore. Fatty Duan was in a daze as he gazed upwards. They weren't the only ones. Yi Fan was also shaken. This was a source of primal chaos. Just now, when he activated his heavenly eyes, he also vaguely saw a deity sitting on top. However, it had now disappeared. That type of power and aura made one want to kneel down on the spot. If not for the heaven-devouring devil jar stopping them, it would have been difficult for them to stand. I clearly saw it. Why is it gone? Duanda's eyes were about to pop out. The yin-yang heavenly eyes turned into two types of divine light, one black and one white, shining like a torch. I saw it too. There really was a deity up there, but it's hard to describe what he looked like right now. 10 million years passed in a single glance, and it's impossible to engrave it in my heart. The old blind man's entire body was drenched in sweat. That was a type of pressure that left him horrified. The legendary Great Emperor Wuxia, they hurriedly glanced over and saw a hazy figure. They didn't know if it was the true body or if it was a reappearance of history from before the primordial era. The three of them were shocked speechless. Time changed in that instant, but it was as if they had passed through an endless river of time. The blue sea turned into mulberry fields, rising and falling several times. It was as if they had experienced a great dream. The place where the deity was sitting was now completely empty. That figure was gone, making one suspect that everything was an illusion. They didn't see anything. Moreover, the heavenly eyes were ineffective. They couldn't see through the primal chaos, and everything at the center of the Tao platform was already unpredictable. That place became a bewildering land. The legendary Great Emperor Wuxia. They were almost sleep-talking as they repeated those words. Who is the peak at the end of the celestial path? With a glance, Wuxia's Tao becomes empty. This was a saying that had been passed down since ancient times, and now they had personally experienced it. Wuxia intimidated all life in the forbidden zones, suppressed the heavens with his strength, pacified the chaos in the darkness, annihilated the gods from the outer realms, swept through the world, and was invincible. Whenever his name was mentioned, people would think of him as powerful and majestic, someone who surpassed everything. Throughout the ages, people feared him, and even gods feared him. The name Wuxia was no longer as simple as a name. It contained an immortal power that was close to divinity, and close to demonic. It was unknown how many tens of thousands of years had passed. Who could still touch his ruins? However, the three people in front of him seemed to be able to see his figure. How could they not be shocked? Wuxia's name was heavier than the mountains, wider than the seas, and deeper than the star domains. It made all living beings throughout the ages revere him. Only after a long time did they regain their wits. They looked at each other, speechless. They carefully and seriously sized up this Tao platform. It was grand and tall, like a great mountain, but also like a great tomb. The walls were mottled, full of the scars of time. Old medicines grew tenaciously between the cracks of the cliffs. A fragrance that refreshed the heart wafted down, seeping into one's bones. Through the primal chaos mist, one could vaguely make out some withered plants on the cliffs. It was unknown how many tens of thousands of years they had been growing, but they could be considered medicine kings. The seeds they scattered had already grown, filling this place with a rich fragrance. It was like a divine land that seemed to have entered the immortal realm. There's a living medicine king over there. Finally, Duanda recovered his senses. He excitedly pointed forward, seeing an ancient medicine hidden within the primal chaos mist. Medicine king, one had to grow for at least 80 to 90,000 years to obtain this title. Its medicinal properties were excellent, and it had the miraculous effect of reviving the dead. In the past, there was a divine being in the immortal mansion world who used the five-colored essence of the earth to create a medicinal field, turning it into divine mud, but only 6 stalks were produced. And now, an ancient tomb that also seemed like a Tao platform had a single medicine growing from the cracks of the stone walls. The comparison between before and after was truly shocking. A single medicine king was hard to find in the entire world. It could extend one's life by 400 years, so one could well imagine how rare and precious it was. 10 or so stalks added together were comparable to a single undying divine medicine. This really is a forbidden area for divinities. Beneath Great Emperor Wuxia's Tao platform, or perhaps at the base of his tomb, such a thing can actually grow. This is too shocking. The blind old man couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Yi Fan was speechless. The great emperors of the past were truly unfathomable. Even after they passed away in meditation, they could still produce such a miracle. It was truly shocking. There's another one over there. Fatty Duan's eyes were sharp. His gaze pierced through the mist, and he saw another one slightly higher up. The flower bud was sparkling and translucent, swaying with 10 rays of light. The hazy fragrance made one intoxicated with a single glance, and they couldn't help but want to pluck it. A single stalk could extend one's life by 400 years. Who wouldn't be tempted? Great Emperor, you are a magnanimous person. Please forgive us and let us pluck 1 or 2 stalks. In any case, they are useless to you. They are all things that grew from your tomb, Duanda muttered. He bowed again, and then walked forward. Medicine kings could not be cultivated by humans. They needed to be constantly watered with spirit milk of the earth and nourished with draconic qi. They needed to grow for more than 80 to 90,000 years. Not to mention other things, who could wait for such a long time? Close to 100,000 years, even an immortal dynasty could only wait a short period longer than this. Boom! Duanda had just taken a step forward when he was blasted back. Blood flowed from his mouth and nose, and his entire body was spasming. His bones crackled, and it was extremely frightening. An aura of the great Tao pervaded the air, as if an ancient universe was revolving. It was incomparably terrifying, as if it was reminding them that they could not take even half a step forward. It's so close, yet we can't approach it? Duanda was filled with unwillingness. We should rejoice. Otherwise, we would have long turned to ashes, unable to reach this place. Yi Fan said. At this moment, the Wuxia jade pieces on their bodies were all shining, resisting the great Tao aura. Otherwise, there would be an overwhelming pressure. Correct, no one can reach this place, apart from those who hold Wuxia Emperor Jades. The old blind man also nodded. Let's use the heaven-devouring evil jar to protect ourselves. Duanda didn't want to shrink back. He urged Yifan forward because he had a divine shell. A stalk of medicine king could make even great kings bow down. Even ancient saints had to compromise for it. It was because it could increase their lifespan by 400 years. For them, the significance was too great. It might be able to change the trajectory of their entire lives. Yifan's divine body erupted with golden splendor. His blood energy surged. He gripped a few Emperor Jades, and with the heaven-devouring evil jar on his back, he walked forward step by step. Duanda and the old blind man were within a screen of light. We're close. We're about to make contact. Right at that base, there was an old medicine sparkling and translucent in the cracks of the rocks. Its petals swayed with multicolored divine light, illuminating that place in a dazzling manner. The intoxicating fragrance was so thick that it couldn't be dispersed. We're finally about to get our hands on it. It's the same as having another life. If we sell it, we might be able to draw out 1 or 2 ancestral kings. The old blind man rubbed his hands, his expression excited. Hong, a streak of primal chaos fell down like a vast white waterfall. It struck the screen of light, as if 100,000 great mountains were pressing down. It was so heavy that the divine shell almost fell over. Damn, a waterfall of primal chaos. There's no justice in this world. Duanda cried out. Not to mention mortals, even if a divine lord came, they would immediately turn into dust. If they were pressed down, they would instantly shatter. They could only rely on the divine shell to support them. At the same time, they activated the heaven-devouring evil jar. It gently hummed, and streaks of black light soared, blocking the divine waterfall that could destroy kings. Yifan's divine shell flashed with golden splendor. He opened the golden sacred domain, and with the devil jar on his back, he came forward. He stretched out his hand and pulled out the medicine king from the cracks of the rocks. Hong, the Tao platform shook violently, as if it was about to collapse. An even more terrifying great Tao aura descended, as if the entire sky was about to sink down. They quickly retreated, leaving this region. They only stopped when they were far enough away from the Tao platform. There was a vast expanse of whiteness there. Tens of thousands of waterfalls of primal chaos poured down. It was incomparably majestic, submerging the region just now. This kind of scene was shocking. Too terrifying. If not for Wuxia's Emperor Jade, if not for the heaven-devouring evil jar, let alone a divine king, even if a saint came in person, he might still be crushed into meat paste, said the old blind man. Yifan's eyes were fixed on the primal chaos Tao platform in front of him. He couldn't help but think of the place where the vicious great emperor's coffin was. Within the ancient nest made of black dragon wood that was even taller than a mountain, there was also a sea of primal chaos, mysterious and unfathomable. Haha. I finally got it. Duanda laughed loudly. He held the medicine king in his hands, and his large grin almost reached his ears. Is there really great Emperor Wuxia sitting cross-legged on the Tao platform? Asked the blind old man. In a while, we'll climb up and take a look. There must be many more medicine kings up there. Even if we can't catch that immortal phoenix medicine that can run away on its own, it's still worth it, said Duanda. The blind old man shook his head. It was too difficult to climb up the Tao platform. Even with the heaven-devouring evil jar in hand, it might not be possible. We must climb up. The 10,000 ancient races have come into being, and only great Emperor Wuxia can intimidate them. Yifan's words were firm. He had made up his mind. If he was alive, he had to see him. If he was dead, he had to see his corpse. Thinking about this, he touched the 2 pieces of copper in his arms. Then, he opened a bottle. Inside was a snow-white female saint's skull, as well as a crescent moon pendant. These were things he had obtained in the star domain, and they were closely related to great Emperor Wuxia. Yes, we must climb up the Tao platform. Duanda agreed. After raiding tombs all year round, he yearned for the tombs of ancient great emperors. Suddenly, a frightening aura covered the sky and earth. The 3 of them couldn't help but feel their hair stand on end, a cold and gloomy aura as vast as the ocean, as if it had come from the nine hells, drowned out this place in an instant. The sudden attack was extremely swift and violent. No one could react in time, and they couldn't make any effective movements because it was too fast. Right behind them, a terrifying figure appeared. It was completely jet black and withered like firewood. It had 9 heads, a dragon, a hoe, a human, and a phoenix standing side by side, and an eternal black divine ring enveloped its body. The endless aura of death shattered the sky and cracked the earth. It was as if a sea of stars had shattered, making people feel suffocated. Their bodies were about to decay and their primordial spirit flames were about to be extinguished. This was a demon that had crawled out of the crystal coffin. At this moment, they all thought of this possibility at the same time. This was a subordinate of the undying heavenly emperor. It was shocking and horrifying. He was shrouded in a divine ring, intimidating the world. Behind him, it was as if a dark palace hall had appeared, suppressing all directions and destroying all creatures. It made people's primordial spirits tremble and on the verge of collapse. Everything happened too fast, and no one could react in time. This 9-headed dragon, hoe, human, and withered jet-black terrifying existence stretched out a hand and pierced through the old blind man's chest. It tore off half of Duanda's arm and seized the medicine king. Yi Fan's golden pupils shot out a glaring beam of light. He punched out and pounced forward to fight against this terrifying existence shrouded in a black divine ring. We are actually going up against the undying heavenly emperor's subordinates. Have we arrived at the legendary era? The old blind man and Duanda collapsed in a pool of blood. They didn't hesitate to activate the heaven-devouring evil jar at all costs. No one knew what era the undying heavenly emperor was born in, because he was already a legend during the archaic era, the only deity in the hearts of all races. What kind of people would his subordinates be? Just thinking about it made one's scalp go numb. They were divine generals that descended from the ancient heavens, yet the 3 of them were fighting against such an existence. Screw you, do you really think we are still in the legendary era? So many years have already passed, your bones should have long rotted away. So what if the divine patterns carved by the undying heavenly emperor are so amazing? Even if you meet the weapon of a vicious great emperor, you will still be turned into dregs. Duanda spoke viciously. One of his arms was torn off, dripping with blood. It was a tragic sight. The old blind man was even more miserable. Just now, he bore the brunt of the attack, and a black claw gouged out a large hole in his chest. The hole went straight through, almost splitting him into pieces. The ancient heaven-devouring devil jar trembled, and the void immediately caved in. A black hole appeared, devouring black light and absorbing spiritual essence from all directions. Then, it aimed at the creature fighting against Yi Fan. On the battlefield, 2 figures fiercely clashed like 2 streaks of lightning. They were so fast that others couldn't see them clearly. They were ferocious and tyrannical, powerful and terrifying. Yi Fan was extremely shocked. Today, he entered a divine shell, yet he didn't immediately shatter the other party. One could see just how powerful that creature's physical body was. Worthy of being a subordinate of the archaic heavenly emperor, truly like a divine general descending into this world. This was Yi Fan's evaluation. The only thing that made him feel at ease was that the one fighting against him had lost all magical force and only had a withered body to use. Just like him, he could only fight with his physical body. This withered body was pitch black and withered. A dragon and hoe, a human, and a phoenix stood side by side in a row. It was indescribably strange, and on every single head was a pair of cold and gloomy eyes. A black divine ring revolved around it. This was what it relied on the most, able to neutralize 50% of Yi Fan's power. Otherwise, it would still be inferior to the ancient divine shell and would be suppressed. Hong, the heaven-devouring devil jar trembled, and the aura of an ancient great emperor pervaded the air. This creature released a mournful cry that was as sinister as a malicious spirit. This type of sound made one's hair stand on end. It jumped up and turned into a streak of black light before leaving. How tyrannical was the heaven-devouring devil jar? It was an extreme emperor armament. Even though it had yet to awaken, the aura it gave off was enough to intimidate everyone. Still want to leave? Yi Fan rushed over, piercing through his divine ring and twisting one of his arms. In the end, his physical body was superior to his opponent's. Crack! the arm that was as black as dry firewood was broken. It was as heavy as if it was forged from divine gold. An ordinary cultivator wouldn't be able to pick it up. A mournful cry sounded. This creature rushed into the sky, feeling extreme fear towards the heaven-devouring devil jar. It wanted to break free and escape. However, his movements were too great. He rushed in front of Wuxer's Dao platform. Normally, this was a restricted area. Without a Supreme Emperor Jade in hand, all creatures had to stop here, or else they would inevitably die. Boom, a waterfall of primal chaos descended, interweaving with an expanse of great Dao patterns. It crushed him into powder on the spot, turning him into an expanse of black ashes that scattered in this place. The three of them were stupefied. Great Emperor Wuxer's aura devoured mountains and rivers, his divine might unrivaled. The Dao patterns here were unimaginably powerful, yet this body was destroyed just like that. There was no suspense at all. Yi Fan's entire body was drenched in cold sweat. Even his divine shell was not enough. Even after reaching the Saint Realm, he couldn't resist a strand of Dao patterns here. The two words Wuxer could indeed crush the ages. The blind old man and Duanda both released muffled groans. Black light was invading their bodies, entering their flesh and blood. It was difficult to remove. Their entire bodies became pitch black, and the situation was far from good. I've been hunting geese my entire life, but in the end, I've been caught in the eye. I've finally encountered a fierce character in the tomb. This is an archaic corpse poison, and it's extremely difficult to remove it. Duanda's entire body was drenched in cold sweat. The blind old man's face was also pitch black. Even a powerful person like him couldn't resist it. His body was almost dried up, occupied by a decaying aura. Isn't there still the Medicine King? Yi Fan pried open the pitch-black arm that he had torn off and took out a fragrant old medicine. It emitted a hazy light. I really can't accept this. It wasn't easy to obtain a rare Medicine King, yet I have to eat it now. Duanda grimaced in pain. If you don't want to eat it, then give it all to me. The blind old man bit off half of the medicine with a few chomps. He choked until his eyes rolled back, and he forcefully swallowed it down. Mother asterisk cur, you old thing, you're like a cow chewing on a peony. You're recklessly wasting natural resources. Fatty Duan was anxious. He did everything he could to snatch the other half, and he also bit it down in a few bites. It had to be said that the rare Medicine King had a divine effect. Not long after entering their stomachs, it turned into a divine liquid, causing their bodies to blossom with dazzling divine splendor. It was as if two small suns were burning, quickly evaporating the black gas on their bodies. The two's bones continuously crackled. Their bodies were quickly recovering, flickering with precious light. At the same time, their bodies became even more youthful and full of vitality. Medicine King one stock in our hands is equivalent to having another life. We have to think of a way to pick all of the stocks on the Dao platform. Duanda was about to drool. The blind old man frowned and said, something isn't right. Just now, that creature's vitality was clearly extinguished, like a ghost corpse. Even the divine medicine is useless for him, and there is no way for him to recover his vitality. However, why is he fighting over it so recklessly, not hesitating to step foot into this forbidden land? Could it be that he wants to give it to an even more powerful ancient life form that is still alive? Yi Fan said. When these words were spoken, the three of them all broke out into a cold shiver. They deeply felt the power of that nine-headed creature. It almost made Duanda and the others die. Was there still a living existence? After a period of silence, they could only hold the heaven-devouring evil jar, ready to activate it at any time to suppress and kill all creatures. As long as they felt that something wasn't right, they would kill it first. The ancient tomb was tall, and endless chaotic energy poured down. It was difficult to advance, and climbing up was extremely difficult. There was even less of a need to talk about flying. The space in front of the Dao platform was restricted. No matter what, I have to go up and get to the bottom of this. Otherwise, I won't be satisfied. Yi Fan said in a low voice. The three of them walked around the altar and observed it carefully. They wanted to see where was the most suitable place to go up. When they arrived in another direction, there was a blazing expanse. There was a pile of divine source blocks in front of them, and the brilliance was dazzling. A living creature has broken free. It shouldn't be nearby, right? It's so close to the Tao platform. There are words here. In front of the cracked divine source, they discovered a line of ancient words carved on the stone wall. Gu Tianshu is willing to guard Great Emperor Wusher's tomb for the rest of his life. Gu Tianshu. Isn't this an unrivaled saint from 70 to 80,000 years ago? The blind old man was shocked. He had some understanding of some of the powerful figures in the history of the North. It's him. Yi Fan was stupefied. Back then, when he entered Mount Purple for the first time, he discovered several dozen names at the entrance. Among them, the strongest was Gu Tianshu, and his imprint was even greater than divine King Jiang Taishu's. Gu Tianshu, an ancient saint, found this place and was willing to guard Wusher's tomb. This was truly shocking. There are traces of battle here. Duanda shouted. The imprints were very clear. The ripples from the battle struck the stone wall, but they still hadn't dispersed. It was shocking. After the three of them observed, their expressions all changed. This was a battle between saints, and it actually happened here. It was unimaginable. Looking at these traces, it should have happened 2,000 years ago. The blind old man stroked the stone wall and came to this conclusion. Today, I fought with the sacred battle ape and lost. Since he came with the Emperor Jade, I allowed him to pick 3 medicine kings and leave. It was still Gu Tianshu's engravings, and they clearly appeared on the stone wall. The 3 of them were all shocked. They looked at each other and paled. These words revealed too much. 2,000 years ago, Gu Tianshu was still alive. He lived until now. If news of this gets out, it will definitely shock the world. The sacred battle ape must be the Western Desert's victorious fighting Buddha. He actually entered the ancient Emperor Mountain. What exactly happened? An ancient saint from 70 to 80,000 years ago, Gu Tianshu, was still alive now. The divine origin liquid he used to seal himself could only be refined by great ancient emperors. Could it be that Wusher was still alive? However, why did he say that he was willing to guard Wusher's tomb for the rest of his life? Was the great emperor on the Tao platform really dead? The victorious fighting Buddha on Mount Meru had come here before. This was beyond their expectations. That was the great sage, and his magic power was monstrous. At the same time, Yi Fan finally understood why the large black dog had said many times that he hated monkeys the most. 2,000 years ago, the victorious fighting Buddha had come here and most likely dealt with him. After a careful search, there were no more traces. Gu Tianshu had long disappeared, and his whereabouts were unknown. Boom, the endless waterfall of chaos cascaded down. All of the bones in Yi Fan's body creaked. He climbed up with difficulty, wanting to ascend the Tao platform. This place formed a small world, and the Tao platform seemed to rise into the 9 heavens, lofty and majestic. The blind old man and Duanda were in the golden sacred region that Yi Fan had opened up, and they worked together to activate the heaven-swallowing demon jar, blocking the chaotic waterfall and the patterns of great Tao. Otherwise, even someone as powerful as the Saint Shell would be crushed into a bloody pulp. This was not a place that humans could set foot in at all. It could kill ancient saints. Boom, the surroundings were a vast expanse of whiteness, and chaos surged like a magnificent army charging over, pressing down on Yi Fan so much that it was difficult for him to move. He was almost unable to hold on any longer. What was even more terrifying was that great emperor formation patterns had appeared, and they were densely imprinted in the void like a spider web, cutting off the path ahead. If not for the heaven-swallowing demon jar, even if a saint came, he would have died dozens or hundreds of times. This was a true flawless emperor pattern, the Wusher killing formation. Apart from the ancient great emperors themselves, their weapons and formation patterns were the strongest, and they were what the later generations wanted the most. Emperor weapons and emperor patterns were on par, and if one could comprehend a corner, they could run amok in the world. And now, with the appearance of the Wusher Tao pattern, even the great sage of the human race would have to die with a grievance. There was no suspense at all. It had to be said that the ruthless great emperor looked down on the past, present, and future. Without the 3 of them activating it, the devil jar had already sounded on its own, resisting the formation that could kill the ancient deities. No, if this continues, we will still die, the blind old man said. The heaven-swallowing demon jar shocked the past and present, and it was impossible for it to be destroyed by the Wuxia Dao pattern. However, when the two clashed, it was not something they could withstand. Even if the devil jar protected them, it would not work. Two ancient great emperors were indirectly fighting across time and space, and no one could withstand the fluctuations produced. Yi Fan placed all 6 emperor jades on top of his head, but it still could not calm the Wuxia formation. Now, with every step up, the power would double. There are still 81 steps, and we can at most go up 3 more steps. This is not something that can be resisted by humans. How powerful is the ancient emperor? They were close to despair. The flawless formation pattern had only opened up a corner, and even using the heaven-swallowing demon jar to open up a path wasn't enough. If they persisted, they would be killed alive. The blind old man kowtows to Great Emperor Wuxia. Now that the human race is facing a great calamity, please wake up and save the human race, quell the chaos, and suppress the myriad races. The blind old man knelt down seriously. Yi Fan held the snow-white skull in his palm, then took out the crescent jade pendant, and said, I seek an audience with Great Emperor Wuxia. Rumble. Then, something shocking happened. The huge waterfall of chaos retreated, and the dense Dao patterns also became blurry. It's because of the crescent jade pendant, Duanda exclaimed. Finally, they climbed up step by step and came to the Dao platform. In the center of the Dao platform, there was a majestic figure sitting with his back facing them. His thick black hair cascaded down like a waterfall. From being the enemy of the entire world to the entire world being silent. The sorrow of the ancient great emperors was the loneliness of the ages, and the loneliness of a lifetime. The female sage's skull in Yi Fan's hand was crystal white, and a strange power flowed through it. At this moment, the moonfall sank and landed on the skull, and a faint but emotional wave spread out. I just want to follow your footsteps, even if I can only look at you from behind for the rest of my life. The weak spiritual imprint trembled slightly. The female sage had passed away for tens of thousands of years, but this imprint was still unwilling to dissipate. This was the wish that she held on to until her death. End of chapter 795. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.